Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 56, Glimmer Chestplate. The current garrison armor before Sherfone was largely different than the previous ones. Its design had largely changed, and even the color had become a pale gold. This was absolutely not the garrison armor. Crap, Sherfone understood he had failed. Before, he was too absorbed into his own excitement while he was forging the equipment. He smashed the hammer in whichever way he wanted, giving the garrison armor a completely different appearance. He even felt good about it. Still, the appearance of this new plate armor looked extremely cool. It would definitely look majestic while worn. Following which, Sherfone chose to identify the equipment's information. The system took a whole 10 seconds before giving a conclusion this time. Unnamed, bronze rank plate armor, defense plus 23, strength plus 3, endurance plus 3, HP plus 120, healing power, healing effects received are increased by 10%. System, unnamed equipment has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 1100 EXP, system, congratulations. You are the first player to forge an entirely new piece of bronze equipment in God's domain. Obtained 3000 EXP, rewarding 1 runic hammer, mysterious iron rank, that increases forging success rate by 5%. System, please give a name to the equipment you have created. You are also able to leave a personal mark on this piece of equipment. Sherfone was slightly shocked when he saw these notifications. He had unintentionally remodeled the garrison armor, and successfully at that. He even created an entirely new piece of bronze equipment. His luck was truly good. The attributes of this equipment had already reached the level of an average mysterious iron equipment. If only the materials used were not so poor, it would definitely have become a mysterious iron equipment. In God's domain, players were able to create equipment. However, this was an extremely difficult task to accomplish. Not only did the player have to be extremely familiar with forging, but they also had to have a thorough understanding of the various materials available. After undergoing hundreds of trials, only then could completely new, and good quality, equipment be created. Usually, players who wanted to create new equipment would only start to do so after they had risen to become an advanced forger. After all, to become a master forger, not only did a player require sufficient proficiency, they also needed to create 3 entirely new pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and also 1 entirely new piece of secret silver equipment. Only after all those conditions were achieved could a player become a master forger. Due to this condition, the players who became master forgers were extremely rare. Meanwhile, Sherfone unintentionally created an entirely new piece of bronze equipment. Of course, the Book of Forging's effect played a large part in contributing to this success. Since the color has become a pale gold, and it's giving off a dull glow, let's call it the Glimmer Chest Piece. Sherfone immediately confirmed the equipment's new name. After which, he left an imprint of a black flame at a corner of the equipment. This imprint was the equivalent of a forger's name. In the future, when others see this symbol, they would know that this equipment was created by Master so-and-so. At the same time, the symbol also served to prevent others from falsifying the equipment's original creator. In the blink of an eye, the equipment's information also had a change to it. Glimmer Chest Piece, bronze rank plate armor. On the right breast of the Glimmer Chest Piece, the mark of a black flame appeared. The flame constantly faded in and out of existence, further enriching the aesthetics of the Glimmer Chest Piece. System, black flame, imprint has been successfully registered. This imprint has been bound to your gaming account, and nobody else is able to use it. System, naming successful. Forging design for the Glimmer Chest Piece has been automatically generated. Player can now voluntarily draw the forging design for the Glimmer Chest Piece, allowing others to learn the forging design. Suddenly, an additional window appeared in Sherfeng's lifestyle panel. It was called Forging Design Creation, and it allowed players to create their own forging designs. Sherfone felt endless ecstasy when he saw this new window. This was the benefit of creating something original. As long as Sherfone had a pen and drawing paper, he could fabricate as many forging designs for the Glimmer Chest Plate as he wanted. This was the treatment that was only available for original creations. Forging designs were much more valuable than the equipment itself. In Shifeng's previous life, countless master forgers constantly researched various materials and used all sorts of methods to develop new equipment. Other than trying to become a grandmaster forger, their main goal was to obtain an original forging design. This item was the reason why some master forgers were extremely rich. The process of fabricating a forging design was very simple, and they could easily make tens to hundreds of them any time they wanted. Otherwise, how much money could they make, even if they exhaust themselves by forging equipment every single day? With the Glimmer chestplate forging design, earning 10 gold coins was a small matter. At that time, it was even possible for Shifeng to earn up to 30 or 40 gold coins. After all, there were a lot of players in White River City and no shortage of guilds, either. Afterward, Shifeng continued forging Glimmer chestplates, no longer forging garrison armors. Both of them required the same materials to make, however, the Glimmer chestplate had a cooler-looking appearance and even came with an additional ability. There was another benefit for an original creation. When forging your own creation, the success rate for it was increased by 10%, and the equipment would also have a higher chance to come with an additional ability. As long as the Glimmer chestplate's fame spread, Shifeng would have no trouble selling its forging design. Shifeng was completely unaware of his surroundings as he forged equipment. His heart was filled with the thoughts of money. 1 gold coin. 2 gold coins. 3 gold coins. Piece after piece of shining golden equipment piled up in the entire forging room. When 10 hours had passed since Shifeng rented the forging room, a loud notification had come from the system. Only then had Shifeng suddenly realized 10 hours had already gone by. His gains were even more shocking, however. He successfully made a total of 142 pieces of equipment, and the materials he had bought were nearly depleted. Amongst the attributes of the equipment, there were some that were good, and some that were bad. The difference between them was the healing effects. The bad ones had 5%, while the good ones had 12%. There were a total of 76 pieces that had their healing effects below 7%, 48 pieces that had their healing effects between 7% and 9%, and 18 pieces that were between 10% and 12%. These pieces of equipment filled up over half of Shifeng's bag space. At the same time, Shifeng's proficiency also had a big increase, reaching up to 514 points. Shifeng was now halfway to becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. Shifeng took out the teleportation orb to have a look. The experience it had currently stored up was close to 150,000. As long as Shifeng continued putting in an effort for several more hours, he would be able to store up the 200,000 and immediately go to the Moonlight Forest. The speed at which Shifeng gained EXP was at least 2 to 3 times faster than the guild leaders of first-rate guilds. After leaving the Forging Association, Shifeng ran to the auction house. Currently, a majority of the average player should have already risen to level 3, whereas many veteran players should have risen to level 4. Only expert players would be closing into level 5. After all, a lot of experience was required to rise from level 4 to level 5. The amount needed was at least 3 to 4 times the amount needed to rise from level 3 to level 4. Right now was the perfect time for Shifeng to sell the level 3 bronze equipment. The various guilds should also have amassed quite an amount of wealth after more than 10 hours had passed, so it was a good chance for Shifeng to make a big catch. If another period of time were to pass, the prices of equipment would most likely be greatly reduced. After arriving at the auction house, Shifeng noticed that the number of logistic players present significantly had reduced. It seemed as if they were no longer as enthusiastic towards the garrison armor as before. "Fellow brother, why are there suddenly so few people at the auction house?" Shifeng walked up behind a logistic player, asking. The tall and bespectacled logistic player was slightly surprised, explaining, "Have you been killing monsters outside town all this time? You don't even know about such a huge matter." "Yeah, I've just returned after making some money from killing monsters and selling materials." "Wasn't that garrison armor super popular?" "I, too, wanted to buy a piece," Shifeng nodded. "No wonder you don't know about it. 3 hours ago, a player called Hammer Trading had sold a lot of level 3 bronze plate armor equipment. Although the attributes on it were slightly weaker than the garrison armor, its price was extremely low, costing only 4 silver coins. Moreover, that player even announced that there would be discounts if you contacted him and ordered in bulk. Naturally, the various guilds all contacted him and ordered. That equipment is now extremely popular, so who would remain here and pay attention to the garrison armor? Chapter 57, Hammer Trading, Hammer Trading. Sure Feng wanted to confirm once more. Correct. He even posted a thread on the forums criticizing the Blackheart forger that made the garrison armor. Currently, the thread has already received more than 7 million clicks. With it, that guy has quickly become a famous person in White River City. I heard many large guilds have already sent out an olive branch to him, trying to recruit him with a high price. The logistics player had a face filled with envy while he spoke. He couldn't help but wish he could turn into hammer trading. That way, he would be able to live a life filled with beauties and riches. Sure Feng only smiled at the player as he turned to walk towards an empty seat. He sat down and called out the game's official forum. He wanted to have a good look at this hammer trading who nearly robbed him of his business. In Sure Feng's previous life, hammer trading did not reveal himself as quickly as this. Before Shadow scouted him, he had been playing God's Domain with tens of fellow schoolmates. With the support of these schoolmates, in addition to some chance meetings that had allowed him to become an intermediate forging apprentice, he managed to become acquainted with the upper echelons of Shadow. At that time, there were very few intermediate forging apprentices. The bronze equipment that was forged at the time was also very popular. Seeing such a situation, Shadow also wanted a share of the profits. So, they paid a large price to hire Hammer Trading. Along with the continuous support of Shadow Workshop, Hammer Trading grew to become a shocking figure, becoming a relatively famous forger and earning Shadow a lot of money. Afterward, Hammer Trading also obtained the Forging Talent 1, in addition to the great support from Shadow, allowing him to become a master forger. During those times, he did not have the slightest hint of respect for Sure Feng, who was the guild leader of Shadow at that time. In the end, with the strong support of Hammer Trading, along with several master forgers and master potion makers, Lanhua financial groups gladly agreed to World Dominator's acquisition of Shadow. Otherwise, Lanhua financial groups would not have agreed to the decision without hesitation and dismissing Sure Feng at the same time. Sure Feng opened the forums for Star Moon Kingdom, his heart lamenting over how fate was toying with him. In this life, just when the garrison armor was beginning to sell like hotcakes, Hammer Trading appeared to break off his road to wealth. Sure Feng couldn't help but admit that he and Hammer Trading were rivals in life. Sure Feng stole the forging talent from Hammer Trading, whereas Hammer Trading turned around to break off his road to wealth. Browsing the forums of Star Moon Kingdom, Sure Feng quickly discovered a thread marked in red, positioned at the top of the forum. Upholding justice starts from us. We absolutely cannot let this Blackheart forger do as he pleases. I am a forger with a kind heart. These large, bright red words caused Sure Feng's brows to furrow. What kind of trouble is he trying to cause here? The number of clicks exceeded 10 million. Out of curiosity, Sure Feng had opened the thread. Sure Feng looked at the eloquently written condemnation that had over 10,000 words. The article had justifiably mentioned that the cost of making a piece of bronze equipment did not even exceed 1 silver coin. However, the Blackheart Sure Feng sold his equipment for up to 30 silver coins. He was ripping off other players. Hence, Hammer Trading wanted to oppose Sure Feng. He was even willing to sell level 3 bronze equipment without limit. Only, due to the failure rates, he had no choice but to sell them at 4 silvers apiece to reclaim his cost of making. This article received the support of a lot of players. They had all declared that they would no longer purchase the garrison armor and that they would support Hammer Trading's actions of kindness. Sure Feng was speechless after reading the entire article. The entire article was just trying to put a smear on his reputation while heightening Hammer Trading's own self. At the same time, Hammer Trading wanted to state that he, too, could forge bronze equipment. He was clearly trying to use Sure Feng as a stepping stone to raise his own worth and fame. He wanted to let the many large guilds extend an olive branch to him, and in turn, raising his own worth. However, Sure Feng had to admit that Hammer Trading had succeeded. Not only had his fame risen in a burst, but many second-rate guilds had also sent him an invitation. There were even a few first-rate guilds who were willing to discuss matters of cooperation with Hammer Trading. Crap, not only has he broken off my path to wealth, he still wants to use me as a stepping stone. Sure Feng could no longer hold back his 2 lifetimes worth of rage. He wanted to properly teach Hammer Trading a lesson. Did he think he was awesome for selling level 3 bronze equipment without limit? Shifeng did not wish to have any relation with hammer trading if he did not try to use Shifeng as a stepping stone. However, now that he had provoked Shifeng, he must be ready to pay the appropriate price. Shifeng felt it was just hilarious when he looked at the statements and numbers provided by hammer trading. Basic forging apprentices only had a 5% success rate when forging a piece of level 3 bronze equipment. However, looking at the numbers provided by hammer trading, it could be seen that he did not possess just a forging design for a piece of bronze equipment. He must have also obtained an item that increased the success rate for forging. In addition to using the intermediate forging room, his success rate should be around 20%. That was why he dared to spout nonsense and brought out several pieces of equipment for auction to prove his words. However, according to Shifeng's estimates, to raise his reputation, hammer trading was taking a loss of 1 silver coin for every piece of bronze equipment he sold. Although Shifeng did not know how much funding hammer trading had, he was still 10 years too early from competing with Shifeng. Selling at 4 silver coins, is it? Shifeng would sell his equipment at 4 silver coins as well. He had the Philosopher's Stone and the Book of Forging, so his initial cost was just slightly more than 10 coppers. Including his terrifying success rate, Shifeng was looking forward to seeing who had the last laugh. Without holding anything back, Shifeng immediately posted a thread on the forum anonymously. The article was titled, "Shockingly High-Quality Plate Armor on Auction House." Afterward, he called up the interface for the auction house, placing 20 pieces of the worst glimmer chest plate on auction. The healing power on the glimmer chest plate had a remarkable effect on MTs when inside a dungeon. It was even better when compared to the garrison armor. When compared to hammer trading's savage chest plate, it was more than 2 times better. Players would naturally know which equipment to choose when they saw the glimmer chest plate. Hammer trading, didn't you want to be famous? I'll let you become super famous. I'll turn you into a celebrity. Shifeng revealed a cold grin as he closed the interface. He turned around and left the auction house, setting up a stall outside to purchase stones and hard stones. 2 minutes after Shifeng had posted his thread, a few players noticed Shifeng's post. Average players were still very attentive towards high-quality equipment. Currently, the average player did not even possess a piece of bronze equipment, not to mention high-quality equipment. So, naturally, they wanted to get a glimpse. The moment these players arrived at the auction house, they were stupefied by what they saw. The attributes on the glimmer chest plate was just too good, especially the healing power. It was definitely the most beloved ability for an MT when inside a dungeon. After they finished looking at the attributes, the players chose to try wearing it. They looked at their own appearance when wearing the glimmer chest plate. Streamline mold, dashing figure, and even a faint radiance coming off their bodies. There was also a flickering black flame on their left breast. They looked absolutely awesome. It was as if they had become the heroes from Legends while wearing the glimmer chest plate, valiant and powerful. Then, they looked at the selling price. It actually only required 4 silver coins. These players did not dare believe their eyes. Such high-end equipment was only selling for 4 silver coins. If they did not buy it, they would be doing a disservice to their own lives. Even if they did not have much money on their persons, they were willing to sacrifice everything they had to buy the glimmer chest plate. Within a short 15 minutes, Shifeng's post had become the topic of the forum. There were even players who posted the information and appearance of the glimmer chest plate, the equipment instantly arousing everyone's exclamation. Shield warriors and guardian knights could not help but wish they could obtain this high-end equipment right that instant. However, when they wanted to go to the auction house and buy it, there were only 4 pieces of the equipment remaining. Moreover, every one of those pieces had their prices bade up to more than 6 silver coins. One MT from an elite party had reluctantly chosen to borrow money from all over the place. In the end, he successfully won a piece for 7 silver coins. When the glimmer chestplate arrived in his hands, he no longer minded the money he owed for it. With such attributes and dashing appearance, he would not have any troubles earning money in the future. Thinking up to this point, the smile on the shield warrior spread widely. 1. Forging talent. This is referring to the forging genius mentioned in Chapter 19, Chapter 58, Equipment Competition. Just a short 20 minutes after Shifeng placed the glimmer chestplates on auction, all 20 pieces of them had been sold off. The glimmer chestplate's popularity was far better than the garrison armor. There were even quite a few players showing off their purchases on the official forum. Previously, these players had to beg, using various methods, to join a party. Now, however, with their majestic-looking equipment, a simple shout would garner them tens of invites from elite parties for their own choosing. Following the glimmer. Chest plates rise in popularity. The players that failed to buy one were all beating their own chest in anguish. They hated themselves for not borrowing money to buy the piece of equipment since, right now, it was no longer being sold. Meanwhile, the Forging Association in Golden Sand Town was packed with people. The spacious hall was entirely occupied by players. The players present were the spokespeople for various guilds. They were here for only one purpose, and that was to invite Hammer Trading to their guild. Amongst the guilds present, there were quite a few that were very famous. There was no lack of spokespeople for third-rate guilds. If it were during ordinary times, these spokespeople would act proud and arrogant. They would use a condescending attitude when dealing with lifestyle players. Even so, these lifestyle players would still treat them with great respect. They would even shed tears of emotion, pledging their loyalty to the guild as they quickly signed the contract, becoming a part of a large guild. However, the current trend of the game had changed. The higher-ups of the guild strongly emphasized that they, the spokespeople, must definitely invite Hammer Trading. Otherwise, they could start packing up their bags. Hence why these guild spokespeople were like obedient grandchildren, standing and waiting in the hall for Hammer Trading's summons. Inside an intermediate forging room on the second floor. Brother Hammer, you're so awesome. I admire you so much. Before, those third-rate guilds would not recruit you no matter what. Now, they're just like grandchildren waiting upon you. They would not leave even if you chased them away. A sexy female cleric in her mid-20s hugged around Hammer Trading's robust arm, giggling and speaking with admiration. Her bulging chest was rubbing against his arm. Hammer Trading had a very brutish appearance. He had a thick beard and beady eyes, and his skin color was similar to yellowish wax. Judging from his appearance, he looked to be over 30 years of age. Nobody was able to tell, however, that Hammer Trading was just a university student in reality. His age was just slightly over 20. Ha ha ha, this is just a small matter. However, I truly have to thank the fool who opened the road for me and has even hidden his name. He made all the large guilds know of my importance. Hammer Trading heartily laughed. He silently praised his own intelligence and wisdom for being able to think up of a plan to utilize that anonymous forger's fame. It allowed him his current good fortune, becoming every player's idol. Wait till I've entered a first-rate guild and rise into their upper echelons. It will be truly awesome. Right now, I'm just showing a small part of my prowess. Let those third-rate guilds continue waiting outside. I can use them to raise my own value and fame. Boss, what are we going to do about all the orders we've received? An assassin asked. Hammer Trading rolled his eyes at the assassin, saying in disdain, who cares about them? I'm taking a loss of 2 silver coins per piece of equipment. Do they think I'm running a charity? My goal has already been met. I'm only waiting for the first-rate guilds to come. Don't bother with the other players, just tell them that we're too busy and don't have time. To use Sherfong as a stepping stone, Hammer Trading used up all the silver coins belonging to his classmates. He also spent a lot of credits to purchase a lot of materials and silver coins. Yet, he only forged over 10 savage chestplates from all those materials. So, selling each piece at a maximum of 4 silver coins caused a major loss for him. However, all his sacrifices were worth it. As long as he was recruited by a first-rate guild, he could get as many materials as he wanted, a huge salary, and even a line of female players desiring his attention. Hammer Trading felt invigorated just from thinking of all these benefits. Suddenly, a berserker entered the forging room with a panicked expression. What happened, Hadron? Seeing as you're in such a hurry, has the upper echelon of a first-rate guild arrived? Hammer Trading teasingly asked. Big trouble. A lot of top-tier equipment has suddenly appeared at the auction house. All the players on the game's official forum are discussing it now, and the number of clicks on the post is madly increasing. The post has over 5 million clicks right now, and many guilds have started to notice it. Moreover, the equipment is being sold by the same anonymous forger. The equipment's price is set at a minimum of 4 silver coins. Everyone is starting to wonder about the identity of the forger responsible, and they are no longer paying any attention to you, boss. Moreover, There are already a few first-rate guilds who made a declaration on the forum. They are willing to hire that forger with a high salary and make him the chief forger of their guild. A few representatives of large guilds downstairs have also started leaving for the auction house. Hammer Trading's expression froze when hearing Hadron's words. He only managed to attract the attention of first-rate guilds after much difficulty. However, now that anonymous forger stole his wind. If he did not steal it back, those first-rate guilds would most likely forget about him. He has such nerve to steal my wind and position. Don't blame me for not being polite. Making that kind of top-tier equipment has a high cost and low success rate. If you sell it at 4 silver coins, then I'll sell at 3 silver coins. I wonder just how much you can afford to lose. Hammer Trading abruptly stood up. He wanted to let Shifeng know he would definitely not let the position of chief forger, and his future happiness, go. He was already taking a loss of 2 silver coins for making the savage chestplate that had inferior attributes. Then, Shifeng would at least lose 4 to 5 silver coins for selling each piece of top-tier equipment at 4 silver coins. Maybe even more. Hammer Trading believed he could outlast Shifeng. But, boss, we don't have many silver coins remaining. At most, we can afford to forge 10 more savage chestplates, Hedron worryingly said. What is there to be afraid of? I still have some funds. Worst comes to worst, I'll spend some more credits to buy materials and silver coins. I believe I can get rid of that little bastard. For every piece of equipment that little bastard sells, he's taking a loss of at least double or triple of ours. Why should we be afraid? Hammer Trading confidently asked. He assured himself that Shifeng, too, was trying to attract the attention of first-rate guilds by doing such lossful business. However, he would definitely be the final champion. An hour later, a few additional savage chestplates appeared on White River City's auction house. Their minimum selling price was 3 silver coins each. At the same time, a new post appeared on the game's official forum. For the benefit of the masses, I, Hammer Trading, have decided to sell the savage chestplate at 3 silver coins each. I will make a stand against this blackheart forger to the end. Requesting support. Requesting encouragement. Suddenly, a wave of players followed the post, sending it to the top of the forum. Every one of them supported Hammer Trading's kind actions. As a result of this incident, all of White River City became lively. Everyone understood this was a competition between 2 forgers that were capable of forging bronze equipment. Every player in White River City watched on with anticipation. The ones who would profit from this exchange, in the end, would definitely be them, the players. It would not be long before they would be able to purchase bronze equipment at a low price. The various guilds also started watching by the sidelines, no longer expressing any of their intentions. They were all waiting for the final victor, while at the same time buying all of the equipment and developing their guild's strength. However, Shifeng himself did not know of this matter. He just finished purchasing stones and hard stones. Just after entering the auction house, he discovered that the number of players there had once more increased. Only then did he find out about this incident. You wish for a fight? Shifeng faintly smiled, then, come. He called out the auction house's control interface, placing all of his glimmer chest plates on auction. He assigned 20 pieces to be sold every hour, selling a total of 120 pieces of glimmer chest plates. Such a number was definitely enough to torment Hammer Trading. Afterward, Shifeng used the money earned from selling glimmer chest plates to buy hard stones and card sets. After purchasing all these items, Shifeng suddenly discovered that he still possessed a little more than 1 gold coin. From time to time, Shifeng would receive a notification from the system. It would state that another glimmer chest plate had been sold, and some amount of silver coins have been deposited into his bag. Shifeng felt, the more silver coins he spent, the more silver coins he had. The amount he did not seem to be decreasing in the slightest. Shifeng considered selling some of his silver coins at the trade center, exchanging it for some spending money in real life. It was much better than just holding on to these silver coins. Trade center, this is not the trade area in the game. It's something like an online market for game currency and items, where you can sell/buy coins/items for real-life money, credits. Chapter 59, Violet Cloud. Although Shifeng was having a relaxing time selling equipment, Hammer Trading was not. To compete with Shifeng, Hammer Trading was constantly forging new savage chest plates. The silver coins in his hands were no different than copper as they disappeared in a flash. Hammer Trading also had to spend credits to purchase more silver coins, giving him an immense heartache. However, when he thought of Shifeng spending much more than him, his heart soothed by a lot. He wanted Shifeng to go bankrupt. Meanwhile, Shifeng left the lively auction house. He arrived at the bank, storing all the card sets and hard stones he had collected into his warehouse. Shifeng was extremely excited as he looked at over 1,000 slots of his warehouse filled. This was the benefit of being reincarnated. In his previous life, he in a miserable state thanks to these items. Now, however, they became one of his biggest sources of income. In the eyes of others, these items were still worthless. However, they would be priceless in the future. Their values could increase by over 10 folds, even tens of folds. It was especially true for card sets. A complete set would be worth tens of times more than a single piece. Even so, the large guilds would still have a hard time obtaining them. After he was finished storing the items, Shifeng made a trip to the grocery store. He bought 5 stacks of white paper and 1 stack of pen and ink. These 2 items could be bought at extremely low prices at the grocery store. A stack of 200 white papers only sold for 10 copper coins, whereas a stack of 20 bottles of black ink sold for 15 copper coins. The best feathered pen also only sold for 20 copper. Even so, Shifeng's casual purchase far exceeded the daily income of an average player. An average player would definitely be unable to spend in such a way. However, to Shifeng, these copper coins could no longer be considered money. Moreover, these items were all necessary for making forging designs. Shifeng would still buy them, even if they cost 10 silver coins. After buying the items, Shifeng headed for the Forging Association. "Sir, do you need any cooling beverages? I have here the best fruit juice in Red Leaf Town. It tastes extremely good, and it is only 1 copper coin per cup." A fragile-looking young lady nervously asked a male guardian knight. The girl was holding onto a small basket, her doll-like eyes carrying with them earnest expectations as she looked at the men. "Scram! Don't annoy me. It's just a virtual item, moreover a beverage, yet you are actually charging 1 copper coin for it. I wouldn't want it even if you were giving it for free." The guardian knight cursed in rage, pushing the 16 or 17 years old girl away. He then added, "My luck is just bad. Just you wait and see, I'll take care of you if I don't get to buy a glimmer chestplate because you delayed me." The girl that was pushed down but did not cry. Instead, she stood up without wavering. She clapped the dust off her clothes, proceeding to another player with a smile on her face. Shifeng was faintly shocked. He never imagined the girl to be so tough. The average female player usually would not carry out such laborious tasks, not to mention receiving the insults from other players. When Shifeng looked at this girl, he was reminded of his own past self. Shifeng used observing eyes on the girl. Violet Cloud, Level 1 Cleric. Shifeng's heart slightly tightened when he saw this name. This girl was actually Violet Cloud, one of the top 10 clerics in God's domain. If he could recruit her to his side, his team would have a considerable future. Ha ha ha. This is a virtual game, yet you're actually trying to earn money by selling cold beverages. Do you think your milk tea sister won? Only idiots would buy them. Seeing that you're good looking, why don't you come over to my place tonight? I can even give you 1 silver coin. A lecherous man in his 30s walked up to Violet Cloud, drooling as he harassed her. "Sir, I am only selling cold beverages. Please have some self-respect." Violet Cloud retreated a step, resolutely saying, "I've given you praise, yet you're still headstrong. You're but a lowly lifestyle player. If you don't agree with me today, then you can forget about doing business here in the future." The lecherous man threatened in rage. He blocked Violet Cloud's path, staring at her snow-white neck and licking his lips. "How could you act in such a way? You are simply shameless." Violet Cloud's eyes were filled with anger. However, she could not win against him in a fight. If she were to continue wasting time here, even her final hope would be gone. Hee hee, I am shameless. What are you going to do about it? Bite me. The man felt even better when he looked at Violet Cloud's panicked expression. Watching Violet Cloud trying to hold back from crying and the tears that were rolling about in her eyes, she became even more lovable. "Uncle, please give way. I want 1,000 cups of fruit juice." Sure Feng used observing eyes on the lecherous man. His name was displayed as Drifting Blood, and he was currently level 3. At this stage of the game, his level was considered relatively good. Drifting Blood turned towards Sure Feng, sending him a glare, saying, "Brat, this girl is mine. If you don't wish for something to happen to you, then scram. You want 1,000 cups? Then I want 10,000 cups. Do you think you're a tycoon capable of simply taking out 10 silver coins? If you continue competing with me like a fool, I'll send you back to level 0. If fighting were not prohibited within the town, he would have long since gotten rid of Sure Feng. Ha ha ha. An amusing show this early in the day. Go for it. Don't hold back. Don't argue if you can fight. What a tycoon, spending 10 silver coins just like that. Unfortunately for him, he's angered Fatty Bear of Martial Union. There's going to be an amusing show to watch. Dogs fart tycoon, I bet he's just boasting to impress the girl. If he can really bring out 10 silver coins, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Quite a few busybodies stopped to watch the occurring scene. They all started a discussion about Sure Feng's actions. Sure Feng did not pay any attention to Drifting Blood at all. He grabbed Drifting Blood's shoulder, applying a slight force. Before Drifting Blood could react, he was already kneeling on the ground. No matter how much strength he used, even to the point where his face had turned beet red, he still could not stand back up. The surrounding onlookers were immediately dumbfounded. Sure Feng was just too courageous, directly taking action within the premises of Red Leaf Town. Was he not afraid of being caught and jailed by the guards? Also, how did Sure Feng possess such immense strength? He had actually suppressed a level 3 Guardian Knight with a single hand. Brat, you're dead for sure. Just you wait till the guards arrive. Drifting Blood looked towards Sure Feng, smiling in disdain. However, after waiting for some time, the guards had still not shown up. Sure Feng paid no attention to Drifting Blood as he firmly pressed him onto the ground, preventing him from even moving. Sure Feng looked towards Violet Cloud, his other hand holding out 10 silver coins, saying, 1,000 fruit juices, thank you. The players on the street, who were previously discussing amongst themselves, suddenly turned silent, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was 10 silver coins, not 10 copper coins. Currently, they had felt extremely wealthy to even have a single silver coin on their person. On the other hand, Sure Feng had just simply taken out 10 silver coins. How rich was Sure Feng? Was he really a brother tycoon? Violet Cloud rubbed her eyes. She looked at the 10 coins in Sure Feng's hand that gave off a silvery glow, her expression filled with incomparable shock. Originally, she thought Sure Feng was just trying to help her by saying so. Never would she have imagined that he would truly take out 10 silver coins to buy 1,000 cups of cold beverages that nobody wanted. Drifting Blood was similarly shocked. However, that shock quickly turned into greed. He thought about snatching the 10 silver coins and using them to buy a glimmer chest plate. There would even be leftovers remaining. Brat, I'm a member of Martial Union. If you don't want to be killed back to level 0, then immediately give me 20 silvers. If you do so, I can consider letting you off this time. Otherwise, you'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. Drifting Blood's gaze was affixed to the 10 silver coins as he threatened in a chilling tone. Paying no attention to Drifting Blood, Sure Feng looked at Violet Cloud. Seeing that the girl did not react, he asked, do you not have that much fruit juice? I only have 156 cups of fruit juice with me. How about you give me a silver coin, and I'll sell all of the fruit juice to you? Is that all right? Violet Cloud worried that she would anger Sure Feng. What would she do if he suddenly decided not to buy? At the same time, she also wanted to thank Sure Feng for helping her, so she reduced her selling price. All right. I wonder how long it would take for you to make 900 cups of fruit juice. I want all of them. Sure Feng nodded after some thought, asking. The surrounding players were all dumbfounded. What was he planning to do? Did this brat know the value of 10 silver coins? Did this brat truly fancy this young lady? I'm very slow at compounding fruit juice. If Sir is willing, I can be done in 30 hours. Violet Cloud became extremely glad at Shifeng's words. However, when she thought of her extremely slow speed, she worried that Shifeng would no longer wish to buy them. So, she stretched out 5 fingers, hurriedly saying, "How about this? I'll just charge you 5 silver coins for 900 cups." 1. Milk Tea Sister. This is a reference to Zhang Zetian, aka Milk Tea Sister, China's youngest female billionaire. Google it. Chapter 60, NPC. Looking at Violet Cloud's panicked expression, Shifeng could not help but break into a laugh. No need. I can still afford to pay such an amount of money. If you really sold them to me for 5 silvers only, then you wouldn't be able to earn much. Shifeng waved his hand. Shifeng was not in a hurry to turn Violet Cloud into one of his subordinates. However, he was absolutely not going to let her go. If Shifeng acted too impatiently, he might cause her to grow suspicious of him. So, it was better to deepen their relationship first. Nobody could have imagined that Violet Cloud, one of the top 10 clerics in God's domain, would have such an appearance. A cleric god. That was a genuine tier 6 job. After 10 years passed, there were only a few who reached that standard. Even Fantasy Extinguisher was just a spirit saint, at the pinnacle of tier 5 10 years later. However, as a future cleric god, Violet Cloud was actually a lifestyle player during the initial periods of the game. It was such a waste of talent. Normally in God's domain, only players without any skills would earn money through methods other than killing monsters. However, the popular auxiliary jobs usually had very high requirements, such as a lot of funds, coupled with extremely low success rates. It was extremely hard for a player to survive in such a way without the support of a guild. Meanwhile, auxiliary jobs such as chef was much easier. The cost to support it was also extremely low and players alone could be supported by it by themselves. If their talents were high, and they were capable of creating delicious cuisines, they could still earn quite a lot of money in God's domain. However, delicious cuisines usually required advanced cooking recipes and materials. These items were hard to obtain, so trying to earn a lot of money would not be easy. It was truly hard to imagine that a future cleric god would be such a clumsy young lady. He recalled that Violet Cloud was one of the members of Ouroboros during her first 3 years in God's domain. When the snow goddess left Ouroboros, Violet Cloud similarly left the guild. From then on, she was just a solo player. When she had become a tier 4 great cleric, countless first-rate guilds tried recruiting her with shockingly high prices. Ouroboros also tried countless times to invite her back. Unfortunately, Violet Cloud did not pay attention to any of them. Her actions greatly angered those first-rate guilds. Since they could not obtain her, they would destroy her. Hence, they sent many experts to assassinate Violet Cloud. Unfortunately, not only did Violet Cloud not get destroyed, instead, she became even stronger. She massacred the players sent by these guilds, giving them a crushing defeat. Not long after, she advanced her job to tier 5, becoming a brilliant cleric saint. This caused those first-rate guilds to become even more helpless. In the end, Violet Cloud became a tier 6 cleric god. At that time, she searched for all those first-rate guilds to have her revenge. These guilds could only pay the price of blood to quell this matter. From then on, Violet Cloud became one of the top 10 cleric gods in the entire world. This incident caused the upper echelons of Ouroboros to greatly regret not asking her to stay all those years ago. As a result of this incident, everyone made fun of the inability of the upper echelons of Ouroboros. Instead of utilizing those with potential, they were only using those bootlickers whom they were fond of. In the end, they had missed the chance to become a super guild. However, Shifeng could not find a guild insignia on Violet Cloud's person right now. In addition to Violet Cloud's current appearance, Shifeng could guess Violet Cloud must have been discovered by the snow goddess later on, which in turn resulted in Violet Cloud feeling indebted to the snow goddess. Hence, Violet Cloud left Ouroboros when the snow goddess stopped playing God's domain. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud currently had yet to meet the snow goddess. It was the perfect chance for Shifeng to recruit her. Even if Violet Cloud was unskilled now, she had the potential to become a cleric god. As long as she was properly nurtured, she would definitely be able to become a cleric god in the future. Violet Cloud was no idiot. When she heard Shifeng saying so, she stared at Shifeng in a panic, both her hands covering her poorly developed chest as she retreated a step. "Sir, aside from selling fruit juice, I won't be selling anything else. If you are regretting it now, you can take back your money." Violet Cloud handed over the silver coins she had just received. However, her eyes still carried with them a hint of unwillingness as she did. At her time of despair, a person suddenly emerged, saying that he wanted to purchase 1,000 cups of fruit juice. Moreover, he was even willing to wait for 30 hours without reducing her pay. She would not believe Shifeng had no ulterior motives, even if she were beaten to death. Forget Violet Cloud, even the surrounding players would not believe it. If Shifeng did not have any ulterior motives, why would he save her? He even spent 10 silver coins to buy those unwanted beverages. Shifeng looked at Violet Cloud's vigilant expression and actions. He then looked towards her smooth flat chest, suddenly laughing, "You're overthinking things. I really have no interest towards your flatlands. I'm only buying this many because I just happen to have a use for fruit juice. If you don't wish to sell them to me, then so be it. I'll just find someone else to buy them from." Saying so, Shifeng released Drifting Blood as he turned away and left. However, Drifting Blood was not willing to let Shifeng go. Shifeng publicly humiliated him by forcing him to kneel with just a single hand. Moreover, when has Martial Union been afraid of anyone? Since the guards didn't seem to be paying attention, it would be extremely easy to get rid of Shifeng. Thinking so, Drifting Blood pulled out a weapon and used charge at Shifeng. With his sensitive 5 senses, Shifeng naturally knew of Drifting Blood's actions. Shifeng spun around to face him, pulling out the abyssal blade and using parry. Dang! Drifting Blood's greatsword hacked at Shifeng's sword. Instead of hurting Shifeng, however, Drifting Blood was knocked back by 3 yards. The durability of the greatsword in his hands instantly reduced by 2 points, and he looked at Shifeng in shock. He did not understand how a person like Shifeng would have such great strength. Shifeng was like a beast in human skin. The surrounding players were similarly shocked. Drifting Blood was a berserker, so he must have definitely added a lot of strength points. He was also at level 3, similar to Shifeng, so how could the gap between them be so great? These players did not know, however, that this was still only half of Shifeng's real strength. After all, Shifeng could obtain 6 free attribute points for every increase to his level. It was 1.5 times that of an average player. Not to mention Shifeng's body was protected by bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There was even the powerful magic weapon. Even with just half of these aspects, Shifeng's strength far exceeded the average player. If Shifeng's strength had not been reduced by half, just by activating the strength hidden basic skill and the strength provided by the magic weapon, Shifeng could destroy that basic greatsword without a problem. "Brat, you're courting death. See how I'll take care of you." Drifting Blood naturally would not believe that Shifeng was his match. He immediately stood back up, lifting his greatsword as he looked at Shifeng. Idiot. Shifeng sheathed the abyssal blade, having completely lost interest in Drifting Blood. Watching Shifeng store his weapon, Drifting Blood thought Shifeng had become afraid and wanted to beg for mercy. However, he would not forgive Shifeng. Drifting Blood further increased the power in his hands. Just as Drifting Blood was about to slash at Shifeng, he was immediately sent into a fainted state. Before Drifting Blood could turn around and curse the bastard that attacked him, he suddenly discovered 6 silvery white armored guards standing before him. Without saying anything further, the guards placed Drifting Blood in shackles. "You violated a town law, take a trip with us. Any resistance and you'll be killed without consideration." The 2 guards grabbed Drifting Blood from both sides, turning around and dragging him away. "Crap, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's that bastard who attacked me first. You guys should be arresting him." Drifting Blood continuously pointed at Shifeng, yelling injustice and rage. However, the guards paid no attention to his bellowing, taking him away immediately. Everyone was also in shock. Why did the guards only appear now? Moreover, they even apprehended the wrong person. What sort of situation was this, exactly? Could Shifeng actually be an NPC, a part of the nobility? Only nobles would have such authority. To the side, Violet Cloud had a blank expression on her face, unable to make sense of the situation. Why didn't the guards arrest Shifeng? Instead, they arrested Drifting Blood. Was Sherfong really a noble NPC? Violet Cloud's eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched Sherfong leaving. She bit her rosy lips, her delicate hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt. Of course, she was not reacting so because of how handsome Sherfong was, but instead, she was truly in need of money. Those 10 silver counts were too important to her. Chapter 61, Poaching. Just as everyone was guessing whether or not Sherfong was a noble NPC. As Drifting Blood was being dragged away, he glared at Sherfong with eyes of a poisonous snake, bellowing, "Brat, just you wait. I'll remember you now. Our martial union will not let you off. I'll still be a good guy when I come out 12 hours later. When that time comes, there would be no place in Red Leaf Town for you." Everyone felt chills down their backs as they heard Drifting Blood's malicious threat. Was he planning to fight to the death? However, no one dared to belittle Sherfong any longer. Just by judging from his single action just now, they knew Sherfong was not as simple as he looked. Martial Union was a relatively famous guild in Red Leaf Town. They were very well known in other wuxia virtual reality games. They were not a guild managed by a workshop, but instead, they were a guild that was managed by casual gamers. Including investments from a few wealthy personages, Martial Union also started establishing a foothold in God's domain. Although they did not reach the standards of a third-rate guild, they were not a guild to be taken lightly. Currently, God's domain monopolized the entire virtual gaming industry. Under the support of the recently developed main God system, God's domain did not require humans for operation. The main God system assured fairness in the game, and it would also constantly evolve the game, continuously pumping out various quests, dungeons, hidden locations, and so on. God's domain was a living game, and it was something that no other virtual reality game could compare to. The maps in God's domain were also immensely vast, sufficient for the entire population of Earth. Moreover, a majority of the things available in real life could also be experienced within the game, in addition to things that could not be found in real life. God's domain was slowly trending towards becoming a second world, and other virtual reality games had no chance of competing with it. After Drifting Blood was dragged away by the guards, everyone's gaze turned towards Sherfong. They all held curiosity on their faces, and their eyes tried to see through Sherfong. They wanted to know whether or not Sherfong was an NPC. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of observation skills they used, the results told them that Sherfong was 100% a player and not an NPC. This only further increased everyone's confusion. Yet, nobody dared to go over and ask Sherfong, as Sherfong might not even answer them. If by chance they were to cause Sherfong displeasure, who knew, they might be the next Drifting Blood. Sherfong looked at the puzzled faces of the people around him. He merely revealed a faint smile at the sight as he turned to leave. After living in God's domain for 10 years, he long since clearly understood the rules of God's domain. A player would be captured and jailed if he were to attack another player inside a safe zone. However, as long as an action did not cause any damage, even if it were an intense bodily contact, the guards would not pay heed to it. Pressing onto Drifting Blood and clapping his shoulders were both actions that did not cause damage. It was just that the strength behind it was different than what one would normally use for such actions. Naturally, the guards would not care about such actions. However, Drifting Blood used Charge, a skill that would cause the target to enter into a fainted state in addition to damage. Moreover, there were also his aggressive actions. The guards naturally would not let him off freely. Meanwhile, female players only had to activate the anti-harassment system to prevent harassing players from doing anything to them. However, Violet Cloud just recently entered God's domain, so it was natural for her not to know about it. Regarding Drifting Blood's threat, Sherfong paid no heed to it. Martial Union was a guild that did not even reach the standard of third rate. Sherfong previously used to lead the weak shadow to stand off against many first-rate guilds, and these first-rate guilds were helpless dealing with them. Martial Union, a leisure guild that only had several thousand players, was not worth even mentioning. If they wished to find trouble with him, he would just deal with them. As a reincarnated person with a magic weapon in hand, what was he afraid of? As for deepening his relationship with Violet Cloud, Sherfong could only leave it aside for now as he searched for another way. The girl's vigilance was just too heavy for him to get through. However, Sherfong understood her reasons. If it were the snow goddess standing in his place, Violet Cloud might have a different reaction. Sherfeng bitterly laughed, shaking his head as he left. "Sir, please hold on a moment," Violet Cloud finally said, no longer able to endure it. The enticement of 10 silver coins was just too great. This was her biggest chance. If she were to miss it, what would happen to her sick mother? "Oh. Did you change your mind?" Sherfeng turned around to look at Violet Cloud's troubled expression, smiling as he spoke. Violet Cloud stayed on guard as she looked at Sherfeng's eyes, trying to discern any bad intentions within them. However, no matter how she looked at them, she could not discover any special emotions within them. Instead, she could feel a vast ocean hidden within the depths of Sherfeng's eyes. However, she still asked in caution, "You truly want only the fruit juice and absolutely won't have other requests?" Sherfeng was sweating profusely in his heart. For her to seek confirmation over and over, just how unreliable was he? He would have left long ago, were it not for her potential to become a cleric god, as even he was unable to endure being thought of as a lecherous bastard by others. "In any case, I'm in need of a chef to make some things for me. How about this? We'll set up a contract, and I'll hire you to be my chef. I'll give you the same treatment as a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild. You should be able to relax with the main god system's guarantee. If you don't have any problems, then follow me. If you still can't feel reassured, then just stay here." Sherfeng let out a sigh, speaking unhurriedly. Violet Cloud was dumbfounded. The man before her was actually hiring her, and he was even giving her an ordinary job. It should be known that chef was a lifestyle job that nobody thought highly of. No one ever hired chef players. She had heard before, from her best friend, the treatment of a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild. At that time, her friend even showed off that her boyfriend was a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild and how great the monthly treatment he received was. If he performed well, there would even be various kinds of benefits. The treatment was much better than many jobs that were available in real life, and this caused Violet Cloud to be extremely envious. "I'll follow you. However, I work very slowly. Is there really no problem?" Violet Cloud ground her teeth, deciding to agree with Sherfeng. If she were to let go of this chance, what sort of future awaited her? Judging from his various performances, Sherfeng did not seem like a bad person. Moreover, she was just a very ordinary female player. There was absolutely no need for him to conspire and trick her. This was a virtual world. If she did not reveal her address in real life, Sherfeng would not be able to track her at all. Moreover, Sherfeng would have to bear a great risk in doing so. "Follow me then. I still have some things I need to buy." Sherfeng nodded his head, appearing to be very calm. However, inwardly, he was in ecstasy. He had swindled a cleric god into his hands, just like that. As for the snow goddess, Sherfeng could only apologize and say, "First come, first served." Subsequently, Violet Cloud left with Sherfeng. Sherfeng brought along Violet Cloud, returning to the grocery shop once more. He bought an assortment of equipment used by chefs such as pots, spatulas, knives, and so on, spending less than 2 silver coins in total. Afterward, he went to the Chefs' Association, spending 1 silver coin to purchase 2 sheets of basic cooking recipes. One was a recipe for cooking wolf meat, the other for making an energizing drink. At the same time, he spent an additional 5 silver coins purchasing plenty of materials that were required by these recipes, as well as the materials for the fruit juice. Violet Cloud was shocked by Sherfeng's actions. He actually spent so much money, buying so many things. He was just too rich. Her previous notion of Sherfeng being unreliable completely changed now. The materials and recipes Sherfeng had spent so much money buying were sufficient to allow her to promote herself to an advanced apprentice chef. This was a treatment not even the lifestyle players of first-rate guilds would receive. However, what Violet Cloud did not know of was that Sherfeng felt that these items were very cheap. It was truly easy to nurture a chef. All the materials required by the recipes could be bought from the NPC, and it only took 10 silver coins to nurture an advanced apprentice chef. Such an amount of money would not even be enough to squander for nurturing a forger or potion maker. Sherfeng then rented a basic kitchen, bringing Violet Cloud to it. "After you sign the contract, all these materials and recipes will belong to you. You only need to create 900 cups of fruit juice first. Then, use everything remaining for these 2 recipes. You will receive a 20% share when these items are sold. At the same time, depending on your results, I'll decide your base salary every month. If you try to run away, you'll have to compensate me 10 times that amount. Sign it if you don't have any problems. Shifeng brought out a standard employment contract for lifestyle players from the main god system. Aside from having different treatments, these contracts were the same as others. There were no loopholes in them, and the law held effect over it. Chapter 62, Moonlight Forest. Violet Cloud was in a daze for a long time after reading the contract. She believed she was in a dream. She heard before the treatment lifestyle players received in third-rate guilds. The treatment she would be receiving was definitely better than those lifestyle players. It was especially true for the base salary. Lifestyle players of third-rate guilds definitely did not receive such treatment. Why are you being so good to me? Violet Cloud looked at Shifeng with wide, teary eyes, asking. She wanted to know the reason. Don't misunderstand, I'm only in need of a chef. I've only hired you because I can see you're a very hard-working and earnest person. If you try to take advantage of the situation and fail to hit my requirements, then you can get lost. I'm not interested in nurturing someone useless, Shifeng suddenly spoke in a grave tone. He wanted Violet Cloud to know that it was not easy to become his personal chef. That was because people were bound to become wasteful when they constantly receive things without effort. Violet Cloud was frightened after being told so by Shifeng. She lowered her head, no longer daring to ask any more silly questions. Judging from Shifeng's attitude, it was clear that he was indeed looking for a chef, and that she had just been chosen by chance. Hence, Violet Cloud lifted the pen and signed the contract. This was her final chance at escaping her desperate situation. She definitely must grab a hold of it. Boss, will I be making them here? Violet Cloud immediately entered her role, appearing very respectful. She took a look at her surroundings. The environment here was very good, and it was also very peaceful. However, the rental for the basic kitchen was by no means cheap. Yeah, you'll be manufacturing the items here from now on. I've already applied for the membership here so that you can come here anytime. There is enough money stored for you to use a long period. There won't be anyone here to disturb you. The facilities here are also thorough, so your success rate can be increased by quite a bit. If you don't have any problems, then you can start working now. In 30 hours, if I don't see the 900 cups of fruit juice, then you may leave. Shifeng was very satisfied with Violet Cloud's attitude. He turned and left after finished saying his piece. As for luring Violet Cloud onto the path of battles and leveling, more time would be needed to slowly lead her towards that path. Moreover, Shifeng had a great purpose for fruit juice. It would not be a bad choice to allow Violet Cloud to make them for him. Violet Cloud's eyes followed Shifeng's back as he left. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Shifeng. She made a firm resolution to work properly and to not disappoint her new boss. After leaving the Chefs' Association, Shifeng returned to the Forging Association. Currently, the number of forgers in the Forging Association was constantly increasing. These players formed small conversation groups, either discussing how to increase their success rates or discussing the struggle between hammer trading and the mysterious forger. The two had become the target of envy, as well as idols of worship for these players. Did you see the article posted by Hammer Trading just now? Of course I've seen it. I never imagined Hammer Trading would be so hot-tempered as to actually insistent on challenging the mysterious forger. He even declared that the first one to withdraw from this price war would be a son of a bitch. Ah, I truly envy them. They had actually obtained a bronze forging design. How great would it be if I could have one as well? At the very least, I could join a third-rate guild if I had one. What do you even know? I've heard the forgers that are in guilds saying that the drop rate for bronze forging designs is frighteningly low. Moreover, its success rate is also shockingly low. Currently, selling them for 3 to 4 silver coins per piece is just a complete loss. The glimmer chestplate with better attributes would create an even bigger loss. On the other hand, the various guilds are all in cheerful moods, even thanking Hammer Trading for his actions. Otherwise, how would they be able to buy bronze equipment at such low prices? Truthfully speaking, I dislike that Hammer Trading very much. Was it bad to let all forgers profit together? Why must he insist on challenging the mysterious forger to the very end, causing both sides to suffer. Hearing the discussions of these players, Shifeng entered deep thought. After a moment, he revealed a faint smile. Judging from Hammer Trading's actions, it was clear that he was currently having a hard time. The silver coins in his possession were definitely insufficient, and he must be wantonly purchasing silver coins from the market right now. This would lead to a great increase in prices for silver coins, so it was the perfect chance for Shifeng to sell them. Shifeng wanted to thank Hammer Trading. If it were not for him, the market for equipment would not be as lively as it is now. Currently, there would be a large amount of silver coins entering his pockets every so often. Meanwhile, although Shifeng had spent quite a lot of it, the amount of money he possessed was still madly increasing. The money he possessed had already reached 3 gold coins. At the reception desk, Shifeng once more rented an intermediate forging room for 5 hours, starting a new round of forging and manufacturing. However, before he started forging, Shifeng entered the virtual center. He wanted to check the prices for God's Domain's game currency and sell some of the game currency he possessed. Just leaving it in his pockets was truly a waste. Shifeng was in the dark when he did not check, but the moment he did, he was shocked. Although there was a large number of players in God's Domain, the number of players who were selling the game's currency did not exceed 100. More importantly, the selling prices were astonishing. A single silver coin was selling for 60 credits. The price was at least double of that during Shifeng's previous life. However, the number of silver coins sold by these players were very small, mostly around 2 to 3 silver coins per player. Aside from the sellers, there were also players who were buying God's Domain currency in bulk. The lowest buying price was at 55 credits per silver coin, while the highest was at 58 credits per silver coin. That meant that a single silver coin in God's Domain was enough for Shifeng to eat in luxury for 2 days. It was because of this competition that caused the prices of silver coins to be so expensive. At the current stage of the game, so long as a person had a brain, they would know not to sell any of their game currency. On the other hand, there were many guilds who were purchasing game currencies in bulk, at a reasonable price. There were only a scant few money farming groups and workshops who would sell some of their currency. However, the amount they sold was extremely low. Moreover, their prices were extremely high. Only as a last resort would the various guilds buy currency from these groups. However, these guilds knew the price competition for equipment was a great chance for them to reap some benefits. So, they would definitely purchase game currency in bulk. However, there was not that much game currency available for sale. They could only purchase the game currency sold at the virtual center. Moreover, where did the large amount of game currency flow to? A majority of it was definitely in Shifeng's pockets, while a minority was at the material merchant side. That meant Shifeng was currently a big shot at selling game currency. Even a 100-man money farming group was far from being able to compare with Shifeng. Without hesitation, Shifeng immediately placed 3 gold coins up for sale, selling each silver coin at 60 credits. Shifeng still needed to collect the money to buy 2 virtual gaming helmets, so how could he be polite with these tycoons? Although the price was slightly high, to obtain equipment, the many guilds in White River City will definitely buy them. When that time came, all these game currencies would eventually return to his hands. After settling this matter, Shifeng started focusing on forging equipment and manufacturing forging designs. 5 hours went by quickly. Shifeng once more forged more than 80 glimmer chest plates and 50 forging designs for the glimmer chest plate. The 200,000 EXP required by the teleportation orb had been filled, and his own experience had also increased by quite a lot. He was just 22% away from level 4 now, and he was just short of slightly more than 200 proficiency points before becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. In this forging session, the forging designs made were the most valuable when compared to the equipment made. Looking at the current popularity of the glimmer chest plate, the various guilds were definitely in a rush to obtain their own bronze equipment forging design. They wanted to nurture their own forgers and create their own bronze equipment. After all, the drop rate of bronze equipment was extremely low. There were also not that many elite monsters available to hunt. In regards to the millions of players in White River City, the amount of equipment sold by Shifeng and Hammer Trading was insignificant. There were still swarms of players requiring the equipment. After leaving the forging room, the amount of money in Shifeng's pockets once more increased by a lot. Hence, Shifeng made a trip to the trade area, once more purchasing stones and hard stones. He then cleared out the card sets and hard stones that were sold at the auction house, and in turn, placing the over 80 glimmer chest plates on auction. However, the selling price for the equipment this time was slightly different. The minimum price was no longer at 4 silver coins but 3 silver coins. Hammer trading was quickly nearing insanity from the competition. When Hammer Trading saw Shifeng had once again lowered his selling price, Hammer Trading even spat out blood. Now that Shifeng reduced his selling price, naturally, Hammer Trading had to reduce his as well. Did Shifeng want him to sell a kidney? Must he be so merciless? The person himself, however, did not put much consideration into such matters. Shifeng only wanted to advertise the glimmer chest plate. After leaving the auction house, Shifeng stored the philosopher's stone and materials in the bank. Afterward, Shifeng went to the pharmacy to purchase 2 stacks of basic regeneration potions. He then went to the magic shop, purchasing over 10 types of magic scrolls. He bought 5 pieces of each kind, and each piece cost around 20 to 40 coppers. Now that the experience required by the teleportation magic orb has been fully collected, Shifeng could go to the Moonlight Forest. However, the Moonlight Forest was not an easy and relaxing place to stay. On the contrary, crises came one after another there, making the place extremely dangerous. Players dubbed the map as the Land of Eternal Rest. Without proper preparations, players would definitely die 10 out of 10 times there. The scrolls Shifeng bought were all necessary tools for him to survive in the wilderness. Before, he did not have that much money, so he did not bother with purchasing the magic scrolls. Now that he did, he naturally would not be courteous. At the very least, these scrolls could improve his survival chances there, rather dying 9 out of 10 times. Following which, Shifeng searched for a deserted location and activated the teleportation magic orb. Shifeng then transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from Red Leaf Town. Chapter 63, Mountain Beast Fighter. The sky was a dull gray. A full moon shone, scattering faint silvery rays throughout the tranquil forest. From the crystal-clear lake, one could hear the croaking of frogs. Fireflies were dancing throughout the forest. The scene was like a fantasy from a children's fairy tale. This place was the Moonlight Forest, also known as the Land of Eternal Rest by players. The moment Shifeng arrived at this place, the first thing he did was take out an isolation scroll. Immediately, he activated the magic contained within the scroll. The dazzling magical runes written on the scroll came rushing out, and Shifeng's body suddenly became blurry. If looking from a far distance, it was very hard to notice Shifeng's existence. Each isolation scroll cost 40 copper coins. It was practically the entire fortune of an average player. Although the price was high, its effects were remarkable. The isolation scroll could greatly decrease a player's sense of presence, making it hard for surrounding enemies to discover them. The scroll had a duration of half an hour, and it was a must-have tool when exploring dangerous areas. Although it was not as effective as an assassin's stealth, it was better than nothing for jobs that did not possess stealth. When the isolation scroll was used, within a 30-yard radius, players would not be easily discovered by common monsters below level 15. Unless, of course, said player was courting death and attacked the monster. Following which, Shifeng infiltrated the forest. He headed towards the central region of the Moonlight Forest in search of moonstones, wanting to remove the hateful curse even a little faster. The Moonlight Forest was a level 9 monster area. Its location was not in Star Moon Kingdom, but an isolated space. Every city had a teleportation gate directed towards the Moonlight Forest. In Shifeng's previous life, over 90% of the level 9 players in God's domain would grind for treasure here. However, even if a player were already level 10, the place would still massacre them. That was because the monsters here usually stayed in groups of 3 to 5, and they possessed powerful skills. A single misstep could cause a party wipe. Even so, players would still persevere, rushing to their deaths over and over as if they were possessed. As a result of the constant deaths, the Moonlight Forest was referred to by others as the Land of Eternal Rest. Meanwhile, the reason these players would persevere to such a degree was mainly that the monsters here dropped gemstones. Moreover, the drop rate was relatively high. The number of treasure chests here was also high. As long as one found a treasure chest, there was an 80% chance to obtain gemstones. Gemstones were very valuable in God's domain. The reason being, they were able to increase the attributes of a piece of equipment. Depending on the color of the gemstones, the attributes they increased were also different. Red increased strength, yellow increased agility, blue increased endurance, purple increased intelligence, and green increased vitality. A Tier 1 gemstone could increase an attribute by 2 points. However, such an amount must not be belittled. A piece of bronze equipment could have 1 gemstone embed into it, whereas a piece of mysterious iron equipment could have 2 gemstones into it. If every piece of equipment worn by a player were outfitted with gemstones, a number of accumulated attributes would be very terrifying. That was why the demand for gemstones was extremely great. The prices of gemstones would always remain high, causing many players to take the great risk of farming gemstones at the Moonlight Forest. Moreover, there were various resources such as ore, herbs, rare food materials, and so on in the Moonlight Forest. However, the most well-known part about the Moonlight Forest was still the 50-man dungeon, the sleeping fortress, that resided there. The dungeon was also the location to exchange card sets. However, only after the dungeon had been cleared by a team would players of the same area be allowed to enter the dungeon to exchange their card sets. However, Shifeng's current goal was not the card sets but the moonstones. The moonstones could only be found in the core area of the Moonlight Forest. Only, Shifeng could not help but be careful when taking action. Not mentioning the extreme dangers found in the Moonlight Forest, Shifeng was just level 3 right now, and he was entering a level 9 monster area. If he were to die an accidental death, then the 200,000 EXP he collected would be for naught, and he would have to start collecting it all over again. He had yet to reach level 10, so he could not activate the teleportation gate found in cities. If he were to die, his only choice was to return to Red Leaf Town. If he wished to return to this place, his only choice was to collect the required experience. Currently, Shifeng was far behind the leading experts. Regarding level, it would be an absolute nightmare if Shifeng were to die once and have to collect another 200,000 EXP. Just after entering the forest, Shifeng could see level 9 shadow leopards hiding either up in the trees or in the bushes, each of them prepared to ambush their foe. If it were not for the isolation scroll, Shifeng would have long since been discovered. Shifeng naturally wasn't an opponent for a level 9 monster, so he could only avoid them. Besides, his goal here was not to kill monsters, and even more so, there was no need for him to pick a fight with the shadow leopards. Shifeng carefully circled the shadow leopards, one after another. After spending more than an hour doing so, he arrived at a wide and towering forest made of stone. In this stone forest existed a group of battle maniacs called mountain beast fighters. They were a group of tenacious warriors that did not fear suffering. The thing they loved most was battling, and the fiercer, the better. At the same time, they were also guarding a large pile of treasure, and amongst the treasure was the rarely seen moonstone. However, the entire stone forest was filled with these armored, gigantic creatures. Wielding a spiked club the height of 2 people, these creatures patrolled the stone forest, preventing anyone from entering. If Shifeng were to set foot in the stone forest, there was a 100% chance for him to be discovered. At that time, a group of those mountain beast fighters would come rushing over, and a swing from each of those spiked clubs would easily turn Shifeng into meat paste. Mountain beast fighter, common rank, level 9 HP 1100/1100, looks like I can only clear the way slowly. After searching for half a day, Shifeng still could not find any safe way to penetrate the heart of the forest. His only choice was to kill his way there. Shifeng could not help but admit that the difficulty of an epic quest was indeed very hard. This was just the beginning, yet he was already required to face off against the level 9 mountain beast fighters. He did not know what kinds of challenges he would meet further down the line. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the terrain of the Moonlight Forest. He knew many methods to deal with the beast warriors before him. The mountain beast fighters were abnormally powerful, and their attacks were out of the ordinary. Even shield warriors and guardian knights of an equal level were unable to take more than a few hits from them. However, their bodies were enormous, resulting in their movement speed being relatively slow. In Shifeng's previous life, there were many elementalists who used Frost Arrow to reduce their speed. They then utilized the unique terrain of the stone forest to avoid the attacks from the spiked clubs, kiting, and killing the mountain beast fighters. Following which, this stone forest became a holy ground for ranged players. Mountain beast fighters could be seen being kite through various means throughout the stone forest. Although Shifeng did not possess any speed reduction skills, he could use other methods to supplement it. As for kiting the mountain beast fighters, he had the rare skill, Defensive Blade, 1, which could increase his attack range by quite a lot. Shifeng did not believe that a Sword King expert, such as himself, could not beat a level 10 elementalist regarding utilizing the terrain to dodge attacks. After properly observing the terrain, Shifeng ran practice simulations in his mind a total of 5 times. Carrying out mental simulations would have a tremendous effect during actual operation. Hence, every expert would often carry out mental simulations of the operation before actually taking action. The reason why experts were experts was because of the preparations they made were much greater than others. There would often be many average players who would admire the experts in God's domain. They would lament over their own skills being poor, determining that they would never be able to reach the level of these experts. In reality, however, they did not know how great of an effort these experts were putting into each day. The suffering these experts went through each day far exceeded the average player. It was the reason why they could shine brilliantly. After running through the simulations, Shifeng took out a black steel beer and a speed scroll. The black steel beer could reduce a monster's level by 2. In addition to the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng would not be suppressed due to the level difference, even when facing a level 9 monster. He would be able to deal damage normally. As for the speed scroll, each one of them cost 25 copper coins. It increased the user's movement speed by 25% for a duration of 10 minutes. This scroll was a life-saving item when out in the wilderness. Shifeng bought a total of 20 of them just for such occasions. If the average player were to learn about this, they would definitely curse Shifeng as a spendthrift. Such an item would only be used when one was in a life or death crisis. Meanwhile, Shifeng used it for killing common monsters. It was just too extravagant. If Shifeng were not cursed, he could easily kite these monsters, just based on his attributes. However, his attributes were now reduced by 50%. The suppression was just too great, so it was safer to use a speed scroll. If Shifeng were to mess things up, it would not just be a matter of losing a level. He would have also wasted 200,000 EXP. Shifeng took a deep breath, relaxing his body as he looked towards the closest mountain beast fighter. Following which, his 2 feet exploded with strength, rushing towards the mountain beast fighter. 1. Defensive Blade, mentioned in Chapter 52. Chapter 64, Silvermoon said equipment. When the distance between Shifeng and the mountain beast fighter was less than 30 yards, the monster discovered Shifeng speeding towards it. It widened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing battle cry. It raised its gigantic spiked club, using a charge and rushing towards Shifeng. Shifeng immediately pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The blade slashed horizontally as Shifeng used parry, pang. Shifeng was knocked back by 5 yards, pulling some distance away from the mountain beast fighter without taking any damage. After he landed, he immediately spun around and ran towards the stone forest. If players were hit by the mountain beast fighter's charge, the monster would immediately follow up with a break to reduce the player's speed, preventing them from escaping. In Shifeng's previous life, the elementalists who were struck by the beast fighter's charge would immediately use Frozen Nova to freeze the monster for 8 seconds. They would take the chance to gain some distance, then continue by kiting the monster. The mountain beast fighters would only use charge on the first meeting, using suppressing skills afterward. As long as the elementalists did not let the monsters catch up to them, there would be no danger whatsoever. Also, nearby there were numerous large rocks that could be used to toy with the mountain beast fighters, making the process of killing them a lot easier. After using the speed scroll, Shifeng's speed was faster than the mountain beast fighter just by a thread. It was not very obvious, but it was this small difference that prevented the mountain beast fighter from catching up to him. After entering the densely packed stone forest, Shifeng turned around and used Thundering Flash. From a distance of 15 yards, 3 sword rays immediately pierced through the beast fighter's armor, causing 3 damages of -15, -19, -13. Without the level suppression, even if Shifeng's attributes were reduced by 50%, his attack power and skill damage were still very powerful. After using the skill, Shifeng's speed slightly reduced, and the mountain beast fighter caught up to him within an instant. The beast fighter was clearly furious after being struck. It roared as it brandished its spiked club, smashing it at Shifeng. Shifeng hurriedly turned his body, hiding by a nearby rock. The spiked club did not land on Shifeng, it only hit the stone and created a splash of broken rocks. During this attack, Shifeng, once again, pulled a distance of over 8 yards away from the monster. After using Thundering Flash, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. His attack range suddenly increased to 15 yards. As long as he maintained a 5-yard distance between the mountain beast fighter, the monster would not be able to land a hit on him. Shifeng brandished his sword as he paid attention to the distance between him and the monster, pulling back to avoid the club whenever he was too close. In such a way, streak after streak of sword light landed on the mountain beast fighter's body. The beast fighter could only bellow in helplessness as its HP continuously fell. It never imagined that a human could actually be so agile and cunning. Every time its attack was about to land, the human would dodge towards a nearby rock. Its bulky spiked club could not land a hit at all. Instead, it only served to create a gap between itself and the human. Just when the mountain beast fighter's HP went below 7%, another mountain beast fighter suddenly appeared from behind a rock. It blocked Shifeng's path, using charge at him. Scram! Faced with the sudden appearance of another monster, Shifeng immediately used Abyssal Bind on it, preventing the monster from moving. At the same time, the Abyssal Bind also cancelled the life-threatening charge. Since the mountain beast fighter had been locked up, Shifeng naturally would not let the skill go to waste. He immediately used Wind Blade, instantly shaking off the low HP mountain beast fighter, and his blade landed on the bound mountain beast fighter's neck. Shifeng continued by using Double Chop, causing a bleeding effect on the monster. He then used another chop on the monster. Just within 3 seconds, Shifeng had taken away 16% of this mountain beast fighter's HP. Seeing as the low HP mountain beast fighter was about to catch up, Shifeng dodged and arrived at behind the restricted beast fighter. He raised the pitch-black abyssal blade high, abruptly slashing down Thundering Flash above the heads of both mountain beast fighters. 3 consecutive damages of -16, -19, -23 appeared. The low HP beast warrior fell to the ground with a bang. System: Mountain beast fighter killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 36 EXP. Such an amount of experience could be considered negligible to Shifeng, who was currently level 3. On the other hand, the proficiency points for using skills were gained much faster. Every use would definitely increase the skill's proficiency by 3 points. This allowed Chop to quickly rise to level 3. In addition to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Shifeng's Chop was now level 5, its might greatly increasing. Double Chop had also risen to level 2, and if the skill were used through the Abyssal Blade, it would be a level 4 Double Chop. The damage caused by the bleeding effect also increased significantly. The restricted mountain beast fighter bellowed. It finally broke free from the chains, and it wanted to annihilate Shifeng. However, Shifeng gave it no chance. He immediately distanced himself 5 yards away from the monster and continued kiting it. Although the defensive blade had a long cooldown and a short duration, by using Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Parry in concert, Shifeng could still slowly grind the mountain beast fighter down. Not a minute later, another mountain beast fighter fell. However, the mountain beast fighters did not reward Shifeng with anything special. There were only 3 pieces of hard stone and 2 copper coins. On the other hand, killing these mountain beast fighters was a good way to grind skill proficiency points. Subsequently, Shifeng advanced forward while killing mountain beast fighters. These monsters had a short respawn time, so from time to time, Shifeng would attract 2 to 3 of these mountain beast fighters. Fortunately, the stone forest had narrow spaces. This resulted in the beast fighters blocking each other's path, their numbers causing their speed to reduce instead. Seeing this, Shifeng had sudden inspiration. He started luring more and more mountain beast fighters, and within a short moment, he had lured over 20 of these monsters. The monsters chased after Shifeng as a group, but the narrow pathways of the stone forest prevented them from even stretching their bodies. Just a slight movement and they would run into the other mountain beast fighters. Such a situation allowed Shifeng to become much more relaxed. Shifeng constantly used Thundering Flash and various other skills to burn off the HP of the mountain beast fighters behind him. Shifeng kept luring new mountain beast fighters as he attacked the ones behind him. In such a way, Shifeng's skill proficiency points increased without stop. After 3 hours, Thundering Flash had risen to level 3, Chop had risen to level 5, Double Chop to level 4, Wind Blade to level 3, Defensive Blade to level 2, and Windwalk to level 2. This increase allowed Shifeng to kill monsters with greater ease. With the increase from the Abyssal Blade, the damage from a single Thundering Flash could take away over 90 HP from each Mountain Beast fighter. A chop could also cause more than 60 points of damage. The bleeding damage caused by double chop was also very powerful. However, Shifeng's level remained at 3. He was still quite a distance away from level 4. If it were not for the curse, he would have long since risen in level. Looking at the ground littered with Mountain Beast fighter corpses, Shifeng decided to take a rest and pick up the loot. Otherwise, all these corpses would become too much of a hindrance. In God's domain, if a player did not pick up the loot, the monster's corpse would require 24 hours before it was removed by the system. The loot from hundreds of Mountain Beast fighters was extremely shocking. Just from the money dropped, there was already more than 4 silver coins. There was also a lot of materials. As for the moonstones, 7 pieces were dropped. It was still quite a distance away from 30 pieces. Moreover, a few pieces of level 7 to level 10 common equipment also dropped. Isn't this a piece of the Silvermoon set equipment? Shifeng picked up a silvery white helmet from the ground, slightly shocked. Silvermoon helmet, bronze plate armor, equipment requirement, strength 35 defense plus 43 strength plus 5, agility plus 4, endurance plus 4 battle recovery plus 1 limited to berserkers and swordsmen. This helmet was 1 out of 5 pieces of equipment belonging to the Silvermoon set equipment. As long as 2 pieces of the set were collected, the first set effect could be activated. 4 pieces of equipment were required for the second set effect, while all 5 pieces were needed for the third set effect. Each set effect was better than the previous. The Silvermoon set equipment was regarded as one of the best set equipment for berserkers and swordsmen below level 10. However, its drop rate was extremely low, and it was extremely hard to gather a complete set. Unlike other equipment, the Silvermoon set equipment did not possess a level limit. It was only limited by attributes. So long as a player fulfilled the required attributes, they would be able to wear it. Suddenly, Shifeng grew a great interest towards the Silvermoon set equipment. Maybe it was because the map had yet to be populated, so the drop rate right now was so high. If Shifeng were to miss out on this chance, he would definitely regret it in the future. 35 points in strength, to the average player, they would most likely need to reach level 8 or level 9 before they would be able to wear this equipment. However, with Shifeng's attributes, he would be able to wear it as long as he removed the curse and reached level 5. If he were to collect the complete set, his attributes would literally soar to the sky. At that time, killing a level 5 shield warrior with a full body of bronze equipment would just be child's play. Just the thought of it excited Shifeng. Chapter 65, Mysterious Iron Treasure Chest. Shifeng stored the Silvermoon helmet and continued moving deeper into the stone forest, searching for even more Mountain Beast fighters. Before, Shifeng's attention was solely focused on moonstones and the horror of the Moonlight Forest. He had completely forgotten that the Moonlight Forest was an unexplored map. The treasures here were bountiful beyond comparison. It was just that, in Shifeng's previous life, when he arrived at the Moonlight Forest, the place had long since been ransacked by those experts of first-rate and second-rate guilds, leaving only scraps behind. Even then, Shifeng still had to compete with the other guilds for them. As for the average players, they didn't even have the chance to obtain those second-hand goods. By the time the average players arrived, who knew how many times the Moonlight Forest had been ransacked? However, these players still treated this place as a treasured land. One could imagine just how attractive the untouched Moonlight Forest was. Now that he was here, a step ahead, those first-rate and second-rate guilds would not have their turn. He would personally explore every corner of the Moonlight Forest and plunder everything, letting those guilds have a taste of getting second-hand goods. 2 hours later, Shifeng finally arrived at the core of the stone forest. On his way here, Shifeng continuously killed Mountain Beast fighters, obtaining 3 more pieces of moonstone and a lot of money and materials. By chance, Shifeng had discovered a camp made by the Mountain Beast fighters. The camp was guarded by Mountain Beast fighters on all sides, and just a rough calculation told Shifeng that there were over 40 of these monsters. Moreover, there were several squads of Mountain Beast fighters patrolling near the camp. All in all, their numbers totaled past 100. The Mountain Beast fighters' camp was where they stored their treasures. Many guilds would often send teams consisting of 20 elite players to do a sweep on the various monster camps in the Moonlight Forest. Their harvests, every time they did so, were relatively good. Meanwhile, the mountain beast fighter camp in front of Shifeng had never been raided before. There was definitely a great treasure in there. Shifeng might even be able to finish collecting the required moonstone and obtain many tier 1 gemstones and equipment. However, every monster camp was not easy to deal with. If there were not a lot of rocks here, Shifeng would not have paid any attention to the camp and would have most likely turned around and left already. But, the rocks here were much more concentrated. The pathways surrounding the camp could, at most, fit 2 beast fighters, while the narrower places could only fit 1. It was definitely a good location to grind mountain beast fighters. It would be a great pity if Shifeng were to give up here. Hence, Shifeng picked a few small pieces of stone from the ground and stealthily closed in on the monster camp. To prevent unexpected elements, Shifeng decided to lure all the mountain beast fighters in one go. Otherwise, if he were to meet up with another group of mountain beast fighters during his kiting, he would definitely drop dead. The important factor when luring these mountain beast fighters was finding a way to deal with their charge. If that were not properly handled, Shifeng would end up dead from the unlimited charges. He had personally been met with such a scenario before. His strength at that time had clearly exceeded the monsters by a large leap, yet, the monsters charged at him one after another, placing him in a fainted state until he died. Although each mountain beast fighter only used charge once, hundreds of those monsters still meant hundreds of charges. Trying to get them to charge all at the same time was extremely difficult. With his current HP, Shifeng would not last 2 hits under the mountain beast fighter's assault. Hence, he absolutely cannot make a mistake. He needed to let all the mountain beast fighters simultaneously use charge at him, then avoid the follow-up damage. Only then would he have a chance to get rid of all these mountain beast fighters. He needed to get a good grasp on the timing when all the mountain beast fighters rushed over. Otherwise, instead of grinding monsters, he would be the one beaten to a pulp. However, Shifeng still held confidence in himself. After all, he was once a sword king and a first-rate expert. The mountain beast fighter on guard used its furry hand to caress its beloved Nuedo. It stood up high on the wall, its blood-red eyes were constantly surveying its surroundings. As long as it discovered an intruder, it would immediately charge over and let its blade enjoy a delicious meal. Suddenly, a stone flew towards the mountain beast fighter, striking its head. When the beast fighter turned its head towards the direction the stone came from, it discovered a human a distance away. There was also a piece of stone in the human's hand. Then, the beast fighter caressed its head that had been struck, suddenly entering a burning rage. A mere ant dared to throw a stone at it. Ho! 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 The roar from the mountain beast fighter alarmed the entire nest of monsters. Mountain beast fighters came rushing out of the camp, one after another, all of them rushing to kill Shifeng. Meanwhile, Shifeng continued throwing stones towards the other squads of mountain beast fighters. In just a short moment, he had enraged all of those monsters, causing them to rush at him. Seeing over 100 mountain beast fighters running towards him, Shifeng remained unhurried. He used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to run into the stone forest while he faced off with the monsters. Not to mention Shifeng alone, even a 20-man elite team would not be able to handle over 100 mountain beast fighters at the same time. As the distance between Shifeng and the mountain beast fighters shortened, Shifeng's heart madly beat. His actions this time were insane. If there were even the tiniest mistake, only death awaited him. It had been a very long time since he had done something so exciting. His blood boiled, and his 5 senses grew even more sensitive. When the mountain beast fighters were no more than 30 yards from Shifeng, a majority of the beasts were within the range to use charge. After a wrathful roar, a large majority of the mountain beast fighters simultaneously activated charge, with a few using it a moment later. Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade. The skill could block 3 melee attacks. At the same time, Shifeng gripped the Abyssal Blade and prepared to use Parry. When the first wave of monsters arrived, although Shifeng used Parry, his body was still sent flying back. Following which, the second wave of monsters arrived, knocking Shifeng into a fainted state, preventing him from moving. Seeing many mountain beast fighters raise their Nuedo, ready to strike, Shifeng persevered and did not use any skills. Even when the blade slashed at him, Feng still did not use the position-swapping function of Phantom Kill. The defensive blade's damage immunity to 3 melee attacks instantly vanished. Afterward, Feng was struck by the large blade, his HP instantly fell by half. Another strike was all it would take to finish him off now. At this time, the third wave of monsters had finally arrived. Feng once more entered a fainted state, the blade of the second Nuedo just before his eyes. Substitute! Feng shouted in his mind. Within an instant, Feng and the doppelganger in the stone forest swapped places. After the blade slashed the doppelganger, the charge of the fourth and final wave of monsters arrived. The doppelganger was simply beaten to death. Meanwhile, Feng, who was hiding in the stone forest, immediately took out a bottle of basic regeneration potion. He gulped it down in one go, a sweet and sour taste permeating throughout his mouth. Feng's HP immediately recovered by 180 points, allowing him to barely be able to receive another attack. After the doppelganger died, the hatred of the mountain beast fighters was directed towards Feng, who was currently in the stone forest. Immediately, they swarmed into the forest. Inside the forest was naturally Feng's realm. He activated a speed scroll, facing off against the crazed mountain beast fighters who were crowding through the narrow path. Feng used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning passed through the monsters, instantly taking over 100 HP from each of them. Within 10 minutes, all the lured mountain beast fighters were dead. At the same time, the remaining thread of experience Feng needed to reach level 4 had been filled up. He finally reached level 4, catching up to the second-tier players. Feng placed all 6 attribute points into strength. Currently, damage was his priority. After cleaning up the loot, Feng actually obtained another piece of the Silvermoon set equipment, a Silvermoon leg guard. He had also obtained 7 pieces of Moonstone, 2 Tier 1 gemstones, and all sorts of materials and common equipment. His harvest was relatively good. However, the most bountiful treasure was not these items. The main focus remained within the camp storehouse. After all, mountain beast fighters love to place their collected treasures in the camp storehouse. After cleaning up the drops, Feng quickly ran into the camp. He wanted to see just what sort of treasure was awaiting him inside the storehouse. As expected for the first time, there really is a lot of treasure. From afar, Feng could already see a few large treasure chests placed inside the storehouse. Amongst them, there was even a pitch-black mysterious iron treasure chest. Filled with excitement, Feng was just about to enter the storehouse and take a look at the items within the treasure chests when he heard a loud roar. A mountain beast fighter, who was 3 sizes larger than its peers, rushed out from within the storehouse. The monster was covered in silver armor, and both its hands wielded a gigantic axe. Both its blood-red eyes stared tenaciously at Feng. Chapter 66, Phantom Kill. After this silver-armored mountain beast fighter rushed out, before Feng could observe it, it had already thrown its incomparably heavy mountain-splitting axe. The axe flew like a rocket, reaching Feng in an instant. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. If it were an average player in this situation, their head would have parted with their body before they could even react. However, Feng was not an average player. He pulled out the abyssal blade with great speed, and the moment before the axe could hack at his neck, he parried this flying death axe. The collision between the giant axe and the longsword did not produce any sparks, only the sound of an explosion. Feng's entire person was sent flying back over 10 yards. Following which, the giant axe landed on the ground, deeply penetrating the earth. Its landing caused the earth to start shaking. It could be seen just how heavy this giant axe was. Moreover, the silver-armored mountain beast fighter who could simply throw this giant axe was even more terrifying. Such strength did not exceed the normal mountain beast fighters by just a level. After landing, Feng immediately used Observing Eyes on the new monster. Mountain Beast Warrior, Special Elite, HP 3500/3500. Feng immediately understood the Mountain Beast Warrior's strength after taking a look at these numbers. Without saying anything further, he turned tail and ran. What a joke! Directly battling against a level 10 Special Elite was literally suicide. When meeting a Special Elite in the Moonlight Forest, players didn't have to consider whether or not they could kill it, rather whether or not they could run away. The Mountain Beast Warrior was stronger than the Mountain Beast Fighter by more than a notch. Not only regarding strength, but its speed and flexibility were also greatly increased. It would not be easily toyed with like the mountain beast fighters. If Sherfong did not use parry to defend against the axe, then even if he had blocked the attack with the abyssal blade, he would still end up dead. The gap between their strength was just too huge. Although Sherfong wished to escape, the mountain beast warrior had no plans to let this intruder go. It used charge to rush at Sherfong, picking up its giant axe along the way. The way it picked up the weapon was as if it were picking up a leaf, effortless. Seeing that the mountain beast warrior had used charge, Sherfong knew he could not shake it off. He turned his body around in midair, pointing his sword at the mountain beast warrior. Abyssal bind. Within an instant, the mountain beast warrior who was swiftly rushing at Sherfong was restricted by pitch-black chains. It could not move even a muscle, only helplessly stare at Sherfong. Sherfong did not dare stay any longer. He activated Windwalk, leaving the campsite at high speed and fleeing into the stone forest. With the added speed from Windwalk, the mountain beast warrior had no chance of catching up to him. About 20 seconds later, finally broke away from it. Sherfong turned his head around to take a look, discovering the mountain beast warrior already turning around and heading back to its camp. Thereupon, Sherfong let out a breath of relief. If it had continued chasing, Sherfeng's Windwalk would have timed out. His luck was truly rotten. There was actually a special elite inside the campsite. In his previous life, there were no monster camps that were guarded by a special elite. There would only be the occasional normal elite monster. Sherfong felt unfortunate for losing the mysterious iron treasure chest. Currently, Blackie's communication arrived. Brother Fong, all of our members have reached level 4. Moreover, we obtained a lot of ore, equipment, and skill books. Everyone has learned quite a few skills, and our strength has greatly increased. Unfortunately, our leveling speed from grinding gnomes has greatly decreased. When will you be coming over to carry us through the hell mode of the deathly forest? Our fighting spirits are all sky high right now, and we're just waiting for your command, Blackie laughingly said. All of you are level 4. Sherfong entered a deep thought, trying to think of the next task for Blackie and the others to do. After some thought, Sherfong thought of a good location. Blackie, you guys should stop grinding gnomes and return to town to tidy up your bags. Go to the level 5 area, the Red Leaf Forest. Follow this marker and grind forest wolves. The wolf meat and wolf skins are good stuff. The more you grind, the better, as all the drops can be sold, fattening your wallets. With Blackie and the others' current potential, it would be very easy to grind forest wolves. This was especially true with Blackie's equipment. The monster's 400 HP would be gone with just 3 dark arrows. Moreover, the location Sherfong gave to Blackie was a large wolf denver. The respawn rate there was very quick, and there was also higher ground for Blackie and the others to occupy. As long as Cola and Lonely Snow firmly blocked the pathway up the slope, preventing even a single wolf from moving past them, the ranged members could easily deal damage. Moreover, beasts, 1, were afraid of fire, taking additional damage from it. A single hell flame could wipe out the entire pack of wolves. Their leveling speed would increase by at least 60% to 70%. Great. We're bored out of our minds from constantly grinding gnomes. We'll go immediately after we tidy up our bags, Blackie excitedly confirmed. More and more players started going to their location to grind gnomes now. In addition to them being level 4, their leveling efficiency was constantly decreasing. They were naturally excited to have a new location to grind. Brothers, pack up. We won't have to compete with them anymore. Let's go play in a new location, Blackie said to the others after cutting off the call. Everyone stopped fighting over monsters with the other players when they heard Blackie say so. They cheerfully left this place with Blackie. When the elite party saw Blackie and the others leaving, their faces revealed expressions of joy. There would be fewer people competing over this precious leveling ground now. They inwardly sneered at the foolishness of Blackie's party. Currently, players filled the entirety of Dark Moon Valley. How could the leveling speed at the other locations be faster than here? Elsewhere, just when Sherfong was ready to look for other mountain beast fighters, he noticed a problem from the conversation with Blackie. It was definitely not possible for him to kill the mountain beast warrior by himself, but he could still escape. However, it was not necessary for him to kill the mountain beast warrior to obtain the mysterious iron treasure chest. As long as one person lured the mountain beast warrior, another person could go and open the treasure chest. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng looked at the abyssal blade with a faint smile. As expected, phantom kill was a very powerful skill. Following which, Shifeng once more returned to the mountain beast camp. He activated phantom kill, his doppelganger appearing before him. The doppelganger possessed all of Shifeng's skills. It was sufficient to hold off the mountain beast warrior for more than 20 seconds. With these 20 seconds, Shifeng could activate the treasure chest and take away all the items. Shifeng took out a speed scroll and polymorph scroll, giving them to the doppelganger. The polymorph scroll could polymorph monsters below level 15 into a sheep for 4 seconds. However, the effective duration on a special elite would be greatly decreased. Although, it was enough as long as it could disrupt the mountain beast warrior's charge. After activating the speed scroll, the doppelganger immediately went to the storehouse to lure the mountain beast warrior. As expected, the scene from before replayed itself, and the doppelganger used parry to block the flying death axe. It subsequently used charge at the doppelganger. The doppelganger immediately used the polymorph scroll, instantly turning the mountain beast warrior into a little white sheep. The mountain beast warrior reverted to its original form in less than a second. It then chased after the doppelganger, entering deep into the stone forest. The mountain beast warrior's speed was slightly faster than the doppelganger, but the doppelganger activated Windwalk, its speed and the distance between them increasing once more. A short distance away, Shifeng watched as the mountain beast warrior departed from the campsite. He let out a small chuckle, similarly activating Windwalk as he rushed into the storehouse. This time, there were no monsters present to interrupt him when he entered the storehouse. Shifeng first went up to the mysterious iron treasure chest, opening it. The treasure chest needed time to be opened. 1 second. 2 seconds. The loading bar for the treasure chest was still going, causing Shifeng to become slightly nervous. The time his doppelganger could delay was limited. Aside from the mysterious iron treasure chest, there was still one more bronze treasure chest and 3 common treasure chests. Time was of the essence. As long as he opened a treasure chest now, it would not be possible to lure the tiger out of the mountain the next time around. After all, special elites possess their own intelligence. Hurry, hurry, Shifeng impatiently looked at the loading bar. 10 seconds later, the mysterious iron treasure chest opened. At the same time, a wrathful roar came from the stone forest. It would seem that Shifeng's actions had been discovered. Looking through the doppelganger's vision, Shifeng could see that the mountain beast warrior no longer paid the doppelganger any attention. Instead, it ran back towards the camp storehouse. Without pause, Shifeng immediately stored all the items in the treasure chest into his bag. He then continued to open the bronze chest. The bronze treasure chest's loading bar started to move slowly. To Shifeng, every second right now was crawling by. Meanwhile, the sound of the mountain beast warrior's bellow was getting closer and closer. 1. Beasts, a general category for monsters. Chapter 67, Ring of Nothingness. The loading bar for the treasure chest was currently only halfway done. Hearing the roar getting closer and closer, Shifeng became extremely anxious. Hurry! Hurry! The mountain beast warrior had already entered the camp, yet the loading bar was still a hair's breadth away from full. When the mountain beast warrior saw Shifeng opening the treasure chest, its large pair of eyes turned crimson red. It aimed its giant axe at Shifeng, throwing it at him. It could not help but wish for Shifeng to go to hell immediately. At this moment, the bronze treasure chest opened. Without giving the flying axe even a single glance, Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade, blocking the attack from the flying death axe. Following which, his 2 hands swiftly stretched into the treasure chest, taking the items within and cramping them into his bag with lightning speed. When Shifeng finished storing all of the items from the treasure chest, the mountain beast warrior also arrived before him. It picked up the fallen axe with both of its hands, raising it up high as it prepared to murder. Having no plans to stay, Shifeng turned and ran. Boom! The earth split when the axe landed, leaving behind a scar and causing crushed stones to go flying. However, Shifeng was already 5 yards away by the time the axe landed. He was running directly to the outside of the camp. Seeing that its attack missed, the mountain beast warrior turned to face Shifeng and used charge. It did not intend to give Shifeng any chance to escape. On the other hand, Feng did not have any skills to deal with the mountain beast warrior who was charging at him. He allowed the mountain beast warrior to send him into a fainted state, his body then receiving a slash from its axe. In an instant, the attack sent him flying over 10 yards away. The attack from the mountain beast warrior could cause even a level 5 shield warrior to harbor a grudge, yet Feng acted as if it was nobody's business as he stood and started running out of the camp once more. Now, defensive blade could only prevent Feng from receiving damage from a melee attack one more time. Although only one chance remained, there was more than a 10-yard distance between Feng and the mountain beast warrior. As long as Feng ran into the stone forest, he would be a lot safer. However, an unexpected situation occurred. The mountain beast warrior that should have used charge only once used it a second time, sending Feng into a fainted state once more. It raised its giant axe, slashing it again at Feng's body. Feng was sent flying for over 10 yards again, this time it immediately threw him out of the camp. He was just a short distance away from the stone forest now. However, Feng's expression became much more serious. The current mountain beast warrior was completely different from before. Previously, it only used charge once. Now, it used charge twice. That meant that there was a possibility for a third or fourth charge, maybe even more. That meant, as long as the distance between Feng and the mountain beast warrior exceeded 8 yards, the mountain beast warrior would use charge. This was definitely not good news. Just as expected, the moment Feng stepped out of the 8-yard range, the mountain beast warrior used charge once again. If Feng were to be hit once more, he would definitely die. He was not willing to die just yet. Feng took out a polymorph scroll, immediately turning the mountain beast warrior that was charging at him into a sheep. Although it was polymorphed only for a second, just 1 second was enough for Feng to run a long distance away. As long as Feng could run out of the 30-yard range, it would be too far for the mountain beast warrior to use charge. Just after running 15 yards away, the mountain beast warrior recovered. Feng immediately spun around and cast Abyssal Bind. He then activated Gravity Liberation, his speed soaring greatly. The 3 seconds binding this time allowed Feng to easily run past the 30-yard range, entering the stone forest. Currently, some of the mountain beast fighters in the stone forest had already respawned, and by coincidence, one of them was blocking the path ahead of Feng. Being struck by inspiration, Feng quickly took the initiative. Before the mountain beast fighter could react, Feng rushed to its front and brushed past it. Feng then took out another polymorph scroll, turning the mountain beast fighter into a sheep. With the speed increase from Wind Blade, Feng easily shook off the mountain beast warrior that was stubbornly chasing after him, escaping it quickly. After finding a safe location, Feng sat down to rest as he slowly looked through the items in his bag. Feng went from clueless to shocked. He had to admit that ransacking the camp was extremely profitable. Just this one time was enough to make up for his hours of hard work. He instantly collected all of the moonstone he needed, completing his quest. The next thing he needed to do was to leave the Moonlight Forest and dispel the curse. Amongst these treasures, aside from the large amount of moonstone, there were also 7 Tier 1 gemstones, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and a single bronze-colored mysterious iron ring. Amongst the 3 pieces of bronze equipment, there was a Silvermoon arm guard. With it, Feng now had 3 out of 5 pieces of the Silvermoon set equipment. As long as he put in more effort, he might be able to truly collect a complete set. However, Feng did not have that much time. The earlier he removed the curse, the earlier he could regain his strength and level up quickly. He still had too many things to do, and he could not do any of them without levels. Aside from the Silvermoon arm guard attracting Feng's attention, the mysterious iron ring also gave him tremendous joy. Ring of Nothingness, mysterious iron ranked ring, equipment requirement, Intelligence 10 Strength +1, Agility +1, Intelligence +2 additional ability, Shadow of Nothingness, allows the user to enter a state of nothingness. The user will not be able to see other players, while other players will not be able to see the user. Duration of 1 minute. Only usable in a non-combative state, rings such as this, which possessed an additional ability, were extremely rare. It was as rare as the Ring of Gravity, possessing many uses. In his previous life, Feng had done a lot of research on the Moonlight Forest. Including the information found on the internet, he knew the spawn locations of many treasure chests. Originally, he planned to only go to a few locations that were easy to obtain treasure chests before leaving the Moonlight Forest. Now that he had the Ring of Nothingness, his train of thought widened, and the number of treasure chests that he could obtain greatly increased. The Moonlight Forest was still a virgin land, and treasures could be found everywhere. It was especially true for treasure chests that had been opened for the first time. The items inside were the best. Since he could easily obtain these treasures, would it matter if he wasted a little more time? Following which, Shifeng put on the Ring of Nothingness. He then opened the map for the Moonlight Forest, confirming his current position. There was a bronze treasure chest not far from his location. So, he kept the map and advanced towards the treasure chest. After walking for over 10 minutes, he arrived at ruins of a shrine. The ruins were surrounded by barbaric beastmen who were guarding it, with several elite beastmen in the midst as well. Meanwhile, the treasure chest was located inside the collapsed shrine. However, without a team of 20 elite players, it was impossible to clear off all the barbaric beastmen. Although he could not beat the barbaric beastmen, Shifeng had other methods to get to the treasure chest. Shifeng immediately called out his doppelganger, allowing it to move to a distance away and find a safe location. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself moved closer to the temple. While staying outside the detection range of the barbaric beastmen, Shifeng activated Shadow of Nothingness and entered a state of nothingness. He then ran towards the inside of the shrine with high speed. After entering a state of nothingness, Shifeng could no longer see those barbaric beastmen, and the same went for the barbaric beastmen who could no longer see Shifeng. In such a way, Shifeng soundlessly entered the heavily guarded shrine. There were still several barbaric beastmen guarding inside the shrine. They were less than 20 yards away from the bronze treasure chest. Meanwhile, Shifeng unhurriedly opened the treasure chest. When opening the treasure chest, Shifeng's state of nothingness did not fade, so the channeling process finished without a hitch. However, the moment the treasure chest was opened, just after Shifeng's hand stretched into it, his state of nothingness vanished. Within an instant, the 5 barbaric beastmen inside the temple noticed Shifeng. Suddenly entering a rage, they waved their stone hammers as they rushed towards him. Shifeng activated Defensive Blade without hurry, storing the items in the treasure chest in his bag. Before the barbaric beastmen could break off the 3 layers of protection, Shifeng had taken all the items from the treasure chest. He then swapped places with his doppelganger, his original body arriving at a very safe location. Shifeng leisurely departed from the ruins, heading towards the location of the next treasure chest. Moonlight Forest was very large. With unyielding perseverance, Shifeng spent more than 10 hours before finally clearing the entirety of the Moonlight Forest. He harvested a total of 3 mysterious iron treasure chests, 22 bronze treasure chests, and 56 common treasure chests. His harvest was extremely invigorating. His entire bag was clogged full, and he was even forced to throw away several pieces of common equipment that had poor attributes. When he was arranging all these items, a beeping noise came from the system. Shifeng looked at the notification, seeing that it was the alarm that he previously set. It notified him that morning had arrived, and he needed to log off and rest. In consideration of his body, Shifeng looked for a safe location before logging off. Chapter 68, Big Harvest. Early morning, a layer of fog still covered the outer layer of the window. Dark clouds densely covered the sky outside, and there were signs of rain falling soon. The air quality here is getting worse by the day. After I earn enough money, I definitely have to move out of this broken district and move to a better house in the city. After sitting up, Shifeng took a look out his window. Following which, he flexed his body and got down from his bed. He then went through 20 sets of workout motions before going to his cramped bathroom to wash up. Shifeng grabbed his phone from the table once he finished tidying himself up. He started by checking the remaining money in his bank account. Constantly eating instant noodles was bad for his body. Moreover, the nutrients provided were definitely not enough to supplement his method of training. He had obtained the membership card and coupons for Big Dipper after much difficulty, yet, he discovered that he still needed to wait for 5 days before he could use them. This caused him to be slightly depressed. Now, his only hope was on the sales of the God's Domain game currency. Previously, Shifeng had registered 3 gold coins at the virtual trade center. If there were someone who bought them, then the credits earned would automatically be sent to his bank account. However, the trade center had a 3-hour transaction delay. Moreover, Sherfone did not turn on the notifications for his trade account. So, even if the transaction had already been done, he did not know how much had been transferred to his account. He could only use his old modeled phone to check his bank account. Sherfone currently did not possess the money to purchase the latest quantum watch. 1. Otherwise, a lot of matters could be easily resolved using the quantum watch. Even credit card payments could be done through the quantum watch. Moreover, all shops that sold items supported payment using the quantum watch, as it was both safe and fast. In a short moment, Sherfone logged into his bank account using his handphone, checking the amount of money he had remaining. If there were enough credits, he would go and have a good meal. The last time he remembered having meat was when he was still in his 3rd year of university. Now, he was in his 4th year and would be graduating soon. Previously, he had retrieved all of his money from his bank account to buy instant noodles. His current balance should not be more than 1 credit. After selling for an entire night, there should be some people who would purchase some of his game currency. It was especially true for the guilds in White River City. Sherfone did not believe those guilds could amass funds that quickly. Even if they were to sign a contract with money farming teams or have their money farming teams, it was absolutely impossible for them to purchase that much equipment in such a short period. More or less, they should have purchased some game currency. They actually bought quite a lot. I guess I won't have to fuss over food for a few days. Sherfone smiled slightly when he saw that there were over 1,700 credits in his bank account. However, the trade tax was truly high. He sold a total of 30 silver coins which were worth 1,800 credits, but 100 of those credits went to taxes. The amount was truly sinister. In any case, Sherfone now had some money, and it was double the amount of living expenses he would have each month. It was enough for him to eat properly for quite some time. If all 3 gold coins sold, then that would amount to 18,000 credits. Sherfone would then have the money to buy 2 virtual gaming helmets. The only worry he had right now was whether or not all 3 gold coins would sell. After some consideration, Sherfone decided that he definitely must make these guilds and players spend more money during this period. Otherwise, if they were to make business deals in the game, they would easily be able to solve their problem with money. At that time, they would not have to purchase game currency from the virtual trade center. Subsequently, Sherfone left his rented apartment. He made a trip to the bank, withdrawing all of his money. Now that he had some money, Sherfone went to the nutrition center and bought 3 bottles of C-rank nutrient fluids. They were enough to last him for up to 9 days. When the beautiful saleswoman saw that Sherfone had bought 3 bottles without even blinking, she could not help but have delightful thoughts. Taking the initiative, she asked, "Are you free this afternoon, handsome? How about we go to Yulon Square to have a drink? My treat." Yulon Square was a nearby well-known romantic location, and many youths, both males and females, loved going there. Looking at the beautiful saleswoman's graceful body and lust-filled eyes, she was much better than the gorgeously dressed girls in his class. However, Sherfone only gave her a calm smile. How could he not know what her thoughts were? He tactfully rejected her and turned around to leave. Sherfeng's reaction caused the beautiful saleswoman to feel slightly unfortunate. A large catch had run away just like that. Was she not beautiful? Was her body lacking? Nutrient fluids were the pinnacle products of the new age. Not only could they slow down aging, but they could also discreetly mend the injuries that could not be detected, regenerate body cells, develop the brain cells, and many more astonishing impacts. These items have already become must-haves for athletes and martial artists. However, they were very expensive, so the common folk could only occasionally buy a bottle to drink. After all, a month's salary was only so much. It was impossible for them to afford a bottle every 3 days. Only the wealthy were able to treat these nutrient fluids as drinks, constantly transforming their bodies. Hundreds of years ago, very rarely would the children of wealthy families be ugly. Females would normally be beauties, while males would normally be handsome men. However, with the nutrient fluids in this current age, beautiful women and handsome men could be commonly seen throughout the streets. A bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. A bottle of B-rank nutrient fluid cost 1,000 credits. A bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid cost 10,000 credits. As for the best S-rank nutrient fluids, those were items that could not be bought by common folk even if they wanted to. These nutrient fluids were only sold to the inner circles of society. In his previous life, Sherfong was fortunate enough to buy one because of his status as a core member of Shadow. The S-rank nutrient fluid was extremely expensive, costing 1,000,000 credits per bottle. However, its effects were similarly astonishing. A-rank nutrient fluids were far from being comparable to it. Although S-rank nutrient fluids were very expensive, there were plenty of wealthy people in the world. The ones who could afford to buy it would not trouble themselves over such an amount of money. After all, who wouldn't want to trade money for their own youth? It was truly hard to imagine. The dream of humanity hundreds of years ago had now become a reality. The body was a needed asset to make a revolution. If Sherfong wanted to improve his skills in God's domain and stand at the very top of the game, then a strong body and nimble mind were indispensable. Hence, Sherfong would not make the same mistake in this aspect as he did in his previous life. Following which, Sherfong went to a gourmet restaurant. He spent 100 credits purchasing 2 sets of nutrient set meals. One was for him to eat right now and another as takeaway for his lunch. After eating, Sherfong made a trip to a normal workout center. After spending 60 credits, he trained for 4 hours before returning home. In the evening, around 7 p.m., Sherfong drank a bottle of nutrient fluid and laid on the bed. He activated the gaming helmet and connected to God's domain. After logging in, Sherfong started arranging the items he obtained. When he was done arranging the items, Sherfong started feeling emotional. It was no wonder the Moonlight Forest was a land of treasures. Just the various Tier 1 gemstones he obtained alone amounted to over 300 pieces. There were also tens of skill books, dozens of pieces of bronze equipment, 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, over 50 card sets, more than 20 recipes for lifestyle jobs, over 30 Tier 1 magic scrolls, and 4 Tier 2 magic scrolls. The magic scrolls from treasure chests were much better than those sold in the magic shop. This was because the various scrolls in the magic shop did not even reach the standard of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Tier 2 magic scrolls were much more precious. Every piece would have a great purpose, and there would be nobody willing to sell it. As for the thing that brought Sherfong the most joy, he finished collecting the Silvermoon set equipment. In addition, he also collected a complete set of Black Blood set equipment meant for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. The Black Blood set equipment's value far exceeded that of the Silvermoon set equipment. It was one of the best set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that were below level 10. If Kola were to equip this set at level 6 or level 7, then Hell Mode dungeons below level 10 would no longer be a problem. With so many good items, Sherfong already had a solid base for forming a 20-man team. The only concerns remaining would be recruiting members and their skills. After finished arranging his bag and confirming that there were no more profits to be gained from the Moonlight Forest, Sherfong activated the teleportation magic orb, leaving the Moonlight Forest. 1. Quantum Watch, something like a wristwatch version of a quantum computer. Chapter 69, Lunatic in the Real World. The sky slowly darkened as the sun went under the mountain. On the other hand, players in God's domain were welcoming the rise of the morning sun. Red Leaf Town was currently brightly lit as if it were daytime. In the trade area, players could be found everywhere as they pushed their way through the streets. Compared to yesterday, there were a lot more players currently in Red Leaf Town, and a lot of them were new players who were level 0. After being officially active for 2 days, many people started to notice the difference between God's domain and other virtual reality games. The battling alone was extremely attractive, not to mention other sources of entertainment. The monsters in God's domain improved with the increase in levels, making the battles seem increasingly real. It was no longer the usual simple bouts where players and monsters would take turns fighting each other. The battles in God's domain were more similar to the fighting competitions in real life. This was the age where the world's entire population would exercise. In the real world, people had already reached a level of obsession in regards to fighting competitions, making such competitions extremely popular. Everyone wished for a battle in which they could fight to their heart's content, and even more so when exchanging blows with an expert. They wanted to chase after the intense feeling of excitement that made one's blood boil. It was an addicting feeling that was impossible to give up. Meanwhile, God's domain had all of this, and there were no dangers to a person's life. Moreover, God's domain contained great adventures that were both fascinating and thrilling. There were also countless unknowns waiting to be discovered and explored. Time in the game was also double that of real life. Many players wished they could stay inside God's domain for the rest of their lives, living their second life within the game. It was also because of this reason that many players were attracted to God's domain. Many virtual gaming companies, after seeing this irreversible situation, declared bankruptcy, one after another, as they prepared to invest in God's domain. Such a situation also caused some unwilling veteran gamers to enter God's domain, greatly increasing the number of players. Just after returning to Red Leaf Town, Sherfong received a bunch of system notifications. Almost all of them were sales notifications from the auction house. Within an instant, the money Sherfong possessed increased to over 500 silver coins or 5 gold coins. Sherfong still remembered having recently registering 3 gold coins at the virtual trade center. After less than a day's worth of effort, he now possessed an additional 5 gold coins. Those guilds obtained all this money after much difficulty, yet, they all contributed to him in the end. Currently, there might not be another player in White River City who was wealthier than he was. The guild leaders of first-rate guilds were no exception. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The real money-making moment was just starting. Sherfong first stored all the items that were in his bag into his warehouse. He was not planning on selling them but instead, kept them for future use. After all, items such as gemstones and skill books were hard currencies, their prices would never depreciate. On the contrary, it was equipment that would depreciate along with the increase in player levels. Soon afterward, Sherfong started doing his old business again. Nighttime was the best period for doing business. Seeing that the sun was soon to rise, Sherfong set aside his quest for now and set up a street stall, purchasing stones, magic essences, hard stones, and card sets. Due to previous similar occurrences, many players would deliberately stay here and await Sherfeng's arrival. Now, just a casual shout from Sherfong was enough to cause a crowd of players to come running towards him. In such a way, Sherfong bought materials while listening to the conversations of players nearby. The Assassins' Alliance has obtained great glory this time. They completed the insurrection of the Little Fishman quest and earned a lot of guild reputation. It won't be long before the Assassins' Alliance will become a level 2 guild. What's the big deal? I've heard that a major event occurred in the capital city. The guild leader of a first-rate guild, Star River Federation, completed a major quest and has already become a first-class citizen. Just a little more and he will become part of the nobility. When he obtains the status of a noble, what would a little guild reputation matter? After becoming a noble, he could go to the army camp and city hall to ask for guild quests. Star River Federation could catch up and surpass the Assassins' Alliance at any time. Including the various privileges available to nobles, their accumulated advantage is huge. Just the current Star River Federation was enough to suppress Ouroboros. When the fight for the capital city begins, the city would most likely fall into the hands of the Star River Federation. Those are just small matters. Now, the most popular matter would have to be the showdown between the Black Flame Forger and Hammer Trading. Who doesn't know about that? Right now, there is most likely not a single person in the White River City area that doesn't know of it. However, I never truly imagined that the victor would be so quickly determined. Even further, I never thought that the final winner would be Hammer Trading. Thankfully I was quick-witted and borrowed some money to buy a glimmer chest plate. Many people are currently buying them at high prices. I could easily earn 3 silver coins as long as I resell the one I have. Exactly. Regardless of attributes or design, the glimmer chest plate is way better, so its cost must be extremely high. It only sold for such a low price because of the competition with Hammer Trading. Black Flame must have lost that battle after constantly losing money. Unfortunately, he is not selling even a single piece of the equipment right now. Otherwise, I would definitely borrow money to buy one. Right now, Hammer Trading's fame has exploded. On the forums, he had even started proudly scolding the mysterious forger as incompetent, calling the mysterious forger a son of a bitch for not daring to compete with him. To increase their fame and influence, those first-rate guilds will certainly invite him. Hammer Trading must already be discussing contract terms with them right now. The chief forger of a first-rate guild, people would drool just thinking about such a position. However, we can only look on in envy because we don't have a forging design for bronze equipment. If I had such an item, even if I were to go bankrupt, I would definitely compete with Hammer Trading to the end. When I get the chief position of a first-rate guild, my future will be filled with fame and fortune. When Shifeng heard their conversation, his brows slightly wrinkled. He then called up the official forum. Sure enough, Hammer Trading was ridiculing him with all sorts of insults. Son of a bitch, weren't you so awesome? Why have you turned into a coward? Let's continue competing if you have the ability. See how I'll flatten a blackheart forger like you. Looking at Hammer Trading's inferior shenanigans, Shifeng smiled calmly. He could not help but admire Hammer Trading. To become famous, he turned into a lunatic that was willing to use any means. Just like in Shifeng's previous life, to join world dominators and become their chief forger, Hammer Trading was willing to sell out their entire guild. After he finished purchasing the materials, Shifeng headed towards the auction house. After all the clamor Hammer Trading made, the Glimmer chestplate had thoroughly become famous. Shifeng could now start his next money-making operation. In the current stage of the game, a majority of the average players were already level 3, while many veterans were level 4 and experts were level 5. The average player could not afford a Glimmer chestplate, whereas veterans would have to borrow some money to purchase a piece for themselves. As for experts, the usage of the Glimmer chestplate was not that great. There was a lot of equipment inside level 5 dungeons that was far better than the Glimmer chestplate. That meant that the Glimmer chestplate could no longer earn Shifeng a lot of money. After all, the major buyers of the equipment were mostly those guilds. Maybe there were some nouveau riche who could afford to buy one to toy around with, but they were in the extreme minorities amongst the average players. Shifeng walked into the auction house, into the large hall that was packed with people. Without a better option, Shifeng looked for a corner and silently brought up the display screen of the auction house. He then placed 20 copies of the forging design for the Glimmer chestplate on auction. The base price for each forging design was set at 30 silver coins, and they would be sold one by one at intervals of half an hour. It was not because Shifeng did not wish to sell them in bulk, but because doing so would result in their price staying low. Only through hunger marketing would he be able to reap the greatest profit. Let those guilds slowly fight amongst themselves. Afterwards, Shifeng cleaned out the accumulated hard stones and card sets from the auction house. He then left the auction house and headed towards the library. Chapter 70, Success or Failure boils down to the same person. Chapter 70, Success or Failure boils down to the same person. Kuruk Fields, this was the playground for the level 6 grassland lion cubs. At this stage of the game, there were very few players who would come here to grind and level up. That was because the level here was slightly higher. Moreover, the monsters were numerous and concentrated, making them hard to kill. These grassland lion cubs hunted in groups of 3 to 5. Sometimes, they would even be followed by a fully grown elite grassland lion, making them very hard to deal with. However, there was currently a 6-man party on these fields, fighting a group of lions. A girl dressed in water blue armor brandished her greatsword, directly confronting an elite grassland lion. Not only did she easily evade the grassland lion's sharp claws, she even took the chance to attack and deal damage. Her valiant appearance could captivate even women. This girl was the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. She had already reached level 5, and she wore the level 4 bronze set equipment, Azure Scar. In her hands, she held the mysterious iron-ranked Conqueror's Sword. Compared to before, her current strength had greatly increased. Also, there was also a shield warrior who was not any weaker, tanking 4 grassland lion cubs at once. The party's healer, Xiaoyuer, chanted a prayer, her delicate hands tracing divine texts in midair. Xiaoyuer took care of the shield warrior while also healing Gentle Snow, allowing both their HPs to remain above the safety line. The Flame Witch, Zhao Yueru, was also wearing the level 4 Fantasy Flame set equipment. Large fireballs constantly shot out from her hand, causing a frightening amount of damage to appear above the grassland lion's head. Within moments, they massacred the group of elite-led lions. Gentle Snow picked up the loot from the grassland lion, discovering that it was a skill book. No equipment dropped. She then looked towards Xiaoyuer, saying, "Xiaoyuer, it's your sacred light shield, learn it quickly. After some rest, we will continue looking for another grassland lion. We absolutely must get the revival skill." Great. With this skill, healing won't be so intense anymore, Xiaoyuer happily said as she received the skill. Currently resting, Zhao Yueru suddenly asked in a curious tone, "Snow, that Hammer Trading has already garnered a huge amount of fame. We should at least send a person to recruit him." We can still increase our guild's fame if we're successful. Moreover, his forging skills are not bad. It would be unfortunate if we were to let some other guild snatch him away. No need. It won't be long. Before level 3 bronze equipment is of little value. He only knows how to forge level 3 bronze equipment and doesn't possess any forging designs for higher level equipment. Why should we spend a large sum of money fighting over him? We would just lose out on earning a little money. Moreover, we don't even know when our guild would be able to obtain a forging design for high-leveled bronze equipment. What would we need him for? Gentle Snow shook her head. She held no particular interest towards a person like Hammer Trading. Instead, she said, on the contrary, I'm more interested in the Black Flame Forger, especially the forger's actions. I cannot see through his intentions. If he wanted to attract the attention of first-rate guilds and stand out, then he has no reason to hide his name. There would be plenty of large guilds contacting him. However, he has hidden his name, preventing anybody from contacting him. That means that he does not wish for others to know of his identity. Yet, he still competed with Hammer Trading, lowering the price for his equipment and letting everyone know of him once more. Now that he has entered our eyes, at the most heated moment, he suddenly withdraws from the competition and fades out of our sight once more. He has continuously brought us 3 different kinds of forged equipment. Being able to obtain that many forging designs for bronze equipment shows that he has great strength. Yet, why would he suddenly withdraw? What is this Black Flame Forger's goal? Or did he withdraw because he already achieved his goal? Until now, I still don't know what that Black Flame Forger is trying to do. He is filled with mystery in all aspects. Snow, how about I have someone research this forger? Hearing you say so, even I want to see what kind of person he is. After hearing Gentle Snow's analysis, realization struck Zhao Yueru. She suddenly grew an interest towards this Black Flame Forger. She also felt this person was not simple. Her interest towards the Black Flame Forger's identity overflowed. Just the thought of being able to expose this person's identity made her feel slightly excited. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room on the 2nd floor of the Forging Association. Everyone, how goes your consideration? Hammer Trading sat cross-legged, casually asking as he looked at the representatives of the first-rate guilds with narrowed eyes. However, the conditions set out by Hammer Trading caused these first-rate guilds to go silent. Hammer Trading's conditions were too harsh. Just the villa he wanted in the city he lived in and the annual salary of 5 million credits would cause these guilds to take a step back, not to mention that he wanted all resources to be prioritized to him. Such treatment was most likely only enjoyed by the guild leader and the vice leader. Meanwhile, Hammer Trading wanted the same treatment as them. Then, didn't that mean he would be on equal footings with the guild leader and vice leader? You guys have to think through this clearly. It isn't easy for me to earn such a great reputation. As long as I join your guild, your popularity will immediately soar and surpass the other guilds. You won't have a shortage of bronze equipment and will be able to earn a large sum of money because of my forging techniques. The price I've given shouldn't be considered much, Hammer Trading said with a smile. His face held an expression that said, if you don't recruit me, there will be others who will. Don't regret it when that time comes. Hammer Trading had these first-rate guilds eating out of the palm of his hand. Right now, each of these first-rate guilds wanted to be a step ahead of the others. If so, they would be able to have a larger advantage in taking hold of a city. The wealth that came with possessing control over a virtual city was not something a mere 5 million credits and a villa could compare to. Hammer Trading's asking price could be considered low. Looking at the representatives of these first-rate guilds, although their expressions held hesitation, their eyes flashed with the conviction of recruiting him. Hammer Trading suddenly felt his action of investing all of his possessions into the competition this time was truly wise. If he hadn't steeled his heart to borrow money from loan sharks at the last second, he might have actually lost to the Black Flame Forger. Fortunately, the Black Flame Forger bit the dust a step earlier than he did, allowing him to taste the final fruit of victory. Just as Hammer Trading was being pleased with himself, the expressions of the numerous representatives around the conference table suddenly changed. Each and every one of them revealed expressions of shock and ecstasy. Brother Hammer Trading, I am truly sorry, but our guild has decided to withdraw from this competition and yield to the other guilds. Our guild won't be joining anymore, and I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving, Star River Federation's representative suddenly said. This price is just too high. Our guild can only give up as well. We can only hope to cooperate with you in the future. For a moment, all the guild representatives started leaving. Moreover, every one of them seemed to be in a hurry. It was as if they could not help but to immediately run to some other place, not wanting to waste even a little time. What do you all mean? Not negotiating anymore? You guys better not regret it. I'm a forger that can craft bronze equipment. I won't join in the future, even if you all beg me. Is being able to forge bronze equipment amazing? Right now, the auction house is selling forging designs for bronze equipment. With the forging design, we can nurture our own forgers. We don't need to spend as much as 5 million credits at all. One of the representatives coldly laughed at Hammer Trading before leaving the forging room. What did you say? Speak clearly before you leave. Hammer Trading abruptly stood up after hearing this. He thought he had heard wrong. Chapter 71, Focus of the Auction House. Seeing as everyone had left, Hammer Trading sat in his chair, paralyzed. Both his eyes had a lifeless look in them. There was actually someone who was selling forging design for bronze equipment at the auction house. How was this possible? Hammer Trading had no way of understanding such behavior. It was as foolish as literally handing the keys to a treasury filled with gold to someone else. Only a brain-dead person would do such an idiotic action. No, they must be trying to trick me. Hammer Trading abruptly stood up, calling out the official forum. He wanted to make these people regret. He wanted to rip them off for daring to look down on him. However, when Hammer Trading looked at a few pinned discussion threads, he became instantly dumbfounded. There really was an idiot who was selling a forging design. Bronze equipment forging design appearing in the auction house. Pictures as evidence available. Clicking on the thread to take a look, Hammer Trading's mind went thoroughly blank. The forging design was actually for the Glimmer chest plate. It was the equipment previously sold by the Black Flame Forger. Everyone was very aware of how good the attributes on this item were. It was an absolutely top-tier item. If a first-rate guild were to get a hold of this forging design, they would not need him. This was because fame served little purpose to a first-rate guild. Previously, he dared to act presumptuously because he learned the forging design for the Savage chest plate. Now that others had a better forging design, who would pay him any heed? In the discussion, many first-rate guilds declared the forging design to be theirs, and they would fight whoever dared competed with them over it. Hence, everyone had started paying attention to the problem of the ownership of this forging design. There was no longer anybody who paid attention to Hammer Trading. Instead, each and every one of them was joyful over his misfortune, making fun of his end. This incident led everyone to admire the mysterious player who was selling the forging design. This mysterious player's means were extremely great, and people could not help but praise him. There was practically no blood seen when he killed. He only used a piece of paper to cause Hammer Trading, the rising star that received the envy and admiration of tens of thousands, to fall from his heavenly altar, tumbling down into the bottomless abyss and never being able to climb back up. Hammer Trading already bore a bitter hatred towards this player who sold the forging design. Just when his life of luxury was within his reach, it was all destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed by a person who was brain-dead. Fear not a godlike rival, but fear a pig-like ally. Now, that saying needed an additional verse, and fear more a foolish passerby. Hammer Trading's eyes had currently turned crimson, his face extremely ashen. His expression alone was enough to devour a person. Not good. I definitely must buy it no matter the price. As long as I buy it, I can get back all the advantages. At that time, not only will I have the Savage chest plate, but I will also have the Glimmer chest plate. When that time comes, those first-rate guilds will have to prostrate and beg before me. Hammer Trading's current expression was just like a gambler who lost badly. He placed all of his hopes on buying out the Glimmer chest plate forging design. Thinking up to this point, Hammer Trading was no longer able to hold himself back as he swiftly rushed towards the auction house. However, it was not just Hammer Trading who was rushing towards the auction house. There were also the upper echelons of various guilds of various towns under the influence of White River City. All of them wanted to purchase the forging design. After all, everyone knew how powerful the Glimmer chest plate was. Owning the forging design was the equivalent of owning a mountain of gold. This incident caused an uproar at the auction houses of the various towns in White River City. The auction houses became unusually lively as players pushed against one another inside the building. The auction houses were filled to the entrances, making it hard for players even to enter. Meanwhile, the competition for the Glimmer chestplate forging design entered into full swing. Every one of the guilds had bid high prices. Within 10 short minutes, the price for the item had reached 1 gold coin. That's right, it was 1 gold coin. That was practically a large guild's entire fluid funds. In such a way, the price of the forging design constantly rose without any signs of stopping. Guild leader, I don't have enough money anymore. What do we do now? Crap, how can that be? I gave you 1 gold and 20 silvers, how can that not be enough? But, it's selling at 1 gold 56 silvers now, crap, these people are insane. It's just a forging design. Hold on a bit, I'll immediately ask for some money from the money farming team. I don't believe we can't get it. As the price of the Glimmer chestplate forging design rose, bit by bit, each of the various guilds was constantly raising funds. They contacted money farming teams, their guild members, and in the end, even purchased from the virtual trade center. Meanwhile, Sherfong, the cause of all this madness in White River City, had just comfortably arrived at the library. Revered Miss Charlene, I have brought the items you requested. Can you dispel the curse for me now? Sherfong sincerely took out 2 gold coins, 30 pieces of moonstones, and the teleportation magic orb. After seeing the glittering gold coins, Charlene nodded her head in satisfaction. However, similar to the Holy Mother, Charlene shook her head and said in a pitiful tone, "Adventurer, you have truly astonished me. You managed to gather all the needed materials in such a short period. If I had known earlier, I would have told you that the moon drip ceremony possessed tears." Tears. Sherfong looked at Charlene's regretful expression, and he could not help but feel slightly odd about the situation. It was as if he was a mouse being stared at by a cat. Charlene sighed, saying, "The moon drip is a very ancient ceremony. In fact, aside from having a dispelling effect, there are still other effects. However, for convenience's sake, the ceremony was only used to dispel curses after constant alterations, while the other effects were greatly weakened. If you pay another 3 gold coins, I can gather all the needed materials to carry out the complete moon drip ceremony. Aside from helping you dispel the curse, it will also give you an unimaginably big harvest. Won't you reconsider it?" Big harvest. When Charlene uttered these 2 words, her voice sounded exceptionally loud, making it sound as if this big harvest was something amazing. However, Sherfong knew that the Charlene before him had some kind of see-through skill. Otherwise, how could she have guessed that there were still 3 gold coins inside his bag? He already wasted 3 gold coins to dispel the curse, and he did not wish to become a sucker. As if having seen through Sherfeng's thoughts, Charlene added, "Adventurer, do you know of the legend about the demon-slaying sword saint, Celsius? Legend says it that Celsius was cursed by the great demon king, undergoing torment for a long period. However, after experiencing untold hardships, he finally discovered a method to dispel the curse, which was the moon drip. After undergoing the moon drip ceremony, he obtained a new life. He received matchless strength from the ceremony, thereby allowing him to defeat the great demon king and becoming a legendary sword saint on the continent of God's domain. Don't you think that sword saint Celsius was very mighty?" As she was speaking, Charlene's doll-like eyes constantly snuck peeks at Sherfong. She constantly let out lamented sighs at the mention of sword saint. Sherfong suddenly became speechless. Watching Charlene's actions, it was clear they were saying, "The sword saint is beckoning at you. Youngster, won't you give it a go?" Sherfong glanced at Charlene's face, full of smiles, and his heart filled with helplessness. This Charlene was a diamond salesperson. Although Charlene possessed an unruly temperament and criminally attractive body, asking for 6 gold coins was just a huge scam. 6 gold coins. That was equivalent to 36,000 credits. Very well. His heart was moved. If he could become a sword saint in the future, it would all be worth it. The new wouldn't come if the old didn't go. "Esteemed Miss Charlene, I wish to try the complete moon drip ceremony. Will there be any danger?" Sherfong unwillingly dug out another 3 gold coins. After receiving the gold coins, Charlene happily smiled as she said, you can be at ease, adventurer. Although this is my first time, my skills are very good. Even my teacher praised me as a genius. Let us begin right away. Chapter 72, Demon Hunter. The sky was still dark as the moon lay unhidden, high up in the air. Inside the library located in the slums of Red Leaf Town. Adventurer, if you do not have any problems, then walk to the center of the magic circle. There will be a slight pain after the ceremony starts, so just endure it, and it will be over. Charlene pointed towards the center of the altar made of black stone. Her eyes carried a hint of excitement as she could finally start this experiment. Sherfone was completely unaware of Charlene's thoughts. He nodded his head as he walked into the magic circle. No matter how he put it, Charlene was a major character who possessed a Tier 3 job, so there shouldn't be any complications. As for the pain he would have to suffer, he thought nothing of it. During battles inside God's domain, a player could similarly feel pain when attacked by monsters. However, a majority of the players still chose to accept this kind of setting. Their goal was to increase the sense of realism, so they did not adjust the pain transmission to 0%. More importantly, they wanted to increase their skills in battle. There was an old saying of spare the rod and spoil the child. Only with pain would one be able to remember the lesson, and only by learning the lesson would one be able to further improve. Hence, if one wanted to grow in God's domain, learning to accept such pain was a definite must. However, considering each player's tolerances, God's domain set the pain transmission at 20% by default. However, some experts would adjust the transmission to 60%, allowing them to be more alert. Meanwhile, Sherfone himself had adjusted it to 50%. This was the degree of pain he was accustomed to, and it was the amount at which he could best exhibit his strength. After standing in position, Sherfone sent a nod towards Charlene, indicating that she could start the ceremony. Descent of the Moon Goddess. Charlene started her prayer. Divine incantations left her mouth as her fingers traced out divine texts. Line after line of divine texts floated in midair and towards the horizon. Compared to the Tier 3 magic from before, the divine texts written in this ceremony were extremely numerous. Even after writing hundreds of lines, Charlene showed no signs of stopping. Sweat had already started dripping down Charlene's face, clearly indicating that she was somewhat exhausted. Meanwhile, the magic circle on the ground started to radiate a dazzling silver glow, the magic circle itself gradually rising into the air. After over 10 minutes had passed, a streak of shining moonlight shot towards Sherfeng's body. Suddenly, dark smoke emerged from Sherfeng's body. The dark smoke was extremely reluctant to part from Sherfeng's body as it rose into the air. Meanwhile, sweat started appearing on Sherfeng's forehead. His face turned pale white as he endured an intense pain. Sherfeng nearly cursed at Charlene. This was definitely not at the level of just a slight pain, but it was very, very painful. It was as if his limbs were being torn from his body. If he had not already played God's domain for 10 years, having long since become accustomed to pain, he might be wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf right now. After persistently being lit by the moonlight for several minutes, the black smoke finally departed from Sherfeng's body. However, it did not just simply fade away. Instead, it formed into a dark shadow that was a carbon copy of Sherfeng. Adventurer, you need to kill this demon's doppelganger in order to dispel the curse. I have to conduct the ceremony, so I cannot lend you any aid. It is all up to you now, Charlene reminded. Somewhat exhausted, Sherfeng used observing eyes on this dark shadow. Yi Feng, demon's doppelganger, elite rank, HP 2000/2000, an elite. Sherfeng's complexion turned serious. The demon's doppelganger did not have a lot of HP, and its level was similar to his. If this doppelganger did not possess any powerful skills, then dealing with it would not be a huge problem. However, that probability was slim. Wretched moon drip. Despicable human. Did you think that by using the complete moon drip to weaken my strength, you would be able to defeat me? I'll let you know the reason why lowly humans like you will never win against us powerful demons. The demon's doppelganger had an enraged expression as it pulled out a black longsword, slashing it at Sherfeng. In the blink of an eye, the doppelganger arrived before Sherfeng. A faint black ray followed as it waved its longsword. Within an instant, that single black ray turned into 4 streaks, all of them threatening to dice Sherfeng into blocks of meat. Extraordinary condition. Feng was greatly shocked when seeing such an action. This speed far exceeded that of a normal elite. Immediately, Feng used parry. Dang, dang, dang. Feng retreated several steps before he stabilized his body. If not for the complete moon drip, this demon's doppelganger might not have been just an elite, but a special elite. Die. Despite having the upper hand, the demon's doppelganger did not give Feng any chances. It used Feng's chop, its sword pierced towards Feng's heart. Feng immediately activated Windwalk. His body abruptly dodging to a side as he distanced himself from the demon's doppelganger. After missing its attack, the doppelganger turned its head, using Windwalk as well to chase after Feng. Regarding strength, speed, and HP, the demon's doppelganger held most of the advantage. Moreover, the doppelganger also possessed the same skills as Feng. It was an extremely unfavorable situation for Feng. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Feng, the demon's doppelganger revealed a ruthless smile, saying, "I know whatever you know. Moreover, my strength is greater than yours. You have no chance to defeat me, so be good and wait for death. This is your fate." Then, do you know this move? Feng revealed a faint smile. 9 sword phantoms appeared beside him, and with a crashing sound, all 9 of them shot towards the demon's doppelganger. Although the doppelganger could block a majority of the attacks, a few phantoms of the abyssal blade still managed to pierce its body. Every attack from the phantoms dealt over -30 damage to the doppelganger. Despicable human, you are just relying on your weapon's strength. I'll let you know that all your efforts will be in vain. Saying so, the doppelganger rushed to Feng's front and used Thundering Flash. The moment the sword lights came, Feng calmly smiled as he took out 2 scrolls from his bag. One of them was a speed scroll, while the other was a polymorph scroll. Within an instant, Feng's speed abruptly increased, dodging to a side and avoiding the strikes from Thundering Flash. At the same time, he turned the demon's doppelganger into a sheep. After turning it into a sheep, Feng immediately slashed at it with his sword. Unable to dodge, the demon's doppelganger received all 3 sword lights. As a result, Feng's level 5 Thundering Strike caused 3 terrifying damages of -112, -135, -163. The demon's doppelganger was greatly enraged as it activated Defensive Blade. With its attack range greatly increased, it immediately slashed its sword down at Feng. This human was just too despicable. He actually used an unsightly method such as turning it into a sheep. Hee, and here I wondered how strong a demon would be. You clearly have a body that's stronger than mine, yet, you are still using the same skills as I do. I guess your standards are just at this level, Feng mocked as he dodged the incoming attack. You are courting death. A single sentence from Feng nearly caused the demon's doppelganger to faint from anger. It sent a double chop at Feng's neck. Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the demon's doppelganger, and within an instant, 9 pitch-black chains appeared and bound it, restricting it for 3 seconds. Simultaneously, both the original and doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, and both started an onslaught on the demon's doppelganger. Thundering Flash, Chop, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and many more skills struck the demon's doppelganger. In addition to the continuous attacks from the 9 dragons slash, the demon's doppelganger's HP madly decreased, dropping down to 10% within a moment. So what if you have a strong physique? So what if you know all of my skills? So what if you are a demon? Feng demanded. He pierced the chest of the demon's doppelganger. Meanwhile, the demon's doppelganger could only grit its teeth, grimacing in pain, its fury burned within it. The moment the bindings restricting it were released, it would be able to properly deal with Feng. Just as it was about to bring out its special ability, however, the demon's doppelganger saw the scroll within Feng's hand. Suddenly, the demon's doppelganger thoroughly despaired. Bye-bye. Feng waved his hand at the demon's doppelganger. He knew that the demon's doppelganger was about to show its hand, so he had activated the Tier 1 magic scroll within his hand. Thunder Bombardment. This Tier 1 magic scroll was capable of dealing -500 damage to a single enemy that was below level 20. It was more than enough to deal with the demon's doppelganger that currently had less than 200 HP. Suddenly, a green thunder struck down from the sky above. It caused -500 damage to the demon's doppelganger, instantly transforming it into dark smoke, and it vanished. It also left behind a piece of dark gray-colored equipment. System, Quest Moon Drip completed. Rewarding 10,000 EXP, and Demon Hunter title. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom +5, Reputation in White River City +20, Reputation in Red Leaf Town +100. System, Reputation in Red Leaf Town has reached 50 points. Upgrading to Red Leaf Town First Class Citizen. System, Reputation in Red Leaf Town has reached 100 points. Upgrading to Red Leaf Town Third Class Noble. Chapter 73, Demon Mask. Feng was slightly shocked at seeing the series of notifications. 10,000 EXP was not considered much to a level 4 player like himself. It only raised him to 27% of level 4, and there was still quite a distance away before he became level 5. On the contrary, it was the other rewards that caused his eyes to shine. Just by killing an extremely foolish elite demon, he was able to obtain an ample amount of reputation as payback. Feng truly did not dare imagine it was real. Reputation was extremely precious within God's domain. There were very few quests that could raise a player's reputation, and even those quests would only increase a minuscule amount. As long as a player's reputation was sufficiently high, they would be able to receive high-level quests that were normally unavailable. Players would also be able to purchase items that were not normally for sale, such as bronze equipment, special potions, and so on. At the same time, there would be discounts when purchasing items, and NPCs would have a favorable impression of you. All in all, there were many benefits brought about by reputation. After a player's reputation reached a certain degree, they could also become a noble. In God's domain, nobles were considered amongst the privileged class, and they enjoyed plenty of benefits. Being a noble was also a symbol of status. If a commoner were to anger a noble, the consequences would be severe. A light offense would result in imprisonment, while a heavy offense would result in execution. Hence, players did not dare offend nobles. So much so, that even if a noble were to beat up a commoner inside a safe zone, the guards would pay no heed to the commotion. This was the gap between statuses. This was also the reason Feng was so shocked. Now that he possessed the title of noble in Red Leaf Town, he would be able to do things with much more convenience in the future. Feng then thought of several high-level quests that only nobles could accept. What function does this Demon Hunter title have? Feng called out the system interface, taking a look at the information about the Demon Hunter title. Demon Hunter, a brave warrior and an exorcist of demons who is revered by others. Wherever you go, you will possess a status equal to a noble. You are the Grim Reaper who is feared by all beings affiliated with darkness. In a 100-yard radius, monsters affiliated with darkness will have their attributes reduced by 10%. At the same time, attacks you deal towards monsters affiliated with darkness will have a 10% increase in damage. Crap, this title is just too awesome. Feng became slightly excited after reading the introduction to the Demon Hunter title. If a person did not have a considerable understanding of God's domain, they would have no understanding of the significance of this title. It was similar to how a dog would not know the value of a gemstone. Feng only became a noble in Red Leaf Town after his reputation there had reached 100 points. However, this title was only limited to Red Leaf Town. After leaving the Red Leaf Town, nobody would acknowledge him as a noble. Of course, if Feng were a noble of White River City, he would be acknowledged as one throughout the area under the administration of White River City. The title had a much wider range of application. Compared to a noble of a town, the difference between the two was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, a demon hunter would have the status of a noble in every region. This meant that even after leaving Star Moon Kingdom, Feng would still be acknowledged as a noble in other countries. It should be known that not every country was friendly with each other. There were even some who were enemies. If Feng wanted to do a quest in another, he would have to go through many difficulties and even be discriminated against. However, with this title, he would no longer be discriminated against by NPCs. This was the true value of the Demon Hunter title. Compared to it, being a noble in Red Leaf Town was no longer worth mentioning. Feng picked up the equipment dropped by the demon's doppelganger. Demon Mask, special item. Upon wearing it, the user can disguise himself as another person. Disguise cannot be broken without using a high-level observing skill. Truly a good item. The 6 gold I spent was definitely worth it. Feng happily stored the Demon Mask. This item was an artifact meant for robbing houses. Although he wouldn't do such a thing, it would not hurt him to use it for other matters. Adventurer, the ceremony has ended. Carrying out this ceremony has greatly weakened me, so I am going to White River City to recover for some time. If you wish to know more information about the Bible of Darkness, then find me there along with my payment. I will be waiting for you. Currently, Charlene appeared to be very delicate, her previous shrewdness completely gone. After saying her piece, she immediately activated a teleportation circle and went to White River City to recover. Sherfone was inwardly shocked as he watched Charlene's beautiful image departing. The moon drip ceremony this time was definitely not as simple as he previously thought. Otherwise, a divine official, which was a Tier 3 job, would not be so greatly weakened. Even Sherfone felt as though he would be able to defeat Charlene right now. One could imagine just how weakened Charlene was. Forget it, that's none of my business. Now that the curse has been dispelled, and my attributes have recovered, I can finally start speed leveling. The earlier I reach level 10, the earlier I can activate the teleportation gate to White River City. Sherfone shrugged his shoulders, no longer minding the matters of great characters. A small character like him still had many matters to take care of. To build up from nothing, many things needed to be done. Forget competing with those guilds, just being paid attention to by a great demon had caused him enough headaches. He was not so leisurely as to pay attention to other matters. Following which, Sherfone departed from the library. He headed to the Chefs' Association to take a look at Violet Cloud's current progress. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area. Just after setting foot in the trade area, Sherfone discovered something fishy. Now that the sun had risen, logic dictated that players should have gone out to level up. Yet, the streets were currently filled with players who were holding discussions with each other. In short, it was extremely lively. It was as if a festival of celebration was being held. From time to time, Sherfone could also see some of the upper echelons of large guilds running about the streets, shouting. They were urgently shouting, purchasing game currency, the greater the amount, the more we'll pay. If it were any other time, Sherfone would not think much of it. However, the street was currently filled with various players purchasing game currency. Now, that was something abnormal. What happened? The big shots from guilds were actually loosely buying game currency from average players. According to reason, these guilds would have their own money farming teams or a signed contract with money farming specialists. In such a way, they would be able to obtain a lot of game currency. However, their current actions meant the game currency supplied by the money farming teams was insufficient. Originally, Sherfone was still fretting over the problem of how he would get these guilds to spend their money. Now, however, it would seem that he had done something unnecessary. With a wave of his finger, Sherfone called out the virtual trade center. He wanted to investigate the current trade conditions. Hell, what sort of situation is this? All of it is sold out already. Sherfone discovered that the remaining 2 gold 70 silver he registered had all sold out. Now, over 15,000 credits were being transferred to his bank account. Consequently, Sherfone then took a look at the sales condition of other gods' domain game currency. Currently, the highest price for 1 silver coin had reached 72 credits, while a majority of the people were buying them at 68 credits. The current price had increased by no small margin. Just as Sherfone was rejoicing over having sold all of his gold coins, a cursing voice came from behind him, breaking his good mood. "Boss, this bastard's the one. The day before yesterday, I saw him casually taking out 10 silver coins. He must definitely be rich. Now that our guild is in such a need of money, if we don't make this brat bleed a little, there will be no justice for me being locked up for so long," Drifting Blood said with a cold smile as he pointed towards Sherfone, a group of players following behind him. "Brat, you were the one who had attacked my brother," looking towards Sherfone, the person referred to as boss snorted as he asked. Sherfone turned around, his brows wrinkling after taking a look. The person referred to as boss was comparable in size to Kola. He had a fierce-looking face, and he seemed to be around 30 years of age. In Sherfang's previous life, he once crossed paths with this person. Similarly a swordsman, the person was named Iron Sword Lion. He was one of the finest experts in martial union, and his strength was extremely powerful. During those days, their 2 guilds had fought over monsters on several occasions, and Iron Sword Lion killed Flaming Tiger twice throughout those confrontations. Iron Sword Lion caused Shifeng's party major losses, and they had no choice but to flee in dejection. Even Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance suffered defeat at the hands of Iron Sword Lion. From then on, Iron Sword Lion's name was widely spread, allowing Martial Union to rise to a third-rate guild. Shifeng intended to say something, but he was interrupted by Iron Sword Lion. Iron Sword Lion looked at Shifeng's scrawny body. Although the equipment on Shifeng was of good quality, Shifeng himself did not possess the air of an expert, and furthermore, he did not possess a guild emblem. Iron Sword Lion determined that Shifeng was just a leisure player and that he must have bought some equipment just to show off. Immediately, Iron Sword Lion proudly said, "Little brother, since you beat my underling, pay up 20 silver coins, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless." Chapter 74, Iron Sword Lion. It would be a miracle not to attract attention, getting involved in a robbery in the middle of the bustling trade area. As expected, just after Iron Sword Lion finished speaking, a crowd of players surrounded them to get in on the fun. "Huh, isn't that Iron Sword Lion from Martial Union? Is he awesome or something? You don't say. Why don't you look at his level and equipment? He's one of the rare few level 5 experts, and he is wearing at least 6 pieces of bronze equipment. I've also seen the weapon in his hand before. It's called Knight's Longsword, a very awesome weapon amongst level 4 bronze weapons. Moreover, he previously killed a lot of players outside the town, earning him a lot of glory. Che, they're just relying on numbers to bully others. How can that even be considered being skillful? If they're that good, they should fight those large guilds. At most, they can only bully newbies. They're even asking that guy for 20 silver coins, isn't that just going overboard? Gaming experts would only have 3 or 4 silver coins on them, not to mention carrying 20. They are clearly forcing him into a corner. Shoo. Speak softer. That Iron Sword Lion isn't bullying people with numbers. His strength is the real deal. Previously, he was a top-tier expert in a wuxia virtual reality game, but he was compelled to transition to God's domain. Yesterday, he kill-stealed, won, outside of town with other players and single-handedly defeated all 4 of them. Those 4 players were not noobs but gaming veterans. They are stronger than us by at least a few leagues. If Iron Sword Lion were to hear you, then tough luck, buddy. At that time, your only way out would be to delete your account and start all over again. Listening up to this point, the surrounding players all sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer dared spout baseless gossip, their eyes sending pitiful gazes towards Shifeng. Of all the people Shifeng could provoke, he had chosen to provoke an expert. Moreover, an expert that covered up the shortcomings of his subordinates. Unless Shifeng deleted and recreated his account, he would definitely have to pay the 20 silver coins. However, leveling up to level 4 was a difficult task. If Shifeng chose to delete his account, then 2 days of his effort would be wasted. The average person would rather pay up than delete their accounts. This guy is just meeting one misfortune after the other. If it were normal times, he would just have to spend a few credits to collect the 20 silver coins. Now, however, not only are the prices for God's domain game currency ridiculously high, but it is also extremely hard to buy any. Right. Seeing such a high buying price, even I am thinking of selling my game currency. However, going with this trend, the prices will still increase in the future. I want to stock up a little more, putting them up for sale later on. Just as the surrounding players were lamenting over Shifeng's bad luck, at a stall by the street, several players were quietly watching Shifeng. These players all wore luxurious equipment on their bodies, and each of them carried a faint smile on their faces. "Brother Stabbing Heart, should I go lend a hand? That way, Yifeng will have to owe us a favor," a male cleric that resembled a skinny monkey asked as he looked at Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart fell into deep thought. He felt that the cleric's words were logical. Indeed, Shifeng had very powerful techniques, and he was also acquainted with a great character like the Snow Goddess. However, Iron Sword Lion was a brutish expert. He also had the support of his guild. Overall, Shifeng was definitely in a disadvantageous situation. If Stabbing Heart were to lend Shifeng a helping hand, Shifeng would definitely be grateful to him. The favor of a great expert was extremely valuable. Often, a great expert such as Shifeng was necessary for clearing a large dungeon. However, without good relations, such experts would usually pay zero heed to invitations, and some would go so far as to look down on them in contempt. Who did you think you are? Have you not received any education? Go, we definitely must go. However, let us wait for a while. Our value will only stand out in a crucial moment. It is also a good chance to let those plebeian guilds know of our might, Stabbing Heart softly said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After spending so many years within the virtual gaming world, Stabbing Heart understood a single principle. Every additional expert he befriended was an additional path he could take in the future. What's more, Sherfong was a great, hidden expert that was acquainted with the snow goddess. If he were to antagonize instead of befriending Sherfong, he would be digging his own grave. He would be creating a great enemy for himself in the future. Alas, a small guild was doomed to remain a small guild. After mingling about for so many years, they did not even possess the eyesight to differentiate an expert from average players. It definitely wouldn't be long before natural selection eliminated them. When the moment came, Assassin's Alliance would kill the chicken to warn the monkey, too, utilizing martial union to raise their influence in Red Leaf Town. Little fool, weren't you so awesome? How come you're acting like a fool now? I've said before that I would return, and when that time came, it would be your time of death. If you obediently hand over 20 silver coins right now, you can continue mingling about. Otherwise, delete your account and start all over again. Standing behind Ironsword Lion, Drifting Blood watched Sherfong stand there in silence. He felt immensely pleased with himself, thinking Sherfong had become afraid. However, such a reaction was only natural. Boss Ironsword's strength was a profound mystery, and even 10 of himself would not be a match to Boss Ironsword. If a mere leisure player like Sherfong were to meet the tyrannic Boss Ironsword, he might have already been shocked dumb. Enough, Drifting Blood. I'm not an evil tyrant, nor do I wish for more trouble. These 20 silver coins can be considered as a lesson to him. I want him to know who he should and should not provoke. Ironsword Lion looked Drifting Blood in the eye, then turned towards Sherfong and proudly said, you don't have to worry, either. I, Ironsword Lion, am a person who holds true to my words. Hand over 20 silver coins, and as long as you don't provoke martial union, we will not find trouble with you. Hearing Ironsword Lion say so, Sherfong really took out 20 silver coins from his bag. The silvery glow given off by the coins attracted people's hearts. At this crucial period of the game, 20 silver coins were extremely hard to procure, even if one spent credits to purchase them. As for taking out 20 silver coins in one go. Crap, brat, you really are rich. So, what Drifting Blood said was indeed true. How about we become friends, and I'll cover for you in the future. Anybody who provokes you will be provoking martial union. Ironsword Lion was greatly shocked at seeing the 20 silver coins, gulping down his saliva. Even he did not possess 20 silver coins right now. He did not imagine that Sherfong, a leisure player, could bring out 20 silver coins. With that much money, Ironsword Lion would have much more confidence in competing for the Glimmer chestplate forging design. When the surrounding players saw all these silver coins, their mouths all gaped wide in shock. Sherfong was truly rich. He was definitely a tycoon. Some of the upper echelons of large guilds also had their eyes turn red after seeing this scene. Ironsword Lion's luck was truly good. He was able to meet a brother tycoon just by simply searching for a player. How could it be? From afar, Stabbing Heart's expression was one of incomparable shock after witnessing Sherfeng's actions. However, what Stabbing Heart was shocked about was not the amount of money. Instead, he was shocked by Sherfeng's unexpected action. Even if Sherfong could not win in a fight against martial union, this place was currently a safe zone. Nobody would dare to take action in here. After leaving the town, with Sherfeng's skills, escaping was definitely not a problem. So, just why did Sherfong compromise and offered up 20 silver coins? You wanted 20 silver coins, right? Sherfong asked Ironsword Lion with a smile. Let's trade. Noticing that he had lost his composure, Ironsword Lion immediately turned serious. Just as everyone was watching Ironsword Lion with envy. An incomparably pitch-black longsword pierced through the pit of Ironsword Lion's stomach. Ironsword Lion's HP was instantly reduced by over 100 points. Just as the person himself wanted to resist, he had discovered many chains binding him, preventing him from even moving a muscle. Feng calmly pulled the abyssal blade out from Iron Sword Lion's stomach. He then followed up with a chop and an earth splitter, his sword slashing down on Iron Sword Lion's body. As a result, Iron Sword Lion's HP madly fell without any signs of stopping. The might of a magic weapon was incomparably shocking, even more so when coupled with a level 6 chop and a level 4 earth splitter. Killing a level 5 swordsman fully geared with bronze equipment was a truly simple matter, not to mention that Feng had been the one to take the initiative and carried out a sneak attack. Even an expert would fall under such circumstances. These two attacks took all of Iron Sword Lion's HP. Iron Sword Lion did not even get the chance to retaliate before letting out a pitiful cry, his body falling to the ground, never to move again. Then, his body turned into starlight, vanishing and leaving behind a piece of equipment. Who else wants it? Feng fixed his gaze on the members of Martial Union, giggling as he asked. The entire street of the trade area suddenly became deathly silent. Not a single person was able to mutter a word. 1. Kill steal, practice of obtaining credit for killing an enemy, when another player has put more effort into the kill. 2. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, idiom to punish an individual as an example to others. Chapter 75, Money is a Burden. Iron Sword Lion died, just like that. This ending was the complete opposite of everyone's expectations. From the moment Feng's sword pierced Iron Sword Lion's stomach to the moment of Iron Sword Lion's death, everyone clearly witnessed Feng's every action. However, one thing that made everyone feel odd was that Feng's sword was not really that fast. From their perspective, even they could easily dodge Feng's sword. So, why couldn't an expert like Iron Sword Lion? Iron Sword Lion died without even being able to retaliate. Could it be, did Iron Sword Lion just looked impressive, but was actually a weakling? Was he just a paper tiger? However, everyone immediately denied such a silly notion in their hearts. Iron Sword Lion's equipment was not fake. Him being level 5 was not fake, either. He was a genuine expert. However, how could an expert fully geared in bronze equipment, whose defense and HP far outstripped the average player, be killed so easily? It was truly inconceivable. Even if an average player were to attack Iron Sword Lion madly, they would need quite some time before they could kill him off. However, Iron Sword Lion was taken care of by Feng in only 2 moves. How horrifying of an attack power did Feng possess to achieve such a feat? Thinking up to this point, everyone felt utterly defeated. What fat sheep? What tycoon? The Feng before them was simply a devil wearing a human mask, giggling at them. Meanwhile, they had been completely oblivious to the truth. A cold chill suddenly flowed through their bodies, causing them to shiver. They no longer dared to look at Feng's smiling face. You're despicable. Drifting Blood retreated a few steps, his trembling finger pointing at Feng. Currently, Drifting Blood was facing incomparable shock in his heart. Compared to other people, he had a much greater understanding of Iron Sword Lion's strength. Regarding Feng's strength, he had a deep experience and fear of it. He became even more frightened now that he was targeted by Feng once more. However, after having a better understanding of the situation, the place they were currently was a safe zone. What should he be afraid of? Suddenly, he laughingly said, "You're finished. Since you dared kill inside a safe zone, nobody will be able to protect you now. Just wait for the guards to come give you your sentence and lock you up." Everyone came to a sudden realization after hearing Drifting Blood say so. Previously, Feng sent all of them into shock. They had actually forgotten that this place was a safe zone and there were powerful guards protecting this place. Even if Feng was powerful, was he able to overpower the guards? In a moment, Feng would definitely be captured by the guards, falling to a miserable end. Truly a pity. However, he is truly courageous for killing someone inside a safe zone. It would still be worthwhile, even if he were killed by the guards and sent to closed confinement. Whatever the case, he was able to shine for a moment. He will still be a hero when he gets released tomorrow. So cool. Big brother expert, little sister knows how to warm beds. Please add me as a friend. Please help me level. I swear I'll be obedient. Amongst the players present, plenty started admiring Feng's courage. Not only did he dare to go against Martial Union, he even challenged the laws of Red Leaf Town. Feng was literally their idol. Quite a number of good-looking female players started looking up information about Shifeng. Some of them had even taken the initiative to send him a friend request, wanting to get to know him. At this moment, a team of heavily armored soldiers walked over. Drifting Blood pointed at Shifeng, laughingly saying, "Weren't you very awesome? I want to see what you're going to do this time. Not only are you going to lose a level, but you will also be confined for 24 hours. Even if you are an expert, you will be reduced to a second-rate player after being confined for a day. At that time, I'll be looking forward to how our martial union will take care of you. Whether you go up to heaven or fall to hell, nobody will be able to save you." A distance away, Stabbing Heart was currently feeling endless regret. Although Shifeng's series of actions just now looked to be slow, the feeling it gave off was extremely natural. His actions were as natural as breathing, not a hint of awkwardness about them. Stabbing Heart's admiration for Shifeng was even greater now. Shifeng's actions were the assassination techniques that Stabbing Heart pursued after. Average people would not understand what this represented. However, Stabbing Heart had played plenty of virtual reality games before, and he also had experience participating in fighting competitions. Hence, he understood just how powerful Shifeng's skills were. If it were the him of the past, Stabbing Heart would not feel anything special about Shifeng. However, he previously had the fortune of interacting with a martial arts master. That martial arts master previously mentioned such a situation. Battling itself was just the pursuit of the simplest method of slaughter. When such a technique was mastered to the extreme, others would be unable to feel any awkwardness about it. Instead, it would give off a very natural feeling. As for those experts who had reached such a level, all of them were extremely dangerous. That was because, even if they were to stand before you with a smile, slashing a blade across your throat and you clearly witnessed it all, you would still take it as a joke. So much so that you wouldn't even feel the danger that approached you. Your body would not react, and even until death, you would still be unaware of the attack. This was not some sort of profound technique. It was a kind of instinct that could only be learned after experiencing countless battles and training. However, such brutal training was not something the average person could go through. However, Shifeng had taken away Stabbing Heart's rare chance at making Shifeng owe him a favor. Stabbing Heart did not imagine Shifeng would be so decisive, killing Iron Sword Lion with zero hesitation. How was he supposed to show off now? How was he supposed to find an opportunity to seek Shifeng's guidance now? Stabbing Heart had no ways to deal with the guards who just arrived. Regarding this situation, Stabbing Heart held bitter hatred towards Iron Sword Lion. The person actually caused him to lose a good chance to ask for guidance. Wearing a silvery gray heavy armor, the guard captain walked up to Shifeng. The other guards surrounded him accordingly, causing the atmosphere of the street to become abnormally oppressive. "Mr. Guards, it was him who killed my big brother. You definitely must arrest him." Drifting Blood walked towards the guard captain, his face carrying a cold smile as he pointed at Shifeng. Accusing. However, the guard captain paid no heed to Drifting Blood. Instead, his deep gaze shifted to Shifeng, a faint smile appearing on his face, saying, "Revered Lord Demon Hunter, this place is Red Leaf Town. According to the laws of the town, you have to pay the price for killing someone here. Otherwise, I can only invite you to make a trip to the confinement room." Everyone became dumbfounded after listening to the guard captain's words. Drifting Blood's mouth widened even more, it could fit 3 chicken eggs. What sort of situation was this? The guards did not actually kill Shifeng on the spot. Moreover, he would only be confined if he did not pay the fine. Was Shifeng the town mayor's son or something? No, that wasn't right. The town mayor was already dead. No one understood why the guards were so courteous today. When usually meeting them, not to mention a faint smile, they were gods of slaughter with grim expressions. I only killed him because he threatened me. However, I am not an unreasonable person. Tell me, what price do I have to pay? Shifeng nodded his head, calmly turning towards Drifting Blood and giving him a calm smile. Shifeng had his own reasons for daring to kill Iron Sword Lion. Everyone else just recently entered God's domain, so they were still unfamiliar with the rules of the game. However, Shifeng had lived within God's domain for 10 years. He had long since memorized what actions he could and could not take and to what extent he could take them. Shifeng was currently a noble. His status far outstripped that of commoners. If he was not a noble, he might have just turned around and left without paying any attention to Iron Sword Lion. At worst, he would just start an exciting battle if they were to meet outside the town. Who would win at that time was still an unknown. However, Shi Feng was now a noble. Even if he killed a normal player, the guards would not speak much of it, only requiring Shi Feng to pay a fine. As for how much he would have to pay, that depended on his identity and status. However, according to his own wealth, Shi Feng was still able to accept the fine. 2 silver coins. The guard captain straightforwardly said. Okay, got it. Here are 20 silver coins, keep them. Shi Feng did not imagine that it would be so cheap. Hence, he took out 20 silver coins and passed it to the guard captain. Lord Demon Hunter, what are you trying to do here? Looking at the 20 silver coins in his hand, the guard captain oddly asked. Nothing much. These people before me threatened me previously, so I still wish to kill a few more people. Take it as an advanced payment. The guard captain was stunned. Finished speaking, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade. He used the level 5 thundering flash, 3 streaks of thunder instantly piercing the bodies of Drifting Blood and the others. All of them were instantly killed, dropping quite a lot of equipment. Even till death, Drifting Blood had not reacted to what happened. At the same time, Shi Feng's green-colored player indicator had turned a devilish red. All of the onlookers were stupefied. Who was this Shi Feng? He was just too awesome. The players from Martial Union were most likely dumbfounded now. Shi Feng had simply spent 20 silver coins to purchase their lives. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. The more unfathomable thing was that the guard captain did not say a word about Shi Feng's actions. He only counted the number of players who died. Discovering that he had received 4 extra silver coins, he returned the additional silver coins to Shi Feng before he turned around and left. Chapter 76, Earth-shattering name. After getting rid of all of Martial Union's members, Shi Feng sealed the feud between him and Martial Union. However, Shi Feng did not regret his actions. Even if he turned and left just now, the players from Martial Union would not have let him go. So, he might as well weaken Martial Union's strength. He would have an easier time dealing with them the next time they met. Seeing several pieces of equipment on the ground, without paying any attention to the shock and curiosity of the onlookers, Shi Feng went over and collected them. At the very least, these items could recompense the money he lost for purchasing lives. Oh, isn't this the knight's long sword? Shi Feng discovered that 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped, and one of the 2 was the bronze weapon of Iron Sword Lion. Perhaps Iron Sword Lion was already spewing blood and anger in the graveyard right now. The knight's longsword was a good weapon amongst level 4 bronze equipment. In God's domain, equipment for weapon specialists and MTs were slightly higher than other equipment of the same level. Currently, the knight's longsword would be worth at least 10 silver coins. In addition to the other piece of level 3 bronze cloth armor and several pieces of common equipment. Shi Feng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. On the contrary, he had made an additional 1 or 2 silver coins. Just when Shi Feng was planning to leave, a change occurred to the gazes of the onlooking players. Greed permeated their faces. Shi Feng had easily taken care of Iron Sword Lion. He even killed several elite players with a single move. Not even a ghost would believe that Shi Feng did not possess top-tier equipment. Moreover, Shi Feng was currently a red player. If a red player were killed, the penalty they received would increase. Moreover, Shi Feng had killed so many players. If he were to die, he would at least drop 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. So, what if the guards confined them for some time? Could it compare to obtaining top-tier equipment? If a noob wished to grow into an expert, having good equipment was a must. If they were to kill Shi Feng, they would have a chance at becoming an expert. So, why wouldn't they kill him, unless they were willing to remain mediocre? What? You guys are looking for trouble with me, as well. Shi Feng coldly laughed as he looked at his surroundings. It had been a while since he felt the sensation of being deep within enemy grounds. After receiving Shi Feng's cold glare, everyone inadvertently retreated. None of them dared to be the first to attack. They were all waiting for someone to attack first, then take advantage of the situation to reap benefits for themselves. All of you, get out of the way. Yi Feng is a friend of our Assassin's Alliance. Whoever looks for trouble with him will be looking for trouble with our Assassins Alliance. At this moment, Stabbing Heart, along with a group of over 10 subordinates, created a path through the crowd as they headed towards Shifeng. When the players who wanted to kill Shifeng heard Stabbing Heart, every one of them were shocked. Who actually was Shifeng? Not only did he possess formidable strength, but the Assassins Alliance even protected him. The Assassins Alliance was well known throughout Red Leaf Town. It was the sole second-rate guild in Red Leaf Town, and its members could be found throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. However, the core strength of the Assassins Alliance was located around the area of White River City. Other guilds could not compare to its influence. If they were to become enemies with the Assassins Alliance, they would really have to delete their accounts and start all over again. That was because the Assassins Alliance was famed for their assassinations. The feeling of being targeted by a group of assassins, just thinking about it could make a person tremble with unease. With the appearance of the Assassins Alliance, the surrounding players no longer dared to have ideas over Shifeng. Since they could not fish up any advantages, everyone promptly left the scene. Many thanks, Shifeng said gratefully, looking towards Stabbing Heart. Nonsense. With Brother Yifeng's strength, even if I didn't show up, they would still be helpless against you. I was just pushing the boat along the current. 1. Stabbing Heart cupped his hands, saying in admiration, "Today, Brother Yifeng has really widened my horizons. Even I would find it hard to kill Iron Sword Lion. I did not imagine Brother Yifeng's skills to be so powerful as to get rid of Iron Sword Lion in just a few moves." "I was just lucky," Shifeng calmly said with a smile. Brother Yifeng really is humble. However, there is one matter that I can't make sense of. Why won't the guards find trouble with Brother Yifeng, even when you killed players in the safe zone? Stabbing Heart had faintly guessed the answer already, however, he still did not believe that Shifeng could accomplish it that quickly. "Nothing much. I only have such a special privilege because I just completed a quest and became a noble in Red Leaf Town." Shifeng did not hide the truth from Stabbing Heart. He knew that he would not be able to hide it, so he might as well reveal a portion of the truth. As for the Demon Hunter title, he would still have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching and attract unwanted trouble. Stabbing Heart's heart loudly thumped when hearing Shifeng's explanation. His eyes stared at Shifeng, mind-boggled. Assassins Alliance had spent an unknown amount of effort to obtain reputation for Red Leaf Town. Yet, they only managed to obtain 10 reputation to date. Even Broken Wind, guild leader of the first-rate guild, Star River Federation, was only a first-class citizen, and there was still a long way to go before he became a noble. However, the Shifeng before him was actually a noble already. The difference between them was just too huge. Originally, Stabbing Heart already had a high estimation of Shifeng's strength. He truly did not imagine that he was still underestimating Shifeng. However, according to his memory, he was acquainted with most of the top-tier experts that used swords. Even the ones he weren't acquainted with, he had at least met before. However, Shifeng did not resemble any of the figures in Stabbing Heart's memory. However, the world was a wide place. There was bound to be some top-tier experts who hid from the world. Now that God's domain's influence was growing larger by the day, it wasn't particularly strange for these experts to enter God's domain as well. It was no wonder that the Snow Goddess acted extremely friendly when dealing with Shifeng. Stabbing Heart guessed that Shifeng was an extremely famous but hidden expert and that he was merely unaware of him. The earlier he tightened the connection with such hidden experts, the greater the aid it would be towards the guild's future development. Thinking of up to this point, Stabbing Heart smiled slightly. He felt his luck was good for discovering a top-tier expert like Shifeng. Shifeng, on the other hand, did not know why Stabbing Heart suddenly smiled. He took a glance at the street filled with guilds purchasing game currency, abruptly asking, "Brother Stabbing Heart, I wonder what has happened here. Why are there so many guilds trying to collect game currency?" "Oh, you don't know." Stabbing Heart was slightly shocked, looking at Shifeng with astonished eyes. This matter had already become well known amongst the players in White River City, so how could Shifeng not know about it? Shifeng shook his head, saying, "I've been doing my quest all this time, only returning now. So, that's why. This matter has also only recently started." Stabbing Heart came to a realization. He then explained, "Not long ago, a glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. You should know how good the attributes on the Glimmer chestplate are. The usefulness of its forging design goes without saying. After all the guilds discovered its existence, all of them started competing over it. Our guild is no exception. Unfortunately, our guild's background is still slightly lacking, and Star River Federation won the forging design for 2 gold and 33 silver coins. Originally, our guild had already given up. However, it wasn't long before another Glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. That was the start of all the commotion. Every guild has started to madly collect funds, all of them wanting to bid on it. The bidding this time ended with the Glimmer chestplate forging design being sold for 2 gold 51 silver coins. Nobody could have imagined that a third piece would have appeared right when many guilds were feeling disappointment. Right now, everyone is still bidding over the third piece. However, according to my estimates, the third piece will be sold at an even higher price. Only, nobody knows if there will be more of the forging designs up for auction, so I came here to collect game currency. Currently, everyone is guessing that Black Flame Forger is selling the Glimmer chestplate forging designs. After all, bronze equipment forging designs aren't just cabbage, not to mention similar forging designs. Moreover, the Black Flame Forger was the one who previously sold Glimmer chestplates. So, everyone inwardly understands that these forging designs are being sold anonymously by this Black Flame Forger. I have to admit that this Black Flame Forger's strategy is truly clever. Previously, he competed with Hammer Trading to reduce the price of Glimmer chestplate. However, it turns out that his eyes were not set on the equipment, but on the current forging designs. Hammer Trading, who had competed with the Black Flame Forger, had thoroughly become insane as well. Although he declared that he would compete with the Black Flame Forger until one of them went broke, unfortunately for him, the Black Flame Forger no longer paid any attention to him. Currently, a lot of people wish to get in touch with the Black Flame Forger. Unfortunately, there is no way to contact that person. The snow goddess of Ouroboros even posted a thread on the forums, asking the Black Flame Forger to contact her. She wants to discuss the matters of cooperation and wants him to state his price without hesitation. With this, the Black Flame Forger had thoroughly become famous. Aside from White River City, the entire Star Moon Kingdom is currently discussing the Black Flame Forger. He is currently acknowledged as the #1 forger in all of Star Moon Kingdom. Stabbing Heart felt deep regret as he spoke, his expression revealed reverence towards the Black Flame Forger. So, that's it. I wonder if Brother Stabbing Heart would be interested in purchasing the Glimmer chestplate forging design. Sure Phone casually asked Stabbing Heart, after having a general grasp of the situation. 1. Pushing the boat along the current, taking advantage of the situation for one's own benefit. Chapter 77, Adding fuel to the fire. Although Sure Phone only casually asked, Stabbing Heart's head, however, abruptly spun, his eyes looking at Sure Phone with anticipation. With an excited expression on his face, he asked, could it be? Brother Yi Phone, you have the Glimmer chestplate forging design. Currently, forging designs for bronze equipment were madly fought over by the large guilds, all of them competing with the depth of their financial backing. Nobody could firmly say the remaining number of Glimmer chestplate forging designs that would be sold. Maybe the first-rate guilds would buy up all the forging designs, second-rate guilds' chance to obtain one might never come. If he could obtain a forging design for a bronze equipment right now, then the Assassins' Alliance could stay a step ahead of the other second-rate guilds. They would be able to create a great reputation for themselves and make a large profit. At that time, they would have a greater chance when competing over White River City. However, Sure Phone simply shook his head. Stabbing Heart's excited mood was suddenly extinguished, becoming downhearted. However, after he gave it some thought, aside from the Black Flame Forger and Hammer Trading, there had yet to be a third player who could bring out a forging design. After all, such an item depended on luck to obtain it. Didn't you want to bid for the Glimmer chestplate? I can lend you some money, Sure Phone said in an unhurried tone. Realization struck Stabbing Heart. Sure Phone indeed was very rich. It was obvious that he had considerable possessions from the way he was able to take out 20 silver coins without effort. However, compared to those first-rate guilds, the difference was still far too great. It would be amazing if Sure Phone had 30 to 40 silver coins. Hence, Stabbing Heart said with a sigh, Brother Yi Phone, it's not that I don't believe you, but the Glimmer chestplate forging design's price is just too high. Just 20 or 30 silver coins won't be very useful. Oh, then how much do you need to bid for it? Feng confidently asked. Although Feng did not know how much was needed to bid for the forging design, he had over 4 gold coins that he obtained from the 2 forging designs that were sold. The money from these 2 items had already been deposited in his bag, so he was certain he would be able to bid for the 3rd glimmer chestplate forging design successfully. He could also make Stabbing Heart owe him a favor by doing so. In any case, these coins would still end up in his hands. Why would he be against this decision? The results of the glimmer chestplate forging design far surpassed Feng's expectations. With this many guilds going all out, competing for the forging design, it was no wonder there was a game currency shortage, causing the price to soar. However, this situation was a very good news to Feng. If Feng did not add fuel to the fire right now, he would not be doing his long period of arduous effort any justice. Stabbing Heart raised 3 fingers, helplessly saying, "The competition right now is becoming increasingly heated. According to my estimates, we would need at least 3 gold coins to secure the bid. Otherwise, there is no hope for success. How much do you have on your side?" Feng asked, taking the initiative. He did not intend to lend Stabbing Heart 3 gold coins in a single breath. "I have 2 gold 10 silver. It is extremely hard to collect game currency right now, as the other guilds have purchased almost all of it. I have already planned to give up the competition, and instead, go and level up," Stabbing Heart said with a sigh. "Then I'll lend you 90 silvers. That way, you will have collected 3 gold coins," Feng said, smiling. He immediately selected to trade with Stabbing Heart, placing 90 silver coins in the trade window. Stabbing Heart was suddenly shocked when he saw the 90 silver coins inside the trade window. He did not imagine Feng would possess that much money. Also, Feng had also spent over 10 silver coins just now. Didn't that mean that Feng had at least 1 gold coin on his person? If the Assassins' Alliance did not put all their efforts into collecting funds, then the guild's fluid funds would be similar to the amount Feng possessed. However, they were a second-rate guild, and their guild members numbered over 20,000. They also had a specialized 500-man money-farming team. Meanwhile, the money Feng had earned, alone, was actually more or less the same as their guild. "Brother Feng, thank you, truly. I will repay this favor in the future." Stabbing Heart excitedly exclaimed, "However, I can't just let brother take a loss. Tomorrow, I will definitely return 1 gold coin to you." Currently, the game currency of God's domain was extremely precious, especially in this period where forging designs were being competed over. Originally, Stabbing Heart wanted to purchase it using credits. However, when he thought about the preciousness of the game currency, it was hard to buy, even if he had the money. Moreover, Feng did not lack credits. Hence, he did not have the nerve to let those words leave his mouth and instead chose to compensate Feng with an interest of 10 silver coins. However, Feng had become slightly speechless as he only wished for credits. He was shouldering a large debt right now. In addition to the workshop and the rent he needed in the future, he was desperately in need of money. What would he do with that much game currency? How could it be as dependable as credits? The earlier he started his workshop, the earlier he could recruit stable party members. When he could enter large-scale dungeons, he would be able better earn money, level up, and increase the workshop's reputation, building a better foundation for establishing his guild. If he started too late, it would be hard even to set foot in White River City. Every moment counted right now. "Brother Stabbing Heart, don't say it such. If you didn't show up today, I would not be able to avoid a bloody battle. I owe you a favor, so for these 90 silvers, I'll just sell you each silver coin at 60 credits. Every guild would be in need of coins in the initial stages of the game, so you don't have to be polite with me," Feng said in a sincere tone. Stabbing Heart was immediately moved by Feng's words. He thought that Feng was a friend who was worth knowing. If he returned Feng 1 gold coin tomorrow, it would cause quite a lot of trouble to the guild's operation. Moreover, nurturing forgers and purchasing materials required large sums of coins. It couldn't be any better if he purchased them using credits. "I can't thank Brother Feng enough. However, 60 credits is a little too low. I don't have the nerve to buy them at that price, and just saying it would cause others to make fun of me. I'll buy each silver coin for 80 credits for a total of 7,200 credits. I'll transfer them to your account immediately." Stabbing Heart was very joyful. Even if Shifeng were to have complaints about the matter, Stabbing Heart would still stubbornly transfer all 7,200 credits to Shifeng. Brother Yifeng, I'll be leaving to bid for the forging design first. If you have any problems in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll definitely go all out to help you. Finished speaking, Stabbing Heart hurriedly left with his subordinates to the auction house. Seeing the additional 7,200 credits in his bank account, Shifeng helplessly smiled. His opinion of Stabbing Heart grew even more favorable in his heart. Currently, his bank account had more than 20,000 credits. The money for 2 virtual gaming helmets was now secured. At the very least, he would not lose the virtual gaming helmet after the 7-day duration was up and lose the ability to play God's Domain. The remaining task he had was to earn even more money and collect some funds before the start of the school's fellowship party. Who knew, he might obtain a great chance at the fellowship party, building an unshakable foundation for his workshop. In Shifeng's previous life, Shadow had obtained a big chance at the fellowship party. It was precisely because of this chance that allowed Shadow Workshop's strength to greatly increase, giving them the confidence to compete with other third-rate guilds over controlling rights for White River City. In this life, since he was to attend the fellowship party, he would not let go of this great opportunity, naturally. He would compete for as much as he could. Following which, Shifeng looked for a hotel and rented a guest room there. In Red Leaf Town, the red name above his head was too eye-catching. If he did not look for a way to deal with it, his every action would attract the attention of surrounding players. I never thought I would have to use this item this quickly. Shifeng took out the demon mask from his bag. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. If he did not have this item, he really would have a difficult time solving the matter of his red name. After wearing the demon mask, Shifeng adjusted his facial appearance. His new appearance was very different from his original self. At the same time, his red name also turned green. If others did not possess a high-leveled observation skill, they would not be able to see through his disguise. After confirming that there were no problems, Shifeng placed his remaining 3 gold coins onto the virtual trade center. Each silver coin was sold for 80 credits. Based on the current level of competition, as long as the Assassin's Alliance successfully bid for the forging design, those first-rate guilds and other second-rate guilds would most likely be unable to sit tight. The competition then would be more insane than now. Shifeng was not worried that his game currency would not sell. Just as Shifeng was about to leave the hotel, a sudden realization flashed past him. He lightly tapped his own forehead. How could I forget about this thing? Now that I have the demon's mask, how can I not properly use it? Shifeng revealed a bright smile. Chapter 78, Black and White Interweave. The demon mask was able to hide the user's identity. In God's domain, it would be inconvenient for Shifeng to reveal himself in many matters. However, with the demon mask, he would be able to have another identity to move about in the darkness, carrying out many tasks that he, himself, could not do. And right now was one such time. After walking out of the hotel, Shifeng took a look at his surroundings. He discovered several players behaving oddly. Their eyes were glued onto the hotel's main entrance as if they were waiting for something. However, due to the effects of the demon mask, these players did not pay any attention to Shifeng. Why hasn't that brat come out yet? Is he planning to stay inside there until his red name changes back? An assassin standing outside the hotel entrance said impatiently. What are you in a rush for? That brat is dead for sure. He actually dared to sneak an attack on Boss Ironsword. He even killed so many of our brothers. The enmity between him and Martial Union has already reached an irreconcilable state. I want to see just how long he can hide. If he were to wait foolishly, instead of killing monsters to reduce the weight of his crime, he would need to wait more than 30 hours before his red name disappears. Even if he is currently powerful, after more than 30 hours have gone by, our equipment and levels will surpass him by a huge leap. At that time, killing him to level 0 will be much easier, another assassin said with a sneer. While these players from Martial Union were making fun of Shifeng, they did not notice their target standing right next to them, and that he heard every single detail of their conversation. Martial Union sure is quick in taking action. They really are thinking highly of me if they sent a party of assassins to watch out for me. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to play around with them. I'll just let them wait for the sky to turn bright. Shifeng had long since guessed that Iron Sword Lion would not let him go. After all, Shifeng had crossed paths with Iron Sword Lion many times in his previous life. He had a very good understanding of Iron Sword Lion's personality. Iron Sword Lion would definitely want revenge. Even if he had to pay a great price, as long as he was able to obtain revenge, he would definitely do it. Moreover, he would repay it hundreds to thousands of times over. If one were to put it nicely, Iron Sword Lion was a simple man. If one were to put it badly, however, Iron Sword Lion was a person with a one-track mind. Others could easily discern his thoughts. Following which, Shifeng departed from the hotel with a carefree attitude. Meanwhile, the party of assassins was still foolishly waiting in front of the hotel's entrance. They were jeering at Shifeng's cowardice, only daring to hide inside the hotel. In the end, death would still be awaiting him. At the trade area, a sea of people crowded in front of the auction house. Shifeng could not even squeeze himself inside to purchase materials. Without a better option, Shifeng could only give up. For now and visit the Chefs Association to take a look at Violet Cloud's progress first. Compared to the currently popular Forging Association, the Chefs Association was completely deserted. There was only a fragment of lifestyle players entering and leaving the association. After arriving at the kitchen he previously rented, Shifeng readjusted the demon mask, returning to his original appearance but still hiding his red name. After entering the kitchen, Shifeng discovered Violet Cloud currently concentrating on making fruit juice. Her hand movements were extraordinarily speedy and experienced. She was currently also level 3, surpassing many other lifestyle players. Although Shifeng had seen many master chefs make cold beverages before, none of their actions were as smooth and natural as Violet Cloud's. It was truly hard to believe why Violet Cloud would say her production speed was extremely slow. Her speed was shockingly fast. Did Violet Cloud intentionally trick him? Shifeng shook his head, feeling that Violet Cloud had no reason for doing such a thing. Hence, he walked over and suddenly asked, "Violet, how are you faring?" However, as if Shifeng's question did not enter Violet Cloud's ears, she was still concentrating on making fruit juice. There was nothing else present in her heart. Looking at Violet Cloud's degree of focus, Shifeng was slightly shocked himself. He no longer tried to interrupt Violet Cloud and instead, chose to stand by the side and observe her. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Violet Cloud had yet to discover Shifeng's presence. Meanwhile, she had already crafted more than 10 cups of fruit juice. These fruit juices looked extremely refreshing, and they gave off a faint, captivating fragrance. After she used up the materials in her hands, just when Violet Cloud was about to retrieve more. Ah! Violet Cloud was shocked into a jump as she discovered that her boss, Shifeng, was standing behind her. From the looks of it, he had been waiting for quite some time now. Violet Cloud's heart became frantic as she thought about how she let her employer wait for so long. Lowering her head, she said in a nervous tone, "Sir, have you completed the 900 cups of fruit juice?" Shifeng asked with a smile. Shifeng's evaluation of Violet Cloud had greatly risen as of this moment. The more focused someone was when doing something, the greater the efficiency. It was also easier for them to overcome difficulties. However, not everyone was able to constantly maintain a high degree of focus, just like how a student's thoughts would wander after studying for a long period of time, or become absent-minded after listening to the teacher's lecture for some time. However, Violet Cloud possessed extraordinary focus. When carrying out a task, her efficiency would definitely increase by several folds, doing half the work for double the effect. It was no wonder why she was able to become a cleric god in the end. Even if she were not a cleric, and instead played some other job, her achievements would most likely still be great. And they're all done. However, I obtained a realization when I was making them before. After spending a lot of materials, I created a new fruit juice. You won't blame me for it, right, sir? Violet Cloud said, slightly afraid. After all, she did not carry out her task according to Shifeng's requirements. After completing the 900 cups of fruit juice, she went on to concoct other recipes. Shifeng involuntarily laughed. Looking at the hundreds of cups of fruit juice on the table, he encouragingly said, "Why would I blame you? More than that, I want to reward you. With the new fruit juice, I will have greater confidence in carrying out the task of mine. Here are 3 silver coins as your reward." I hope that you can bring forth many new creations in the future. As for your share in the sales of these fruit juices, I'll give it to you after I sell them. As for the fruit juices, you no longer need to make them for now. Afterward, focus on making the wolf meat dishes. I still have a great use for them. Currently, players did not regard wolf meat as precious. However, after it was turned into a wolf meat dish, its price could be increased over 10 times. Such an increase was due to the fact that after consuming the wolf meat dish, every job would have their main attributes increased by 5 points, and its duration was 1 hour. Such an increase was extremely attractive to a majority of the players. The increase was equivalent to gaining another level, and with it, they would be able to kill monsters much more quickly. Only, after taking the manufacturing costs into account, most of the current chef players did not pay much attention to dishes with such high costs. However, by the time they did pay attention, they would have already missed a huge opportunity. Thank you, sir. I will definitely complete my task. Excitement and appreciation filled Violet Cloud's face after she received the 3 silver coins. She felt she was truly lucky for being able to meet Shifeng. Otherwise, she would still have to conduct sales out in the streets, only to end up selling just a few cups. Even if she were to strive for an entire week, she would not be able to earn 3 silver coins. Yet, she had such an amount with just a day's effort. Following which, Shifeng stored all the fruit juices in his bag. There were more than 1,700 cups of them, and if each cup were sold at 1 copper coin, then that would sum up to 17 silver coins. To an average player, it was definitely a huge sum of money. To Shifeng, however, it was just spare change. However, Shifeng did not intend to sell any of them as he had another use for them. System: the glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 76 silver has been added to your bag space. Has Assassin's Alliance won the bid already? Shifeng called out the official forums. Just as expected, the Assassin's Alliance posted a thread, widely advertising the forging design they successfully bid on and taking the chance to increase their fame and influence. After all, being able to purchase a forging design indicated the guild's background. This would cause many leisure players to reconsider their estimates of the Assassin's Alliance's strength. Violet, if you wish to convert your coins to credits, wait for another hour or 2 before registering them on the virtual trade center. That way, you will be able to obtain a higher price, Shifeng reminded Violet Cloud after some thought. Violet Cloud obediently nodded her head. Although she did not understand Shifeng's intentions, she still chose to believe in him. After all, Shifeng was currently her knight in shining armor. Afterward, Shifeng gave Violet Cloud another 5 silver coins for her to purchase the materials needed to make the wolf meat dish. He then departed from the Chef's Association, his appearance changing into an older gentleman. It's about time I contacted her. Shifeng had done all the necessary preparations. Moreover, the Assassin's Alliance had caused the other guilds to start to panic. So, now was about the right time to contact that person. Shifeng called out his friend Window and looked for the snow goddess, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Chapter 79, Mysterious Black Flame. In the core area of Kuruk Fields, one could see groups of grassland lion cubs every 100 meters or so. If a party's positioning were slightly off, they would attract tens of grassland lion cubs towards them. Moreover, at the large tree located in central region of the fields, there lived a level 6 elite grassland lion. That place could be said to be a forbidden area for level 6 players. However, inside this forbidden area, Gentle Snow's party was constantly clearing the surrounding level 6 grassland lion cubs. They were clearing out an empty land for the purpose of hunting the elite grassland lion. If ordinary players were to see their daring actions, they would definitely exclaim in astonishment. A party waged battle against more than 10 grassland lion cubs. Wearing a suit of azure armor, Gentle Snow valiantly battled. She was like a war goddess, fighting 1 against 10,000. A simple slash from her had sent 3 grassland lion cubs flying. Simultaneously, she was dodging the claws of the remaining 2 lion cubs. If an expert were to see Gentle Snow battle, their eyes might have popped out of their sockets by now. Although her single slash seemed simple, she struck the vital points of all 3 grassland lion cubs. Her dodges were even more accurate. It was like she possessed eyes at the back of her head. Without even turning her head, she was able to avoid the claw strikes that came from behind her. On another side, the flame witch, Zhao Yueru, was like an artillery cannon. A single frost flame blast from her had taken away a third of the grassland lion cub's HP. Just when the grassland lion cub switched hatred and was about to rush at Zhao Yueru, the woman, herself, revealed a smile of disdain. As her mouth chanted the final verse of an incantation, her lily-white hands finished writing the incantation. Following which, a flame dragon appeared. The dragon spewed scorching hot flames, immediately decimating the grassland lion cub rushing towards Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's control over magic was extremely subtle, reaching its pinnacle. Her chanting and tracing were even more extraordinary. Normally, players would need 3 seconds to complete both actions, but Zhao Yueru only spent 1.6 seconds. Her completion rate was even at 86%, increasing the damage of Fire Dragon's Roar by 120%. This single move instantly took away 2/3 of the grassland lion cub's HP. A few moments later, more than 10 grassland lion cubs lay dead on the ground. Rest for a while and prepare to lure those 2 elite grassland lions over. Shield Warrior, you'll tank one, while I handle the other. After tidying up the loot, Gentle Snow commanded as she looked towards the 2 patrolling elite grassland lions in the distance. Just as everyone was resting, Gentle Snow received a single message signed with the name of Black Flame. Looking at this signature, Gentle Snow's brows slightly wrinkled. Previously, she put out word that she wished to discuss matters of cooperation with the Black Flame Forger. It did not take long before she received a reply. Originally, she had felt rather joyous at the fact. However, a few moments later, she received another pile of similar messages. All of them claiming themselves to be the Black Flame Forger. However, after undergoing a simple questioning and identification, she discovered that all of these players were fakes. Every one of them wanted to swindle some money from her. Snow, is it another harassing message? Why not you just set it so you can only receive messages from your friends? That way, these messages won't bother you anymore. Zhao Yueru suggested after noticing Gentle Snow's unnatural behavior. Gentle Snow shook her head, saying in a serious tone, I'm not acquainted with the Black Flame Forger. If the real Black Flame Forger were to contact us, and we weren't able to receive his message, wouldn't we have posted that thread for nothing? I'll still take a look at it. In any case, it is very easy to determine the authenticity of the Black Flame Forger. However, Gentle Snow suddenly froze when she read the message. That was because this message had very clearly proven the authenticity of this Black Flame. He wanted her to go to the virtual trade center, and using the password he had given, enter a designated trade room to trade for the Glimmer chestplate forging design. It seems that I finally have some gains after waiting for so long. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. From the contents of the message, she could clearly feel that this Black Flame was the real deal. Otherwise, he would not suggest trading the forging design at the virtual trade center. After all, Black Flame imposters would not have a forging design. What is it? Did the real Black Flame contact you? Looking at Gentle Snow nodding to her question, Zhao Yueru became immediately excited. Wishing to meet this mysterious forger, she asked, when do we meet him? Currently, the Black Flame Forger was known by everybody. He was even in possession of a forging design that could increase a guild's influence. After carrying out one questionable action after another, only now did they find out his true motive. Zhao Yueru couldn't help but admit the brilliance of the Black Flame Forger's methods. He paid such a huge price all to control the initiative in the game played by the various guilds. Now, every guild within the area of White River City could not help but get caught up in this spiral, otherwise, they would be eliminated by the other guilds. His unpredictable actions even caused her to feel admiration. He was unlike a certain someone who was clearly just a lucky bastard, yet, still pretended to be an expert. Just thinking about that person made Zhao Yueru's blood boil in anger. Compared to the Black Flame Forger, the difference between them was thousands of miles apart. I just contacted him. However, he does not want to add us as friends. He only said he wants to meet at the level 8 map, Fissus Canyon, in 4 hours. Fissus Canyon isn't that far away from our current location. I'll buy the forging design first, then we'll quickly clear up these elite grassland lions. If we hurry over, we should be able to make it. Even Gentle Snow was clearly excited right now. There were so many first-rate guilds in Star Moon Kingdom, yet, she didn't imagine that the Black Flame Forger would actually be willing to cooperate with them. She couldn't help but admit that they were extremely lucky, or maybe that Black Flame had some other plans. In any case, she wouldn't be able to see through the thoughts of this Black Flame. Great. Then let's hurry. If we make him wait too long, it would be terrible if he didn't want to meet us anymore. Zhao Yueru abruptly stood up, excitedly saying so. Look at you in such a hurry. We still have time. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She did not imagine that Zhao Yueru would be so interested in Black Flame. Normally, she would not be as enthusiastic towards other people she met. Meanwhile, Shifeng, the target of Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru's conversation, had already departed from Red Leaf Town. He was running towards the White Sand Ruins. The White Sand Ruins was a level 10 monster area. It was also one of the must-come leveling areas for players of Red Leaf Town and several other nearby towns. That was because the quests available here were very numerous. Amongst them, there was no lack of guild quests and reputation quests. There were even 2 unique quests here. The rewards for these 2 unique quests were extremely bountiful, and they would bring plenty of benefits to Shifeng when he officially entered White River City in the future. Hence why Shifeng was running to the White Sand Ruins. Just as Shifeng arrived at a sea of white sand, a message from Gentle Snow arrived. The message stated that they had to delay the meeting time by an hour suddenly, and as a compensation, aside from buying the forging design at price of 24,000 credits, they would give him an additional 20,000 credits. Their wealth was practically overbearing. Shifeng did not really mind the delay in time. In any case, he also needed quite some time to complete the quests here. Meanwhile, 20,000 credits was 2 months' worth of salary of a gold-collar worker. 1. Gentle Snow used it as compensation for being late. Moreover, this was only the start of the business between them, yet, he had already earned more than 40,000 credits. He could not help but admit that there were many benefits for working with a person like Gentle Snow, especially when the person herself was not lacking money. Even the rich from other virtual reality games could not compete with her. Following which, based on his memories, Shifeng searched for a secret path in the White Sand Ruins. After walking this path for nearly half an hour, he caught sight of a bunker buried in the white sand. 2 level 10 elite black steel dwarves guarded the bunker's entrance. One of the 2 unique quests, Steel Fortress Barusha, could be found inside this bunker. 1. Gold-collar worker, highly skilled professionals who may be in high demand, such as chartered accountants, surgeons, anesthesiologists, engineers, and lawyers. Chapter 80, Steel Fortress Barusha Black Steel Dwarves. They were a group fanatics addicted to forging. The civilization of the Black Steel Dwarves was once incomparably brilliant, and their shadows could be found in the creation of countless pieces of legendary equipment. The arms of Black Steel Dwarves were as thick and robust as their thighs, and their muscles were as hard as stone. In addition to their dark skin color, often they were mistaken for rocks during nighttime, and many people would sit on them accidentally. Of course, the consequences of such an action were very grave, as the thing these Black Steel Dwarves hated the most was being treated as stools. Shifeng straightforwardly walked over. This bunker in the White Sand Ruins was extremely well hidden. In Shifeng's previous life, it took a long time before the many guilds doing quests in the White Sand Ruins discovered the bunker. They received many good quests from this bunker, and some quests even gave away mysterious iron equipment. However, such quests usually required a party in order to complete them. It was absolutely impossible for a person to complete them alone. However, compared to these quests, the favorability of these Black Steel Dwarves was much more important. This secret was also only discovered after players had already reached more than 20 levels. There was a unique quest called Steel Fortress Barusha available here. However, because the unique quest required a certain amount of favorability before a player could receive it, many players missed the chance to obtain it. On the contrary, an unknown average player received the unique quest. Moreover, after completing the unique quest, the player instantly became the recruitment target of many guilds. Arriving in front of the bunker's entrance, the 2 elite Black Steel Dwarves standing guard let Shifeng enter after giving him a simple glance. The inside of the bunker was very large. It was just like an underground town. Black Steel Dwarves were everywhere, and the majority of the streets were composed of either weapons and equipment shops or bars, with very few places of entertainment. Moving along the main street, Sherfeng arrived before a steel building after making several turns and detours. The building was the city hall, and when Sherfeng entered the building, the town mayor, a level 30 elite NPC, quickly noticed him. As it has been a long time since any outsiders entered this small town, the mayor happily went up to welcome Sherfeng. "Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Stonehammer Town. I am Blackbeard, the town mayor." Blackbeard warmly said. "Hello, Lord Mayor. It is my first time coming here, so I wonder if I could be of any use to you." Sherfeng performed respectfully, as such actions would give NPCs a more favorable opinion of him. Blackbeard caressed his thick beard. After thinking for a while, he said, "Adventurer, our small town indeed needs help. The weather of area around here is getting hotter by the day, and our water supply is continuously diminishing. As a result, it is getting harder for the inhabitants to live in this small town. I will pay a sufficient price, so I hope you can help us obtain a large water supply or something that can help with the heat. System, do you wish to accept the quest, Blackbeard's request?" Sherfeng revealed a faint smile. He was here exactly because of this. "I will be happy to help," Sherfeng responded. The most important thing in Rockhammer Town was the town mayor's favorability. However, the town mayor's favorability was not that easy to obtain. That was because the quest he gave was not easy to complete. Moreover, the rewards of the quest were few, causing many players to give up on grinding for the town mayor's favorability. System, quest, Blackbeard's request, accepted. Offer 100 bags of clear water or 5 cups of cold beverage to the town mayor Blackbeard. Following which, Sherfeng retrieved the fruit juice he had prepared. For every 5 cups of fruit juice Sherfeng offered, he could obtain 2 copper coins, an increase of 1 point to Blackbeard's favorability, and 100 EXP. To a level 8 to 9 player, 100 EXP could be considered negligible. Just by simply killing a level 10 common monster, they would be able to obtain over 200 EXP. Moreover, 100 bags of clear water were sold for 5 copper coins in other towns, and 5 cups of the cheapest kind of cold beverage would similarly cost 5 copper coins. After deducting the cost, that meant that players would be spending 3 copper coins in exchange for 100 EXP. Only a lunatic would be willing to do such a thing. However, Sherfeng was very willing. To his current level, 100 EXP was not a small amount. It was a lot more than the EXP he would obtain from killing a level 5 common monster. Following which, Sherfeng handed over fruit juices without stop. After he handed over 1,000 cups of fruit juice, he obtained a total of 400 copper coins and 200 points of favorability. He also obtained 20,000 EXP, instantly bringing him up to 69% of level 4. He had risen so much just within 10 short minutes. It was literally faster than grinding on level 10 elite monsters. After his favorability reached 200 points, Sherfeng started asking Blackbeard about the unique quest. However, Blackbeard remained silent, his eyes darting about, pretending to know nothing about the quest. As expected, my favorability is still not high enough. Sherfeng had more or less expected such a result. Hence, he brought out Violet Cloud's new type of fruit juice. "Lord Mayor, what do you think about this kind of fruit juice?" After seeing this new fruit juice, Blackbeard took it in his hands and gave it a whiff. Suddenly, both his eyes shone as he excitedly said, "This cup completely surpasses the previous 5 cups. Adventurer, I wonder how many of these do you have? I am willing to pay an extra 1 copper coin to purchase it." Sherfeng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Blackbeard's extremely satisfied expression. He did not imagine that Violet Cloud's craftsmanship would be so good as to tempt even an NPC into willingly to concede. Such a situation was very rarely seen in God's domain. Since Blackbeard liked the new fruit juice, Sherfeng naturally continued the transaction without stop. He had a total of 750 cups of the new type of fruit juice. Every cup earned him 3 copper coins, 1 point of favorability, and 100 EXP. It could be seen just how much Blackbeard loved this item. In such a way, Sherfeng easily received 2,250 coppers and 750 points of favorability. He also received 75,000 EXP, instantly bringing him to 46% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket. Unfortunately, making the new type of fruit juice required a lot of time. Moreover, Violet Cloud still had other matters to tend to. Otherwise, Sherfong really wanted Violet Cloud to make up to 10,000 cups for him, instantly rushing to level 10 and over. With 950 points of favorability, the town mayor Blackbeard finally opened his mouth. Moreover, he did not hide any secrets this time. He was treating Sherfong like his close friend. Sherfong had even received the Stonehammer key, which had not been mentioned by the player in his previous life. System, Unique Quest, Steel Fortress Borussia, accepted. Player is required to go to Phissis Canyon to look for the fallen Steel Fortress Borussia and obtain the Titan's heart from within it. Town Mayor Blackbeard will provide an extremely bountiful reward for it. With such a high amount of favorability, Sherfong could also purchase forging designs from Blackbeard. Sherfong was shocked after taking a rough look at the available items. There were a total of 10 forging designs for sale. 5 of them were common equipment forging designs, 3 of them were bronze equipment forging designs, 1 of them was a mysterious iron weapon forging design, and the last was a mysterious iron equipment forging design. Blackbeard must have even taken out his inheritance with this. These forging designs were all for level 8 to level 10 equipment. However, the bronze equipment forging designs were sold for 60 silver coins each, while the mysterious iron ranked forging designs were sold for up to 1 gold and 50 silver coins. Even if an average player were to discover them, they would definitely be unable to purchase them. Fortunately, this time around, Sherfong had sold another 3 pieces of the Glimmer chestplate forging design. The money he possessed increased by more than 9 gold coins once more. Otherwise, even he could only look at the items with envy. Lord Mayor, these 3 bronze-ranked forging designs and 2 mysterious iron-ranked forging designs, I want all of them. Sherfong simply handed over 4 gold 80 silver. Unfortunately, these forging designs were bound upon purchase. Otherwise, he would be able to earn at least double or triple the amount just from reselling them. The weakest amongst these forging designs was a level 8 bronze equipment. However, even that would bring about an unimaginable improvement to the current guilds. After all, the current highest leveled players were just nearing level 6, while a large majority of the players were still using level 1 or level 2 common equipment. Just imagining when everyone rose to level 8 and every member of a party possessed a piece of level 8 bronze equipment was frightening. After completing the transaction, Sherfong suddenly received a system notification. Chapter 81, Equipment Improvement. Sherfong was shocked after reading the system notification. Blackbeard's favorability of him rose to 1,000 points, reaching the level of revered. System, congratulations. You are the first player to achieve revered favorability with an NPC. Rewarding 1 mysterious iron treasure chest. Luck really can't be stopped once it comes. I wonder what items will come out. Sherfong impatiently opened the refined mysterious iron treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, there was a piece of equipment and an ornament. Dark Pursuer's Cape, Secret Silver Rank, Equipment Requirement, Agility 70 Defense plus 20 Strength plus 4, Agility plus 8, Endurance plus 4 Movement Speed plus 2 Evasion plus 6 Additional ability, Silent Steps, allows the user to arrive at the target's back silently. Maximum range of 40 yards. Interpreter's Pendant, Mysterious Iron Rank, Level 7 Equipment Requirement, Intelligence 30 Intelligence plus 6, Endurance plus 2 Magic damage increased by 5%. In the current times, these 2 pieces of equipment could be considered extremely rare. It was especially true for the Dark Pursuer's Cape. The cape was well suited for weapon specialists, and it would definitely increase their strength when equipped. Meanwhile, Silent Steps was an ability similar to the instantaneous movement of mages and shadow steps of assassins. It was equipment meant for PK 1. The Interpreter's Pendant was even more of a top-tier ornament. Just based on the 5% increase in magic damage alone, mages could continue wearing the pendant until level 20 without falling behind in the slightest. Let's give this ornament to Blackie. After some thought, Sherfong deemed that Blackie was most reliable person right now, and he was also a mage. As for the cape, he was currently unable to equip it. Its requirement of 70 agility was just too high. At the very least, Sherfong needed to be level 10 before he could equip it. Looking at the equipment, Sherfong suddenly recalled that he was already level 5. Just by relying on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, in addition to adding his 6 free attribute points into strength, he was now able to equip the Silvermoon set equipment. Just at level 5, Sherfong was able to equip the best set equipment for swordsmen under level 10. His overall attributes were literally without rival, and the quests he would do later on would become much easier. Hence, Sherfong added all his free attribute points into strength and equipped the 5 Silvermoon set pieces. Also, now that Sherfong was level 5, the swordsman's dual-wielding talent had activated. Sherfong was now able to wield 2 one-handed swords. Sherfong then took out the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade, equipping it on his subarm. After completely equipping himself, Sherfong was shocked when he took a look at his own attributes. There were very, very few players with attributes like his in all of God's domain. Not to mention the set effects on the Silvermoon set equipment. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 15, Defense plus 30. Effect 2, HP increased by 10%, Life Shield, Tier 2 after activating, creates a life shield that absorbs 60% of the damage received, with 500 maximum damage absorbed. Effect 3, Damage received reduced by 10%, Attack speed increased by 10%. Sherfeng's HP was now close to 1000 points. With these 3 effects, he was even tankier than an MT. His damage output had received an even larger improvement. Wearing a suit of silvery white armor, the pitch-black abyssal blade hanging on one side of his waist while the bloody red crimson blade hung on the other, Sherfong was like a hero that traveling around the world. There was still some time before the meeting with Gentle Snow, so Sherfong received 2 advanced quests from Hammerstone Town. They were all quests requiring him to kill level 10 twin-headed snakes. The quests required 20 snake galls and 30 venomous fangs. After completing the quests, Sherfong would be able to obtain rare ore and forging materials. These materials were all needed to make the mysterious iron equipment and weapon, and normally, they were extremely hard to find. After jogging for over 20 minutes, Sherfong finally arrived at an oasis in the white sand desert. There was a group of twin-headed snakes circling nearby. Twin-headed snake, common rank, HP 950/950. Although the twin-headed snakes had low HP, an average level 10 player would not be capable of going solo against them. Normally, they would need help to take these monsters on. Monsters in God's domain would have a qualitative change once they reach level 10. Their attack patterns were extremely flexible, and they knew how to defend against attacks. These were traits you would not find in common monsters below level 10. Without plenty of battle experience, average players would find it very hard to block or evade their attacks. Apart from this, their attacks would carry an additional special skill, and a slight slip in attention would cost players their lives. As for the twin-headed snake's attack pattern, it would usually attack with one of its heads, while defending with the other. Because of this, a solo player would find it hard to deal damage. In addition to the fatal Fang skill it possessed, as long as it bit a player, they would be poisoned and lose 50 HP every second for 15 seconds. If they did not dispel the poison, an average player would practically lose their lives to it. Sherfong slowly closed in on the twin-headed snakes. Before he even reached the 20-yard range, a twin-headed snake the height of an adult spat out its tongue, rushing towards Sherfong. Since he had been discovered, Sherfong took the initiative to rush over as well. The abyssal blade transformed into a black streak of light, piercing towards the vital point of the twin-headed snake. The snake reacted extremely quickly. One of its heads immediately bit down on the abyssal blade, preventing the abyssal blade from moving a single inch. Meanwhile, its other head opened its mouth widely, its sharp venomous fangs leaking a bluish-green poison as it bit at Sherfong. Sherfeng's other hand waved the crimson blade, the weapon transforming into a red streak as it slashed at the twin-headed snake. He stuck as the twin-headed snake was retreating, and a damage of over 60 points appeared above its head. On the other hand, Sherfong only lost slightly more than 10 HP, and he did not retreat even a single step backward. Following which, the abyssal blade slashed towards the undefended belly of the twin-headed snake, immediately causing -96 damage. Incidentally, the abyssal blade's ability, Doom Curse, was triggered, greatly reducing the twin-headed snake's attributes. However, Sherfong was not finished. He continued slashing the crimson blade, piercing the twin-headed snake's vital points and causing another -112 damage. By the time the twin-headed snake started reacting, its HP had already been reduced by half. When one of the snake heads bit at Sherfong, he dodged to a side, and his foot stomped on the ground, pushing him forward. His actions caught the other snake head by surprise, rendering it unable to attack or defend. The abyssal blade and crimson blade pierced deeply into the twin-headed snake's abdomen. Feng then abruptly pulled on them, slashing apart the twin-headed snake's body and leaving 2 long gashes. 2 damages appeared above the twin-headed snake's head, -156 and -132. In addition, the snake also received a bleeding debuff. The twin-headed snake still wished to retaliate. However, before it could reach Feng, it bled itself to death. System, level 10 twin-headed snake killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 1000 EXP. The twin-headed snake contributed a snake gall to Feng. Feng did not use many skills throughout the entire killing process, mainly only using normal attacks. He easily took care of a level 10 monster. However, Feng was still not satisfied. It was especially true for his first piercing attack. The twin-headed snake actually blocked the attack. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill the twin-headed snake with a series of continuous strikes. Feng then started searching for his next target. After an hour, Feng had killed over 40 twin-headed snakes. His experience rose to 81% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket, and his experience gain was even faster than that of forging equipment. Feng couldn't help but have mixed feelings about it. With the entire Silvermoon set equipment in addition to 2 top-tier weapons, killing monsters that were of higher levels became extremely easy. If the situation continued as such, Feng would reach level 6 in less than an hour. I'm still missing 3 snake galls and 5 venomous fangs. However, all the twin-headed snakes in this area are already dead. It might take a while for new monsters to respawn. Feng observed his surroundings. There was actually not a single twin-headed snake present. Feng had no choice but to run to another spot to grind twin-headed snakes. However, just after taking a few steps, 3 twin-headed snakes slithered out from the oasis. Amongst the 3, one of them had larger heads than the other 2, and there was also a horn on each of its heads. This was a snake king patrolling its territory. A rare elite, is it? Feng licked his lips when he saw the twin-headed snake king, his lips revealing a faint smile. A rare elite was not something that a person could often meet. It would appear randomly, and its strength was slightly more than normal elite monsters. Its drop rate was also extremely good. Being able to meet one depended all on luck. 1. PK, Player Killing. Chapter 82, Killing the Twin-Headed Snake King. The Twin-Headed Snake King, along with its 2 subordinates, slowly slithered towards Feng. However, it did not discover Feng's existence. Its tail calmly swayed, and its head proudly raised as it overlooked its own territory. Meanwhile, the 2 normal twin-headed snakes were closely following the Snake King. They did not act proudly like the Snake King, but more like bodyguards, their chilling gazes sweeping across their surroundings. As long as there were any signs of activity, they would immediately become their king's sharp swords, killing all enemies that were harmful to their king. From when the twin-headed Snake King approached his location to when it turned around and left, Feng only watched it, silently. However, Feng was in no hurry to make a move. Instead, he stealthily followed it, using observing eyes on it, and waiting for the best terrain to start his attack. Twin-headed Snake King, Rare Elite, HP 4,000/4,000. The other 2 twin-headed snake guards were both common monsters. They were both level 10, and they both had 1,400 HP, Feng was about to face 3 level 10 monsters together. Moreover, there was even a rare elite amongst them. Even though Feng equipped with the full Silvermoon set equipment, he still needed to plan properly before taking action. After all, the few can't fight the many. Also, the snake race had extremely quick movement speeds and the Snake King even more so. Feng followed the twin-headed Snake King to an area filled with sandstone. There were several stones taller than a person here that could be used to obstruct the twin-headed Snake King's vision, so Feng finally started taking action. Feng would be at a big disadvantage if he were to take on all 3 twin-headed snakes at the same time. So, he needed to split them up and kill them one at a time, with the common monsters taking priority. Feng immediately used Phantom Kill, letting his doppelganger stay behind waiting while he took charge. Feng used Wind Blade, his sword stabbing at the nearest twin-headed snake guard. With the ambush and the speed increase from Wind Blade, the twin-headed snake was not able to react to the attack at all. Shifeng's two swords immediately stabbed it in the backs, causing damages of -76 and -61. Following which, Shifeng used double chop, causing -103 and -89 damage, and leaving the twin-headed snake guard with a bleeding effect. Shifeng was fully equipped with top-tier equipment and high-leveled skills. Even if the twin-headed snake guard had a high defense, the damage Shifeng could cause was extremely high. If it were a level 5 average player attacking the twin-headed snake guard, with the level suppression and the monster's high defense, they would at most cause -3 or -4 damage to it. The twin-headed snake guard wailed in pain. It immediately spun its heads around, attacking Shifeng. The other twin-headed snake guard also came over, biting at Shifeng. Shifeng now received attacks from two sides at the same time. Shifeng slightly smiled at this. He used Thundering Flash, sending 3 streaks of thunder at one of the twin-headed snake guards. However, the twin-headed snake guard reacted extremely quickly, one of its heads blocked, while the other bit at Shifeng. The 3 streaks of thunder were blocked, causing an insignificant amount of damage. Just as the snake's venomous fangs were about to bite down, Shifeng used parry and activated Windwalk. After blocking an attack, Shifeng immediately turned around and ran. The twin-headed snake guards would naturally not let go of an enemy who angered them. Slithering at high speeds, they chased after Shifeng. As for the unharmed twin-headed snake king, one could see boiling rage in its chilling eyes. It, too, slithered and chased after Shifeng. However, just after the twin-headed snake king moved several yards, Shifeng's doppelganger used Windblade and rushed at the twin-headed snake king. The doppelganger slashed at the twin-headed snake king's neck, causing -24 damage. The twin-headed snake king was enraged by this attack. With the speed of a thunderbolt, the twin-headed snake king bit at the doppelganger. As the doppelganger's goal had been achieved, it, too, activated Windwalk, turning around and leaving. Now, the twin-headed snake guards were separated from the snake king. Although the two twin-headed snake guards were tough, without the support of their king, they were unable to stand against Shifeng's fierce attacks. One move after another, Shifeng's blades would always strike at the vital points of the twin-headed snake guards. After all, the Silvermoon set equipment was not just for show. Right now, Shifeng's agility exceeded 60 points. Even if the twin-headed snake guards could defend against one of Shifeng's attacks in time, they would still be struck by his other sword. Every sword that landed would take away 60 to 70 HP, while the occasional critical hit would cause over -150 damage. Shifeng's sword strikes were like a fierce gale passing by. The sword strikes constantly landed on the two twin-headed snake guards, causing their HP to fall madly. Within a few moments, the two twin-headed snake guards breathed their last breaths. After looting the drops, Shifeng rushed at the twin-headed snake king. Currently, the doppelganger's HP had fallen below 30%. It was exhausting itself trying to pin down the twin-headed snake king. The rare elite's attacks were extremely quick. It would, from time to time, spit out a poisonous fog, enveloping a large area with it. The doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, so it could only constantly defend and escape. Otherwise, it would have long since dropped dead. However, now that the original body had arrived, the doppelganger did not need to pin down the twin-headed snake king any longer. Shifeng immediately used 9 Dragon Slash, shooting out 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade. Shifeng then used Defensive Blade, his attack range greatly increasing. He could only attack from afar when facing the twin-headed snake king, who was capable of spewing out poisonous fog. If he were to enter a melee with the twin-headed snake king, he would not last 20 seconds. Even if he were to activate all of his life-saving skills, he still would not survive. The twin-headed snake king was very cunning. When facing Shifeng, one of its heads defended against Shifeng's attacks while its other head constantly attacked his doppelganger, paying no attention to Shifeng himself. After 3 to 4 hits, the doppelganger could no longer take it, vanishing. Meanwhile, the twin-headed snake king's HP was still over 70%. Its other head now turned to stare at Shifeng. It opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poison. The poison was like an arrow as it shot towards Shifeng. Shifeng's expression suddenly sank. His body dodged sideways, avoiding the poison. When the poisonous fluid struck a sandstone, the fluid immediately passed through, leaving behind a large hole. This was the twin-headed Snake King's corroding acid. If one were to block it, though a secret silver weapon might still be fine, a common weapon would immediately melt. As for a bronze weapon, its durability would, at least, be reduced by half, and taking 2 hits from the corroding acid would turn it into scrap. In such a way, one man and one snake started maintaining their distance between each other, attacking and dodging. Sherfong madly slashed his swords, streak after streak of sword light filling up the area. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King's 2 heads spat out poison without halt, leaving behind countless holes. From time to time, it would also fill a large area with a poisonous fog, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. From time to time, Sherfong would be poisoned during battle. After over 10 minutes of constant battle, even though Sherfong was constantly drinking basic regeneration potions as soon as the cooldown was finished, his remaining HP was only at 8%. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King still had 14% of its HP remaining. Seeing as both their HPs were low, the twin-headed Snake King revealed a sinister look. Its size faintly increased by a fold, then, suddenly, it leaped into the air. One of its heads widely opened its mouth, revealing its snow-white poisonous fangs, while its other head spewed out poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King used an attack pattern that contained both attack and defense, and as long as Sherfong closed in on it, he would be trapped in the harmful fog. Going all out now. Currently, Sherfong could withstand the poisonous fog for 3 seconds at best or take 1 strike from the Snake King itself. Hence, Sherfong took out a bottle of basic regeneration potion from his bag, gulping it down and recovering 180 HP. In his other hand, Sherfong took out a polymorph scroll. Just as the twin-headed Snake King was about to land, it was immediately turned into a sheep. Earth Splitter. After a series of attacks, the twin-headed Snake King only had 5% of its HP remaining. However, it had transformed back into its original form, while its surroundings were filled with poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King's recovery speed increased by a fold while inside the fog, while its enemies would madly lose their HP. Sherfong immediately retreated, using Abyssal Bind on the twin-headed Snake King. Sherfong then took out the Tier 1 magic scroll, Continuous Flame Bombs, and started chanting. 5 large fireballs smashed onto the twin-headed Snake King's body, taking away the last of its HP. The twin-headed Snake King dropped 4 items as it died. System: Twin-headed Snake King killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 5,000 EXP. Sherfong finally loosened his breath. As expected, a level 10 rare elite was extremely hard to deal with. If he did not possess the Silvermoon set equipment and the Tier 1 magic scroll, he would have been the one to die in this battle. Fortunately, Sherfong killed it. Amongst the 4 items dropped, there was the level 8 Mysterious Iron Staff, Song of Life, meant for clerics. Its overall attributes were quite good, and it also increased the levels of recovery skills by +1. It was absolutely a top-tier staff. The next item was a level 10 Bronze Cross Shield with average attributes. However, shields were considered rare items, so it was already pretty good that one dropped. The final 2 items were the Snake King's Gall and the Snake King's Skin. Both were rare materials in making poison and leather armor. The quest items had already been collected, so after some rest, Sherfong returned to turn in the quests. He obtained the rare forging materials, and his experience increased to 91% of level 5, just a little more before reaching level 6. Looking at the time, it was not long before the arranged meeting time. So, Sherfong started heading towards the level 8 area, Phissis Canyon. Chapter 83, Second Meeting. Phissis Canyon, a paradise on Earth. It was a place filled with lush green vegetation. Multiple streams of water flowed through the canyon, while flocks of birds flew in the sky above. The forest, as well, was filled with the sounds of hundreds of birds squabbling with each other. Although this place was beautiful, right now, there was not a single player that came here to level up. After all, the highest leveled player right now was just level 6. Normally, they would be safely leveling up in level 6 or level 7 areas. Phissis Canyon was a level 8 monster area, and level 9 monsters could even be found in the inner areas. For a short period, there wouldn't be any players coming to disturb this place. More importantly, Sherfong was here for the unique quest, Steel Fortress Barusha. This quest was extremely important for him to establish his future guild. In Shifeng's previous life, the player who completed this unique quest, just by relying on the quest rewards alone, increased a second-rate guild's standing to first-rate. However, now that Shifeng had received this unique quest, he would use it to benefit the guild he would establish. After entering the canyon, Shifeng used the demon's mask to alter his own appearance. He transformed the silvery white Silvermoon set equipment into a suit of shining pitch black set equipment. It could be called the Black Moon set equipment. Shifeng also altered his face into one of an older gentleman, his age around 26 to 27. He then donned a black cloak, his face hidden within the cloak. At first glance, his appearance exuded a strong sense of mystery, allowing others to think he was a man with a story. Shifeng's getup was somewhat similar to the Night Ranger, only he had two long swords hanging on his back rather than a simple black bow. Moreover, Shifeng was not of the Night Elf race. Now that Shifeng had disguised himself, nobody would be able to recognize who he was. Even with Gentle Snow's discerning eyes, it was impossible for her to recognize him. Arriving at the meeting location, Shifeng discovered Gentle Snow and her group had yet to arrive. Shifeng called out the system notifications, taking a look at the sales condition of the forging designs this time around. Sold out already. Shifeng looked at the series of notifications, his eyes almost shining. There were over 10 notifications from the auction house, and every one of them notified him that he had an increase of around 3 gold coins. Shifeng auctioned a total of 20 pieces of forging designs, yet, they were sold at an average price of 3 gold coins. One could just imagine how desperate these guilds were. However, compared to the price of 3 gold coins, these guilds that bought the forging designs could also, very quickly, earn that money back. God's domain had only officially started 3 days ago. Along with the increase in time, there would be more and more people joining God's domain. The number of new players might even exceed that of the old players. These new players were the main consumers, and the supply level 3 glimmer chestplates would be unable to meet the demand. In a short period, the value of the glimmer chestplate would not depreciate, and instead, its value might even increase. However, Shifeng's goal had already been met, so he no longer planned to make more glimmer chestplate forging designs to earn money. Right now, his bag was holding over 50 gold coins. These coins were the entirety of the fluid funds of more than 10 large guilds. If Shifeng were to use all of it to operate a guild, how formidable would this be? Unfortunately, money was not the only thing needed to operate a guild. Shifeng took out 20 gold coins and registered them on the virtual trade center. After all, he couldn't just keep all those gold coins on hand. If he did that, he would be throwing money away. Based on the selling price right now, these 20 gold coins were worth 180,000 credits. Shifeng did not imagine things would go so smoothly. He earned so many credits in just 3 short days. However, if he wanted to start a good workshop, such a small amount of money was still insufficient. To start up Shadow Workshop, Lan Hailong invested 5 million credits from the start. In the following month, he even invested over 10 million credits. One could just imagine how much money it took to start up a workshop, not to mention a guild with thousands or tens of thousands of members. However, after the workshop and guild were established, things would be greatly different. To a guild, hundreds of thousands of credits was nothing. Shifeng still needed to earn a lot of money. Hence why Shifeng had chosen to work with Gentle Snow secretly. "Are you Black Flame?" A voice as crisp as a jade falling to the ground came from behind Shifeng. Shifeng turned around, discovering Gentle Snow's beautiful figure walking over while sizing him up. Although it was their second time meeting, he was still unaccustomed to Gentle Snow's attentive gaze. In a slightly deep tone, Shifeng said, "Correct. I am." Hearing Shifeng's answer, moreover receiving the information proving Black Flame's identity, Gentle Snow's beautiful eyes focused. She secretly used an observation skill. Suddenly, Gentle Snow stared blankly. She was unable to discern Shifeng's name. The information only showed him as an unknown level 5. Gentle Snow originally thought that Black Flame only had good forging skills, many lucky encounters, superior strategies, and relatively good gaming skills. She never imagined that Black Flame's gaming skills were not just the average kind of good. He was definitely a top-tier expert. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a high-grade item. Special items that could hide a person's identity. Even Ouroboros did not possess a single one of such an item. They had also never heard of any other first-rate guilds obtaining one. Meanwhile, not only did the mysterious men in front of her possess such an item, but Gentle Snow could also feel a powerful strength emanating from the equipment he was wearing. Even though the equipment's special effects were hidden, a single glance at the equipment's delicate make and the magical markings circling it told Gentle Snow that it was a set. In fact, Black Flame's equipment might not be any worse than hers. Her equipment was obtained through the efforts of the elite party behind her. How much time had they spent obtaining them? How did the men in front of her obtain such good equipment? Gentle Snow attentively gazed at Shurfeng. She was even starting to suspect whether or not Black Flame was a player or the leader of a mysterious organization. Otherwise, how would he possess such financial and physical resources to carry out all those tasks? His title of Chief Forger was even publicly acknowledged by the players of Star Moon Kingdom. Just carrying out tasks such as forging and organizing would take up most of his time, so how was it possible he obtained such a good set of equipment? Hello, I am called Gentle Snow, first vice leader of Ouroboros. Gentle Snow stretched out her jade-white hand in a very formal manner. It was different from the casual meeting when Shurfeng first met her, where she regarded Shurfeng with a superior attitude. The party members behind Gentle Snow were all shocked. They never imagined their leader would actually take the initiative to shake hands with someone else. Was this older gentleman in front of them that powerful to necessitate such formality? Zhao Yueru, who stood behind Gentle Snow, was constantly sizing up Shurfeng with her beautiful eyes. Prior to this meeting, Shurfeng's series of performances had caused her to become very interested in him. Now that she was meeting him in person, she discovered that Shurfeng's entire body was exuding a mature and calm feeling, causing others to pay attention to him inadvertently. Now that even Gentle Snow had given her approval, Zhao Yueru had a faintly better impression of him. Hello, you can address me as Black Flame. Not wanting to act too aloof, Shurfeng shook hands with Gentle Snow. He discovered that her hand was very soft and smooth as expected. If Blackie were to know of this incident, he would most likely shake Shurfeng's hands, then not wash them for 3 days. The reason why Shurfeng did not completely alter the Silvermoon set equipment's appearance was to awe and intimidate them. Seeing the satisfying results, Shurfeng got right to the point and said, I have contacted you this time to cooperate with your Ouroboros. I wonder what your opinion of this is. Of course, we welcome it very much. If you are willing to become the chief forger of our Ouroboros, just state your price, Gentle Snow said with confidence. She guessed that Shurfeng would demand an exorbitant price. However, as long as they could successfully poach Shurfeng, then everything would be worth it. Moreover, with her current influence, satisfying Shurfeng's appetite was no problem at all. Miss Snow, I think you are misunderstanding something here. I will not be joining your guild. Instead, I will be using an equal status to cooperate with your guild. If Miss Snow is unable to make this problem clear, we do not need to continue this discussion. Finished speaking, Shurfeng turned to leave. 1. Night Ranger, a special elite found in the Deathly Forest dungeon, mentioned in Chapter 25. Chapter 84, Horizon Alliance. Seeing as Shurfeng was about to leave, the members from Ouroboros were stupefied. There was actually a man who would treat Gentle Snow in such a way. He even discarded the chance to work with Ouroboros without hesitation. Zhao Yueru panicked, her words caught in her mouth. She almost wanted to hold back Shurfeng and mediate between them. Even the wise Gentle Snow had yet to speak. If Zhao Yueru took action herself, her standing out might cause the situation to worsen. So, without a better choice, she just pulled on Gentle Snow's arm, secretly reminding her. However, what Zhao Yueru did not know was that Gentle Snow was similarly stupefied. She did not imagine that Shurfeng's goal from the start was not to join Ouroboros but to cooperate with them on equal standing. However, did Shurfeng have the qualifications to do so? Ouroboros was not as simple as it looked. It was a colossus in the virtual gaming world. The resources in its possession were not something an average player could imagine. To be able to cooperate with Ouroboros with equal statuses, at the very least, they needed to be a first-rate guild equally. On the other hand, the men before Gentle Snow wanted to cooperate with Ouroboros on equal standings as if it were a matter of course. For him to be so confident, did this man truly have some sort of hidden power standing behind him? This was also not an impossibility. Being able to carry out this series of matters, in addition to obtaining such a set of equipment, was not something a person could do within such a short period. Black Flame definitely possessed the support of a great power. That's the only way he would be capable of causing the vicious competition that was happening right now. According to their guild statistics, the income Black Flame obtained from selling the forging designs exceeded 60 gold coins. Meanwhile, the fluid funds of a first-rate guild right now did not exceed even 3 gold coins. If this money were utilized properly, it would allow a first-rate guild to surpass the other first-rate guilds instantly. Becoming a super guild would not be a problem. Suddenly, Gentle Snow felt chills crawl down her spine. As the vice leader of Ouroboros, she actually failed to notice such a great hidden power. However, for a power to be unknown to her, one could just imagine how deep this power hid. Fortunately, she was able to discover it now. Whether they were a friend or a foe remained unknown. Please wait. Gentle Snow urged Cherfong to stay, saying, "You, too, should know that our Ouroboros is a first-rate guild. There are not many powers out there who possess the qualifications to work with us. If you can prove that you have the ability and capital and that your proposal would bring Ouroboros great benefits, then we can come to an agreement." Humph. Ouroboros sure does have a very big tone. You should know that the first-rate guilds that I can choose to cooperate with aren't just limited to you. Cherfong turned around and looked at Gentle Snow, acting as if he did not place Ouroboros in his eyes at all. Afterward, he took out one of the level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging designs that he bought from Blackbeard, waving it in front of Gentle Snow's face. He then said with a sneer, "I wonder what thoughts you will have after seeing this. Do you think I have enough qualifications?" How could it be? Gentle Snow could not believe what her eyes were seeing. Her heart was filled with extreme shock. How did you obtain a level 10 mysterious iron forging design? Right now, even the level 3 glimmer chestplate forging design was being fought over insanely. The value of the forging design in Cherfeng's hands right now simply could not be imagined. To the elites of a guild, the level 3 glimmer chestplate forging design was not particularly useful. The main purpose of a guild obtaining it was just to earn money and nurture their own forgers, increasing the advantage that their guild possessed over others. However, when compared to the forging design that Cherfong was currently holding, the glimmer chestplate forging design was not even worth being mentioned. Lead by one step, then lead to every other step. This was the natural law of the virtual gaming world. Every guild knew of this law. Trade secret. Don't think too much about it. Cherfong kept the forging design. If there aren't any other matters, then I'll be leaving. It was absolutely impossible for Gentle Snow to allow the person in front of her, who possesses a level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging design, to leave. Moreover, to allow him to cooperate with another first-rate guild. If she were to allow the other first-rate guilds to obtain him and mass-produce these pieces of equipment, equipping every elite member with it, then the competition for the kingdom's capital would no longer be necessary. All right, I agree. State how we should cooperate then. Gentle Snow grit her teeth, yielding to Cherfong in the end. Hee, but I don't wish to cooperate with you anymore. Cherfong said in a deep tone. You. Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned cold. However, very quickly, she calmed back down. She no longer had her high and aloof attitude, her face revealing a calm smile as she said, "I apologize for my previous poor manners. I wonder if you can reconsider. Our Ouroboros is willing to pay double the price of the other guilds." Cherfong nodded his head, saying with a smile, "All right then, seeing as you are so sincere." After this scene, everyone else thought that they had heard wrong. The incomparably proud snow goddess actually surrendered. Moreover, she even apologized for her previous behavior. How terrifying was this Black Flame? Currently, Zhao Yueru's eyes were shining as they looked at Black Flame with admiration. She knew full well how proud and intelligent Gentle Snow was. Since meeting her, Zhao Yueru had never seen a person who could make Gentle Snow apologize. "I wonder how you wish to cooperate." Gentle Snow sent a glare towards the snickering Zhao Yueru behind her, then looked back at Cherfong and asked. "It's very simple. I am planning to establish a loose lifestyle organization called Horizon Alliance and recruit all sorts of lifestyle players. You just need to help me advertise it and spread its influence, and I'll give your guild a discounted price." I'll even sell you equipment and tools that are unavailable to the public, Shifeng unhurriedly said. You really want to establish such an organization? Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. Although she did not think highly of Shifeng, the terms he stated were very attractive. Zhao Yueru's eyes widened in shock. She unbelievably looked at Shifeng, feeling he was too insane. After everyone else heard Shifeng, they all thought that Shifeng simply had too much money to waste. He was actually trying to establish such an organization. Shifeng's plan was truly outrageous. It was utterly impossible to unify all the lifestyle players. The financial resources, physical resources, and manpower required to carry out such a feat were simply too great. Every guild has been nurturing their own lifestyle players. Moreover, they only recruited the elites among them in order to avoid wasting resources. That meant that the leftover lifestyle players were just mob characters, and there wouldn't be a big effect if all of them gathered together. The resources needed to nurture these lifestyle players were even more needless. There was not a single guild out there who was willing to bear such a price. Of course, if it were to succeed, the profits would be truly unimaginable. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, I will naturally notify you to help me advertise the organization and spread its influence. In any case, you all don't have anything to lose. Of course, I will give you all some remuneration in advance. 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs should be enough for your guild to nurture quite a few forgers. If Shifeng were to advertise the organization himself, not to mention how much time it would waste, the effects would not be that great. He would need a lot of time to increase the organization's influence. However, it was a different story if Ouroboros were the ones advertising the organization. They could practically cover the entire Starmoon Kingdom, greatly shortening the process of gathering influence. Gentle Snow gave Shifeng's offer some thought. It was not much work for them to do the advertising. They could also obtain 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs now, allowing them to widen the gap between Ouroboros and the other guilds. They would also be able to nurture a large batch of lifestyle players, earning even more coins. As for the matter of establishing such a lifestyle alliance, nurturing lifestyle players in large batches meant it was a process of constantly spending money. It wouldn't be long before such a plan would collapse. Nurturing lifestyle players was an extremely tough task. If Shifeng did not possess the resource and financial support from a large guild, it would be very hard for him to obtain any achievements. Following which, Gentle Snow signed a contract with Shifeng, stating that she was willing to help Shifeng spread his organization's influence throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After doing so, Shifeng must repay her with 100 pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. At the same time, Ouroboros will be able to purchase equipment and tools from Shifeng at the discounted price. Gentle Snow looked rather happy after receiving the 10 glimmer chestplate forging designs. She passed the forging designs to an assassin, letting him take the forging designs back to the guild. Then, she looked towards Shifeng, inviting him. I see that the number of humanoid monsters is quite high here. Although their levels are slightly higher, it is a good place to level up. Why don't you level up with us? It would be much faster than leveling up by yourself. Chapter 85, Birdman. Gentle Snow's invite caused both Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yuer to pay attention. Shifeng's strength must definitely be great. However, they have never specifically seen him in action, so they were extremely curious about his capabilities. They wanted to experience the strength of the rumored chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. Right. Join our party, Big Brother Black Flame. Our party members are all very skilled, so our leveling efficiency will be a lot higher, Xiao Yuer said from the side. Zhao Yueru sent a glare towards Xiao Yuer. The girl actually made the statement before she could. Xiao Yuer hid behind Gentle Snow, cutely sticking her little tongue out at Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru stamped her feet in anger, causing her chest to bounce indefinitely. If it were not for Black Flame being present, she would have taught this little girl a lesson right this instant. Although the beauties were filled with interest in Shifeng's strength, the remaining 2 male players had their fighting spirits raised instead. Just what did Shifeng possess to earn the attention of the 3 beauties? Suddenly, a heart of competition grew within them. They looked at Shifeng with a provocative expression, not believing that they were any worse than Shifeng. Regarding these provocative glances, Shifeng paid no attention to them. He said in a low tone, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Snow. However, I have a quest that I need to do here, so I can't level up with everyone. A quest, is it? Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. This place was a level 8 monster area, so she was extremely curious about this quest Shifeng possessed. However, trying to ask about someone else's secret would be impolite, so she formally said, "Then, we won't disturb you anymore. If you need help, just ask. Although we don't know how much help we could be, we will still try our best to assist you." Shifeng smiled faintly when he heard Gentle Snow's offer. It was naturally good news that there was someone willing to help him. It would not be an easy task entering the Steel Fortress Borussia. There would definitely be monsters there, and it would take Shifeng a long time to deal with them by himself. If there were such a powerful party helping him, then he would be able to save a lot of time. That's great. I need to go to a certain place. However, there are a lot of monsters there, so it won't be easy for me to enter by myself. Can you all help me clear the area? Shifeng implored. Originally, Gentle Snow was still thinking of a way to deepen the relationship between them and Shifeng. Never would she have thought that Shifeng would actually take the initiative to ask them for help. Gentle Snow quickly said, "Okay, I'll invite you to the party. You lead the way." Shifeng accepted the invite, joining Gentle Snow's party. Under Shifeng's guidance, the party of players quickly arrived at the core region of Phissis Canyon. We'll arrive after passing through this forest. However, the number of birdmen here is very high. They are all living up in the trees and are hard to detect, so you all have to pay attention to the birdmen descending at any time. If they catch you in their talons, they will carry you high up into the air, then throw you your death, Shifeng informed as he walked. It's just a bunch of birdmen. What's there to be afraid of? Watch how we'll take care of these birdmen. The shield warrior of the party clapped his chest, speaking in a disdainful tone. Shifeng spoke no more, only silently pushed aside the tree leaves that hindered his path. However, Gentle Snow was not careless. Instead, she commanded, "Everyone, pay attention to the air above. Protect the healer." Yes. The two male players immediately turned serious, not daring to be careless. They tightly guarded Xiao Yuer's sides. As long as Xiao Yuer survived, she would be able to revive them after leaving the battle. That way, the EXP and skill proficiency lost would be massively reduced. As expected, not a moment later, 4 white-feathered birdmen descended from the treetops. The sharp talons on both of their feet shot down with shocking speed, like an eagle hunting its prey, catching the male ranger in an instant. The remaining party members reacted quickly, either using their weapons to block the talons or avoiding them completely. Get rid of them. Yueru, attack the birdman that caught Little Song. Yuer, stay in the back. Gentle Snow shouted orders. She used Whirlwind Slash on 2 birdmen, however, the 2 birdmen reacted very quickly, avoiding the attack by flying up into the air. Following which, Gentle Snow used Charge, running to save the male ranger named Little Song. Although the twin daggers in Little Song's hands constantly retaliated, the talons of the birdman were too hard. No matter what he did, he could not hack away the talons gripping his shoulders. Although he wanted to attack the birdman directly, his position prevented him from landing a hit on the monster's body. He could only helplessly dangle, slowly rising into the air. Zhao Yueru used a flame explosion on the level 9 birdman's wings, causing -53 damage. The flames burned away some of the birdman's feathers, causing the birdman to plummet from the sky instantly. Gentle Snow was already waiting down below by the time the birdman landed. She directed a cleave at the birdman's neck, sending the birdman and its prey flying with the attack and causing -61 damage. Facing the level 9 birdman, Zhao Yueru and Gentle Snow dealing such a high amount of damage despite the level difference of 4 levels was quite good. The injured birdman looked pitiful. However, Birdman had a total of 1000 HP. Just this amount of damage was nothing to it. It would be better again after rubbing some spit on its wounds. Moreover, it was the first time Gentle Snow and the others dealt with the attack patterns of flying monsters. They did not know any effective attack patterns and battle techniques. Although Gentle Snow's party managed to save the ranger, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4 birdmen hovering in the sky. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, who managed to deal over 50 damage to the birdmen, the damages dealt by the ranger and the shield warrior did not exceed 20. However, it was not because they were weak, but because the birdmen were wearing leather armor, their defense was not low. In addition to the level suppression, the two male players would be unable to deal any significant damage. What is this brat trying to do? He still hasn't helped out after all this time. He is even watching from the side. Is he just a paper tiger, the shield warrior, unable to stand by idly and watch, ridiculed Shifeng in a soft tone. However, just as the shield warrior finished speaking, Shifeng took action. With an abrupt leap, Shifeng jumped past the trees, arriving in the treetops. Now that Shifeng's agility had reached 40 points, in addition to activating the hidden skill, Flying Steps, he was able to leap around the treetops effortlessly like a martial arts expert. His swords then landed on the birdmen flying in midair, one after another. Every slash from Shifeng's swords caused minus 160 damage, at least triple the amount of what Gentle Snow and the others dealt. This caused the shield warrior and ranger to shut their mouths immediately. Xiao Yuer watched Shifeng leaping around the forest with a face filled with admiration, both her eyes glistening radiantly. Zhao Yueru, as well, was slightly captivated. Black Flame was definitely not like some person who had dogshit luck. Only Gentle Snow remained very calm. However, Shifeng's way of battle had truly given her some enlightenment. She felt that her previous ways of battling were inflexible, unable to accommodate different situations. However, she was not to blame for this. The previous virtual reality games that were available did not contain such a flexible battle styles. It would not be easy for her to change in such a short period. A short moment later, 4 of the hovering birdmen fell dead. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, dropping several copper coins and some light feathers. Let's go. Shifeng sheathed his pair of swords after landing on the ground. He then walked in the direction of his destination. Big brother Black Flame, don't walk so quickly. Teach me how to battle as well, all right. Xiao Yuer excitedly chased after Shifeng, hugging Shifeng's arm and shaking it. This is a technique for melee jobs. You don't need to learn it as a cleric. Shifeng did not think that Xiao Yuer would be so easygoing and unrestrained. She was completely different from the distinguished person she would be several years later. You little girl. Just a moment and you're already making trouble. Didn't Big Brother Black Flame already say it? You're not suited for it. Zhao Yueru pulled Xiao Yuer away, panting in rage. Unconsciously, the way she referred to Shifeng had changed as well, suddenly becoming much more intimate. Chapter 86, Mechanical Army. Watching Shifeng's back, Gentle Snow grit her teeth. When she thought about the horrifying amount of damage Shifeng previously dealt and his extraordinary battle methods, she suddenly felt Shifeng was even more opaque to her than before. She knew all of the top-tier experts in the virtual gaming world. However, she had never heard of a top-tier expert such as Black Flame. The equipment she was currently wearing could be considered the pinnacle amongst the current players. Both she and Shifeng were level 5, as well. However, the difference in their damage was actually so large. Just how excellent was Shifeng's equipment? Could it be that he was wearing a full set of level 5 mysterious iron set equipment? What Gentle Snow did not know was that the Silvermoon set equipment Shifeng wore was the best set equipment for swordsmen below level 10. Its attributes were much better than level 5 mysterious iron set equipment. In addition, Shifeng possessed a magic weapon and a secret silver weapon. Also, because of the effects of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could deal damage to the birdmen while ignoring the level suppression. So, his damage would naturally be extremely high. On their way through the forest, the number of birdmen they met constantly grew. However, even if they were to face more than 10 birdmen at a time, these birdmen would still be killed off very quickly. Such a result was because of Shifeng's horrifying damage in addition to the shield warrior holding off the monsters and Gentle Snow and the others becoming more familiar with the battles. The leveling efficiency of Gentle Snow's party right now was much higher than before Shifeng joined them. Half an hour later, Shifeng and the others finally arrived at the Ruined Lands. Although it was called the Ruined Lands, in reality, it was just a gigantic crater. Cave systems of various depths and sizes could be found inside the crater. If one entered deep into a cave, they would easily become lost within it. Big Brother Black Flame, is this the place where you have to do your quest? Zhao Yueru moved closer to Shifeng's side, flipping her fine black hair and asking in a soft tone. After being in such a close range with the witch, Zhao Yueru, and seeing deep cleavage revealed by her red robes, it was impossible for Shifeng not to have thoughts about it. Even if he did not possess any evil intentions, it became much harder for him to pretend to be profound now. We'll reach it once we go down this path. However, there are too many birdmen circling in the sky, so won't be easy to get over there. Shifeng deliberately shifted his gaze to a side, watching the sky above the canyon that led towards the large crater. The shield warrior and ranger no longer belittled Shifeng's reminder this time. Instead, they held a hint of reverence towards Shifeng now. Taking precautions, they looked towards the birdmen in the sky. On the way to this place, it was only thanks to Shifeng that the two of them did not end up dead. Watching Shifeng take the first step, entering the narrow canyon, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Yueru's face. She kept on having a familiar feeling when she looked at Shifeng. This was the first time she felt this sort of sensation. Soon after, Zhao Yueru followed Shifeng tightly into the canyon. Gentle Snow only smiled sweetly at this scene. How could she not know Zhao Yueru's thoughts? There were extremely few situations where Zhao Yueru was interested in a man in such a way. Of course, if Zhao Yueru could enchant Shifeng, pulling him into Ouroboros, that, too, would be advantageous. Although there were a lot of birdmen in the canyon, Gentle Snow's party had become increasingly familiar with dealing with these monsters. It was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was a genius. She had already learned Shifeng's battle methods after only seeing them a few times. She used the cliff walls to jump back and forth, and every time she brandished her blade, she would strike a birdman from the air, sending it to the ground. Moreover, she was able to dodge and avoid the talons and fierce attacks of the birdmen in midair. Even without Shifeng's help, Gentle Snow's party could get rid of all Theseus birdmen. After continuously killing several hundred birdmen, a flash of golden light appeared around Shifeng's body. He had finally reached level 6, catching up to those leveling madmen. In order to equip the Dark Pursuer's cape a little earlier, Shifeng placed all of his attribute points into agility. If he were to level up the Abyssal Blade to level 5, he might even be able to equip the Dark Pursuer's cape at level 8. He's level 6 already. Gentle Snow looked over at Shifeng. She did not imagine that his leveling speed would be so swift. She had been killing monsters to level up without stop, yet, she was currently still 23% away from reaching level 6. Meanwhile, Shifeng clearly busied himself with a variety of things, yet, he could still reach level 6 before her. However, when she thought about how Shifeng could kill monsters of a higher level with such ease, it was no wonder he could level up so quickly. You want to go to that place? The number of monsters there is just too high. Amongst them, there are even quite a lot of level 9 elites and level 10 special elites. Are you sure you want to enter? After arriving at the deeper regions of the large crater, Gentle Snow suddenly discovered that the place was filled with wandering mechanical golems. She could not figure out just what kind of quest Shifeng had received that actually had such a high difficulty. Even if Shifeng were even more powerful than he was now, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter that place. The mechanical golems were around a person's height. Mechanical Golem, Common Monster, HP 1, 500/1, 500. The mechanical warriors were double the size of the mechanical golems, and their hands were holding a blade and shield. Mechanical Warrior, Elite Monster, HP 3000/3000. The mechanical knights were the most terrifying of them all. They rode mechanical horses, and they held long pikes. They were over 6 meters tall, just like a 2-story building. Mechanical Knight, Special Elite, HP 7000/7000. In the deepest parts of this horde of mechanical monsters, there was a pair of tightly shut steel gates. However, the number of mechanical puppets and mechanical warriors was just too ridiculous. Just from a simple glance, Gentle Snow estimated over 800 of them. Moreover, in the deepest parts, there were over 100 mechanical knights tightly guarding the front of the steel gates. Clearing all of those mechanical knights without a 1,000-man elite army was only a pipe dream. The amount of these mechanical monsters simply caused one despair. Even being more than 100 yards away from these mechanical monsters frightened Zhao Yueru and the others. The mechanical army would be unparalleled if they were to rush over altogether. The army would be able to annihilate Zhao Yueru and the others instantly. Big Brother Black Flame, are you really going to go? You will definitely die. Even though Zhao Yueru was confident in her party's strength, just based on the standards of their level 5 party, clearing the surrounding mechanical golems and mechanical warriors was already a huge problem, not to mention the mechanical knights. A single mechanical knight might be enough to get rid of them all, let alone facing 100 of them. I must go there. However, we need to clear these golems and warriors, which are just hindrances. First, Shifeng nodded his head. Then, let's slowly lure them over and kill them, clearing the way bit by bit. Gentle Snow had already promised Shifeng that they would spare no effort in helping him. Naturally, she would not shrink back now. Moreover, this place was quite good for leveling up. After killing so many birdmen on the way here, they gained quite a lot of common equipment and materials. If they were to clear all these mechanical warriors, their gains should be even greater. It was just that the strength of the mechanical warriors was still an unknown to them. Then, I'll lure them over one by one, Zhao Yueru volunteered. It was easiest for a ranged player to lure monsters. Moreover, based on her skills, even if the monsters were tightly packed together, she would still be able to lure only 2 to 3 of them over. Their party would also be able to dispose of the monsters easily. Hold on, Shifeng suddenly pulled Zhao Yueru back. Is there something wrong? Zhao Yueru asked. The others looked towards Shifeng, puzzled. Could it be that Shifeng did not believe in Zhao Yueru's skills? Shifeng was very clear with the difficulty of this place. However, Zhao Yueru and the others did not know that these mechanical monsters were all weapons of war made by the dwarven civilization. If Zhao Yueru were to go and lure the monsters without knowing this, it would only lead to a party wipe. The mechanical monsters are extremely troublesome to deal with. Their aggro range is extremely wide. There is no need to mention their defense and attack power. If you were to try and lure one, at least 10 more would follow. With the level suppression, we will definitely be unable to take on that many of them at once. I have another idea. Which one of you here has a movement speed of over 14 points? My movement speed is 17. Little Song has also reached 14 points, Gentle Snow answered even though she did not understand why Shifeng asked such a question. You and Little Song both use a speed scroll. In a moment, lure all of the surrounding mechanical monsters and gather them in a single location. Then, leave the rest to me. Shifeng took out 2 speed scrolls. With these items, based on the mechanical monster's speed, the mechanical monsters would definitely be unable to catch up to the 2 of them. After associating with Shifeng for some time, Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng was not one to spout nonsense. He definitely must have his own reasonings. Hence, she and Little Song both used the speed scrolls, the 2 of them starting to lure the monsters from both sides. Chapter 87, Flame Blade Dance. Gentle Snow and Little Song started luring monsters from 2 sides. Before they even came close to the 30-yard range, the monsters discovered the 2 of them. The monsters' eyes flashed a red glow, all of them turning their heads and staring at the intruders. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected. After the alarm rang out, all of the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors within a 40-yard radius were alerted. The surrounding mechanical monsters locked onto the 2 players, and within a moment, the 2 were being chased by hundreds of mechanical golems and mechanical warriors. Zhao Yueru was secretly shocked at seeing this. Fortunately, she did not rashly act and lure the monsters. Otherwise, they would definitely party wipe. Big Brother Black Flame, there won't be a problem luring the monsters in such a way, right? Zhao Yueru saw that Gentle Snow and Little Song were both being chased closely after by the mechanical army. If they had not run away in time, they might have already been dead by now. Relax. With the speed scroll in effect, these mechanical monsters won't be able to catch up to them, Shifeng said confidently. After some time, as expected, not a single one of the mechanical monsters caught up to the 2. Everything happened just as Shifeng predicted. After luring all the surrounding mechanical monsters, the 2 of them circled the large, empty crater, while the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors chased them without stop. The 2 of them were very adept at luring monsters. Within a short moment, they had merged the 2 waves of mechanical monsters into a single wave. Inwardly, Zhao Yueru was speechless. She, too, had a speed scroll. However, this item was just too expensive. Even if it was her party members, each of them only possessed 1 speed scroll for the purpose of saving their own lives. She never imagined that Shifeng could easily take out 2 of them. Moreover, he was only using it to lure monsters. It was truly an extravagant use, however. It was true that, with this added speed scroll, the two of them were able to lure all of the monsters safely. Now, though, the real problem had arrived. After luring so many monsters, how were they going to deal with them? They did not possess any AoE magic, and even if they did, they would not dare to use it. Doing so would cause disorder to the control of hatred, as their MT did not learn an advanced skill such as crowd mock. At that time, everyone would just die. Shifeng naturally knew the question everyone was thinking. However, he only revealed a mysterious smile as he walked forward. In 10 seconds, both of you lure all the monsters to the center, Shifeng said in the party chat. Understood, Gentle Snow answered. Finished speaking, Shifeng took out a delicate, dark red scroll, then spreading it open in one go. Incantations were written throughout the inside of the scroll. Just the light coming from the incantations was enough to cause the fire mana in the surroundings to surge. After seeing this, even an amateur would know that the item Shifeng took out was not simple. As an elementalist, Zhao Yueru's face was filled with shock. Just what kind of magic scroll was this? The magic scrolls sold by the magic shops were definitely unable to create such a feat. Just the incantations alone were enough to cause the fire mana of the surrounding area to gather quickly, becoming incomparably violent. Such a gathering of fire mana was even stronger than the fire dragon's roar she used by several times. If Shifeng were to release it, who knew how strong it would be? At this moment, Shifeng activated the magic scroll and pulled out the abyssal blade. Suddenly, the fire mana collected above the magic scroll poured down like mercury, and streak after streak of flames over 10 meters in length penetrated the abyssal blade. Magnificent flames then burst out of the abyssal blade's form, suddenly transforming into a sword of flame. It faintly released the cry of a phoenix, resounding throughout the surroundings. Naturally, everyone noticed such a vast and mighty power. Nobody thought Shifeng would actually still have such a hidden ace in the hole. In fact, Shifeng did not wish to use this Tier 2 magic scroll. He would have one less after every use. Moreover, Shifeng had only harvested 4 such items from all of Moonlight Forest. Now that he had used one, he only had 3 remaining. At this time, Gentle Snow and Little Song had already lured all of the mechanical monsters to the central region of the crater. They then ran towards Shifeng. The mechanical monsters were coming in closer and closer, 40 yards. 30 yards. 20 yards. 10 yards. However, Shifeng had still not taken any action. He was only standing there, silently, with his hand holding the dazzling and burning hot sword. Just as Gentle Snow and Little Song ran past Shifeng, Shifeng abruptly took action, slashing out his burning blade, Tier 2 magic, Flame Blade Dance. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's slash released countless crimson flames. The scorching flames were like an ocean, instantly swallowing the entire mechanical army. The cone-shaped flames burned everything in a 60-yard distance to ash. Even if the mechanical warriors had 3,000 HP, they were still unable to withstand the damage from this move as they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience abruptly increased by a large chunk, rising to 37% of level 6. The other party members had also broken through from level 5, one after another, all of them reaching level 6. Their leveling speed was just too awesome. Everyone's gazes then went towards the loot littering the ground, joy immediately rushing up to their heads. Shifeng was just too awesome. He used a single move to kill level 9 elite monsters instantly. Although he depended on an external item to do so, being able to obtain such an item was still proof of his ability. If they were to go through this process again several more times, they would be able to reach level 10 at any minute. At this moment, Gentle Snow, as well, was rejoicing at her choice to aid Shifeng in his quest. Just the EXP they obtained alone profited them big time. Big Brother Black Flame, what kind of scroll did you use? It was actually so powerful. Zhao Yueru blinked her eyes at Shifeng, asking curiously. A Tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng casually said. Big Brother Black Flame, where can I buy it? Zhao Yueru was captivated by this magic scroll after seeing its destructive capabilities. It would be worth it even if she had to spend 10 silver coins to buy one. Shifeng shook his head, saying with a smile, this item can't be bought. It will only appear by chance when opening a high-grade treasure chest. Oh, Zhao Yueru was slightly disappointed. Shifeng might have spat out blood if he knew Zhao Yueru thought of buying the Tier 2 magic scroll for only 10 silver coins. Nobody would sell a Tier 2 magic scroll. That was because this item was just too valuable. If used at a crucial point, it was possible to create a comeback situation. In Shifeng's previous life, there were many large guilds who offered 2 to 3 gold coins for Tier 2 magic scrolls but still failed to purchase any. If it were not due to the importance of this quest, Shifeng would not have been willing to use this scroll. Gentle Snow originally wished to find out more about the magic scroll, as this item was truly too useful. However, after hearing Shifeng's tone, it was clear that he was feeling heartache over having used the item. Even the rich and overbearing chief forger was feeling heartache. One could just imagine how rare this item was. However, when Gentle Snow heard that she could obtain such an item from a high-grade treasure chest, she thought to herself that she would let the players from her guild make a note of it. Following which, everyone else started cleaning up the loot. There were plenty of elite monsters amongst the over 800 mechanical monsters, so there were many items dropped. Amongst them, there was no lack of level 7 to level 8 common equipment. There were even over 30 pieces of bronze equipment and several skill books. You killed all these monsters, and we were not of much help. So, we won't be taking any of the equipment or skill books. Gentle Snow traded all the items to Shifeng after she finished arranging the loot. However, the shield warrior started drooling when he looked at all the equipment for MTs. He was extremely reluctant to part with them. However, he also did not dare have any objections to give everything to Shifeng. You all helped out quite a lot. Let's split according to job requirements. As for these skill books, I'll be taking them. Shifeng only kept all of the skill books because he discovered a special skill, precision throw, amongst them. This skill was extremely useful to him. As for the bronze equipment, they were worth but a few gold coins, so they were not as valuable to him. The equipment he was currently wearing was the Silvermoon set equipment. Shifeng did not plan on changing equipment while he was below level 10. As for Blackie and the others, he would obtain equipment that would better suit them. Although the equipment did not serve much purpose to Shifeng, they were very useful to Gentle Snow. I would feel embarrassed if I were to accept them vainly. How about I purchase all of them? I currently don't have enough game coins on hand. Could I pay using credits? Gentle Snow, not wishing to owe Shifeng a favor, softly asked. Paying with credits is fine as well. Shifeng was naturally very willing. In a short moment, Gentle Snow had transferred 50,000 credits to Shifeng, enriching Shifeng quite a lot once more. What about the remaining mechanical knights? Are you going to use a magic scroll again? Gentle Snow looked towards the over 100 mechanical knights guarding the large gate, asking in anticipation. A Tier 2 magic scroll can't get rid of them. Moreover, I don't need to kill them to enter into that place. I just need to lure them away. When Shifeng heard Gentle Snow saying so, his forehead couldn't help but sweat. Tier 2 magic scrolls weren't just some kind of cabbage he could waste. Leave it to me, then. Gentle Snow looked at the terrain and entered into deep thought. She felt that there should be no problem in accomplishing the task. Here are some speed scrolls and return scrolls. As long as you run out of the crater, they will not continue chasing. After leaving the battle, you all can use the return scrolls to leave this place, Shifeng explained and took out several scrolls. Seeing that they were about to part from each other, Zhao Yueru felt unwillingness in her heart. She did not know why, but she could feel a sense of ease and security when she was with Shifeng. Big brother Black Flame, let's add each other as friends. We're going to enter a level 5 dungeon tomorrow, so how about you come and join us? Zhao Yueru suddenly said. Gentle Snow was faintly astonished. She looked at Zhao Yueru with a helpless smile. However, she felt that this was not really a bad choice. With Shifeng around, their chances of clearing the level 5 dungeon would be even greater. Shifeng did not think that this witch would actually want to add him as a friend. Moreover, she even invited him to dive into a dungeon. This behavior of hers right now was just way too different from before. We can add each other as friends, but I have some things to do tomorrow. We'll dive into a dungeon together when I have time in the future. Shifeng tactically rejected the invitation. After all, he couldn't suddenly multiply himself into 2 people. As for the matter of adding each other as friends, Shifeng possessed another independent circle of friends after donning the demon mask. So, others would not be able to discover any issues. Let us add each other as friends then. Zhao Yueru softly bit her lips. She was slightly disappointed that she would not be able to dive into a dungeon with Shifeng immediately. However, it was still good that she could add him as a friend. She would be able to contact him more easily in the future. System, do you wish to accept Flaming Moon's friend request? Shifeng hit accept, and the name Flaming Moon entered Black Flame's friend window. Afterward, Shifeng headed towards the left side of the gate. At this moment, Gentle Snow had already arrived at the gate's right side, prepared to lure the mechanical knights. Elder Sister Yueru, let us leave first. We can just leave the rest to Elder Sister Snow, Xiao Yueru softly said when she noticed that Zhao Yueru remained motionless. I got it. Zhao Yueru, after taking another glance at Shifeng's back, turned around and left. Seeing that Shifeng was ready, Gentle Snow activated the speed scroll and rushed at the level 10 mechanical knights. Halfway there, the eyes of mechanical knights in front of the large gate shone brightly. Their enormous bodies started moving, and all of them had their eyes focused on Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow immediately halted her steps. She then turned around and escaped. The mechanical knights bellowed in rage as they moved their large figures, chasing after Gentle Snow. Only when all of the mechanical knights left did Shifeng hastily run towards the large steel gates. Although Gentle Snow had lured the mechanical knights away, the amount of time they could be lured was limited. Moreover, they would not fall for the same trick the next time, so Shifeng had to seize the opportunity. Arriving at the large gate, Shifeng found a moss-covered keyhole. He then inserted the broken obsidian crystal given to him by Blackbeard. The fortress key had already been stored away for almost a millennium. Blackbeard also mentioned that the key might not be able to open the gates. However, it was still worth a try. Chapter 88, Advancing to Intermediate Rank. After inserting the obsidian key, there was no reaction from the steel gate. It was still as unmoving as ever. At this moment, a message arrived from Gentle Snow. She told Shifeng that the mechanical knights had suddenly stopped chasing her and were quickly returning. Crap, it can't be, right? The key really doesn't work. In a fit of rage, Shifeng abruptly sent a punch towards the keyhole. Since he could not use the simplest way to enter, then he could only use the more dangerous method to enter. D. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light radiated out from the keyhole. Countless energy runes flashed on the pair of three-storied gates. After which, the gates slowly opened, letting out ear-piercing creaking sounds. Seeing that the mechanical knights had already hurried over, while a gap fit for a person had opened between the pair of gates. Without hesitation, Shifeng pulled out the obsidian key, and the gates stopped moving instantly. Following which, Shifeng squeezed himself through the gap between the gates. System, you have discovered the steel fortress Barusha. The two-storied tall mechanical knights tried to rush in through the gates. However, the gap between the gates was just too narrow for them to pass through. In addition to the gate's immense weight, the mechanical knights could only bombard attacks at the gate outside. Unfortunately, their actions were not one bit useful. I'm inside. After Shifeng sent a message to Gentle Snow, he carefully headed forward along the gigantic steel pathway. On the other side of the ruined lands. Snow, how is he? Waiting by the side, Zhao Yueru asked when she saw Gentle Snow running in her direction. No problems. He's already inside. However, this quest is truly dangerous. I've roughly estimated the mechanical knight's strength just now, and I've discovered that these mechanical knights are completely different than other special elites. They can swiftly block my attacks, in addition to instantly returning with a counter-attack. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I might have died just now. If we do not possess a skill that could continuously deal large amounts of damage, even if we could kite them around, we would still be helpless against these mechanical knights. Instead, we would just be piling up our own corpses. Gentle Snow sat down and took out some refreshments, eating and drinking to recover. Currently, her mind filled with the battle scenes from before. It was truly a thrilling situation. Just by receiving the shockwave, which resulted from the mechanical knight's pike striking the ground, she lost over 200 HP. If the weapon hit her directly, the consequences would be inconceivable. After listening to Gentle Snow's words, for reasons unknown, Zhao Yueru released a relieved breath. Alright, stop dreaming. We'll be grinding birdmen in the canyon. The loot and experience here are quite good, so we should be able to quickly surpass those top-tier experts. After recovering, Gentle Snow stood up and commanded. Meanwhile, inside the steel fortress, Shifeng was advancing carefully. Signs of rust and corrosion covered every inch inside the fortress. There were only flashing fragments of light inside, barely allowing Shifeng to see the path clearly. After walking for quite some distance, Shifeng did not discover any danger. There was only the occasional sound of dripping water and the rumbling sounds of machines operating. Even though more than a millennium had passed, a majority of the machinery here still functioned normally. One could clearly see just how advanced the techniques the dwarven civilization possessed were. After passing through the large hallway, Shifeng arrived at an area with a humongous smelting furnace. The surrounding steel walls around the furnace were linked together with steel stairs, and at the bottom of the furnace was an endlessly deep pool of water. However, Shifeng did not head along the stairs towards the next exit. Instead, he leaped and jumped towards the pool. Halfway down, Shifeng activated gravity liberation. His falling speed sharply reduced, his body slowly descending like a feather. During his descent, Shifeng suddenly noticed a passage on the walls. The passage could barely allow a person to enter. However, the information Shifeng had collected in his previous life did not mention such a passage. Hence, Shifeng slowly floated over, accurately landing in the hidden passageway. There is actually a treasure chest here. Did none of those people notice it last time? Shifeng discovered that, in the deepest part of the passageway, there was a large pitch-black steel chest. Many runes were carved onto the chest, and a glance was enough to tell it was not just a simple chest. After observing it in detail, Shifeng determined that the chest was a mysterious iron treasure chest. However, Shifeng did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to go over and take a look. Just as the doppelganger started activating the treasure chest, the surrounding steel walls shot out countless flying arrows. The doppelganger was killed in an instant, giving Shifeng a scare. Fortunately, Shifeng had made it a habit to be cautious and prudent when in God's domain. Otherwise, he would have really died. Such types of traps were normally one-time uses. However, Shifeng did not rush. In any case, the chest wouldn't run away, so he might as well wait until Phantom Kill's cooldown finished, then use his doppelganger to open the treasure chest. This time, the doppelganger had managed to open the treasure chest safely. With no more dangers present, Shifeng walked over to the chest and took out its contents. Inside, there was a mysterious iron-ranked blackstone shield. It was absolutely a top-tier level 10 shield. Blackstone shield, mysterious iron rank, equipment requirement, strength 25 defense plus 69 defend rate 29% strength plus 7, endurance plus 10 HP plus 200 after equipping, all damage received from the front will be reduced by 10%. There was also a mysterious iron mastery book. When used, players would randomly receive 10 to 50 free mastery points. This item was several times rarer than the Blackstone shield. That was because mastery points could last a player forever, while the Blackstone shield could not. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad, Shifeng slightly prayed before selecting to use the mastery book. Following which, the system started displaying a pile of random numbers ranging from 10 to 50. As long as Shifeng yelled, "Stop," the final number to appear would be the number of mastery points he would obtain. It was something similar to Russian roulette. In Shifeng's previous life, many experts collected various kinds of mastery books to increase their weapon mastery. However, mastery books were just too rare, and even with money, one may not necessarily be able to buy it. Most players that obtained a mastery book would use it instead of selling it. After all, it was extremely hard to obtain a single free mastery point. Shifeng had once seen a person who was fortunate enough to obtain a fine gold mastery book. Many players looked at that person with immense envy, and some were even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits to buy the mastery book from that person. However, that person refused to sell and instead, used the mastery book for himself. The range of free mastery points provided by the fine gold mastery book was between 30 to 200. Originally, everyone thought this fellow had very good luck. However, that person only obtained 31 free mastery points, in the end, becoming a laughingstock to everyone. The points he obtained was no better than a mysterious iron mastery book. Looking at the numbers constantly spinning, Shifeng's heart madly thumped, not knowing what number would come out. "Stop!" Shifeng shouted. The wheel of numbers abruptly halted, and Shifeng peered open his eyes and took a look. 32 points. A relatively good number. Shifeng had just effortlessly obtained 32 free mastery points, which was the equivalent of the free mastery points he would obtain by leveling up to level 20. Shifeng opened his one-handed sword mastery window. Currently, his one-handed sword mastery was still at 20 points, placing him at the level of basic swordsman and increasing his base damage by 10%. If including the 8 free mastery points he obtained for leveling up to level 5, and the 5 points he had remaining from before, he now had a total of 45 free mastery points. Shifeng immediately added 30 mastery points to his one-handed sword mastery. Instantly, his one-handed sword mastery rose to the level of an intermediate swordsman, increasing his base damage by 15%. As for becoming an advanced swordsman, he was still 50 points away from doing so. Although it was just a 5% increase in base damage, it should not be taken lightly. This base damage would be magnified many times after factoring in the bonuses from skills. Often, the gap present between a top-tier expert and a normal expert was due to the difference in base damages. At this stage of the game, there might only be a fragment of experts who have reached basic mastery. Shifeng had already reached intermediate mastery, leading them by a lot. Just as Shifeng was about to continue advancing deeper into the Steel Fortress, the fortress alarm rang out. Chapter 89, Baruch's Core Area Alert. Alert. There is an intruder in Area F. Activating self-defense system. Before Shifeng could celebrate his gains, a bucket of cold water dumped over his head by this loud voice. He did not think that there would be such a trap after opening the treasure chest. Just after arriving at the passage's exit, Shifeng discovered that the passages leading to the other areas of the Steel Fortress were all sealed off, preventing him from entering. Meanwhile, the water level of the pool below started rising, and according to its speed, it would not be long before the passage flooded. Without hesitation, Shifeng took out a bottle of underwater breathing potion, drinking it. The potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 20 minutes. Following which, Shifeng immediately leaped into the pool, diving towards the deepest region. After swimming down for over 10 minutes, Shifeng finally saw a dark passage. However, the water currents from there flowed rapidly, and it would not be easy for Shifeng to approach the passage. After spending a long period, and drinking a second bottle of underwater breathing potion, Shifeng managed to crawl his way towards the passage entrance with much difficulty. Following which, he was washed away by the rapidly flowing water, his body unable to move as the current continuously pushed him along the passageway. After flowing along the water currents for several minutes, Shifeng was thrown out of the passage and landed in another large pool. Near a wall of the large pool, some stairs spiraled upward. As long as he went up these stairs, he would arrive at the core of the fortress. Shifeng swam towards the stairway. He then looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning now, and since locating the Titan's heart was not accomplishable in a short amount of time, Shifeng immediately called out the system interface and chose to log out. Upon waking up early in the morning, the first thing Shifeng did was train his body. This action had long since deeply ingrained in his bones. However, he could clearly feel that his body was different from yesterday. His body no longer felt stiff, and instead, it felt extremely refreshed. The positive effects of the C-rank nutrient fluids he drank were evident. The fluid was slowly altering his body's condition. Strike the iron while it's hot. Shifeng then started working out, doing sit-ups, push-ups and other muscle-strengthening actions. After working out for over an hour, Shifeng still did not feel tired. On the contrary, his body felt comfortably warm, as if there were an inexhaustible amount of energy within him. However, he did not continue training his body. Instead, he went downstairs to have a meal. Desperately working out was not necessarily a good thing. It needed to be done in moderation, as overworking his body would only yield opposite effects. After going through a night's struggle, the gold coins he sold and the credits he obtained from Gentle Snow filled his current bank account with over 200,000 credits. A night of his efforts was worth 2 months of salary of an executive from a big company. This was the power of God's domain that had turned around the virtual economy. After a year, becoming rich overnight in God's domain was not a strange affair whatsoever. Unfortunately, not many enterprises had discovered this fact yet. By the time they did discover it, they would have lagged far behind those companies that invested in God's domain in the beginning. After eating, Shifeng made a trip to the bank. He specifically retrieved 30,000 credits, intending to buy the virtual reality helmets he rented. Otherwise, if he were to leave it and forget about it, he would eventually be forced out of the game. At that time, he would have to wait until the next working day before handling the necessary procedures, and only after could he continue playing. Currently, the game was in a sprinting stage. If Sherfong were to fall behind by a day, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch back up. It was also a good chance for Sherfong to invite Blackie out for a stroll. If Blackie always hid inside his dormitory, his body was bound to have problems. There were very few people on the streets of the university early in the morning. There were only some sports societies doing their morning exercises, warming up for their workout later on. Watching these university students that radiated youth, Sherfong felt an unreal feeling. It was as if the 10 years he spent battling in God's domain were just an illusion that would vanish with just a touch. Walking along the roadside, Sherfong admired the university campus as he headed towards Blackie's dormitory. He was experiencing the sceneries on the campus that he paid no attention to in his previous life. As he was about to enter into Blackie's dormitory, Sherfong heard sounds of laughter coming from within. "Blackie, weren't you extremely confident in getting into Shadow Workshop before? I've been waiting for you for several days now, so why haven't I seen you there yet?" "Woo-ee, haven't I already said it before? I joined another workshop, so I didn't participate in Shadow's test." "Blackie, don't try to trick me. Where in the entire Jean High University is there another workshop? What is it called? How many members does it have? Who established it? Can you tell me that? If they treat players well, I might even decide to join." Being asked in such a way, Blackie suddenly realized that Sherfong did not actually tell him the name of their workshop. As for the number of members, taking everything into account, there were exactly 6 people. Not to mention having a workshop to play God's domain, they possessed absolutely nothing right now and were even riddled with debt. "Blackie, stop being obstinate. I know that you didn't pass Shadow's test. If it really is no good, then let Brother Wu plead for you. In any case, Brother Wu is currently an official member. Who knows, you might be able to become an outer member of Shadow. At the very least, you could continue playing God's domain, and earning 2,000 credits a month should not be a problem. Don't forget, the trial period for the virtual gaming helmet is only 10 days. After this period, you will not be able to continue playing the game," Blackie's fellow dorm mate sneered. "It can't be, right? What kind of workshop can't even afford an official virtual gaming helmet? Isn't that just too pitiful?" Wu-ee pretended to be shocked. He then clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying with a sigh, "Even the outer members of Shadow are given an official helmet. Official members even receive an advanced helmet that's worth 20,000 credits. Your workshop is just ripping you off. Who started the thing? I'll demand justice for you. Why don't you mingle with me from now on? I can guarantee that you'll obtain an official helmet. By the time I become a core member of Shadow, I guarantee that you'll be able to live in luxury. You should know that young Master Lon has already invested 5 million credits in Shadow. I heard that he has invested another 2 million now. If you enter Shadow, your future will be limitless." "Woo-ee, I've already said it. I won't be joining. I'm currently getting by very well," Blackie quickly rejected. "Blackie, you should know that there aren't many such chances. Shadow Workshop is the best workshop in Jean High University. If it weren't for the fact that you're already level 5 and we're classmates, I wouldn't even be looking for you." Wu-ee patiently persuaded, "You keep saying that you've joined some other workshop, but you have to tell me at least the name, right? Must you keep lying to a classmate in such a way? What? Don't tell me that this workshop doesn't even have a name. Even if it doesn't have a name, you must know which person established it, right? Nowadays, even nobodies dare to make workshops, so you must be tricked. Shadow Workshop has an upright business sponsoring it, and there is also a contract to ensure that you won't starve to death at the very least." Wu-ee was all praises about Shadow. It was as if one would become an elite in society just for entering Shadow Workshop, becoming the envy of others. However, Blackie had long since seen through Shadow. He did not have even the slightest favorable opinion towards Shadow. He only blamed himself for having a big mouth, showing off to others that he had already risen to level 5. As a result, the information was found out by Shadow Workshop, and they had sent Wu-ee, his classmate, to recruit him. However, how could he so easily betray Shifeng and join Shadow? He was only able to obtain all of his current achievements by relying on Shifeng. Even if he had to suffer hardships right now, he still believed that Shifeng would lead him towards the path of success. At this stage of the game, all the level 5 players were experts. To Shadow Workshop, which was currently lacking experts, Blackie was an alluring beauty. So, naturally, they were itching to try and recruit him, turning him into one of their belongings. At this moment, Shifeng opened the door, taking a step into the room. "I am the nobody that established the workshop. I wonder what kind of opinion you have." Shifeng looked towards the robust Wu Yi, speaking coldly. Chapter 90, starting from 0 as Shifeng entered and spoke. "Who are you?" Wu Yi was slightly startled, his eyes evaluating Shifeng. Shifeng wore a cheap-looking white-blue sporting wear. Although his imposing manner gave Wu Yi chills down his back, after seeing that Shifeng was not even wearing a quantum watch on his wrist, a hint of disdain entered Wu Yi's eyes. In this day and age, even the slightly wealthier students all possessed quantum watches. Wu Yi determined that Shifeng was not one of the wealthy children and that he was in a similar situation as Blackie. "Brother Feng, why are you here?" Blackie's expression was slightly panicked. He was worried Shifeng would misunderstand and think he was trying to job hop. "Brother Feng, I really didn't seek out Shadow. I've also rejected them, but Wu Yi won't stop annoying me about it." When Blackie's classmates saw him panicking and explaining, they were all puzzled at the identity of this new arrival. Blackie had already risen to level 5 in God's domain, so he was definitely an expert. Many workshops would fight over for him, treating him as an important guest. Even Shadow sent someone over to recruit Blackie. If the upper echelons of Shadow met Blackie, they might also act very cordially and treat him with respect. However, Blackie had respectfully addressed the stranger in front of them as Brother Feng, confusing them. Could the person in front of them be some famous person in their school? However, no matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of such a person present in their university. "I know," Shifeng sent Blackie an expression that told him to be at ease. Shifeng then looked towards the man named Wu Yi and laughingly said, "I'm called Shifeng, and I am the nobody who established the workshop you just mentioned. Didn't you wish to know the name of my workshop? I can tell it to you. The workshop's name is Zero Wing. It means that everything has to start out from zero and to spread your wings and soar. If you don't have any other matters, please return and tell your boss not to try poaching the members of other workshops. He is better off taking care of his own lands, lest they fall apart without him even knowing what happened." Hearing Shifeng saying so, Wu Yi couldn't help but reveal a sneer as he laughed. As expected, even a nobody knows how to start a workshop. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you can start a workshop just by announcing it? Wu Yi narrowed his eyes, mocking, "Do you know how large our Shadow Workshop is? Do you know how many members our Shadow Workshop has? Do you know who is backing our Shadow Workshop? Do you know how much our workshop has invested? Do you still think that we need to poach members from worthless workshops like yours? Just based on the fact that you guys are still using the trial helmet to play the game shows how dirt poor you are. Did you think that, just by being full of zeal, you could establish yourselves in God's domain and earn money? All the workshops that have tried to establish themselves in God's domain have at least invested several millions of credits. Meanwhile, you have no money, no members, no facilities, and not even the most basic of assurance. So, what right do you have to compare to us, Shadow? If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might even put in a few good words to Brother Lon. If you pay up some 10 or 20,000 credits, you might be able to join the workshop. How about it? Think about it, this is a rare chance for you." Wu Yi smiled savagely. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie, coldly saying, "Shadow is already giving you a lot of respect by sending me here to recruit you. As long as you join, you'll immediately receive the treatment of being a core member, and your monthly salary will be at least 5,000 credits. It is hundreds of times better than staying in a workshop that is barely surviving." When Blackie's several dorm mates heard of this treatment, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. They did not think that playing God's domain would be so rewarding. Compared to those city white-collar workers, Blackie's salary was much higher. Suddenly, the gazes they used to look at Blackie changed. They no longer looked down on him, rather, their gazes now filled with envy and admiration. They were only several months away from graduating from the university. Right now, they were still having headaches over finding jobs. Meanwhile, Blackie had someone personally coming to his door to recruit him, and the other party had even offered a minimum monthly salary of $5,000. As the saying went, comparisons are odious. If they had known about this earlier, they would have properly played games and gave God's domain a try. They might have even become experts. They would not have had to chase after girls for their 4 years in universities and been looked down upon by those girls. If they managed to earn money, beauties would be lined up for their choosing. However, after listening to Wu-Yi, Blackie, instead, started laughing. Wu-Yi actually dared to make fun of the workshop Shifeng had started, calling it worthless, and even wanted to make Shifeng kneel before him in order to join Shadow. He was retarded. The snow goddess is even paying attention to Brother Feng, and she even wanted to recruit Shifeng. Who was the snow goddess? She was the vice captain of the first-rate guild, Ouroboros. She was the publicly acknowledged goddess of the virtual gaming world. Compared to Ouroboros, Shadow Workshop was not even worth a dime. Seeing Wu-Yi's mood sour, Blackie sneered at him and said, "Wu-Yi, even if you exaggerate it to no end, my decision will remain unchanged. Although Zero Wing Workshop has just started, I believe that our future achievements will definitely be greater than Shadow's. I advise you to leave Shadow a little earlier and join our Zero Wing Workshop. I'll ask Brother Feng for a favor. If you kneel and apologize to him, who knows, you might even be able to become a member of Zero Wing." Blackie's dorm mates were shocked upon hearing him. His declaration confused them greatly. In the end, which workshop was truly the awesome one? Could it be that, nowadays, choosing the workshop that couldn't even afford an official gaming helmet was the right choice? You are simply unreasonable. Wu-Yi was almost speechless with anger. Blackie actually used his own words to make fun of him. If it weren't for Brother Zhang instructing him that he definitely must invite Blackie, he would have long since left. It was against his expectations that Blackie would have a brain defect, throwing away a good future and insisting on mingling in a gutter-like place. Blackie, I am only reminding you because I value talent. Our Shadow is currently trying to annex the 45th ranked workshop in Jinhai City, Hungry Wolves Workshop. When Shadow succeeds in doing so, we will rank at the top of all of Jinhai City. If you were to miss this chance now, there would be no more chances for you in the future. Wu-Yi shot a glance at Shifeng, coldly saying, "Meanwhile, your workshop can't even afford the official gaming helmet. How do you plan to play God's domain in the future? It would be better if you joined Shadow. A great future is awaiting you here." Faced with such a brazen way of poaching people, even if Shifeng's temper were much cooler, he would still get slightly angry. Since they were fated to battle each other, then battle it was. Who said that our workshop couldn't afford the official gaming helmet? Shifeng took out the 20,000 credits from his pocket, casually throwing it on the table, saying, "I previously decided that starting a workshop would be too sudden, and I was never able to decide which type of official gaming helmet I would buy. So, I was only using the trial helmet as a temporary replacement. However, today, I'm here to give Blackie the money to buy an advanced gaming helmet. But really, it's not that I'm trying to criticize Shadow, but aren't you guys being too cheap in poaching for people? The salary I'm giving Blackie is 20,000 credits minimum. Your Shadow is so rich, and has invested so much, yet, the salary you're offering is only a minimum of 5,000 credits." When Blackie saw the shining white credits on the table, he turned to look at Shifeng astonished eyes. Nobody was more knowledgeable of Shifeng's financial condition than he was, so how was he able to suddenly throw down 20,000 credits? Could it be that Shifeng robbed a bank? The others in the dormitory swallowed their saliva when they saw the credits scattered across the table. Usually, Blackie remained hidden and did not seem like anything special. They did not think that his monthly salary would be 20,000 credits. It was no wonder why he refused to join Shadow Workshop. After all, Shadow was only offering him 5,000 credits, 4 times less than his current earnings. Even an idiot would know which side to choose. What was even more unthinkable was that Shifeng, who was wearing a suit of cheaply-looking sportswear, was actually a brother tycoon. Chapter 91, Going Through Thick and Thin. Together looking at the credits on the table, Wu-Yi's complexion alternated between green and red. His face was gloomy to the degree of being able to squeeze water out. How was this possible? Ignoring the credibility of the monthly salary of 20,000 credits, just being able to toss down 20,000 credits casually was not normal. Wu Yi had seen many wealthy tycoons before, and his eyesight had never failed him before. The clothing that Shifeng was currently wearing was not even worth 300 credits, so how could Shifeng possibly have that much money? Moreover, when he took it out, it was just so simple. He even casually threw it onto the table. This series of actions were not habits of an average person, and they were impossible fake. Only those tycoons that paid no heed to credits would carry the action out in such a relaxed and comfortable manner. What Wu Yi did not know was that Shifeng was once the guild leader of Shadow. Throwing money away like dirt was just a small matter to him. He even spent tens of millions of credits to poach a few master-level lifestyle players. During those times, he had thrown stack after stack of credits onto the table, causing those lifestyle players to worship him immediately. Throwing out just 20,000 credits was not even a warm-up for him. Humph. Just this amount of money is nothing. As long as you have the strength to join the upper echelons of Shadow, a monthly salary of 50,000 to 60,000 credits is just a small matter. Moreover, we have the support of young Master Lan, so our funds are extremely abundant. Furthermore, the celebrities of our school have also joined Shadow. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranked students in the university's most recent fighting competition have all joined Shadow. These people are the true experts, and they could easily rise to fame in God's domain. Meanwhile, what kind of true experts does your workshop have? Wu Yi pretended to be calm as he coldly snorted. However, he still could not help himself to steal a glance at the 20,000 credits thrown on the table. The basic wage for an official member of Shadow was just 3,000 to 5,000 credits. Although it was slightly better than the salary of many university fresh graduates, there was still a limit. Such an amount was not enough for one to act carelessly. Wu Yi, we will deal with the matters of Zero Wing by ourselves. It is still not up to you to comment on our problems. If your boss wishes to annex our workshop, first offer up a monthly salary of 100,000 or above, let me be Shadow's vice leader, and Brother Feng the guild leader. Otherwise, please return. Blackie was extremely irritated after hearing Wu Yi speak. He abruptly stood up and pointed towards the dormitory's entrance as he looked at Wu Yi with a disdainful smile. Blackie's performance was extremely arrogant and incomparably rampant. He held no regard for Shadow at all. Was it amazing to have many members? Did being an expert in a fighting competition mean they could play well in God's domain? If one had the ability, then they could hitch up a relationship with those first-rate guilds. See if they pay any attention. Blackie, you better not regret this in the future. Shadow is fated to become a giant in Jinhai City. When that time comes, don't even think about joining Shadow. Wu Yi left after speaking. He was determined to tell Brother Zhang and young Master Lan about everything that had happened here, letting them take care of the ignorant Shifeng and Blackie. Thanks for your worries, but I never eat the medicine of regret when I do something. Although Shadow is amazing, unfortunately, it isn't enough to enter my eyes. Blackie loudly declared, and almost everyone in the entire building could hear him speak. Blackie's dorm mates were all stunned. When did Blackie become so awesome? He actually dared to let out such bombastic words, publicly rejecting the invitation of Shadow Workshop that's famous throughout the whole university. How many people dreamed of the job he rejected? After Wu Yi left, Blackie instantly lost his previous heroism. His bum immediately landed in a chair, his heart silently lamenting that it was all over. Because of his momentary rampant emotions, he became hot-headed and made enemies out of Shadow. Wasn't this just making trouble for Zero Wing? On the other hand, Shifeng was extremely touched. As expected, Blackie was still the same in both his previous and current lives. In Shifeng's previous life, Blackie had immediately resigned from his position without hesitation and followed Shifeng. Now, this was a true brother. In Shifeng's previous life, the countless people around him could only share the gains but not the pains. Shifeng also knew what Blackie was currently worried about, so he clapped his hands and said in agreement, "Well said." In the struggles of the virtual gaming world, winning or losing can be changed in the blink of an eye. There are no such things as eternal winners. As long as we work hard enough, sooner or later, we will definitely surpass Shadow. As long as Zero Wing Workshop developed, they were bound to come into conflict with Shadow. If Shadow wished to spare no expense to deal with them, then they could just use Shadow's reputation to spread Zero Wings fame throughout the university campus. That way, Sherfone would not have to waste efforts to publicize his guild. Let's go. We'll go out and take a walk and buy an advanced helmet on the way. Always staying in your dormitory won't be good for your body. Sherfone left the room, letting Blackie tidy himself up. Blackie was constantly holed up in his dorm room these days. He was even playing God's Domain during the daytime, not doing any other activities. Although it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, after a while, the damage to his body would become very significant. Brother Phone, wait for a moment. I'll come immediately. Blackie immediately collected all the credits on the table, then tidied himself before leaving the dormitory with Sherfone. Only his dumbfounded dorm mates remained in the room. They all looked at each other, their faces revealing bitter smiles. Normally, they had, many times, made fun of Blackie. Never would they have thought that Blackie was hiding his true appearance. He even managed to gain the favor of a tycoon. This won't do. I will also apply for a trial gaming helmet. I've decided. I'll become a professional gamer in God's Domain. When Sherfone had walked out of the dormitory, Blackie quietly stuffed the 20,000 credits into Sherfeng's pocket. Brother Phone, you really gave me a shock today. However, the way you threw out the money was just too cool. I felt awesome just seeing Wu Yi's expression. But, you better keep this money properly. Don't simply throw it around next time, Blackie said excitedly. What are you trying to do? Sherfone slightly wrinkled his brows. He then gave the money back to Blackie. He had never been putting up an act. From the beginning, he intended to give Blackie the money. He knew that Blackie's family situation was not that good either. With this money, he would be able to alleviate a lot of his family's burden. I've already said that your basic salary every month would be 20,000 credits. Did you think I was just joking with Wu Yi? Just take this money as your salary in advance. Looking at the 20,000 credits in his hands, Blackie's mouth widened, staring blankly at the money. Originally, even if Sherfeng's previous words were but a joke, they were enough to make him feel happy. However, looking at Sherfeng's expression, he knew that Sherfone was not joking. Sherfone had truly intended to give him a monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Moreover, Sherfone intended to give him the money that he was currently holding. However, where did all this money come from? Blackie was extremely clear about Sherfeng's condition. Being able to borrow 20,000 credits was already a difficult feat now, Sherfone was even giving all of it to him. This was just insane. Brother Phone, if you give away this money, what will you do about the workshop? Moreover, the deadline for the trial gaming helmets is almost up. You are bound to have to buy the official gaming helmet, right? Won't this money be just the right amount to buy it? In any case, I'm currently not in need of money. Blackie pushed the credits back to Sherfone again. It would be a lie if he were to say that the 20,000 credits didn't attract him. However, he couldn't just ignore his brother's situation just because of some money. Sherfone could naturally discern Blackie's worries. He clapped Blackie's shoulders and couldn't help but reveal a smile. His bank account currently held over 100,000 credits, and most likely, during this period, it had risen to over 200,000 credits. In another 10 days or so, he would earn even more money. You don't have to worry about this. You also don't have to worry about the matter of the gaming helmets. Haven't I said it already? Leave the matters regarding money to me. Sherfone possessed the memories of his previous life. He was also the guild leader of Shadow. All beginnings had with hardships. Although earning the initial fundings was extremely difficult, as long as he obtained them, the following matters would become much easier to deal with. If he did not even possess the method of making money with money, then how would he have been able to turn Shadow into a second-rate guild? Brother Phone, you couldn't have possibly, seeing that Sherfone was so confident. Blackie's first feelings were not excitement or happiness. Instead, he was trembling. He worried that Sherfone might have done something bad, such as being by a rich woman to obtain this money. Compared to borrowing the money, this was a much more horrifying scenario. What are you blindly thinking about? Don't forget about the matter of cooperation we have with Gentle Snow. This is just the compensation she has given. Now, we no longer have to stay poor and blank. We already have some funds, so relax. Sherfone rolled his eyes at Blackie. This fellow's thinking was just too slanted. Feng did not reveal the real truth. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard for him to explain. So, he simply pushed everything onto Gentle Snow. In any case, Gentle Snow was the great goddess that everybody knew. When Blackie heard Feng, sudden realization struck him. He sent Feng a gaze filled with worship. Being able to gain the favor of the snow goddess was the dream of every man. It was as expected of Brother Feng. His methods were just too awesome. Chapter 92, Virtual Reality. Inside a finely decorated office, a robust man with thick eyebrows sat in an office chair as his fingers tapped on the desk. In his other hand, he was flipping through a thick stack of resumes. "Enter," the man with the thick eyebrows said in a deep tone. "Brother Zhang, I've done the thing that you asked of me." Wu Yi gently opened the door and carefully entered. He then stood, panicked, in front of the desk. Although it was not his first time meeting Shadow's person in power, Zhang Luowei, he still felt an intense pressure every time they met. He was always scared and on edge whenever he spoke with this person. In Shadow Workshop, aside from Lan Hailong, Zhang Luowei's authority was the highest. Moreover, Zhang Luowei was the champion of Jinhai University's fighting competition. He was also one of the hot contenders for becoming the champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition. Even Lan Hailong was respectful before this person, as one of the main reasons why Shadow became so popular within the university was due to Zhang Luowei's personal fame. "Sit. Tell me about it." Zhang Luowei placed the resumes to a side, his finger pointing towards the leathered sofa in front of his desk. Although Zhang Luowei looked like an amiable person, Wu Yi knew that, below that appearance, there was an abyss-like horror. Zhang Luowei's personality was both vicious and merciless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress fighting experts like Zhou Yuhu and others. After some thought, Wu Yi slightly organized his words before saying, "Brother Zhang, the others have already agreed. It is only that Blackie that is a stone inside a latrine pit, both smelly and hard. He wouldn't agree, no matter what, and he had joined a newly established workshop called Zero Wing. He even said that it was beneath him to join a trash workshop like Shadow. Not willing to join, is it? He's even joined Zero Wing Workshop." Zhang Luowei displayed contemplation as he smiled. However, inside his eyes, a cold glint flashed. "What is the origin of this Zero Wing Workshop? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "Brother Zhang, Zero Wing Workshop was established by a Year 4 student named Feng. I heard that this workshop has nothing at all. They are also buying their gaming facilities only today. However, that person is quite rich. He offered Blackie a basic monthly salary of 20,000 credits. He even wanted me to bring back word to Brother Zhang, telling you to stop trying to poach members of other workshops and take care of your own land." Wu Yi was very angry while he spoke. "When I heard this, even I couldn't bear to stomach it. They are just a greenhorn workshop, yet they dare to challenge Shadow. Brother Zhang, how about I take some men to extinguish their overwhelming attitude?" "Feng, is it? I seem to have heard this name before." Zhang Luowei wrinkled his brows slightly, trying to figure out where he heard this name. However, after thinking for some time, he still could not recall. He shook his head, saying, "Don't bother with them. In a few days, the school will be holding the annual fellowship party. This is a great chance for Shadow to have a meteoric rise, so we don't have the time to waste on these little workshops." "Right, you organize the newly recruited members and have them quickly level up. The guilds in White River City will be starting the competition over the honor of getting the first clear for the 20-man dungeon very soon. We also have to fight for the fame obtaining the first clear of a level 5 dungeon." "Yes. You can rest assured, Brother Zhang. I will help them quickly rise to level 5, Wu Yi clapped his chest, assuring. Elsewhere, Feng brought Blackie along to purchase 2 advanced virtual gaming helmets. Although the current virtual reality technology was very advanced, the basic helmet was a cheaply made in consideration of the general masses. Its degree of synchronization was just 80%. However, the advanced version of the helmet could reach up to 90% synchronization, and the user's 5 senses would become much more sensitive. Although the difference did not seem too great, during a battle between equal strengths, this small difference would be the determining factor of victory or defeat. The battles in God's domain were always life or death battles. Moreover, the penalty of a single death was a great amount of EXP and skill proficiency. Hence, most large-scale workshops would allocate an advanced virtual gaming helmet to all their official members. Previously, Shifeng did not have the money to purchase even a basic gaming helmet. Now that he had the money, however, he naturally would not fall behind in this aspect. After purchasing the advanced gaming helmets, Shifeng found a good restaurant and ordered some high-class nutrition meals. He ate with Blackie as they talked about the future development of their workshop. Such a situation made Blackie feel like he was in a dream. God's Domain had only been running for slightly more than 3 days. Not only had Shifeng solved the problem of the gaming helmets, but Shifeng also brought him to a high-class restaurant for a meal and discussion of the matters of developing their workshop. The more unbelievable thing was that Shifeng unhesitatingly gave him a salary of 20,000 credits. Just how many university students' dream was it to have a monthly salary of 20,000 credits? On the other hand, he hadn't even helped Shifeng out much, yet he was able to obtain such a salary. Although Blackie did not voice it, inwardly, he was extremely moved. He felt extremely apologetic to Shifeng, so he silently swore that he would work hard to be of help to Shifeng. Shifeng and Blackie conversed for a long time. They properly discussed the matters regarding the future development of their workshop. They also prepared to officially recruit Lonely Snow and the others, establishing a real workshop. The remaining matters were to find a location to set up their workshop, purchasing facilities for the workshop, and the workshop's administration. Brother Feng, leave these to me since I'm usually doing nothing during the day. It is already hard on you just to level up and earn money. Anyway, I am an economy and management major, so it is a great chance for me to display my specialty. I guarantee that you will be satisfied, Blackie assured. He couldn't help but want to start his work immediately. Good, then I'll leave it to you, Shifeng smiled. He felt extremely relieved with Blackie managing things. After the two parted, Shifeng sent a message to his parents. He then sent them 3,000 credits, telling them not to send him living expenses any longer. He told them that he had already found a good job, and that he was able to support himself financially. Shifeng was still not ready to tell his parents about everything. If he were to tell them that he had earned over 200,000 credits in just a few days, they would most likely not accept it. So, he might as well take it slow, gradually increasing the money he sent them. That way, his old folks would be able to gradually accept it, thinking it reasonable and fair. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after having his meal, Shifeng drank a bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid. He put on the newly bought advanced virtual gaming helmet, starting his conquest in God's Domain. Upon entering God's Domain this time, the sensation Shifeng felt when he stood beside the large pool was completely different. The cool breeze blowing. The sounds water flowing into the pool. The scratches and rust that were clearly visible on the steel walls. The faint smell of machine oil. Even the feeling of manipulating his own body had become much more relaxed. Shifeng flexed his body on the stairway. He then pulled out his swords, slashing out streak after streak of beautiful sword images. The sword images kept flickering in and out of existence, giving an unpredictable feeling. The feeling I had while playing God's Domain in the previous life is finally back. Shifeng stopped waving his swords, extremely pleased with his current condition. In his previous life, Shifeng was used to using the virtual reality cabin. The virtual reality cabin synchronizing rate could reach up to 97%. In God's Domain, if the system interface, status indicators, and other such things weren't present, players would be practically unable to differentiate between the real world and the virtual world. After getting used to his body, Shifeng felt that he should start searching for the Titan's heart. Chapter 93, Dark Clown. The spiral staircase led directly to the core control area on the highest floor. After climbing an unknown number of steps, Shifeng arrived at a winding corridor that led towards the core area. Ancient magical runes were carved into the walls on both sides of the corridor, and even though almost a millennium had passed, this corridor was still gleaming with light. Only some parts of the corridor had decayed, damaging the magical circuits etched in it and plunging those particular areas into darkness. Fortunately, not many parts of the corridor were badly decayed, so Shifeng was still able to clearly see the entirety of the long, narrow, and maze-like corridor. Just after Shifeng set foot into the corridor, the alarm once again rang out. Alert! Alert! The intruder has already invaded Area A of the fortress, the magic corridor. Activating guardian statues on duty. Shifeng then heard loud booming noises coming from the corridor, as if some gigantic machine had started moving. Shifeng no longer dared advance slowly. He immediately used a speed scroll, dashing through the magic corridor at flying speed. After taking several turns in the magic corridor, Shifeng discovered a machine that had a flashing red light. Although this machine was just the size of a football, it was constantly producing alarms, as if it were a tool meant for guiding the guardian statues. Sentinel Guard, Common Monster, HP 200/200. Shifeng immediately understood how he was so easily discovered. This Sentinel Guard was just like a radar. It could detect enemies within a range of 500 yards, and after discovering them, it would set off an alarm. The distance between the entrance of the corridor and this location was roughly around 500 yards, so the Sentinel Guard was able to immediately discover Shifeng. As long as Shifeng could get rid of it, then he would be able to rid himself of the alarms of this area. However, this thing had very sensitive reactions. It would not let any enemies get within 30 yards. Also, if it were attacked even once, it would try to retreat with all its might. Simultaneously, it would increase its speed of calling for its allies, and it would absolutely not give the enemy a second chance to attack. It was extremely hard to deal with. I guess I've no choice left. I can only give it a try. Shifeng unsheathed both of his swords. He could already hear the angry roars of the guardian statues coming from behind him. Based on his strength, fighting in this narrow area would only lead to his own death. His only chance of throwing off those guardian statues was to get rid of this Sentinel Guard. When Shifeng was nearing the 30-yard range, just as the Sentinel Guard was about to break into a run, Shifeng's eyes locked onto the Sentinel Guard, the muscles in both of his arms bulged, and with the strength of his entire body, he cast out both swords. Shio. Both swords flew towards the Sentinel Guard. Precision throw. The throwing distance of the skill was just at 30 yards, and it caused 150% of his weapon's damage. The Sentinel Guard was extremely vigilant. It rapidly moved its body, immediately dodging the crimson blade that flew at it. However, the Sentinel Guard's dodge had, in turn, placed it in the flight path of Shifeng's second sword, the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade pierced through the Sentinel Guard, causing -211 damage and instantly killing it. System, Level 10 Sentinel Guard killed. Level difference of 4. EXP obtained increased by 400%. Obtained 800 EXP, Shifeng activated Windwalk, his speed once again increasing by a notch as he rushed to pull out his swords that pierced into the ground. He then rushed towards the magic corridor's exit. Without the guidance of the Sentinel Guard, the guardian statues were like flies that lost their eyes. They ran around all over the place, completely unable to find Shifeng. More than a dozen minutes later, after getting rid of another 3 Sentinel Guards, Shifeng finally escaped the magic corridor, arriving at the control room. There was a barrier in the central region of the control room. A dark gray-colored sphere of iron was placed inside the barrier. This sphere of iron was the heart of the steel fortress, and it was the fortress source of energy. It was the Titan's heart. I never thought that, after so many years have passed, there would still be somebody who would come to this place. Before Shifeng could examine the entire control room in detail, he heard a deep sneer coming from the entrance of the barrier. This sound was bone-chilling, and no human was capable of producing such a sound. Only a puppet or a corpse would be capable of sounding so emotionless. Welcome to my steel fortress, Barusha. In order to celebrate your arrival, I've decided to use your fiery flesh and blood to feed my baby. Come out, Hellhound. Shifeng could faintly see the outline of a humanoid life form inside the barrier. However, the figure seemed to be currently absorbing the energy of the Titan's heart, so it did not have surplus powers to deal with Shifeng, sending out its pet in its stead. Ayo. 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 A large black dog, its entire body covered in flames, rushed out from the barrier. Hellhound, Elite Rank, HP 6000/6000. Crap, did I come at a bad time? Shifeng's brows slightly wrinkled as he observed the Hellhound. According to the information in his previous life, there were definitely no lifeforms or monsters in this place. The person that did the quest was able to safely take the Titan's heart away. So, why was it that, when it was his turn to do the quest, a mysterious character appeared here, trying to steal the Titan's heart's energy. However, Shifeng also thought of another possibility. This mysterious character stole all the energy of the Titan's heart first. Meanwhile, the player who came here had merely taken away the Titan's heart that was empty of any energy. On the other hand, Shifeng had coincidentally run into this energy thief. However, unfortunately for Shifeng, he wasn't even capable of defeating the pet of this mysterious character, not to mention the person itself. Since you want to battle, then come. Shifeng pulled out his swords, his attention affixed on the slowly approaching hellhound. As the hellhound's distance from him continuously shortened, Shifeng could feel his surroundings become exceptionally hot, causing his mouth to feel parched. Shifeng thought of taking out a cold beverage to enjoy, but he currently couldn't carelessly move about. He would immediately reveal a weak point as soon as he moved. As a level 15 elite monster, the hellhound's intelligence was already extremely high. It was the reason why it leisurely walked towards Shifeng. That was because the hellhound knew the best time for it to launch an attack. As long as Shifeng revealed a gap, it would immediately bite at him with all its might, not letting go of Shifeng until he was completely dead. In the confrontation between the two, after all was said and done, the hellhound was still the more powerful. So, naturally, it would not simply wait. Its legs immediately pushed against the ground, leaping high into the air and transforming into a ball of fire. It then opened its flaming maw. Shifeng rolled to a side, dodging the hellhound's pouncing attack. However, immediately after the hellhound landed, its flaming claws slashed horizontally. Shifeng had long since prepared for this, so he used both of his swords to parry. Pang! Although Shifeng did not receive any damage, his entire body was thrown. The hellhound immediately opened its large mouth, spewing scorching hot flames. The flames wrapped around Shifeng completely, preventing him from escaping. Shifeng clenched his teeth. He used Phantom Kill, and at the moment of imminent peril, he swapped positions with his doppelganger in midair. Shifeng's doppelganger was immediately swallowed by the flames, instantly turning into a pile of ash. Meanwhile, the system notification showed a damage of up to -3,000. Even if Shifeng were to take the hit with his HP full and all of his life shield, 1, activated, he still wouldn't be able to shoulder this attack. Shifeng clearly felt how powerful the hellhound was. Such damage was definitely not something a level 15 elite monster could dish out. Its strength was greatly increased because of the quest storyline. According to his experience, Shifeng estimated the hellhound's actual level to be over level 30, and it should be a Lord rank boss. If the pet were already this powerful, then what about its owner? Seeing that the hellhound's flaming claws were about to slap down at him, Shifeng used Abyssal Bind. Even if the hellhound were any stronger, it would still be restricted for 3 seconds. Following which, Shifeng rushed into the barrier at the center of the room. Currently, the best option Shifeng possessed was to snatch the Titan's heart and swiftly depart. However, just after entering the barrier, Shifeng immediately became shocked upon seeing this mysterious person's true identity. Dark Clown. Shifeng immediately recognized the identity of this mysterious character. His heart could not help but be surprised. Why is such a bastard here? 1. Life Shield, Effect 2 of the Silvermoon set equipment, mentioned in Chapter 81, Chapter 94, Titan's Heart. Although Shifeng was shocked, his feet never stopped moving. His figure turned into an after-image as he rushed towards the Titan's Heart, located at the center of the barrier. He then used Observing Eyes on the Dark Clown. Unknown. Shifeng was shocked. Aside from the information showing that the figure was indeed a dark clown, there was nothing else displayed. All of it was just question marks. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first was that the dark clown was equipping an advanced camouflage item. The other was that its strength was simply too overwhelming, preventing the basic Observing Eyes from identifying it. It was very clearly the latter situation taking place in this case. According to Shifeng's memories, dark clowns were a group of mysterious lifeforms. They always wore clown clothing with many bells as decorations. They looked human, but were not human. However, neither were they living spirits. Each one of them was extremely powerful. They could simply appear at any location, and they could come and go without leaving behind a single trace. Even if it was the palace of Star Moon Kingdom, they could still easily enter it. However, this was but a small matter. Shifeng had previously seen a Tier 3 Great Druid NPC die at the hands of the Dark Clowns. Their methods of attacking were simply unforgettable. The attacks were impossible to avoid. Despicable human, you actually dare barge into this place. The Dark Clown had its face wrapped in a black cloth, revealing only its two glowing red eyes. Although its enraged expression could not be seen, its tone was extremely agitated. Streak after streak of green-colored energy was currently being absorbed by the Dark Clown. Clearly, it was a crucial moment, so it was unable to take action against Shifeng. This situation gave Shifeng a chance to prevent this assimilation ceremony and deal heavy damage to the Dark Clown. Otherwise, when this critical period passed, the Dark Clown, which was capable of killing even a Tier 3 Great Druid, would instantly kill Shifeng with just a wave of its hand. "Cyber, get rid of him for me," the Dark Clown urged. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. Seeing the Dark Clown's anxious appearance, Shifeng tried even harder to deal some damage against it. As for the Hellhound behind him, it was still restricted by chains. It was too late, even if it tried to rush over to Shifeng. Shifeng used all of his strength. With the flick of his wrist, a large explosion sounded out. The abyssal blade turned into a streak of black light, piercing directly towards the magic circle that was absorbing energy from the Titan's heart. Dang! The magic weapon abyssal blade, which had been successful in every previous endeavor, was blocked outside of the magic array. It created brilliant white sparks as it collided with the magic array, dealing no damage at all to the absorption magic array. Pitiful human. Did you think a weak little swordsman like you could destroy my magic array? Just give up and become Cyber's food. Who knows, I might even let your soul go. Otherwise, prepare for endless pain after you die, the Dark Clown threatened. At this moment, the Hellhound rushed over. You're just a clown, yet you dare spout nonsense. Did you think I have no ways to deal with you? Shifeng sneered. He took out a dark, gray-colored magic scroll from his bag. No. You're literally insane. Do you know what you are trying to do? The Dark Clown abruptly yelled out in shock after seeing this piece of dark, gray-colored magic scroll. It seems you know your stuff. At worst, we'll both die together. Shifeng did not wish to use this item either, however, he was going to die anyway, so why should he still care? He then unfolded the magic scroll, and his mouth started chanting the activation incantation. This was one of the only 3 Tier 2 magic scrolls that Shifeng possessed, Obliterating Torrent. It possessed the ability to devour all magic elements, turning them into nothingness. This magic scroll belonged to the peak of Tier 2 magic scrolls. Suddenly, the magic elements in the center of the barrier surged, becoming incomparably violent, following which, it started collapsing without any signs of stopping. The absorption magic array was made up of magic elements, so, naturally, it could not escape its fate as it collapsed and exploded. The entire magic array was similar to frying beans, producing crackling sounds. The magic array loudly exploded, dispersing streak after streak of dazzling shockwaves. Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to the damage of 6 ranged attacks. He then rushed towards the Titan's heart. However, it was not easy to collect the Titan's heart. Shifeng either had to deplete all the energy the Titan's heart possessed, or he would need to have the key to remove the barrier. Fortunately, Shifeng had the key. In the midst of the explosions, Shifeng unlocked the barrier protecting the Titan's heart, then stored it in his bag. The shockwaves created by the obliterating torrent sent the Hellhound flying away, violently slamming it into a wall. The wall then split apart like a spider web. Following which, the Hellhound heavily landed on the ground, and didn't stand back up. However, the shockwaves of the explosion did no harm to the Dark Clown, as if they had just passed through its body. The Dark Clown's body seemed as though it did not exist in this plane of existence. However, the backlash from the magic ceremony failing had caused great damage to it. The Dark Clown silently glared at Shifeng, faintly having the intention to take action. Humph! Come if you have the ability. Shifeng smiled in disdain as he took out another deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll. Shifeng had already obtained the Titan's heart. Even if he died, a quest item could not be dropped. The Dark Clown was already extremely weakened as well, and at most, it would only be slightly stronger than him. Feng still had 2 pieces of Tier 2 magic scrolls. At worst, he would perish together with the Dark Clown. He could still revive after dying, but if the Dark Clown died, then it would truly be dead. Let's see who's afraid of who. Despicable human, I'll let you off this time. We will meet again sooner or later. It will be your death when that time comes. The Dark Clown gave up the notion of getting rid of Feng after seeing the magic scroll. It only left behind a ruthless remark as it disappeared from the control room, together with the Hellhound. Feng silently waited for a moment. After confirming no movements from his surroundings, he let loose a breath of relief. However, he did not store away the Tier 2 magic scroll. He truly did not wish to use the Tier 2 magic scroll and perish together with the Dark Clown. However, based on the Dark Clown's intelligence, it too would make the right choice. Feng had already obtained the Titan's heart. He took out a return scroll and started chanting. 30 seconds later Feng turned into a white glow, disappearing from the control room as well. After Feng disappeared, the Dark Clown appeared once more. The red glow let out from its eyes became even more brilliant now. It clearly did not expect Feng to be so cautious. From beginning to end, Feng had never put away the Tier 2 magic scroll. Otherwise, it would have had a chance to kill Feng. Wretched human. The method I've spent more than 10 years researching to absorb the energy from the Titan's heart. When I recover, I will definitely make you wish for death, the Dark Clown bellowed. It abruptly waved its hand, and tens of flying blades destroyed the pedestal, which lost the protection of the barrier. On the other side, Feng had already returned to Red Leaf Town. Currently, the amount of players in Red Leaf Town grew even greater. The streets were filled with players selling level 0 to level 2 common equipment and basic skill books. Feng took a look at his bag. It had been some time since gold coins stopped entering his account. He thus decided to go sell some items before going to hand in his quest. The previous forging designs were already sold out. Feng took out another 20 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs and placed them at the auction house to be sold in batches. At this time, a communication request came from Gentle Snow. 3 hours from now, meet up in front of Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance. Get your team prepared for it and bring the necessary potions. Our Ouroboros must definitely snatch the first clear of this dungeon this time, so we'll be looking forward to your performance. Gentle Snow's tone was very indifferent, as if she was giving out a command. It was completely different from their meeting just now. Will do. I'll definitely arrive 3 hours from now. However, Feng did not particularly mind it, as that was the Snow Goddess's regular attitude. He estimated the time, thinking that he should be able to make it. Neither of them traded unnecessary words, immediately disconnecting the call. After that, Feng purchased card sets and hard stones at the auction house. He also bought some materials required to make bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment. After storing the materials inside the bank, Feng went on to buy some magic scrolls and necessary potions. He then ran towards the White Sand Ruins to turn in his quest. Chapter 95, Abyssal Devourer Blackie, how are things at your place at the moment? What level are you guys at right now? Feng asked. Leveling up in this hidden area is just too awesome. There is still no one coming over here to steal monsters, and everyone is at level 5 right now. Moreover, we obtained a lot of wolf meat and wolf skin, and our bags have long since been filled to the brim. Right now, we're preparing to return to town and clear out our bags a bit, Blackie excitedly said. In this short period of time, they had obtained 4 pieces of level 5 bronze equipment from grinding on forest wolf dens. Amongst them, there was a level 5 bronze staff that allowed Blackie's damage to increase by a lot. Full already. You guys sure are efficient. Feng was slightly shocked. A stack of wolf meat had 100 pieces in it. Previously, Blackie and the others had purchased plenty of big bags. Feng never thought that they would be filled so quickly. How many wolf meat was this? If all of them were to be given to Violet Cloud to be made into advanced cookings, then it would become a huge profit. That's right, you guys pass all of your wolf meat to a female cleric called Violet Cloud. Just give out my name when you meet her. Afterward, you guys rest up a little and buy some HP and MP recovery potions, then wait for me at the trade area. Brother Feng, are we going to go dungeon diving with the Snow Goddess? Blackie excitedly asked, after recalling some things. So properly rest up. You'll have to tense up your nerves after entering the dungeon. Feng nodded his head, disconnecting the call. On the other hand, Blackie had nearly jumped up in excitement. Originally, he had thought Feng would not be bringing them along to the dungeon. After all, their techniques were not that great. They would only be making fools of themselves if they were to go. However, since Feng did not forsake them, what else did they have to say? Anticipation grew within Blackie. He was fortunate enough to dive a dungeon together with the snow goddess. So what if he would shame himself? It would still be an honor when mentioned to others. Regardless of what others may say, they would be players who had gone dungeon diving with the snow goddess in the same party. White Sand Ruins, Stonehammer Town. When the town mayor Blackbeard saw Feng entering, he went forward and greeted Feng in a very welcoming manner. "Brother Feng, you've come. The fruit juice you sold to me the last time was just too good. It captivated everyone in our little town. Now, we can't sleep properly if we don't drink a cup before bed every day," Blackbeard joked. "Lord Mayor Blackbeard, is this the Titan's heart that you wanted?" Feng smiled, taking out the Titan's heart as he asked. When Blackbeard saw the gray-colored, metallic sphere, his mouth suddenly opened wide in shock. This shape, this color, this texture. It was exactly the same as the Titan's heart mentioned in the legends. Correct, this is the Titan's heart. It is exactly the same as the one recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that I would be able to personally see it in my lifetime. Brother Feng, I truly did not think that you were such a powerful adventurer. For bringing back our Black Steel Dwarves' glory, I represent all Black Steel Dwarves in thanking you sincerely. Blackbeard excitedly received the Titan's heart, continuously thanking Feng. System, Unique Quest, Steel Fortress Borussia, completed. Rewarding 1 Black Steel Insignia. Obtained Blackbeard's recommendation letter. Obtained Advanced Book of Magic. Rewarding 10,000 EXP, reputation at Black Steel Town has reached worship. The large amount of rewards dazzled Feng's eyes. His level had also risen to 73% of level 6. Such a leveling speed had even exceeded that of those leveling madmen. Feng did not care much about the amount of EXP. Instead, the other items were the most important ones. The rewards this time far exceeded Feng's expectations. A Titan's heart that possessed no energy and it could transform a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. However, right now the Titan's heart in Feng's hands still possessed a quarter of its energy. Feng never imagined the rewards to be so good. In his previous life, the player that completed this unique quest did not obtain such a bountiful reward. The player had only obtained a recommendation letter, an intermediate book of magic, and reputation reaching the level of worship. There was absolutely no Black Steel's insignia. Black Steel insignia, fine gold rank, unique equipment user restriction. Feng, the Black Steel insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Black Steel Dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 5%. Proficiency has a 10% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 1% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Feng was shocked after looking at the introduction. This Black Steel insignia was literally a godly tool for forging. It was several degrees stronger than the forging talent. It was especially true with the 1% chance for an attribute increase. That meant that, out of 100 items forged, there would be 1 piece that would have its attributes increased. If Feng forged items every day without stop, he would have no problem making 300 to 400 pieces of equipment. In turn, he would have 3 to 4 pieces of equipment with their attributes raised. The thing players compared most when playing games was the quality of their equipment. Even if the attributes on a piece of equipment was only slightly higher, when the attributes of all the other pieces of equipment were accumulated together, the total amount would allow a player to exceed the others by quite a lot. Regardless of whether it was PK or dungeon diving, the player would have a great advantage in both situations. Although Feng did not know how much of an equipment's attributes would be increased, even an increase of a single point would cause an equipment's price to increase by multiple percentages. If it was a big increase, then the price would increase by several folds. The price of a single piece of equipment could even rival the price of 10 or more pieces. The Black Steel insignia was an unexpected profit. Shi Feng's main purpose for doing this quest was to obtain the Book of Magic and Recommendation Letter, as both of these items were capable of allowing a guild to rise up. It was especially true for the Book of Magic. Moreover, the one Shi Feng obtained was even an advanced Book of Magic. Aside from forging equipment, Shi Feng could also forge other items, such as armor kits, gemstone buckles, alchemy wands, and much more. Amongst them, armor kits were the most popular and also had the largest demand. Generally, armor kits were capable of increasing either a chestplate's defense or attributes. These all depended on the armor kit's quality and level. Meanwhile, the Book of Magic Shi Feng obtained from Blackbeard was for making the strengthened version of the armor kit, the Mana Armor Kit. The Book of Magic was a unique item, and there was only one of it in the entire God's domain. In Shi Feng's previous life, it was exactly this item that had allowed a guild to earn a large sum of money, turning it from a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. As for Blackbeard's recommendation letter, it would only be useful in White River City, so Shi Feng was still unable to use it right now. However, now that Shi Feng's reputation in Stonehammer Town had reached the level of worship, he could purchase a few bronze equipment, and even mysterious iron equipment, that would bind to the player's character upon purchase. Moreover, the prices of these equipment items were very cheap, to the degree that even an average player at level 10 could afford them. Stonehammer Town could be called the best location for players to obtain mysterious iron equipment. Hence, many players loved coming to this place to grind for reputation. After their reputation reached worship, they would be able to gear themselves fully with level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Unfortunately, it was not easy to grind for reputation. It was almost impossible for anybody to fully equip themselves with level 10 mysterious iron reputation equipment. Moreover, a complete set of mysterious iron reputation equipment was still somewhat weaker than the bronze-ranked Silvermoon set equipment. So, top-tier players all felt that it was below their dignity to equip it. Although Shi Feng would not be equipping these items, he still had other uses for them. For example, using them to level up the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade needed to devour weapons in order to level up. According to his understanding, the better the quality of the weapon devoured, the higher the increase in attributes of the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade was like a cultivating weapon, hence the reason it was so much more powerful than those epic ranked weapons. They were even capable of rivaling legendary weapons. If Shi Feng nurtured it properly, the Abyssal Blade's attributes could definitely surpass a legendary weapon. Sadly, too many items were required to carry out such a feat. Even if it was the guild leader of a second-rate guild, they would not be able to support such a heavy cost. There was also the risk of facing a huge backlash. It was why many players both loved and hated magic weapons. In consideration for the Abyssal Blade's attributes, instead of feeding it the original 1 piece of level 5 mysterious iron weapon, and 10 pieces of level 5 bronze weapon, Shi Feng decided to buy 11 pieces of level 5 mysterious iron weapon from the weapon shop. It was unknown how much of an increase in attributes such an action would yield. Following which, Shi Feng called out the leveling interface for the Abyssal Blade. He then fed all these weapons to the Abyssal Blade. Chapter 96, Magic Weapon Transformation. After choosing the weapons to devour and clicking level up for the Abyssal Blade, the Abyssal Blade suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Countless black flames started emerging from the blade of the sword. The black flames then transformed into a dragon's head, immediately biting at the weapons that had been chosen. The dragon devoured the weapons, bite by bite. In the blink of an eye, the black flame devoured all 11 mysterious iron weapons, and all of their essences flowed into the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade no longer looked like a fire poker, and it now gave off a faint cold feeling of sharpness. The blade's color and luster had also become more rustic, similar to a blade covered in dust for many years. When Shi Feng held the Abyssal Blade once again, the weapon felt slightly heavier than before. He felt a refreshing feeling when his hand wrapped around the sword's hilt. Shi Feng then waved the sword a few times. Wah! 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 The air was like paper, creating tearing sounds as he sliced it apart. The boss of the weapon shop was also a forging expert. When he saw this, his mouth opened wide in shock. He even nearly pulled out his goatee. The ordinary-looking weapon was actually so sharp that it could easily surpass a fine gold weapon. If it were utilized properly, it might even be able to break apart a bronze weapon with a single slash. Good sword. Shi Feng waved the Abyssal Blade a few more times. After leveling up the sword, Shifeng felt that it had become much more suitable for him. He then checked the Abyssal Blade's attributes. Attack power 39, all attributes plus 14, attack speed plus 5, ignore monsters level by 5 levels. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause 2 times damage, 10% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all stats by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. Equipment level 5. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 10 bronze equipment and 1 level 10 mysterious iron equipment to level up to level 10. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 35 seconds. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevent movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder to use, each phantom. Sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 24 seconds. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollis using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from being able to provide the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. The Abyssal Blade's attributes increased by quite a lot. Just its attack power alone could rival a level 5 mysterious iron two-handed weapon. With the basic attributes included, it would far exceed even a level 5 secret silver two-handed weapon. It was a one-handed weapon that had the destructive power of a two-handed weapon. Moreover, a one-handed sword was much lighter, and its speed was much faster. That meant the Abyssal Blade possessed both the destructive power of a two-handed weapon and at the same time, the lightness and speed of a one-handed weapon. This was the terrifying part of magic weapons, and only master smiths were capable of forging such weapons. With such a result, Shifeng was looking forward to the Abyssal Blade's rise to level 10. Originally, Shifeng intended to sell off the level 10 fine gold greatsword he had obtained from the Sun Temple. However, he dismissed that notion. If he were to let the Abyssal Blade devour this weapon, he wondered just how much of an increase the Abyssal Blade would have. However, it was but a thought of Shifeng's. To obtain an overall positive increase, it would not be possible just depending on a single weapon. Shifeng would, at the very least, need to pair it up with 10 level 10 secret silver weapons. Currently, even mysterious iron weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention priceless secret silver weapons. After sheathing the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng took out a return scroll and started chanting, returning to Red Leaf Town. If he were to run back instead, he would, with a 100% chance, be late. If he were to make the Snow Goddess wait for him, he dared not to think of the consequences. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area. After Shifeng transformed back to his original appearance, he made some minor adjustments to the appearance of the Silvermoon set equipment. It now looked more like an assembled set of bronze equipment. If Shifeng were to appear in front of Gentle Snow with his original appearance, she would definitely find something fishy about it. At that time, Shifeng would not find it easy to explain himself. "Brother Feng, we're over here." Blackie stood up and shouted as he saw Shifeng walking over. The others, as well, stood up to welcome Shifeng when they saw him approaching, sending gazes of appreciation at him. If Shifeng had not let Blackie carry them, they most likely would not have been able to reach level 5 so quickly, and very likely, they would still be struggling at the bottom of the ranks. Currently, most of the veteran players in God's domain were level 4, and a minority had reached level 5. However, there was nothing great about the equipment they were using. If veteran players were lucky, they might possess 1 or 2 pieces of bronze equipment that had good attributes. Only those expert players would possess 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment. On the other hand, every one of them now possessed 7 or 8 pieces of bronze equipment. Originally, this reason alone already caused them to be extremely grateful towards Shifeng. They all decided to continue following Shifeng. They never thought that Blackie would actually be willing to sign a contract with them, allowing them to join Zero Wing Workshop and become one of its official members. They could also enjoy a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. They were not just fools playing a game. They knew the treatment an official member received in other workshops. The treatment for official members of top-ranking workshops in the city only received a monthly salary of 3,000 credits. Even so, many veteran players would still try to worm themselves into these workshops in whichever way they could. Meanwhile, they were just a bunch of fresh noobs, yet, they actually had a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. This situation was just like a dream to them. Although they requested to lower the treatment they received, Blackie had firmly rejected all of them. He had said that Shifeng had personally declared it as such, and no changes were permitted. Helpless, they could only sign the contract, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Although they looked well off now, deep in their hearts, they were very clear about their own strengths. It was practically impossible for them to get invited to a workshop. It would be a good thing if they could even become outer members, not to mention official members. Shifeng swept a glance at everyone's equipment. Based on his many years of experience, he could roughly estimate an equipment's attributes. The basic attributes of the equipment his party members were wearing had definitely exceeded the elite members of many small guilds. However, it was still not enough. Let's make a trip to the warehouse first. Everyone was confused. What were they going to do at the warehouse? However, they did not question Shifeng's decision, only following him. Arriving at the bank, Shifeng retrieved all the equipment that could be used by his party members. He obtained all of the equipment from the treasure chests he opened in the Moonlight Forest. Every piece of the equipment had extremely good attributes. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the equipment. They had ceaselessly grinded monsters and had even killed quite a few elites. Yet, all of their gains combined could not even rival the equipment Shifeng had obtained by himself. The quality was, of course, much higher. It was all level 5 bronze equipment, surpassing the level 2 or level 3 equipment they obtained by leaps and bounds. Brother Feng, how many elite monsters did you actually kill? Blackie's heart was filled with shock. However, he did not remain courteous as he swapped all his equipment that could be swapped. After doing so, the set of equipment on his person was just slightly weaker than a level 5 bronze set equipment. However, the level 5 mysterious iron staff he wielded easily made up for this gap. The other party members also fully swapped out their equipment. Their basic attributes right now far surpassed those of the elite members of large guilds. Every one of them had exchanged their shotguns for cannons. Even if they were to enter a 20-man dungeon right now, they would still be full of confidence. Shifeng examined through everyone's attributes once, nodding his head in satisfaction as he said, "Let's go." Chapter 97, Gathering of Heroes. Dark Moon Valley, Dark Moon Graveyard. Countless tombstones stood around a dilapidated chapel. In the midst of night, one could hear wails of agony coming out from the tombstones. Meanwhile, kobold assassins roamed the dark and hidden locations around the broken-down chapel. This place was the most famous location of Dark Moon Valley. Due to this place being the closest and the first 20-man team dungeon activated near Red Leaf Town, it held high importance to the many guilds stationed in Red Leaf Town. Compared to the previous 6-man party dungeon, the various guilds were paying the most attention to this team dungeon. That was because team dungeons and party dungeons were different. Not only was the difficulty for team dungeons higher, but the equipment that dropped from them was also better. Moreover, only by clearing a team dungeon would a guild be able to prove their strength. Aside from that, there was a gigantic glory list beside the teleportation gate of every team dungeon. On it, the names of the team and players who obtained the first clear for the dungeon would be listed for latecomers to admire. Of course, aside from the first clear, the record for the fastest to clear the dungeon would also be recorded, with the reserved record set at 3 hours. As long as a team surpassed the record time, their names would be recorded. However, this record was not permanent, but only temporary. As long as another team could obtain an even shorter record time, they would replace the current holders of the record. Currently, players filled all of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Aside from the various large guilds from Red Leaf Town, there were plenty of temporary groups attempting to challenge this team dungeon. Wow! It's just as expected of the competition for the first clear of the team dungeon. The equipment on these guys is just too gorgeous. Our temporary group has no chance of competing against them at all. That's only natural. Why don't you look at just how many times these guilds have cleared the level 3 to level 4 party dungeons? Even the team belonging to the weakest guild here would have 7 to 8 pieces of bronze equipment on each party member. Look at Martial Union over there, all of their members are wearing bronze equipment. Their leader, Iron Sword Lion, is wearing the Wolf Fang set equipment that can only be obtained from the level 4 dungeon, Black Wolf's Denver. Iron Sword Lion's equipment could be considered quite good amongst the unrated guilds. However, look over there at the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crowns. The equipment on their elite team's vice leader, Passenger of Wind, is the Spirit Wind set equipment obtained from the level 4 advanced dungeon, Ghost Fortress. The players of temporary teams gazed at the equipment of the guild teams in envy. They spoke about the items as if enumerating their own family's valuables, and the more they spoke, the more drool leaked out from the corner of their mouths. Only the elite parties of guilds could clear those high-difficulty party dungeons. Unaffiliated individuals like themselves could only look on with envy. Just as everyone was sighing in admiration at the equipment of these elite teams, Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance led a group of players over. The equipment of the group was extremely unified. All 20 players wore the same level 4 bronze equipment. Amongst them, the 2 silver daggers hung around Stabbing Heart's waist looked extraordinarily radiant. Crap, it can't be, right? Those are Gemini's thorns that only drop from the final boss of the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. An assassin who was a dagger fanatic cried out in shock. Suddenly, the team leaders and upper echelons of the other guilds all cast sidelong glances over to Stabbing Heart. This design and color were exactly the same as the information displayed on the official announcement. As expected of a second-rate guild, the Assassins Alliance's strength cannot be taken lightly. They managed to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, until now, we have merely killed off the first boss of hard mode. Passenger of Wind sighed with regret. Humph. So what if they manage to clear the hard mode? We will still start from the same starting point from now on. The difficulty of a team dungeon is not something a party dungeon can compare to. Clearing it depends more on the commands given. Iron Sword Lion wrinkled his brows, snorting in disdain. He believed that his own techniques were no weaker than Stabbing Heart's. If he had not been ambushed by that Yifeng, causing him to lose a level, the party he led might have been able to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. Interesting, when Shadow's leader, Zhang Luowei, heard the discussions of the other guilds, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was immensely arrogant, as if he did not place importance on any of these players. The various guilds present were unwilling to comply with each other. After all, God's domain had only recently begun, nobody would know what the future would bring. The Assassins' Alliance was only this powerful due to their strong initial foundation. However, the first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard could not be obtained just by relying on a strong foundation. At best, the Assassins' Alliance would only have a minor advantage over the other guilds. The first clear of this team dungeon this time around was considered a shuffling of power in Red Leaf Town. Whoever obtained the first clear would increase their prestige in Red Leaf Town, improving their guild's development. It would have a great effect on attracting new players to join their guilds. Everyone looked at the time. There was still over 20 minutes before the opening of Dark Moon Graveyard. They all stood by a side, patiently waiting. Sister Snow, this place is really lively. Xiao Yuer giggled, pulling on Gentle Snow's delicate arm as she took a look at her surroundings. Gentle Snow nodded. She looked around with an indifferent face, her expression as cold as ice. She did not pay any attention to the guilds present. Instead, she was looking for a certain someone. Although Gentle Snow and her group kept a low profile when they arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, everyone's sight still unconsciously turned towards the group, including the upper echelons of the various guilds. They still possessed the chance to compete in the case of second-rate guilds. However, it was but a fleeting dream for them to compete against a first-rate guild. The main reason being the gap between a first-rate guild and a second-rate guild was just too wide. Not only was there a difference in the number of players in the guild, but there was also the difference of the quality of players and fundings. Just by standing in this place, Gentle Snow caused a great pressure to loom over the upper echelons of the many guilds present. As for the cause for this pressure, aside from the disparity between their guilds, the disparity between personal strength was also one of the causes. As long as one played virtual reality games, they would certainly know of the Snow Goddess. However, this name was not praise for gentle Snow's stunning complexion, but for a frightening strength. As expected of the Snow Goddess, the equipment on her body is likely the most top-notch equipment available to players at this stage of the game. Stabbing Heart inwardly admired the silver-red battle armor that gentle Snow wore. This was the flame light set equipment that could only be obtained from the level 5 advanced dungeon, Lava Cavern. The Assassin's Alliance was never able to clear this dungeon. Moreover, this flame light set was a mysterious iron set equipment that would only drop from the hard mode of the dungeon. The set equipment was much better than any other equipment, not to mention the crimson-colored flame spirit greatsword in gentle Snow's hands. That was a level 5 secret silver two-handed sword. The weapon itself could easily overwhelm his pair of mysterious iron-ranked Gemini's thorns. The pressure this set of equipment gave off to the other experts present was enormous. In addition to Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yuer's mysterious iron equipment, gentle Snow's group practically flattened everyone else at the Dark Moon Graveyard. How were these experts supposed to compete against gentle Snow's group now? Why isn't he here yet? After taking a look around, a faint layer of frost appeared on gentle Snow's face as she was unable to discover Shifeng's figure anywhere. Ha ha ha. Snow, that guy must have known that he would just humiliate himself, so he didn't dare show up. Why don't we just call a few more members over? Zhao Yueru stuck out her impressive twin peaks, laughing delightfully. Gentle Snow gave Zhao Yueru's words some thought. The first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely important. If Shifeng really was not coming, then she should be making some preparations ahead of time. Just as gentle Snow was prepared to contact her subordinates, Shifeng and his party ran over. Sorry, I've made you all wait, Shifeng scratched his head, apologizing. Although he hurried over, the distance was just too far. Moreover, they had met a level 5 extremely rare elite on the way here, so they had wasted some time. Chapter 98, Whetstone Recipe. After not meeting for just more than a day, Shifeng discovered that gentle Snow and the others of her group had changed their equipment. All of them were wearing gorgeous equipment. The level 5 flame light set equipment all of them were wearing was the best team equipment currently available. With this equipment, as long as the team leader commanded properly, they would definitely conquer the normal mode of Dark Moon Valley after familiarizing themselves with the dungeon. Regarding the Dark Moon Graveyard, even if Shifeng now possessed a full suit of Silvermoon set equipment, he still had quite a lot of requirements. For instance, the advanced Whetstone recipe. This was the strengthened version of the Whetstone. The recipe for this item could only be obtained from team dungeons. Moreover, only bosses of the dungeon would have a chance of dropping it. You still remembered to come. That's enough. Since you're already here, leave your party, and we'll reform the group. Zhao Yueru originally wanted to taunt Shifeng, but gentle Snow stopped her a step earlier. Gentle Snow was still slightly angry from before, but after sweeping a glance at Shifeng, she shockingly discovered that Shifeng had reached level 6. Currently, the level 6 players in all of Red Leaf Town were top-tier players. Previously, when she met Shifeng, his level was nothing special. It was just below average. Now that he was able to catch up to such a degree, one could see that Shifeng's leveling speed was extremely fast. As for Blackie and the others standing behind Shifeng, all of them were level 5. They were also fully geared with bronze equipment, and such a standard was relatively good amongst temporary teams. Shifeng's party then disbanded, all of them joining Gentle Snow's team. All of the surrounding guilds and players saw Shifeng join Gentle Snow's team. Judging from the equipment of Shifeng's party, it was obvious that Shifeng and the others were not members of Ouroboros. However, it was extremely odd that they were still able to join Gentle Snow's team and enter the dungeon together. The equipment worn by Shifeng's party did not seem very high-leveled. They wore only scattered pieces of bronze equipment, not that different from the equipment of a temporary team. This was the important struggle for the first clear of a team dungeon. Was Gentle Snow so confident in being able to easily obtain it that she'd invite a group of people like this? Only Stabbing Heart knew of Shifeng's strength. Now that both powerhouses had joined, the competition for the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard had just become much harder. Brother Zhang, that's the brat that set up our men, Flaming Tiger hatefully commented when he saw Shifeng. So, it is him. Zhang Luowei raised his brows. He could not help but pay more attention to Shifeng. He then said in a deep tone, since he has some connection with the Snow Goddess, try not to stir up trouble with them in the future. I don't wish for us to go against a first-rate guild right now. Being able to wipe out Flaming Tiger's group, and having a connection with the Snow Goddess, this person was not that simple. He still needed to do some investigations of this person. If this person had just joined the Snow Goddess by chance, he would definitely make this person pay for his actions. Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. Flaming Tiger glared at Shifeng, only gritting his teeth as he answered. However, it was a different situation on the side of Martial Union. Every member of Martial Union could not help but wish they could get rid of Shifeng right that instant. It was especially true for Iron Sword Lion. Previously, he put out the word that he would kill Shifeng back to level 0. Now that he saw Shifeng had already reached level 6, one level higher than Iron Sword Lion himself, he felt extremely humiliated. What is that group of assassins doing? They actually allowed him to wash away his red name, and even rise to level 6. Just the fact that Shifeng was standing in this place, and scathed, caused the light on Iron Sword Lion's face to fade. His face turned crimson from anger, saying, "Immediately contact the party of assassins." What exactly is going on here? Boss, what's up? One of the assassins standing guard in front of the hotel asked. What's up? Iron Sword Lion nearly suffocated from anger when he heard those words. He bellowed, "I told you all to pay attention to Yifeng, yet, what have you all been doing? Boss, we've constantly been keeping an eye out for him. However, Yifeng has not set foot outside the hotel. I'm guessing that he must be afraid," the assassin said, puzzled. "You've constantly been keeping an eye out for him. Then you tell me, who is this person that I am looking at?" Iron Sword Lion sent a screenshot, asking coldly. "Impossible. We've really been constantly keeping an eye out for Yifeng, and he never came out." The assassin, immediately dumbfounded, looked at the screenshot. "You're a bunch of rubbish that can't even keep watch over a single person. Get out of Martial Union immediately. I don't wish to see you any longer." Rage completely flooded Iron Sword Lion's mind. Shortly after, he turned to glare at Shifeng, saying to his subordinate, "Call some men over, as many as you can. After they're done with the dungeon, I want him dead immediately." Boss Iron Sword, this wouldn't be a good move, right? No matter how you put it, he still has some connection with the Snow Goddess. If we create a bad relationship with Ouroboros, it would be detrimental to the development of our guild, a druid said. Out in the streets, we live by depending on our reputation. Now that someone has stomped our reputation to the ground, who cares about anything else? Iron Sword Lion said in disdain, "So what if she's the Snow Goddess? She still hasn't met this daddy right here. I don't believe that a stupid skank like her could do much to me. If she knows how to be tactful, I can still give her some face. If not, then I'll kill her back to level 0 as well." Boss is right. God's domain just has slightly more players. How prestigious was it during those years that we swept across Martial World? Now, we can also sweep across God's domain just like before. What should we be afraid of? The players that had constantly followed Iron Sword Lion all voiced out their agreements, all of them releasing the aura of a mad dog from their bodies. In their opinion, one had to be fierce when playing virtual reality games. Compared to wuxia games, God's domain merely had more players. Moreover, they had to take into consideration so many problems every single day. What good was worrying about each and every little thing? Won't everything be solved if they just killed these first-rate guilds into submission? They had only depended on being fierce to succeed in the previous wuxia game they played, and it would be the same in God's domain. Only the druid, who had only recently joined, helplessly shook his head. These people were insane. Shifeng did not notice the movements of Martial Union. He only discussed the matter of cooperation with Gentle Snow. The items dropped from the dungeon will be distributed according to job requirements. If both sides require the same equipment, then there should be no problem if we just roll for it, right? We don't have any problems with the distribution of equipment. However, I want priority over the recipes and materials for lifestyle jobs. Shifeng's goal in coming here was the advanced whetstone recipe, while equipment didn't really matter to him. You. Don't forget that we are the ones who will be carrying you through the dungeon. Moreover, do you know how valuable the recipes for lifestyle jobs are? After hearing Shifeng's words, Zhao Yueru stamped her feet in anger, bellowing like a fierce tigress. The other members of Gentle Snow's team were also feeling aggrieved. Shifeng and his party were just a group of wild players. 1. They were already extremely benevolent by rolling to distribute the equipment. Despite that fact, Shifeng was still trying to take advantage of them. Brother Feng, your request is going slightly overboard. In any case, our equipment is slightly weaker than theirs, and even just clearing the dungeon would be a problem for us. So why don't you change your requirements? Blackie advised. Although their equipment was very good, compared to the set equipment of these people, they were clearly still a step behind. Being able to roll for equipment was already a good condition. Going further to compete over recipes for lifestyle jobs. Nobody would be willing to concede to such a request. To put it bluntly, even without them joining, Gentle Snow's team could similarly clear the Dark Moon graveyard. Shifeng shook his head. He would not mind if it were any other recipes. However, he would not concede even a single step for the advanced whetstone recipe. He also could not reveal any specifics to avoid attracting the suspicion of others. After all, before a team dungeon was conquered, the official website would not reveal any information about its drops. 20-man dungeons would only refresh once every 3 days. There were only that many team dungeons nearby, and every one of them was extremely precious. The earlier Shifeng obtained the advanced whetstone recipe, the earlier he would obtain an advantage over the other players. To a workshop like theirs that lived on the edge, they had even more reasons not to concede. Gentle Snow, who had an ice-cold expression, also opened up her mouth this time around, saying, "Recipes for lifestyle jobs are extremely important to our guild. Your request, I cannot agree to it. 1. Wild players, players that are unaffiliated to any guilds. From the last chapter, I honestly had the impression that only Gentle Snow possessed this set equipment. As for team equipment, that's what the author wrote. I refuse to capitalize it though. Sooner or later, he's gonna bring some shit like guild equipment or party equipment." LOL Chapter 99, Dark Moon Graveyard. Gentle Snow's single sentence determined the final verdict, not allowing anybody to refuse. After having worked with Black Flame, Gentle Snow discovered the importance of lifestyle jobs. Although their influence towards God's domain was small right now, who could guarantee that it would remain so in the future? Hence, she would not let even a single recipe that dropped from the dungeon slip by. With Gentle Snow's approval, the confidence of the members of Ouroboros grew. Every one of them looked towards the foolish-looking Shifeng. Now that our leader has refused, let's see how you are going to continue acting arrogant. If you have the ability, then form your own team to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard. We will have an easier time that way as well. Shifeng slightly wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would be so resolute. He wondered what had happened to Gentle Snow to trigger a nerve in her. She was completely different from when they first met. At that time, there was still room for discussion. However, Shifeng did not have a clue that the person who triggered Gentle Snow was exactly himself. How about this, then? We'll hold a party auction for the lifestyle recipes that drop, Shifeng said. Without having any better options, he could only take a step back and make some compromises. Hearing Shifeng, Zhao Yueru covered her delicate mouth as she revealed a shallow smile. Yifeng, stop dreaming. Team dungeons only reset once every 3 days. The recipes obtained from inside are extremely important to a guild's development. How could we auction them amongst the party? If you insist on doing so, then we will just call in a few more of our elite members. That way, those enter the Dark Moon Graveyard will all be our members, and we won't need to share anything with you. Zhao Yueru's tone turned chilling. Zhao Yueru had already made her words extremely clear: if you are going to stay, then forget about the recipes. Otherwise, pack up and leave. We won't be obstructing you on your way. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow showed no signs of hindering Zhao Yueru. Her actions meant that she, too, agreed with Zhao Yueru's viewpoint. Miss Zhao, please don't get angry. Brother Feng doesn't know how important the recipes are to you all. I apologize. Blackie could no longer stand to watch this scene continue to unfold. Any more of this, and the final result would definitely be a separation. They managed to obtain the favor of the Snow Goddess after much difficulty. Hence, they could not simply just let go of this chance to further advance their workshop. Blackie continuously hinted Shifeng not to act rashly and to properly grab a hold of this chance. Feng could feel Gentle Snow's resolute behavior. Such an attitude gave him a headache. However, it would not be easy for him to find another team to enter the Dark Moon graveyard with. It was a team dungeon, after all. A certain standard of equipment, trust, and cooperation was required to successfully clear it. Moreover, players that were abruptly recruited might not necessarily be reliable. They might even bring adverse effects to the team. Alright then, let's go with your arrangements. It was clearly not wise for him to enter a deadlock with Gentle Snow right now. Feng had no choice but to just give up this chance. His only choice was to look for new, reliable members after he finished the dungeon. He would then bring them to dive into other team dungeons. Seeing Feng agree, Blackie let loose a breath of relief. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru was slightly pouting. She inwardly felt unfortunate that she was not able to chase Feng away. Gentle Snow did not pay attention to Zhao Yueru's irritation. The time for the dungeon's opening already arrived. The other guild teams were all entering the dungeon, one after another. Hence, Gentle Snow said in the team chat, "Let's go in then." Before entering the dungeon, Gentle Snow had set the dungeon's difficulty at normal. That way, after entering the teleportation gate, everyone would be sent to the normal mode of the Dark Moon graveyard. Team dungeons were similar to party dungeons, in which they had 3 different difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, guilds that were not familiar with the dungeon would usually start off by obtaining and understanding information from the normal mode of the dungeon. They would then use the information obtained to prepare for hard mode and hell mode. Right now, every guild was competing for the first clear of the Dark Moon graveyard. They wanted to use this chance to increase their influence towards the players in Red Leaf Town. So, naturally, they would not start off by challenging a higher difficulty. The team entered the teleportation gate, one after another. They all turned into a streak of white light as they entered the Dark Moon graveyard. Team dungeons were unlike party dungeons. The map inside a team dungeon was extremely large. They were practically the same size as a small town, with some being the same size as a city with a population in the millions. The Dark Moon graveyard was the first team dungeon available near Red Leaf Town, so the map of the dungeon was relatively small. Unlike the team dungeons in other virtual reality games, the main goal when entering any team dungeons in God's domain was to find the exit. As long as players could find the exit and leave the dungeon, then they would have cleared the dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, they would also receive the corresponding dungeon rewards. Dark Moon Graveyard was different precisely because of this reason. Taking into consideration that this was the first time players of God's domain came into contact with team dungeons, the Dark Moon Graveyard's difficulty was lower than other team dungeons. Players only needed to consider one key point when inside the dungeon: survive. As long as they could survive and leave through the exit, they would clear the dungeon. Immediately after everyone entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, a chilling wind ambushed them, causing their entire bodies to shiver. It was past dusk in this place, and a red moon hung above the sky, shining down on the earth. Gravestones littered the wasteland, and the gigantic stones formed one gigantic maze. A strange atmosphere filled the place, coupled with countless wails of anguish. I'll divide up our responsibilities first, so when the time comes, just make sure you do your own part. Gentle Snow was not even the slightest bit shocked by the strange atmosphere. Instead, the corners of her lips curved upwards, forming an excited smile. Although they wasted several minutes, they properly determined each team member's responsibilities. That way, whenever anything unexpected occurred, everyone could react with the quickest time possible. The team had a total of 4 healers, with 2 being clerics, 1 oracle, and 1 druid. There were 2 MTs in the team. One of them was a shield warrior, the other, a guardian knight. Meanwhile, Feng was arranged into the dagger party. The party's main goal was to combat at the front lines. On the other hand, Lonely Snow was arranged into the protection party. Their main goal was to protect the team's lifeline, the healers. Alright, scout party, search for a path. We will follow behind at a slower pace. Once Gentle Snow was satisfied with the team's formation, she arranged for 2 assassins to scout ahead. After entering the wasteland maze, the 2 assassins immediately reported the situation they discovered. Gentle Snow responded immediately, allowing her team to advance towards the best possible route and easily avoid the traps set up by the Kobold assassins and Kobold warriors. Kobold Assassin, Common Rank, HP 1 600/1 600, Kobold Warrior, Elite Rank, HP 3 500/3 500. If they triggered the trap here, they would have to go up against more than 30 Kobold Assassins and 7 or 8 Elite Kobold Warriors. Such a situation would definitely cause major losses to the team. Thanks to Gentle Snow's quick decisions, the team inched closer and closer towards the maze's exit. On the way, they only needed to kill a small amount of kobolds. Even Sherfone was slightly shocked by Gentle Snow's leadership. It was as if all matters within the Dark Moon Graveyard were within the palms of her hands. Zhao Yueru walked up to Sherfeng's side, proudly saying, "What do you think? You should see how far apart your strengths are now, right?" Sherfeng remained silent. He did not pay much heed to Zhao Yueru, his hand only tightening its grip on his treasured sword hanging on his waist. Humph. Speechless now, are you? Zhao Yueru thought Sherfeng was tacitly agreeing, her heart feeling a wave of pleasure. However, not long after Zhao Yueru felt pleased with herself, 2 blood-curdling screams came through the team's chat. "Scout party, what happened?" Gentle Snow hurriedly asked. "System, player White Cry has died. System, player Wind Shadow has died." What happened? When Zhao Yueru saw that the 2 players who died were both from the scout party, her heart filled with questions. However, nobody answered Zhao Yueru. Due to the settings of God's domain, players were unable to initiate communication after death. Everyone immediately tensed up. They watched their surroundings vigilantly. The mysterious deaths of the 2 players informed the members of Ouroboros of one thing. Both players who died had very good techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become elite members of Ouroboros. Their sudden deaths and the lack of even the slightest information could only mean one thing: this place had become extremely dangerous. Chapter 100, Go ahead, if you can. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Healers, stand in the middle. Protection party, guard the healers. MTs, prepare to activate your life-saving skills at any time. Dagger party, prepare for battle. Gentle Snow was not frightened by the situation. She immediately gave out commands, staying combat ready. Haughtiness invites disaster, humility receives benefit. This sentence just happened to be applicable to the members of Ouroboros. It was especially true for the arrogant Zhao Yueru. Problems were bound to occur when one became complacent. Only, the problems, this time, arrived somewhat too quickly. Zhao Yueru, who was still relaxed, suddenly tightened her grip on her crystal staff. She was no longer acting cheerful or witty, her expression now turned solemn. She observed her surroundings for every little detail, revealing the unquestionable quality of an expert. The other members of Ouroboros also no longer dared be careless. Although they were confident in their equipment, even possessing the confidence to overcome the Dark Moon Graveyard, this confidence still gradually faded after the 2 players were instantly killed. They could not help but become cautious and timid. As for Sherfeng's party, they were even more nervous. Inside their hearts, they were still considering themselves to be a bunch of noobs. Meanwhile, the elite members of Ouroboros before them were experts. Their techniques surpassed them by leaps and bounds. However, such experts that wore top-tier set equipment still died an unfathomable death. This Dark Moon Graveyard was just too horrifying. Seeing everyone in such a panic, Sherfeng remained incomparably calm. As for what actually happened, nobody had a better understanding of it than him, or rather, he long since predicted such a situation. Since Dark Moon Graveyard had a lower difficulty, depending on equipment and some experts, it was easy enough that it could be relaxingly cleared. However, in Sherfeng's previous life, an unknown number of guilds fell to the dungeon over and over, to the degree of cursing someone's mother. Based on the strength of Gentle Snow's team, they would still be able to clear the dungeon, even after being team-wiped over a dozen times. Only, the price to pay for such an action was very high. Something's coming. MTs, pay attention, Sherfeng warned. He squinted his eyes, looking towards the fog that floated nearer. Everyone abruptly tensed, looking over. What's that? The shield warrior discovered a blurry figure inside the mist. The figure was hidden inside the murky fog, preventing anybody from getting a clear look at it. The team only knew that the thing was gradually wobbling closer, step after step, crawling as slow as a snail. As the distance between the two sides shortened, the wails of anguish became louder, causing all those present to have goosebumps. Just when the figure was about to leave the fog. "MTs, activate your life-saving skills," Shifeng yelled. However, the shield warrior paid no attention to Shifeng's words. He had always looked down upon Shifeng in his heart. The last time they met, Shifeng was just a noob who got lucky. Shifeng was only able to attract their leader's attention because he familiarized himself with God's domain ahead of time. Although Shifeng was currently reached level 6, he had definitely depended on his familiarity with the quests and monsters in order to level up so quickly. He did not truly possess strength. Even if Shifeng's skills were good, the number of experts Ouroboros had recruited over the years from other virtual reality games exceeded 5,000. They were not lacking people such as Shifeng at all. In other words, within Ouroboros, there were plenty of players that were much better than Shifeng. Although the shield warrior did not pay attention to Shifeng's words, the guardian knight, Kola, had always trusted in Shifeng. He had, at the first instance, activated protection blessing on himself. Just as the figure within the fog was about to reveal itself, two black rays of light shot out from the fog, reaching the MTs on the front lines in the blink of an eye. These two rays of light were as swift as bullets. The bulky MTs had no way of dodging them. At that moment, Gentle Snow only shouted, "MTs, use your life-saving skills." Unfortunately, Gentle Snow was still one step behind. One of the black rays immediately pierced the shield warrior's body, a damage of -1,600 appearing above his head. He was killed instantly. The shield warrior's eyes affixed to his chest where the black ray penetrated, unwillingly passing on. Meanwhile, after activating protection blessing, the damage Kola received reduced by 50%. In addition to the secret silver rank sky armor that he received from Shifeng, Kola only received slightly more than -500 damage, losing slightly more than half of his HP. Everyone was dumbfounded after seeing this. A level 5 MT wearing bronze set equipment died, just like that. Meanwhile, more figures started appearing out of the fog. When Gentle Snow recalled the terrifying black rays from before, she immediately commanded, "Healers, heal. Everyone retreat. Guardian Knight, cover everyone else's retreat. Anybody with a defense skill, pay attention and protect the Guardian Knight." Hearing Gentle Snow's commands, Kola hesitated slightly. He turned to look at Shifeng, intending to wait for Shifeng's command. "Retreat then. Pay attention to your positioning and maintain a straight line with the people behind." Shifeng nodded his head. After receiving Shifeng's orders, Kola immediately took action. Seeing such a scene, Gentle Snow felt slightly upset in her heart. However, she did not voice it. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru was not as willing. "A noob like you, instead of listening to Snow's commands, you actually listened to that lucky dog shit's words." Was he trying to imply that the Snow Goddess' strength and commands weren't as reliable as Shifeng's? However, just as Zhao Yueru was about to open her mouth, she immediately snapped it closed. That was because, while Kola was retreating, he was actually able to simultaneously use his shield to block the black rays that fired towards the other players. He was even able to dodge the attacks of the black rays while, at the same time, retreating in an orderly manner. Such a feat was absolutely impossible for a fresh noob to accomplish. His skills were even better than their own shield warriors by a thread. With 4 healers healing him, Kola was able to maintain his HP above the safety line. During the occasional desperate moments, Shifeng would use parry to help Kola block the black rays, allowing Kola to retain his life. Such scenes caused the members of Ouroboros, who had been previously dissatisfied with Shifeng, to have a change of heart. They questioned whether they were able to carry out such actions. Moreover, Shifeng rescued Kola multiple times now, proving that it was not just a coincidence, but skill. As long as Kola did not die, the remaining team members would remain safe. It could be said that Shifeng was holding onto the lives of the entire team. It would seem that I have still been underestimating him. Gentle Snow started viewing Shifeng in a different light. Although she, too, helped Kola block some attacks, her actions were not as natural and pleasant as Shifeng's. He was capable of blocking the attacks while not hindering Kola's movements. After everyone retreated some distance, they were finally able to clearly see the figures within the fog. They had gigantic bodies with the height of 2 people. Their arms were both equipped with black, metallic claws. When they attacked, their claws were like swords shooting forth and sheathing quickly after, all within a blink of an eye. Kobold Zombie, Special Elite, HP 5000/5000. Just a single kobold zombie was headache to them. However, there were a total of 6 kobold zombies that appeared from the fog. Such numbers practically demanded their lives. To make matters worse, a group of kobold warriors also appeared in their path of retreat. Everyone finally understood the difficulty of a team dungeon. Its difficulty was practically over 10 times that of a party dungeon. "We're finished." Zhao Yueru felt despair in her heart when she saw the number of elites and special elites. How are we supposed to fight this many elites and special elites? Moreover, they have both ranged and melee to cooperate with each other. The other team members similarly agreed with Zhao Yueru's opinion. Is there no way for us to pass through? Gentle Snow creased her brows. She was unwilling to just leave the dungeon like this. At that moment, Sherfone opened his mouth, saying, "If we utilize the terrain properly and cooperate well with each other, it is not entirely impossible." The members of Ouroboros felt displeasure in their hearts when they heard Sherfone. He was wholly mocking the inability of Gentle Snow's commands. Easier said than done. Who would know how to deal with this many elites and special elites? Go ahead, if you can, Zhao Yueru sneered, looking at Sherfone with disdain. Chapter 101, Entering Hell. Once more ridiculed by Zhao Yueru in such a way, the expressions on Sherfeng's party members turned dark. Even if Blackie loved beautiful women, he was still unable to overlook such an action. How could a great beauty like her have such a poisonous mouth? Although Blackie wanted to refute her, his words were unable to leave his mouth. The Dark Moon Graveyard was just too hard. Even if they believed in Sherfeng's strengths and techniques, when faced with so many elites and special elites, who could guarantee that they'd be able to pass through? What? Nothing to say. Zhao Yueru asked coldly when Sherfeng had remained silent as if he were in deep thought. The members of Ouroboros were also looking at Sherfeng with disdain. They were already feeling despair towards the Dark Moon Graveyard, and even Gentle Snow felt helpless. So, what could a beta tester, with only some slightly good techniques, do? You're just a beta tester. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you have the ability, then you take command and kill all of those monsters. If you don't, stop spouting bullshit. Humph. Just a bunch of independent players foolishly making second guesses after we can't get through. The members of Ouroboros all had their own arrogance. They all supported Zhao Yueru, one after another. They hurled all sorts of ridicule towards Sherfeng, venting the despair in their hearts. What did guys you say? If it weren't for Brother Feng, would you still be alive right now? Sherfeng's party members could no longer stand by idly and watch. Every one of them revealed expressions of anger, intentions of starting a fight surfacing. If it weren't for Sherfeng's warning, both of the team's MTs would have died. Without the MTs to act as meat shields, the players behind would have definitely died, and it would be lucky if even a few survived. Just as both sides were about to start a dispute, a deep muffled voice came from the team, disrupting everyone's argument. Every one of the team members was dumbstruck, thinking they had misheard. After observing the surrounding area and those monsters, I've thought of a way to get through the fog. I wonder if Miss Snow would be willing to let me take command. Sherfeng faintly smiled as he looked at Gentle Snow. Regarding the ridicules of Zhao Yueru and the others, Sherfeng did not mind them in the slightest. That was because everything was going according to his plan. From the moment Zhao Yueru started mocking him, his goals had already been achieved. If Zhao Yueru and the others did not react the way they did, how would he be able to seize the opportunity to take the initiative? If you can lead everyone across the fog, it won't be a problem to pass leadership to you. Gentle Snow's iceberg-like expression faintly changed. Being able to get through the fog was a good thing. She was also not a petty person. It was just that, for some reason, when she looked at Sherfeng's smile, she had a faint feeling of disharmony as if all of this was within Sherfeng's grasp. Snow, I was only joking. How could you give this bastard leadership over the team? Zhao Yueru panicked. Ouroboros' first vice leader was actually being commanded by an outsider. Wouldn't that make them the laughingstock of the other first-rate guilds? They would call out Ouroboros for their inability. If you have any other methods to pass through, I won't really mind, Shifeng shrugged, spreading his hands to signify that he did not care. Zhao Yueru wanted to dissuade Gentle Snow. She had only been speaking out of anger before. If Shifeng had really become the team's leader, then wouldn't an upheaval occur within the team? Who would be willing to submit to an independent player? Even if Shifeng's techniques were quite good, there were still heaps of such personnel within the guild. Okay, now is not the time to care about reputation. Clearing. This dungeon is our priority. From now on, Yifeng will command the team. His words are my words. If anybody doesn't listen, you'll know the consequences, Gentle Snow said in a chilling tone. Gentle Snow naturally knew Zhao Yueru's concerns. She, too, had considered the problems. However, if they gave up the team dungeons first clear due to this little reputation, that would truly cause their guild to become the laughingstock of other guilds. All right, then. Whatever you say. However, if he doesn't command us adequately, only blindly giving out orders, I won't obey. Zhao Yueru shot a glance at Shifeng in anger. She did not believe that Shifeng could properly command the team, not to mention lead them through the fogged area. After all, Shifeng was just an independent player. It was impossible for him to have any experience in commanding a team. In a moment, she would watch and make fun of Shifeng making a fool of himself. Seeing that Gentle Snow had already nodded her head in agreement, Shifeng unhurriedly said, "Since we're done with the matter of leadership, let's talk about the matter of distribution. All of the equipment will be given out according to job requirements, while the other items will be auctioned within the team. Any problems? Yifeng. Don't go overboard." Zhao Yueru glared at Shifeng like a wrathful tigress. "Miss Zhao, I'm not trying to swindle even a single item. We're just fairly competing inside the dungeon, so is there a need to talk about going overboard?" Shifeng calmly smiled. Previously, Shifeng agreed to Gentle Snow's arrangements because he did not possess the power to back himself up. He knew the strategy to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, he couldn't reveal that fact earlier. After all, Team Dungeons had not activated during the beta test of God's domain. Hence, if Shifeng were to reveal knowledge that not even beta testers of God's domain had, Gentle Snow and the others would definitely become suspicious. Now, everyone was aware of the Dark Moon Graveyard's information. Moreover, Shifeng, himself, had followed them into the dungeon. As long as Shifeng performed thinking up a strategy, naturally, no one would question him. Even the astute Gentle Snow would not suspect Shifeng had long since known how to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard. Zhao Yueru became speechless from anger. She felt Shifeng was just a scoundrel intoxicated by success. On the other hand, Gentle Snow did not hesitate as she revealed a faint smile, calmly saying, "All right. As long as we can get through, I'll agree to your conditions." Snow. Zhao Yueru did not dare believe her own ears. Gentle Snow agreed, just like that. Recipes for lifestyle jobs. The ones dropped from Team Dungeons were even more priceless. How could they just let others take advantage of them? Enough. It's all just a waste of breath if we can't get through the dungeon. If we manage to get through and an item drops, we'll just buy it as is. Do you think an independent player like Yifeng is wealthier than us? Gentle Snow softly explained. Hearing this, Zhao Yueru came to a realization. If they were competing regarding capabilities, even 100 Yifengs would not be a match for them. At the end of the day, the item would still be theirs. Humph. Humph. Be pleased with yourself while you can. Zhao Yueru's mood greatly improved. She even looked forward to clearing the dungeon as quickly as possible, obtaining several recipes. She wanted Shifeng to know just how foolish his decision was. Since I will be commanding the team from now on, let's first leave the dungeon and re-enter it once everybody gathers. Shifeng took out a return scroll and started chanting. Using a return scroll inside a dungeon would automatically send players back to the dungeon's entrance, saving players the wasted time running back. The others also promptly took out return scrolls after watching Shifeng do so. Indeed, 3 people had died in the team, so some reorganization was necessary. Outside the Dark Moon Graveyard, many teams belonging to guilds had returned after dying. They were currently reorganizing themselves, preparing to challenge the dungeon once more. When they saw the Snow Goddess and her team leave the dungeon, they all were abruptly shocked. All of them hurriedly looked towards the glory list at the dungeon's entrance. The snow goddess fame was extremely great. In addition to so many of her team members leaving through the dungeon's entrance, there was a high chance that they had already cleared the dungeon. However, the glory list was still as empty as ever. Everyone let loose a breath of relief. They continued with their rest, discussing how they would raid the dungeon. After over a dozen minutes, the entire team was assembled. Everyone, once more, walked towards the teleportation gate. As the leader of the team, Shifeng immediately adjusted the dungeon's difficulty to Hell mode. Immediately, the color of the teleportation gate changed. A flickering image of a ghost's head appeared, causing others to shudder. Before anyone within the team could react, they turned into black rays of light as they entered the Dark Moon graveyard. Outside the dungeon's entrance, the members of the various guilds were all dumbfounded. Didn't they just enter normal mode once? After understanding some information about the Dark Moon graveyard, they're already starting to raid Hell mode. Was there a need to be so strong-willed? Chapter 102, Kobold King. 1. The sky was dark, and the bright moon illuminated all of the Dark Moon graveyard. Compared to the normal mode of the Dark Moon graveyard, a great expanse of dense fog shrouded the wasteland. Not only did it obstruct one's vision, but it also carried with it an endless air of murder. It was like a battlefield. A heavy and oppressive feeling permeated the wasteland, causing one's body to grow sluggish. This is the Hell mode of the Dark Moon graveyard. Gentle Snow surveyed her surroundings, revealing an indifferent smile. She discovered that the fog here was almost alive, and she felt as if she were being watched. Moreover, there were crimson-red spots glowing, floating about the fog, most likely the blood-red eyes of the kobolds. Just the number of monsters here far exceeded that of the normal mode. Moreover, there was also the dense fog hindering one's vision, greatly increasing the difficulty of battle. Yifeng, what are you trying to do here? Why did you bring us to hell? Zhao Yueru looked towards Shifeng, interrogating him. After experiencing the terror of normal mode, even an idiot knew how horrifying hell mode would be. This was not a place for people at all. Right now, they could not even clear normal mode, so coming to hell mode was just plain suicide. Gentle Snow was also curious as to why Shifeng had done such a thing. Judging from Shifeng's behavior, he was definitely not a brainless person. Even Shifeng's own party members were extremely curious. They had clearly agreed on entering the normal mode, yet, why had they entered hell mode? I'm the team leader now, my words are final. Since I've chosen hell mode, I obviously have my own reasons. You may leave if you have any opinions about it. I won't be stopping you, Shifeng said with a smile. What comes around, goes around. Previously, he had only humbly submitted to Zhao Yueru because he could not reveal his hand. Now that they were in his territory, naturally, he would no longer act with modesty. You bully. Zhao Yueru's almond eyes widened into circles as she glared at Shifeng, her twin peaks bouncing indefinitely. She stomped the rock beneath her feet, unable to find any words. She gritted her teeth, immediately turning her head away and no longer looking at Shifeng. This scoundrel actually went so far as to use her previous words to spite her, possessing not even a hint of a gentleman. When all of this was over, she would properly put Shifeng in his place. Originally, Blackie intended to mediate between the two. However, when he saw Zhao Yueru's sudden silence, not speaking even a word, he secretly raised his thumb at Shifeng. As expected of Brother Feng. He even dared meet a great beauty head-on. If he were standing in Shifeng's position, he would not have been able to do such a thing. Yifeng, do you really have the confidence to clear hell mode? You should know that, although the difficulty is only different by 2 levels on the surface, in reality it is 10 or more times harder. The requirement of equipment, cooperation, and leadership also increases by several levels. I don't want my team members to die a meaningless death, Gentle Snow softly asked. Although the death penalty inside team dungeons was much lower than the death penalty in party dungeons, it was still a 5% experience loss. Moreover, hell mode was different than the other difficulties. The loss of experience in hell mode after a single death was 10%. Without a success rate of 70% or above, most players were unwilling to dive into the hell mode of a dungeon. There should be no problems. However, we still have to try before we can know the results. Shifeng did not reveal his full opinion. Based on the team's current composition and equipment, Shifeng was extremely confident of clearing the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Hell mode in the first place. In Shifeng's previous life, only after going through countless team wipes and experience accumulation, he figured out several methods of passing through the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. If he let Gentle Snow to fumble about slowly, who knew how long he would have to wait or how many team wipes they'd have to go through before they successfully passed through. Watching Shifeng's calm behavior, after giving it some thought, Gentle Snow decided to support Shifeng's decision. It was a good chance for her to observe the extent of Shifeng's capabilities. If he performed well, it would be beneficial to invite him to join the God-slaying army. Gentle Snow nodded. At this time, even if the others were still unwilling, they had no choice but to listen to Shifeng's commands. However, it was not because they believed in Shifeng, rather, they believed in Gentle Snow's decision. After which, Shifeng started assigning responsibilities. Overall, his arrangements were mostly similar to Gentle Snow's. The difference was that he placed 3 elementalists in the Dagger Party and disbanded the Scout Party to place their members in the Protection Party instead, protecting the healers. After entering the fog, both MTs are to activate your life-saving skills and rush after me without stopping. However, pay attention to dodge attacks. Everyone in the back must also follow, and remember, no matter what happens, never stop moving your feet. Healers only need to use instant cast skills to heal the 2 MTs. Everyone else should use your own recovery potions, Shifeng explained. If all of you understand, then everyone should use a speed scroll now. Everyone grew suspicious after hearing Shifeng. What was he trying to do, turn them into kamikazes? He even wanted them to use speed scrolls. Was he complaining that they wouldn't die quick enough? Moreover, they could only earn so much money from a trip into the dungeon. There were 20 players in the entire team, which meant they would be expending 20 speed scrolls. Just how much money was that? Alright, everyone just use your speed scrolls. Noticing the unwillingness in everyone's eyes, Gentle Snow could only helplessly support the command. Everyone was helpless. Speed scrolls were very expensive, and each of them had only prepared 2. However, before they even started killing monsters, they were already required to use one of them. This was just too extravagant. However, such a decision did not alarm Shifeng's party members. Speed scrolls had long since become a necessity for them to grind elite monsters, so they each had 6 or 7 on their person. After everyone used a speed scroll, they followed Shifeng towards the entrance of the maze area. Follow closely. I won't concern myself if you fall behind, Shifeng reminded in the team chat. Having Shifeng tell them in such a way, everyone became nervous. If they fell behind, needless to say, only death waited for them. Run. After seeing everybody ready, Shifeng activated his title, Might of 1,000, greatly increasing everyone's attributes. As a result, their running speed also increased. Before shock took hold of anyone over their increased attributes, Shifeng started running. Every one of them tightly chased after him, disappearing into the fog. Within, the fog massively limited everyone's vision. They could only barely make out an area of 5 yards. After running for some time, Shifeng suddenly said, MTs, use your life-saving skills. Healers, heal. Hearing Shifeng's commands, the 2 MTs started activating their life-saving skills. The healers also started using their healing skills on the 2 MTs. Following which, black rays appeared, fired out from the fog. The black rays struck the 2 MTs, dealing a horrifying amount of damage. Fortunately, the healers constantly replenished their HPs to make up for the damage they received. In addition, the 2 MTs had high movement speeds, reducing the chances of the black rays striking them. With the 2 MTs taking the full brunt of the damage, the other team members behind had nothing to worry about. In such a way, everyone ran after Shifeng for a full 10 minutes, making twists and turns every so often. In between, they all used another speed scroll. If the healers were lacking mana, they would drink mana recovery potions. Such a situation worried the members of Ouroboros greatly. How was this still a dungeon raid? They were just throwing money away. Moreover, everyone clearly felt the countless monsters closely chasing after them. The monsters constantly bellowed, and as long as they halted their steps, those monsters would definitely kill them. Fortunately, this place was just like a maze. There were plenty of paths available for them. Moreover, the paths were relatively narrow, resulting in a situation where the monsters hindered each other's advance. As a result, it would not be easy for the monsters to catch up to the team. Turn left ahead and enter the small path. After everyone has entered, both MTs block the entrance of the path and use your life-saving skills. Healers, spam your heals on them. Blackie, prepare to use Hell Flame. When the MTs are unable to hold on, the 3 elementalists should use Frozen Nova to block the monsters. If the MTs die, all melees are to stand forward and block the way, but none of you are allowed to attack. Shifeng immediately shouted in the team's chat as he looked towards the small path a short distance away. Following which, everyone quickly poured into the narrow pathway. Both the MTs just happened to block the entire entrance of this path successfully. When both MTs were in position, they received powerful attacks, one after another, constantly pushing them backward. Damage appeared above their heads endlessly. Just as the two of them were about to be sent flying from the barrage of attacks, Shifeng placed both his hands on their backs, bracing against them. The two MTs felt like they leaned against a wall, their bodies unable to retreat any further. Blackie, hurry up. Elementalists, prepare your Frozen Novas. Shifeng hurriedly commanded. I'm ready. Blackie chanted the final incantation. MTs, retreat. Elementalists, cast Frozen Nova. Shifeng yelled. Following which, a Frozen Nova spread out to encompass all the monsters, freezing them and stopping their movements. Over 20 points of damage appeared over every monster's head. Such a high ice resistance, Zhao Yueru's brows slightly cringed. She was extremely dissatisfied with the damage she inflicted. At this time, pillars of green-colored flames shot up amidst the monsters, causing damages of over -300 to every monster. The pillars of flame lasted for 5 seconds, and during this period, the monster's HP incessantly fell. This scene dumbfounded everyone. Even Blackie, himself, was stunned. Wasn't this damage a little too high? After all, these monsters were all elites and special elites. Being able to cause damages of over -100 was fortunate. However, what Blackie did not know was that the kobolds in the Dark Moon Graveyard lived in this cold and dark environment for many years now. They loved the cold but were afraid of fire. Hence, the damage from fire-attributed magic would be multiplied by several folds. It was especially true for the kobold zombies, as they feared fire the most. After Hell Flame ended, the two MTs stepped forward once more to block the monsters. Due to the road being narrow, only 2 or 3 monsters could attack at a single time. If it was the large-sized kobold zombies, just one of them was enough to fill the entire path. Moreover, the kobold zombies were unable to display their might in such a narrow space. At most, 1 or 2 claw attacks would land on the MTs, and even then, the MTs were sharing the burden with each other. As a result, the kobold zombies became utterly harmless. After more than 10 minutes passed, Blackie's Hell Flame annihilated the kobolds that rushed towards the team. Everyone's experience greatly increased as a result, and there was even a pile of dropped items. The members of Ouroboros were astonished. Although Blackie's magic surprised them, Shifeng's strategy thoroughly stunned them. He was actually able to think up such a strategy and discover such a location. His mind and perception were truly great. Members of Ouroboros had always revered the strong. As a result, every one of them now felt embarrassed over their previous slandering of Shifeng. Even Zhao Yueru was rendered speechless after witnessing Shifeng's leadership. However, she still felt hatred for Shifeng inside her heart. She silently lamented over the stupidity of these monsters. As expected, he does possess real skill. It is no wonder he rose to level 6 so quickly. Gentle Snow started her re-evaluation of Shifeng's strength. She did not imagine that he would be capable to this degree. Not only did he possess a title that could raise the entire team's attributes, but he also had such a frightening perception. Shifeng's performance far exceeded her expectations. If her team had such personnel in the future, they would have a much easier time conquering dungeons. A total of 28 pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, there are 9 pieces of mysterious iron rank, while the rest are bronze equipment. We'll distribute them according to jobs. Shifeng arranged the loot and distributed the equipment. He distributed them accordingly, and players who had similar jobs would roll for the equipment, with the higher number obtaining the equipment. Hearing Sherfone report their gains, everyone sucked in a deep breath. They were unable to utter a single word due to their excitement. Currently, Mysterious Iron equipment was considered top-tier equipment. Previously, they had killed so many monsters in the normal mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, yet, only a few pieces of bronze equipment dropped. Right now, however, they only killed a large wave of monsters, but already obtained so much Mysterious Iron equipment and bronze equipment. This drop rate was just too frightening. Chapter 103, Kobold King, 2. Discovering that the Hell mode of a dungeon dropped so much valuable equipment, even Gentle Snow was stunned. If they could clear the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, it was unknown just how much top-tier equipment they could obtain. With top-tier equipment, they would have a much easier time conquering the other team dungeons. Thinking up to this point, Gentle Snow became much more interested towards conquering the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. It was just that she did not know whether Sherfone was capable of accomplishing this magnificent feat. After Sherfone distributed the equipment, many of the team members immediately swapped out their old equipment for the new. It was especially true for the extremely lucky Blackie. Blackie was the only Cursemancer on the entire team. Among the 9 pieces of Mysterious Iron equipment, there were 2 pieces of the Death Word set equipment meant for Cursemancers. The Death Word set equipment was at the apex of all level 5 set equipment for Cursemancers. Just the effect of having 2 set pieces increased Blackie's Dark Arrow by 1 level. In addition, Blackie's Dark Arrow was already level 4. At level 5, the Dark Arrow's damage increased by a large leap. Meanwhile, Kola managed to win a Mysterious Iron shield by rolling. After equipping the shield, his defense surpassed the shield warrior from Ouroboros, Ghost Chop, by quite a lot. Although many items dropped, Sherfone incessantly shook his head at these items. None of these items attracted his attention. "Why don't you want this piece of bronze equipment for swordsman?" Gentle Snow asked, astonished. With just a glance at Sherfang's equipment, anybody could tell it was just individual bronze equipment assembled together. According to logic, their attributes should be much weaker than the equipment dropped from the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, Sherfone remained indifferent towards the equipment dropped. "The attributes of this equipment isn't as good as what I'm currently using. Just give it to your guild swordsman." Sherfone carelessly gave the equipment to Gentle Snow. Naturally, he would not mention that he already possessed a set of Silvermoon set equipment, which was the best set equipment for swordsmen under level 10. After hearing Sherfone, the other swordsman in the team repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards him. Even if Sherfone were to take away the equipment for swordsmen, nobody on the team would complain. On the contrary, they would feel it was only natural that he would do so. No matter what anybody said, it was all due to Sherfang's efforts that they were able to obtain so much equipment. However, Sherfone displayed himself to be extremely impartial, causing the members of Ouroboros further admiration. Their gazes when they looked at Sherfone held even more reverence now. Sherfone stayed unmoved while faced with top-tier equipment. In the virtual gaming world, not many people would be capable of remaining as impartial when leading a temporary team. Noticing everyone had mostly recovered, Sherfone said inside the team chat, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will be going to the next strategic point. Those without speed scrolls, come get them from me." The members of Ouroboros were troubled when they heard this. Each of them had only carried 2 speed scrolls and both had already been used. However, they felt extremely awkward asking for speed scrolls from Sherfone. After all, they previously made a mockery of Sherfone. It would practically be a slap to their own faces if they asked Sherfone for the expensive speed scrolls now. However, if they remained stubborn, they would only embarrass themselves when they died later on. "Can I buy some speed scrolls from you? I didn't have them prepare enough speed scrolls previously. We would feel extremely ashamed if you were to just give them to us for free." Gentle Snow naturally knew of her teammates' embarrassment. Without having a better option, she chose to take the initiative. "All right." Since Gentle Snow already asked, Sherfone would not refuse. After all, his money didn't grow on trees, either. Fortunately, Sherfone was prepared for such a situation, purchasing plenty of speed scrolls. He provided each team member of Ouroboros with 3 speed scrolls. However, when the members of Ouroboros were trading the speed scrolls with Sherfone, they all had their heads lowered in embarrassment. They felt deeply ashamed in their hearts. Some of them also thanked Shifeng directly, leaving Shifeng at a loss. Dirty bastard, this lady is a magnanimous person. Seeing that you've performed well, I've decided to forgive you. Give me the scroll then. Zhao Yueru walked towards Shifeng, her head raised and her arms hugging her bosom. The crimson-red robe she wore revealed a deep cleavage, and a bashful tinge of red appeared on her delicate face as she spoke. Shifeng naturally understood that it was a difficult feat for the incomparably prideful flame witch from his previous life to carry out such an action. If other players were to see her behaving as such right now, most likely, their jaws would have fallen to the ground from shock by now. Not only was Zhao Yueru currently displaying frailty, but she also apologized to Shifeng. Even Xiao Yueru was pinching her own tender, pink cheeks, thinking she was hallucinating. Shifeng only revealed a smile at Zhao Yueru's display as he traded the speed scrolls to her. However, inwardly, he was baffled. Was the sun rising from the west? He did not think that Zhao Yueru had such a side to her. If other men were to see this, their bones might turn to mush. Shifeng did not think that his unintentional action would actually allow him to witness such a scene. A pity he did not record the moment. On the other side, just as Shifeng and the others busied themselves in the Dark Moon graveyard, the other guilds were still exploring the maze. They died over and over. Such a situation caused many guilds to give up their conquest of the Dark Moon graveyard. If they continued this act of suicide, they might not properly recover their horrifying experience loss. However, there were still some of the stronger guilds who continued their exploration, conquering the Dark Moon graveyard bit by bit. 3 hours after the Dark Moon graveyard opened, there was still not a single guild that managed to clear the dungeon. After frantically trying to conquer the dungeon, the Assassin's Alliance, Heaven's Crown, and other raided guilds started to cool their actions. They started to calmly analyze all the information they obtained from the dungeon. Meanwhile, the team Shifeng led had already killed their way towards an underground mausoleum, preparing to enter it. In order to arrive at this mausoleum, Shifeng had led the team through 2 more similar massacres, obtaining more than 40 pieces of equipment and various materials. Everyone in the team greatly improved as a result. The 2 MTs in the team also surpassed the 400 defense threshold. Now, even when faced against the kobold zombies' claw attacks, they could resist 2 hits head-on. This underground mausoleum was situated in the central region of the wasteland. It was also the Dark Moon graveyard's sole exit. In order to avoid suspicion, Shifeng intentionally took several detours. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to enter, Gentle Snow looked towards the serene and distant mausoleum, suddenly saying, "There are no monsters in the surroundings. This place may very well be the exit of the Dark Moon graveyard. We should let the assassins scout ahead first. That way, if there are traps ahead, we won't risk a team wipe." All right. Although Shifeng knew there were no traps, he couldn't actually reveal that. So, he could only agree to Gentle Snow's suggestion. Following which, one of the assassins snuck into the mausoleum. After more than 10 minutes passed, the assassin reported that there were no dangers ahead. The assassin also discovered a teleportation circle inside a large hall. However, there was a gigantic monster standing guard in the middle of the teleportation circle. The assassin did not close in on the monster for fear of being discovered. Moreover, the room was dimly lit, so the assassin could not clearly see the information of the monster within. "Let's go take a look then," Shifeng said as he entered the mausoleum. Although the assassin did not know what kind of monster was inside, Shifeng certainly knew. The monster guarding the teleportation circle was the final boss of the Dark Moon graveyard. It used to be the king of kobolds, the Kobold King Patch Leo. The moment everyone entered the large hall, the dimly lit hall suddenly changed. The extinguished candles around the room flared to life, emitting a dark green flame and illuminating the entire hall. Meanwhile, a figure over 3 meters tall stood in the center of the hall. The figure was a ferocious kobold, its body covered in blue-colored armor and its hands wielding a pitch-black greatsword decorated with runes. The kobold silently stood on the magic circle, not even moving a muscle as its entire body radiated a frightening pressure. Everyone used observation skills, one after another, wanting to understand this monster. However, after seeing its information, everyone's complexion turned pale. They felt a deep terror as they gazed at this creature, and even Gentle Snow sucked in a cold breath. None of them had any confidence in killing this monster. Chapter 104, An Unknown Way of Battle. Everyone stood silently within the bright mausoleum hall, turning the place eerily quiet. After some time had passed. "Brother Feng, what do we do now? This boss is just too terrifying. It is impossible for us to kill it." Blackie looked towards Feng, asking. On the other side, Zhao Yueru said helplessly, "Snow, it seems we won't be able to clear the dungeon after all." The other team members also indicated their agreement. There could be no greater folly than to attempt something they already knew to be impossible. "Are we just going to give up like this?" Gentle Snow's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, her crystal-clear eyes shifting towards the Kobold King's figure once more. They had reached this point after much difficulty. Were they just going to give up like this? Kobold King Patch Leo, Lord Rank, HP 120,000/120,000. Not mentioning its frightening amount of HP, just the mere words, Lord Rank, were enough to cause players to tremble. That meant that there was a single aspect to this monster that was extremely terrifying, either in terms of speed, strength, or magic. Based solely on the terrifying aura radiating off of the Kobold King's body, its bulging, iron-like muscles, the pitch-black greatsword as tall as a man, which pierced deeply into the ground. Even without having any exchanges with this Kobold King, everyone knew there was no way to overpower it. "Why don't we give it a try first? Ghost Chop, try out the boss capabilities. The others will leave the hall first," Gentle Snow said after giving it some thought. Gentle Snow still intended to give the boss a try. She was hoping to look for a strategy to kill it. "Let's leave first then," Feng said as well. Gentle Snow's thoughts were exactly the same as his. He would let the MT try out the boss, then let the team watch. That way, he would have an appropriate excuse when he revealed his strategy. Following this, the Shield Warrior, Ghost Chop, activated his video recording, charging towards the Kobold King alone. Meanwhile, the thick and heavy stone doors leading into the hall started closing. Just as Ghost Chop was midway through his charge, the Kobold King abruptly opened its eyes. Kachak. The Kobold King casually pulled out the pitch-black sword from the ground, its robust legs abruptly exploded with power as it similarly charged at Ghost Chop. Like a fierce gale, the Kobold King swept towards Ghost Chop. Ghost Chop's body was frightened stiff. He rapidly reacted by raising his shield, blocking it in front of his chest. In the blink of an eye, a black ray, which carried with it an explosive sound, struck on the shield. Ghost Chop's entire person was sent flying, and a damage of 633 points appeared above his head. His entire arm felt numb from the attack. If he had not used his shield to block, he might have been killed instantly. Ghost Chop felt that his own techniques were quite good, and he was an elite member of Ouroboros. Moreover, his task right now wasn't even to kill off the boss. If he could not even force the boss to reveal its hidden cards, then he would be an absolute disgrace. Ghost Chop abruptly stood up. He poured a bottle of basic regeneration potion down his throat, his HP recovering to more than half of its total. Just as he was considering attempting another bout with the boss, he suddenly discovered that the boss was already standing behind him, its greatsword raised up high. Abruptly, the Kobold King slashed the greatsword at Ghost Chop. Shield wall. Ghost Chop no longer had the option to dodge the attack. He could only use his life-saving skill to take the attack at full force. When used, Shield Wall would reduce the damage the user received by half for a duration of 12 seconds. The black runic greatsword struck down once more. Although Ghost Chop had used his shield to block the attack. Again, he was instantly forced into a kneeling position by the resulting pressure. The stone bricks beneath his feet cracked apart like a spider's web, and his HP instantly fell by 426 points, leaving him with only a thread of life remaining. The Kobold King then kicked towards the side of Ghost Chop's abdomen. Ghost Chop helplessly imprinted himself onto a wall, and his HP instantly dropped down to 0. Only 3 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Just like that, an MT that was equipped with top-tier equipment was dead. So much so that, even before the stone doors had closed shut, they had opened once more. Everyone looked at Ghost Chop, who was planted into a wall, shocked. What was this situation? The door had just closed before opening again, and their MT was already dead. Revive Ghost Chop, Gentle Snow said with a gloomy expression. Ghost Chop being killed so quickly was a clear indicator of how strong this boss was. After Ghost Chop was revived, a somber expression hung on his face. He unwillingly shared with everyone the recording he made, allowing them all to analyze the boss' strength. Strong. Zhao Yueru could not help but say in shock, this general speed and reaction speed, this strength, and also the constantly varying attack patterns. Is this really an NPC? Are we sure this isn't a martial arts expert in disguise? Before even witnessing the boss in battle, everyone could already feel how powerful it was. Now that they witnessed this for themselves, aside from feeling shocked, they were also astounded. With Ghost Chop's skills, he was actually unable to even damage the boss. This was just too horrifying. Even if it was the strongest chieftain rank monster Gentle Snow met before, in comparison to this Kobold King, it would only be a little rabbit. As for Shifeng's party, whom had battled with a Lord rank boss before, after looking at the recording, even they were feeling apprehensive. As expected of a Lord rank boss in a team dungeon, compared to the Lord rank boss of a party dungeon, it was at least several times stronger. Not only was its speed and strength a problem, but its attack patterns were even more so. There were just too many variations. It was as if they were fighting in a close-quartered combat against an expert. Moreover, the physical attributes of this expert were better than theirs by several fold. Just how were they supposed to continue battling against this boss? Even if their brother Feng was very powerful, he might not be able to last long against this boss. After all, this boss had a HP of 120,000 and their HP did not even reach 1,000. Let's withdraw. After considering for a good while and thinking up of all sorts of simulations, Gentle Snow still came to the conclusion that they would be team-wiped. She was not prepared to waste time here, and rather prepared to raid the normal mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. The boss in the normal mode should be a chieftain rank boss, which should be much weaker. According to their current equipment, they would at least have a 20 to 30% chance of killing the boss. Everyone else could only give up after hearing Gentle Snow say this, so all of them took out return scrolls. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat, after looking at the Kobold King's attack patterns, if Miss Snow, the two MTs, and myself were to implement a rotation battle, we should have somewhat of a chance at succeeding. I wonder if Miss Snow still wishes to raid this boss. Although Shifeng's voice was soft, it was as if a light in the darkness appeared, brightening everyone's spirits. Brother Feng, are we really going to fight it? Blackie looked at the Kobold King, swallowing down a mouthful of saliva. Even at such a distance away from it, Blackie could still feel his legs trembling. If he were to close in on it a little more, he might already be on the ground, kneeling. In fact, it wasn't just Blackie who was impacted by the Kobold King's imposing aura. The other team members did not fare any better than Blackie. They instinctively acknowledged that they could not beat it, wanting to run away from it. You have a plan. Shock flashed past Zhao Yueru's eyes as she looked at Shifeng, asking. This was a lord inside a team dungeon. Its HP was several times higher than the lords in the wild. Its attack power and attack patterns, as well, were despairingly powerful. Zhao Yueru did not think that Shifeng would have a method to raid it. Shifeng shrugged his shoulders, looking at the Kobold King as he said, my confidence at succeeding isn't high. However, we can still give it a try. Isn't it just a 10% experience loss? Killing all the way here, the experience we obtained has far exceeded just 10%. Even if we died, we have already obtained a lot of equipment. Don't tell me that you guys are so willing to just give up. Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. She did not think that Shifeng could bring her so many surprises. Even if they could not raid the boss this time, she would definitely pull Shifeng into Ouroboros. What are the chances for success? Gentle Snow asked, her iceberg-like expression finally revealing a warm smile. 20%. Shifeng had already made the most conservative estimation. In reality, he had estimated their success rate to be at 50%. However, he was worried that if he were to say it out loud it would be bad, he might attract suspicion. What? You said 20%. Zhao Yueru rolled her eyes at Shifeng. With such a low success rate, who would dare take the challenge? Alright, let's hear your plan then. We will be supporting you fully, Gentle Snow interrupted Zhao Yueru, saying softly. Gentle Snow herself had estimated their chances at getting rid of the Lord rank boss at 0%. As for a chieftain rank boss, she had estimated the success rate to be at 20 to 30% chance. Judging from Shifeng's previous behavior, he did not seem like a person that exaggerated things. Since Shifeng had a similar certainty for success, wouldn't killing the Lord rank boss be much better? Moreover, she was extremely interested in the foreman rotation battle Shifeng had mentioned. She did not know what kind of method of battle this was to actually let them have such a high chance of success against the Lord rank Kobold King. Chapter 105, Ashblade, 1. Chapter 105, Ashblade, 1. Although the members of Ouroboros admired Shifeng, they still felt that it was impossible for them to raid this boss. Underscore what would happen if they were wiped out, underscore however, Gentle Snow had already nodded her head in agreement. That meant she was also willing to take on this risk. Even if everyone were to lose 10% of their experience and some skill proficiency, losing to the other guilds in terms of levels by a little, she would shoulder all the responsibility. Although 10% of experience seemed like a small amount when a player had reached level 6, raising their experience by 10% would require at least 2 to 3 hours worth of effort. If the team was wiped out as a result of Gentle Snow's decision, the losses the team suffered would not be small. It was obvious just how much trust she placed in Shifeng. The members of Ouroboros looked at each other, feeling that they were all too timid. After playing virtual reality games for so long, they had all turned towards stability. They thought that, in order to raise their standings in the guild, the less deaths they had, the better. Yet, unknowingly, they had forgotten one of the most important points when playing a virtual reality game. The thrill of adventure. That was the reason why most people played virtual reality games. They had already gained a bountiful harvest from the dungeon. Just like what Shifeng had said, it wouldn't really matter, even if they died. Leader, we'll do as you say then. Whatever you want me to do, I guarantee that I'll do it, the shield warrior, Ghost Chop, looked towards Shifeng, clapping his chest as he said so. Leader, say it. Right, say it. The members of Ouroboros all looked towards Shifeng. They had thought it through already. If they were going to make a loss, so be it. However, on the off chance that they did succeed, endless glory would await them. Since everyone has agreed, I'll tell you my strategy. After we start the raid, only me, Miss Snow, and the 2 MTs will battle with the Kobold King. The other melee jobs are to all stay at a distance. Berserkers, listen to my command to use charge. Assassins, after giving the boss a bleeding effect, immediately distance yourselves and use bows to attack. The other ranged jobs should just dish out as much damage as you can. However, pay attention to maintain a distance of 25 yards or above from the boss. The 2 clerics and druids should focus on healing the MTs, while the oracles will heal Miss Snow and I. Shifeng started explaining his strategy, giving Gentle Snow and the others detailed explanation on the method of rotation battle. The rotation battle method was a technique that allowed the weak to win against the strong. It was a technique specifically meant for dealing with bosses. In Shifeng's previous life, this method of battle was gradually discovered by some experts a month after God's domain's opening. These experts then carried out the technique in an actual battle against the boss of a dungeon. Unexpectedly, the technique yielded remarkable results. Bosses, which they were previously helpless against, were easily gotten rid of with this technique. Following which, this technique slowly spread out, and within 2 months' time, almost every guild's elite team members had learned the technique. Right now, if they wished to raid this Lord rank Kobold King, then they would need to utilize this method of battle. Otherwise, for as many battles as they carried out, they would die an equal amount of deaths. There would be no exceptions. After Shifeng's explanation ended, everyone entered into the large hall of the mausoleum. The Kobold King, equipped with blue-colored armor, still stood silently in the middle of the hall. Kola, start the raid. Pay attention to your positioning and set aside the Kobold King for the ranged players. After which, you and I will cooperate to hold off the boss. When we are both unable to hold it off any longer, Ghost Chop will be responsible for relaying the boss over and cooperate with Miss Snow to hold it off. After we have stabilized the boss aggro, all ranged players can start dealing damage. Shifeng unsheathed his pair of swords, giving out instructions one after the other in a methodical manner. Leave it to me. Kola appeared slightly panicked. However, after having gone through Shifeng's guidance for a period of time, he gradually began displaying the potential of an apex expert. After everyone was in position, Kola immediately rushed at the Kobold King with his bear-like robust body. However, Before he had even covered half the distance, and having yet to alert the Kobold King, he used Divine Shield Strike. Cola's shield flew out, transforming into a shooting star as it shot towards the Kobold King. Just as the flying shield was about to hit the Kobold King abruptly opened its eyes, revealing two blood-red orbs. Its mouth opened wide, exposing a sinister, cold smile. With a single draw of its greatsword, the Kobold King sent the shield flying away. The shield did not cause even a single point of damage. Before anybody could be shocked by the Kobold King's skill, the Kobold King had taken a large stride forward. It reached Kola in the blink of an eye, its greatsword striking downwards. With the arm that was holding onto the shield, Kola blocked against the attack from the greatsword, receiving more than 400 damage. Meanwhile, Kola's other hand abruptly tightened its grip around the dagger, and with a yell, he slashed out the dagger, striking at the side of the pitch-black greatsword. The sword brandished by the Kobold King, due to the offset produced from Kola's dagger, had slid off along his shield and pierced into the ground, causing a halt to the Kobold King's battle rhythm. Beautifully done. Shifeng appeared behind Kola at this moment. Shifeng brandished the crimson blade, striking at the Kobold King's greatsword once more, causing the greatsword to sink deeper into the ground. At the same time, Shifeng cast Chop, using the abyssal blade. The sword transformed into a black ray as it pierced at the Kobold King's neck. This time, they finally caused damage to the Kobold King, with a damage of 193 points appearing above its head. Before Shifeng could retrieve his swords, the Kobold King had released its grip on its greatsword, sending a punch towards Shifeng. Switch! Shifeng yelled. Ghost Chop had long since been waiting at the side. Immediately he sent a slash at the Kobold King's arm. As a result of the impact, he was sent retreating 2 steps backward by the Kobold King's fist with a damage of over 200 points appearing above his head. However, the Kobold King was also forced back, its body nearly losing its balance. Gentle Snow rushed up at this time, her Flame Spirit greatsword transforming into a sword of fire as she used Flame Slash on a gap in the Kobold King's armor, dealing 132 damage to it. Soon after, the Kobold King finally managed to stabilize its body. It brandished its greatsword in a fit of rage, casting a horizontal slash. However, Kola was a step ahead of it as he forcefully received this horizontal slash. As a result, no one else received a single point of damage from the Kobold King's attack. Kola himself, however, received 560 damage. Fortunately, there were 3 healers healing him at the same time, bringing his HP from a critical state back up to more than half. Subsequently, Shifeng and Gentle Snow continuously overlapped their attacks with each other, while Kola and Ghost Chop kept on receiving the damage, and the healers healed them without stopping. In such a way, the team slowly reduced the Kobold King's HP. After coordinating their attacks for several rounds, Gentle Snow was extremely astonished. She did not think there was such a way to fight against a boss. She really did not know just how Shifeng had managed to think up such a technique. However, what shocked everyone even more was the damage caused by Shifeng. The damage he caused left everyone practically dumbstruck. A single thundering flash was able to cause almost 700 total damage, Earth Splitter caused over 400 damage, while his normal attacks each caused over 100 damage. Compared to that, Gentle Snow, who was equipped with a suit of mysterious iron set equipment and a secret silver greatsword, had only managed to deal around 240 damage, even after using her most powerful skill. Seeing such a scene, everyone began to wonder, between Shifeng and Gentle Snow, just who was actually the berserker here. However, no one knew that Shifeng wielded a magic weapon in his hands. In addition to the Silvermoon set equipment and his damaging skills, which were at level 4 to level 5, the damage he could cause would naturally be exaggerated. Ranged players can start attacking now, Shifeng shouted in the team's chat after feeling that the boss hatred had been completely stabilized. At this time, the others were woken up with a start. The mages started reading out incantations, sending out fireballs and dark arrows. Meanwhile, the rangers continuously fired off arrows from their bows, causing a series of damage to the Kobold King. Amongst all these attacks, Zhao Yueru was the person who dealt the highest damage in a single attack, which was over 100 damage. Following her, Blackie could also deal over 80 damage with each of his dark arrows, while the others only dealt 40 to 50 damage. Under Shifeng's instructions and the constant combination attacks, the Kobold King became helpless. the Kobold King was forced to retreat, step after step, until its HP continuously decreased without pausing. From start to finish, it was constantly forced into a passive state, unable to display its true potential. After being continuously attacked for over 10 minutes, the Kobold King's HP had been reduced down to 30%. Reaching the boundary of entering a berserk state, the Kobold King's body started increasing its size, and its muscles inflated. After it goes berserk, we won't be able to hold on for long. Ranged players stop all your attacks, and MTs prepare to activate your life-saving skills to escape. Remember to pull the boss aggro before running. Everyone else should distance yourselves from the boss. The other warriors, wait for my command to use charge. Mages who have restriction skills should all get ready. Seeing that the Kobold King was starting to go berserk, Sherfong loudly reminded. Immediately, he too distanced himself from the Kobold King. A Lord rank boss berserk was no small matter. If it was not properly dealt with, then the result would be a team wipe. Now, their chances of successfully killing the Kobold King depended on whether the two MTs were able to survive. Chapter 106, Ashblade 2. The Kobold King let out an angry roar. Multiple shockwaves rolled out and struck the team, causing 60 to 70 damage to everyone with each consecutive wave. Moreover, the mages in the team were constantly forced to retreat backward by each shockwave, having no choice but to lean against a wall. Lowly ants. You dare taint this sacred ground with your presence. Receive the punishment of death. The Kobold King's enlarged foot abruptly stomped down, causing the stone ground in a 5-yard radius to crack, and sending debris flying into the air. After seeing this destructive power, the two MTs could not help but have a cold sweat seep down their backs. Fortunately, they had retreated a step earlier. Otherwise, the consequences of receiving that stomp would have been unimaginable. Just as the both of them were still celebrating, the Kobold King tightly gripped onto its greatsword with both its hands. Without warning, it abruptly slashed the greatsword at the two MTs from a distance. A black streak of sword aura sliced through the air, striking across the bodies of the two players, and causing more than 600 damage to each of them. A sword aura area attack. Gentle Snow wrinkled her brows. She did not think that, after the Kobold King's HP decreased to 30%, it would actually switch to attacking from a range. Moreover, the damage it dealt was still so high that even after both MTs had activated their life-saving skills, reducing the damage they took by 50%. The difficulty of raiding the Kobold King had suddenly increased by many folds. If the chieftain-rank Kobold King could carry out a similar feat, then it would be quite fortunate if her previous estimates could have even a 10% success rate. All healers heal the two MTs. The other ranged players, distance yourselves from the two MTs. MTs, pay attention to your positioning. Absolutely do not let yourselves come into range of the boss. The other warriors, prepare to use charge to restrict the boss, Sherfong immediately commanded. Before Sherfong could finish his words, the Kobold King took action. It stepped out from the debris and abruptly rushed towards the Guardian Knight, Kola, who first held its aggro. The Kobold King reached Kola in an instant. The Kobold King swung down its raised sword, the sword bringing along a fierce gale as it descended. Meanwhile, Kola, who had suffered over 600 damage from the previous attack, did not possess even half of his total HP. If he received this attack right now, he would die with 100% certainty. Following the descent of the greatsword, a loud boom resounded, and a fierce gale enveloped the entire hall. Eh? Why am I still alive? Kola peeped open his eyes and discovered that his surroundings had not turned pitch black. Instead, he saw a familiar back standing in front of him. He immediately shouted in surprise, "Brother Fong! Run, quickly!" Although Sherfong had parried the attack with both his swords, the Kobold King was already prepared to swing out its sword a second time. Unable to use parry any longer, Sherfong was left with no choice but to use out one of his life-saving skills, Defensive Blade. Kola dared not stay any longer, hurriedly running away. Meanwhile, the healing spells from the 4 healers only now landed upon Kola's body, recovering him back to his full HP. After running away for about 2 yards, Kola turned his head to the sound of stone bricks exploding in his ears and saw clouds of dust rising into the air. Following which, Sherfong ran out from the dust cloud, not daring to stay even half a second longer. After all, the Berserk Kobold King possessed the capability of instant killing him. Just after Shifeng ran out of the dust cloud, the Kobold King was already hot on his heels. However, its target was not Shifeng, but the escaping Cola. Use charge to block it. Shifeng naturally would not let the Kobold King have its way. Immediately after Shifeng commanded, the three spectating berserkers started using charge in succession. The first charge only caused the Kobold King to pause slightly. Following it, the second charge caused it to retreat by a single step, while the third charge made it retreat by 2 steps. Although the Kobold King did not enter a fainted state, it was sufficient just by having the knockback effect. After they finished using charge, the berserkers immediately got out of the way. However, one of them was a tad bit slower, and the sword aura coming from the Kobold King's horizontal slash brushed past him. Instantly, the berserker's HP fell down to 0, his body falling flat on the ground. The shorter the distance, the greater the damage the Kobold King's sword aura attack caused. Within a distance of just 2 to 3 yards, a single strike could instant kill a full HP MT, not to mention a berserker whose HP was inferior to an MT's. However, the berserker's death was still a worthwhile sacrifice. At the very least, the felled berserker had managed to earn the team some time, allowing the 2 MTs to have a better chance of survival. The mages had also started using restriction skills to restrict the boss, allowing the 2 MTs to be more scared than hurt. 1. Amongst the skills that best restricted the Kobold King was Blackie's Evil Whip. The Kobold King had wasted quite some time in order to escape from those thorns. The Frozen Nova from the other mages had all failed to induce a frozen effect on the Kobold King. The mages had also used it to reduce the Kobold King's speed, though the effects were minimal. Time passed bit by bit. Although Cola and Ghost Chop were chased all over the place by the Kobold King, fortunately, both of them were still able to stay alive. Finally, the Kobold King's berserk ended, returning it to its original state. However, its HP recovery speed had increased considerably when it went berserk. Its current HP was restored by more than 50%, which was over 60,000 HP. Attack it in rotation. After the Kobold King's berserk had ended, Shifeng naturally would not give the boss any leeway, immediately starting their retaliation. With the 4 of them attacking in rotation, the Kobold King was once more placed in a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, the 4 of them were becoming more practiced with carrying out joint attacks. After a few minutes, the Kobold King's HP had fallen to 20%. This time, the Kobold King did not go berserk. Instead, it abandoned its greatsword, pulling out 2 blood-red, one-handed longswords that had runes carved into them. It then began madly brandishing its swords. The Kobold King transformed into a tornado that engulfed everything, and anything that came into contact with its blades turned to ashes. This move was one of the Kobold King's ultimate, Blade Storm. All berserkers use charge, then immediately retreat. Mages, use all of your restricting skills, and pay attention to avoid the tornado. Stay at least 10 yards from it. Shifeng immediately shouted. After battling up to this point, everyone in the team had become extremely trusting of Shifeng. Without hesitation, the berserkers immediately used charge. All the warriors, including Gentle Snow, rushed up to the Kobold King, ramming their bodies at the Kobold King. The mages all used Ice Sphere, while Blackie used Evil Whip. The 7 thorn vines bound both legs of the Kobold King, immediately reducing the Kobold King's speed greatly. The power of its rotation was also significantly weakened. Although the speed of the Kobold King's Blade Storm had slowed down a lot, and its might reduced slightly, there were still a few players engulfed by it, turning into meat paste in less than 2 seconds. Within the Blade Storm's duration of 15 seconds, out of the 20 players within the team, 6 had already died. Amongst them, there were 2 berserkers, 1 assassin, 1 cleric, 1 ranger, and 1 swordsman. Meanwhile, the Kobold King still had 10% of its total HP. Seeing that the 2 MTs had their HP hanging by a thread, the Kobold King followed up by slashing its 2 swords at both their necks. Just as the 2 MTs were about to meet their makers, Shifeng appeared behind the Kobold King. 9 pitch-black chains bound the Kobold King, preventing it from moving even a single step. After saving the 2 MTs, Shifeng followed up with a series of slashes on the Kobold King's weak point. The speed at which he drew his swords was frighteningly fast. Gentle Snow could not help but be shocked at Shifeng's sword-drawing speed and accuracy. However, she did not halt her actions as she continued slashing at the Kobold King with her greatsword. Within a short 3 seconds, everyone had taken away close to 4,000 HP from the Kobold King, plunging its HP down to a critical point. Ayo! The Kobold King was truly enraged now. Following its roar, the entire hall started trembling. This was the Kobold King's final ultimate, Death's Intimidation. The skill causes all enemies in a radius of 50 yards to fall into fear, unable to attack for a duration of 10 seconds. Suddenly, everyone had fallen into fear, blankly standing still and unable to move. At this sight, the Kobold King revealed a sneer that resembled a human's. It brandished its twin swords as it began a massacre. Within an instant, it had taken the lives of a berserker and assassin. Striking out, sword after sword, the two MTs were killed off as well. Meanwhile, not even 4 seconds had passed since the Kobold King had used Death's Intimidation. If the Kobold King was allowed to continue having its way, everyone would be dead when the 10 seconds were up. After half of the entire team was dead, Shifeng became the Kobold King's target. Shifeng was finally able to move. Previously, he had activated his extraordinary physique, too. His resistance to fear became higher than the average player. So, the effective duration of the fear induced was also reduced by quite a lot. However, the Kobold King's sword was already descending. Unable to avoid it, Shifeng bellowed as he activated Life Shield. At the most critical moment, just as the Kobold King's greatsword was about to land on Shifeng, the Abyssal Blade had managed to block off this attack. Following which, Shifeng's entire person was sent flying from it, with a damage of over 640 points appearing above his head. Fortunately, Shifeng had over 1000 HP right now. In addition to the life shield absorbing some of the damage he took, he had managed to survive the Kobold King's attack. However, the life shield was also destroyed by this attack. Seeing that Shifeng did not die, the Kobold King became flabbergasted. It then rushed towards Shifeng, wanting to give him the final blow. Shifeng's doppelganger used parry to block against the Kobold King's attack. Simultaneously, the doppelganger activated Defensive Blade and was able to delay the Kobold King for quite some time. Meanwhile, the Kobold King was receiving continuous attacks from the 9 Abyssal Blades. Its HP steadily fell, leaving it with only 1% remaining. Seeing that the cooldown for his own defensive blade was finished, Shifeng as well activated the skill. From a distance of 10 yards, Shifeng started attacking the Kobold King with sword auras. Damages of over 100 points kept on appearing above the Kobold King's head, taking its HP away bit by bit. After the Kobold King had managed to get rid of the doppelganger, its remaining HP did not even reach 300 points. Suddenly, it threw out both of its swords, sending them piercing towards Shifeng. Unfortunately, both swords were blocked off by Shifeng's defensive blade. However, the Kobold King had yet to give up. It turned into a streak of shadow, appearing in front of Shifeng in the blink of an eye and sending a slap at Shifeng with its claws. At this moment, Shifeng's thundering flash had finished its cooldown. Blocking the sharp claws with the crimson blade, Shifeng slashed at the Kobold King's neck with the abyssal blade, the blade turning into a streak of lightning as it struck at its target. Pang! Shifeng was blasted towards a wall, with only a thread of his HP remaining. On the other hand, the Kobold King lay on the floor, motionless. Shifeng had also abruptly risen by a level, reaching level 7. A large pile of items dropped. Amongst these items, there was one that was unusually dazzling. The item released a demonic silver glow, bringing a chill to those who laid their eyes on it. Ash Blade. Shifeng was shocked after seeing this item. This thing was the legendary item of Dark Moon Graveyard. In Shifeng's previous life, he had only heard rumors of it, and never actually saw it before. 1. To be more scared than hurt, a Chinese idiom referring to something seemingly frightening / scary / soul stirring, yet carries no danger, right arrow curving left. 2. Extraordinary physique, mentioned in Chapter 29. This is a state achievable when a player activates the hidden basic skills for agility, strength / intelligence, and endurance simultaneously. Right arrow curving left. Chapter 107, Moment of Glory. After the Kobold King's death, everyone's fear was similarly dispelled. They all regained their freedom of movement. However, at that moment, there were only 6 members alive in the entire team. When everyone looked at the corpse of the Kobold King laying on the floor, they all had expressions of shock on their faces. Even Gentle Snow was baffled at this result. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to survive through the fear state. So, just how did the Kobold King die? However, when she looked at Shifeng standing beside the Kobold King's corpse, and furthermore, at the scant amount of HP he had remaining, realization struck Gentle Snow. Needless to say, Shifeng was definitely the one who had killed the Kobold King. The others were shocked into speechlessness. In such a situation, just what method did Shifeng use that enabled him to kill the Kobold King? Brother Feng, you are too awesome. You killed the boss, even under such a situation. You are literally my idol right now. Blackie excitedly said as he looked at Shifeng with worshipful eyes. The first clear of the hell mode of Dark Moon Valley. This was definitely a moment for excitement. This signified that they would be leaving their names on the glory list for all eternity. In the future, as long as there were players wanting to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard, their names would be on display for these players to behold and revere. At that time, they would become famous even if they didn't want to be. Alright, quickly revive the others. Shifeng, who was currently sitting on the ground, did not become too excited, he only pointed towards the members that had died. It was not nice to let them continue laying on the ground. At Shifeng's comment, Gentle Snow finally managed to recover from her shock. She looked towards the only surviving healer, Xiao Yuer, and said, Yuer, quickly revive them. N. Xiao Yuer nodded her head, starting to cast revival. Several minutes later, all the team members were finally resurrected. After Zhao Yueru was revived, she vacantly asked, Yuer, was the team wiped out? Nope. We cleared it, Xiao Yuer faintly smiled. Ah, as expected, it was still a team wipe, Zhao Yueru shook her head, inwardly lamenting. If everyone present possessed a dispelling skill, then at the very least they would not end up being completely wiped out. To bear witness to a low HP Kobold King obtaining victory in the end. Xiao Yuer could not help but let out a laugh. If she did not personally witness the Kobold King dying, she too would not have believed it. Hence, she loudly proclaimed, Sister Yueru, the boss is already dead. Impossible. None of us has a skill to dispel fear, Zhao Yueru said with confidence, even if we wait for the fear to end, the remaining members would not be able to get rid of the boss. If you don't believe it, look over there. The Kobold King was killed off by Big Brother Yifeng in the end. You don't know just how dangerous of a situation Big Brother Yifeng was in at the time. He went all out in the last strike, intending to die together with the Kobold King. In the end, he barely survived with only 16 HP remaining. Xiao Yuer pointed towards the corpse of the Kobold King in the distance, admiration in her voice as she recounted Shifeng's feats. Zhao Yueru turned her head around. Sure enough, it was the corpse of the Kobold King. Zhao Yueru tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sizing up Shifeng's back. She discovered that Shifeng was truly a mysterious person. The way he had commanded the team before was as if a veteran general of many years commanding his team. Every line of command he gave out was extremely precise, and even the positioning of each member was clearly stated. Just how was he an independent player? Even a team leader of a guild who often went dungeon diving would not be able to replicate his feats. Shifeng was simply inconceivable. Now, Shifeng had even landed the final strike that defeated the Kobold King, his strength powerful to the degree of leaving others speechless. Observing capabilities, commanding capabilities, battle techniques. Shifeng was practically standing at the peak in all these aspects. Shifeng had broken every understanding she had of him. Truly an evil bastard, Zhao Yueru lightly bit down on her lips, her heart filled with displeasure as she looked at Shifeng. She felt that Shifeng was definitely toying with her. She could not help but wish that she could give Shifeng a few bites to relieve her anger. However, Zhao Yueru only had thoughts of doing so. She would not truly carry out such an action. Only after everyone had gathered did Shifeng begin to tidy up the loot from the Kobold King. Looking at loot, each and every one of the team members anxiously waited for Shifeng to complete his task. These things were all items that only dropped from the boss of the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Every one of them was completely priceless. I'm done arranging them. There are a total of 8 pieces of equipment and 6 other items. Amongst these are 2 pieces of secret silver weapons, a level 5 greatsword and a level 5 shield. There are also 2 independent pieces of secret silver equipment, one is for clerics, the other is for swordsmen. The remaining 4 pieces of equipment are all pieces of mysterious iron set equipment. We will decide by rolling if more than one person needs the same piece of equipment. Sherfong gave a general introduction of the items. At the same time, he shared the information for everyone to observe. Runic sword, secret silver rank, two-handed sword, equipment requirement, strength 30 attack power plus 45 strength plus 9, endurance plus 8 attack speed plus 1 when attacking. There is a 10% chance to cause a heavy impact effect and 10% armor destruction effect. Runic shield, secret silver rank, equipment requirement, strength 23 block rate, 35% strength plus 6, endurance plus 10 additional skill. Tough shield, when activated, reduces the damage taken from the front by 30%. Duration of 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned after seeing the attributes on these equipment pieces. Every piece of equipment was a top-tier item. Amongst them, the runic sword and runic shield were the absolute best. If they were to be sold right now, they would sell for 80 silver coins, at the very least. However, they definitely would not sell any of these items. With good equipment in hand, they would have an easier time leveling up later on. Only an idiot would be dumb enough to sell them. Following which, everyone on the team began madly rolling for points as they competed over the equipment. In the end, the runic sword fell into the hands of Gentle Snow, while the runic shield went to Kola. Sherfong also obtained a secret silver pauldron, greatly increasing his attributes once more. Then next would be the other items. We will hold an internal auction for them. Highest bidder wins, Sherfong said. Hearing Sherfong saying so, the members of Ouroboros felt slightly embarrassed. They knew that the worth of the other items surpassed these pieces. It was especially true for that dazzling, broken blade called Ash Blade. Just judging from the introduction of that item was enough to excite a person. Moreover, there was also a piece of advanced whetstone recipe and a few more rare materials. Every one of them was priceless. However, if it were not for Sherfong, just how would they be able to even clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard? Furthermore, they had obtained so much top-tier equipment, greatly improving themselves. Right now, they were already leading the other guilds by a large margin. So, how could they not feel shame fighting over these items with Sherfong? Gentle Snow had naturally considered this point. Moreover, she had wanted to pull Sherfong into Ouroboros herself, so naturally she had to deepen her relationship with Sherfong. Hence, she looked towards Sherfong, taking the initiative as she said, "We were only able to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard due to your great contribution. We have already received enough, so the other items will all belong to you. I can't even begin to thank you enough." The other members of Ouroboros all nodded their heads in quick succession. Sherfong was slightly astonished. He did not think that Gentle Snow would actually give up on the auction. Although, he also was not afraid of having an auction. He had plenty of gold coins inside of his bag, enough to buy out both the advanced whetstone recipe and the Ash Blade. Since Gentle Snow did not wish to compete, he naturally would not refuse her offer. He stowed all of the items into his bag. With the dungeon conquered and the loot distributed, Sherfong walked towards a corner of the mausoleum. He then activated the mechanism to trigger the teleportation gate. Everyone walked into the teleportation gate, disappearing from the large hall of the mausoleum one after another. Just after everyone had left from the Dark Moon Graveyard. White River City Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town. System: Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 1 mysterious treasure chest, 50,000 EXP, and 10 glory points. Chapter 108: Shaking the Four Corners Outside the Dark Moon Graveyard. This dungeon is just impossible. Without an average level of 10, who would be able to clear it? Flaming Tiger, who had just revived out of the dungeon, cursed. In all 3 times he had entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, not once had he even found the location of the dungeon's boss before his entire team dropped dead. This dungeon was just toying with them. Everywhere inside the dungeon was filled with elite monsters. Even if they killed some, there was still an endless stream of monsters to slowly grind them to death. It was absolutely frustrating. Zhang Luowei raised his thick brows, his complexion gloomy as he looked back toward the teleportation gate of the Dark Moon graveyard in the distance. With such lack of progress, it had long since passed the point of just making a loss. If this situation continued, it would be detrimental to the team's future development. Everyone rest up for a while. We can't continue wasting our time here. I'm guessing that the progress of the other guilds isn't that good either. They should have died several times as well, already. Let's take this chance when the other guilds are focusing on the Dark Moon graveyard to raid the level 5 party dungeon and lava cavern in separate groups. In any case, they won't be able to conquer this team dungeon. We can also use this time to increase our levels quickly, Zhang Luowei said, choosing to give up on the Dark Moon graveyard. Although leaving their names on the glory list would be a quick way to raise the fame and influence of their guild, it was an entirely different matter if everyone was similarly unable to conquer the dungeon. The only other thing they could compete in were in terms of average level and equipment of the guild's elite members, and also, in terms of who could set foot into White River City the earliest. In fact, it wasn't just the members of Shadow that were faced with such a situation. All the guilds in the entire White River City were currently trapped in this suffering known as team dungeons. Nobody had thought that the team dungeon's difficulty would be so high, leaving them utterly helpless. The virtual reality games in the past usually had less monsters than players inside of dungeons. In God's domain, however, the number of monsters inside the dungeons greatly outnumbered that of the players. It was a number that was simply impossible to cope with. Even if they increased the number of MTs and healers they brought with, it would still be a useless endeavor. After some time had passed, the second-rate guild, Assassin's Alliance, had also died out from the dungeon with dejection covering their faces. What's gotten into all of you? It's just a few deaths. Don't forget, for each time we die, we will gain significant progress. We will be able to clear the dungeon sooner or later, so stop feeling dejected. Right now, we should try to think up a method to get through the fog. After some rest, we will try to raid the dungeon one more time today, Stabbing Heart said inside the team chat. Being encouraged by Stabbing Heart like this, the team members regained quite a lot of their confidence. They all started voicing out their ideas and suggestions, intending to conquer the Dark Moon graveyard at all costs. Just as the various guilds were considering whether they should give up raiding the Dark Moon graveyard, 2 consecutive system announcements immediately attracted the attention of every guild within White River City. Meanwhile, when the players of Red Leaf Town heard of this system announcement, they were first filled with shock, but they were soon cheering and shouting in worship. Ouroboros is just too awesome. They're practically inhuman. I heard that the Snow Goddess was the one who led the dungeon raiding team. My goddess is just too powerful. The other guilds haven't even cleared the normal mode, but the goddess has already cleared hell mode. This won't do, I want to join Ouroboros. I would be satisfied even if I could become the goddess servant. The players in Red Leaf Town had all started conversing about Ouroboros and the Snow Goddess. Aside from worship, they were also filled with awe. Simultaneously, the entire region of White River City was sent into a cacophony of noise. What kind of joke is this? We can't even manage to find the boss of the normal mode, so just how did Ouroboros manage to even clear the hell mode? The guild leader of Emerald Dragon Gate slammed on the desk as he cursed. Could the team dungeon in Red Leaf Town possibly be easier? Then Stabbing Heart should have, at the very least, cleared the normal mode already. The guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance entered deep thought after looking at the system announcement. While all the large guilds were still having headaches over obtaining a town region announcement for themselves, as if trying to take their lives, a city region announcement had appeared. The upper echelons of the various guilds suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing on them, pushing them to accelerate their raiding progress quickly. However, such a pressure did not come from the fact that the Snow Goddess had managed to clear the hell mode of a team dungeon. Instead, it came from the fact that the influence of the system announcement was simply too huge. In merely a moment, the system announcement had placed Ouroboros at the summit of White River City. Players who were new to God's domain did not possess extensive knowledge about the strengths of the various guilds in existence. However, what they did know was that Ouroboros was definitely the best guild in White River City. They couldn't help but admit that the Snow Goddess performance was just too dazzling. Compared to the guild leader of Ouroboros himself, who had a large number of experts under him in Star Moon City, the Snow Goddess was much more formidable. A short moment after the appearance of this system announcement, all the upper echelons of the guilds within Star Moon Kingdom discovered that they had underestimated the Snow Goddess' ability. Fortunately, the Snow Goddess was not tasked around the area of Star Moon City. Otherwise, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow herself remained unaware of what was currently happening in the various regions of God's domain. She was still busy looking at the glory list together with Shifeng and the others. The glory list, which was made up of obsidian stone, was 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. On it, the names of Gentle Snow and the other team members were already carved. Moreover, their names were carved at an extraordinarily eye-catching location, at the very top of the glory list. On the first line of the glory list, the word Ouroboros was carved in big, scarlet characters. Meanwhile, below Ouroboros, the names of every team member were recorded in smaller-sized, silvery white characters. Brother Feng, look. We're on the list. We're on the list. Blackie was close to shedding tears of excitement after seeing his own name up on the glory list. After playing games for so many years, not once had he ever enjoyed such an honor. However, it wasn't just Blackie who behaved in such a way. The other members of Shifeng's party were similarly excited. They all rejoiced at being able to follow after Shifeng, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Meanwhile, the various guilds standing in the distance all looked towards the glory list with eyes full of envy. For as long as future players arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, they would inevitably see these names, giving their admiration and worship. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the various guilds present had instead looked towards the icy cold, Gentle Snow, expressions of respect and helplessness appearing on their faces. Everyone was clear about the difficulty of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Absolutely none of them would think that the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard was easier than the normal mode. At the very least, the difficulty in Hell mode would be several times higher. However, despite all odds, the team led by Gentle Snow had succeeded in raiding it. Moreover, she had even brought along a few independent players instead of bringing along the strongest team in her guild. The Snow Goddess had clearly surpassed them in terms of leadership and personal strength by leaps and bounds. They were on 2 completely different levels. Up to this point, these upper echelons had all begun to think that their luck was just too poor. Being tasked in the same town as the Snow Goddess had sealed their fates at becoming merely the grass that sets off the color of her flower. We will need to wait 3 more days before being able to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard again. During this time, would you be interested in joining us in raiding the Goblin Factory? Gentle Snow earnestly invited Shifeng. Although Gentle Snow's voice was not loud, the outside of the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely quiet. Even from a distance, her voice could very clearly be heard. The upper echelons of the various guilds were all dumbfounded. Just who was this Shifeng exactly? The Snow Goddess was actually inviting him from one dungeon raid to another. Could the Snow Goddess have possibly fallen for him? However, why would the highly haughty Snow Goddess fall for such an unattractive brat? Moreover, the person did not possess even the slightest hint of an expert. Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Flaming Tiger's eyes had nearly popped out of his sockets, going crazy from envy. Not only was Shifeng able to be in the same team as the Snow Goddess, he was even able to leave his name on the glory list. Flaming Tiger's hatred for Shifeng immediately increased by hundreds of folds. Just as everyone was shocked at such a scene, hundreds of players suddenly appeared and surrounded Shifeng and his team, each and every one of them filled with a murderous intent. "Brat, we meet again." Ironsword Lion slowly walked out from the tide of players, sending Shifeng a cold glare as he sneered. Chapter 109, Domineering Ironsword. Chapter 109, Domineering Ironsword. This moment, Ironsword Lion had waited for too long. He was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Previously, after failing the dungeon raid, he chose to give up on the endeavor. Instead, he camped outside the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, he was greatly shocked when Shifeng and the others safely exited the dungeon, followed by the emergence of the system announcements. Although Martial Union had entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, they did not gain a single thing from it. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng's team managed to clear the dungeon, but it was also the hard mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Although Ironsword Lion was a brute, he still knew that the gains from clearing the Dark Moon Graveyard would not be meager. Needless to say, the harvest from Hell mode would be even more astonishing. When Martial Union first set foot in God's domain, they did not possess any significant wealth or resources. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with a game such as God's domain. Developing a guild was extremely challenging. They had to grow by competing over elite monsters, killing well-equipped players for equipment and money, and raiding party dungeons. The larger their guild became, the more wealth and resources they needed. However, they were unable to find any sources of income, only relying on robbery to sustain their guild's operation. Now that Shifeng and his team had cleared the dungeon, it was undoubtedly good news for Ironsword Lion. Not only would he be able to obtain revenge, but he would also be able to make a huge profit out of it, killing two birds with one stone. Boss Ironsword, look at the shield on their guardian knight. Not only are there runes carved on it, but the shield is also giving off a faint violet hue that only secret silver equipment possess. That is definitely equipment they obtained from the Dark Moon Graveyard. Boss, look at that brat's pauldrons. It is also giving off a violet hue. It is a secret silver equipment as well. The subordinates behind Ironsword Lion salivated as they pointed towards the equipment on the bodies of Shifeng's party members. The worst equipment currently worn by Shifeng's party members were bronze-ranked, while there were even some who had mysterious iron equipment. However, they clearly did not possess the equipment before they entered the dungeon. Hence, they must have obtained them from within the Dark Moon Graveyard, which also meant that all of them were level 5 mysterious iron equipment and secret silver equipment. Every piece of the equipment was priceless. Boss, if we were to steal all of the equipment and sell them, it would solve the problem of developing our guild. Drifting Blood looked towards Shifeng's equipment, giggling as he spoke. Ironsword Lion nodded, thinking that Drifting Blood's words made sense. The main reason their guild was developing slowly right now was due to their lack of funds. If they stole all of the equipment worn by Shifeng's party, then the problem of their lack of funds would be solved. Although Shifeng's strength was not bad, even rising up to level 7, when faced with over 100 players, what more could he do? Brat, don't even think of escaping today. Be smart and hand over all your equipment, compensate me with 10 gold coins, and let me kill you back to level 0. Then, I'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, prepare to delete your account and start all over. Ironsword Lion glared at Shifeng, sneering. Shifeng looked at his surroundings, discovering that Ironsword Lion had brought over 130 players with him. Amongst them, a majority of the players were around level 3, their equipment terribly poor. There were only slightly more than 30 players who had reached level 5, while the equipment they were using was all bronze equipment. Meanwhile, Ironsword Lion was the strongest out of all of these players. He was wearing a suit of level 4 bronze set equipment. In a moment, employ a hit-and-run tactic as we run towards the forest. Their numbers are too great right now, so it would be bad if we get surrounded, Shifeng said inside the team's chat. Good. My hands have been itching to PK someone for quite some time now. Blackie rubbed his fists as he spoke. The other members of Shifeng's party all started laughing. They had long since wanted to test out the prowess of their new equipment. They intended to kill to their heart's desire. If they could each kill 2 players, it would be a 2-for-1 profit. If they could kill 3 or more, they would make a huge profit. At this moment, Gentle Snow stood out from the team and looked towards Ironsword Lion, softly saying, Yifeng is a friend of mine. I wonder if you can give Ouroboros some face and forget about this matter. Everyone from Ouroboros could already tell that the players from Martial Union were here for revenge, Shifeng being their target. They wondered just what Shifeng had done to enrage them. Was he trying to battle an entire guild just by himself? As expected, every expert would have their own unique personalities. Even Shifeng was no exception to this fact. However, Martial Union was just an unrated guild. Since Ouroboros had already shown themselves, as long as the upper echelons of Martial Union had some brains, they should naturally know to back off. After all, Ouroboros was much stronger than Martial Union. Move aside, stupid hoe. I don't give a damn about Ouroboros. If you wish to help this brat, I'll take care of you all the same. Ironsword Lion cursed in a bad mood. Although Gentle Snow was indeed a world-shaking beauty, the equipment she wore was even more dazzling. It was especially true for the black runic greatsword in her hands. Just a simple glance at it and one could tell that it was a high-quality secret silver weapon. It just so happened that he was also in need of such a weapon. Moreover, if he got rid of Gentle Snow, he would be able to spread his name throughout God's domain. It was killing multiple birds with a single stone. However, what Iron Sword Lion did not know was that, because of his casual remark, the entire Dark Moon graveyard had entered a solemn state. Each and every player present looked towards Iron Sword Lion in shock, inwardly admiring Iron Sword Lion for his courage. Then, does that mean that you intend to start a war with Ouroboros? Gentle Snow's expression sunk, her tone abruptly turned chilly as she asked. Although Gentle Snow casually spoke those words, the frostiness her words gave off could be felt, even by those uninvolved. The members of Ouroboros similarly remained silent, not daring to let out even a sound as they watched Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow's angered appearance, none of them had seen it before, nor did they wish to see it. Right now, however, there was a fool that actually dared to curse at Gentle Snow. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. They no longer dared imagine what would happen. Bitch, the others may fear your Ouroboros, but not me. Iron Sword Lion licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the attractive equipment on Gentle Snow's body. However, he remembered that he wanted to kill Shurfeng the most. He then turned his sights towards Shurfeng, loudly saying, "Brat, don't think that, with a bitch protecting you, you'll be able to survive through today. Rest assured, I won't let either of you get away. Brothers, go. Kill them and we'll share all of their equipment." Suddenly, over 100 players rushed at Shurfeng and his team, murder in their eyes. Iron Sword Lion even took the lead as he charged towards Shurfeng, no longer able to hold back his treasured sword. Only by drenching it with Shurfeng's blood would it be able to achieve satisfaction. Hit and run as we head towards the forest. Don't overextend yourselves, Shurfeng unsheathed his pair of swords, once more commanding through the team chat. Just after Blackie and the others had taken a few steps, they suddenly discovered that Gentle Snow and the members of Ouroboros remained unmoving, intending to face the players from Martial Union head-on. They truly did not know what was going through Gentle Snow's head. However, since Gentle Snow was sticking up for Shurfeng, naturally, Shurfeng could not escape into the forest to carry out guerrilla warfare. Blackie and the others also looked towards Shurfeng with questioning gazes. Shurfeng sighed, helplessly saying, "Cola, you hold the front, and remember not to extend yourself too far out. Drowsy Sloth, pay attention to healing the others. Blackie, use Hell Flame in the areas with more people. Gluttonous Mouse, stay behind and kill the ones with low HP. Lonely Snow, you're with me." Before both sides collided with each other, the enemy's magic had already struck at Shurfeng and the others. Fireballs and frost arrows struck at the team, one after another. Ghost Chop stood in the front as he held off against the attacks. Cola, as well, rushed up in time. He raised the runic shield and activated Tough Shield. At the same time as the enemy magic landed on both Ghost Chop and Cola's shields, the heals coming from behind them similarly landed. Each of the magical attacks caused -20 to -30 damage to Ghost Chop, whereas Cola only received damages of over -10 points. The highest damage Cola received was only over -30 points. Moreover, the attack was from a level 5 elementalist who was fully geared in bronze equipment. As the heals landed on the two MTs, both their HPs were instantly recovered to full. The members of Martial Union were immediately dumbstruck after seeing this sight. It was especially true for the level 5 elementalist. Normally, a single flame explosion from him could deal over -100 damage to an MT. However, when used on Cola, the skill only caused around -30 damage. Cola's defense was just too high. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.